Good morning, Metroplex. We are live as always here. That's why we're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, RJ is out. We got Payton and Ryan in the back. And hopefully you had a fantastic, safe, and wonderful Merry Christmas weekend. Good morning, Bobby. How was it?
Good morning. It wasn't bad. All day Christmas Eve was at the stadium, which made it difficult to shop because I still had things to shop for on Christmas Eve because that's the way I do things.
Yeah, how'd you rectify that situation?
I ordered things online and then had the wife pick them up on Christmas Eve morning. But I was literally still ordering. I probably bought like 12 gifts on Christmas Eve morning.
And she was able to pick them all up?
Yeah, she got them. We were good. We always come in under the wire, but it always gets done.
Not enough scare to say, you know what? I'm going to do it early next year. I'm going to shop a little bit earlier.
I mean, we're like 10 years in a row. Hasn't burned me yet.
Okay.
It's stressed me out.
She doesn't sweat. She doesn't stress?
I think she doesn't stress because I probably don't indicate how little a handle I have on it. I give off the appearance more of like, yeah, it's good. I got it handled. It needs to be picked up. Like that's more what it is.
And Christmas Day?
Christmas Day was good. Kids, we went the different opening strategy this year. So typically we kind of like go around the room and like, all right, you open one, you open one, you open one, you open one. And I just kind of changed it up this year. I was like, you guys can just like, we'll sort out your presents and then you guys just go.
Free for all.
And so they did. And it was over in like 5 minutes. I'm not sure how much I liked that aspect of it, but the girls got iPads. They were thrilled.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Don't you love that as a father when you get older? We used to hate my dad. He's like, all right, one by one go. And you got to sit there and wait. But, you want to soak it all in. You want to go ahead and keep the lights up as long as possible.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because like the 6-year-old, she gets like super into it, and everything she opens is like the coolest gift she ever got. And so that's where I erred a little bit as I watched it, and I was like, see, she's like freaking out over this, and like they're still opening theirs, and then like you're not getting the proper reaction of all of them opening their stuff. But it was good otherwise. How about you?
It was good. Had the in-laws over on Christmas Eve. And then Ollie, he finally realized what presents were. It was the first one where he could truly understand at 2.5. So he was tearing into all the gifts. And then I did get in an argument with the wife about, I guess, me being a little bit of a Grinch. I think it's smart. You got the in-laws, you got the friends, you got the parents from out of town sending him all these gifts. And I'm like, this is overload. This is way too many. I was like, let's take this, let's take this, let's take this, let's take this. Let's put it in the garage and just save it for his birthday. Oh, she looked at me like I was a Bobby Belt Grinch. She looked at me like I said, he doesn't have the balance for that scooter. There's a helmet there for the scooter. He can't do that. There's a baseball tee. He's certainly not coordinated enough. We already have like a little kid's baseball tee. Let's put that up. So I tried to put away like 4 or 5 different things that he doesn't need to play with right now, and that's the current argument in the house.
That's what my wife would do, something like that. She'd be like, we don't need this. This will be a closet present. We'll put it in the closet, and it stays up there, and then I would just be like, that's horrible. What are you doing?
Yes.
Like, let him have the presents now. No, because that's what it's meant for. It's not meant for his birthday.
Well, he's got 50 gifts. He's already got 50 freaking things all over the house.
He needs 54.
She can't have it both ways. She can't complain, oh, we need more storage. Oh, I got to redo the garage. Oh, can I put this on Facebook Marketplace? Do you think you can squeeze these things into the attic? And I'm like, that way we don't have all the clutter in the living room. Let me go ahead and put them in the boxes away in the closets, and we can save it and save money at the same time for the next occasion.
It does set the bar really high, though, because next year he's going to want 55 gifts.
That's right.
Because if you don't one up the last year, then you fell backwards.
But here's the best thing about kids right now, Payton.
Oh,
they have no memory. Zero. He doesn't remember what he got the day
Ollie's
before.
Smart.
He's not going to remember how many he got for this occasion. He has no clue, no idea. So that's what it was like in the Sharif house. Payton, what about you? Payton and Alec doing the show yesterday live as everyone is recovering from the hangover.
That's right, and it went actually really well. I was a little worried my first time hosting, and I had to stay in here, though. I wasn't, like, right next to Alex.
You did it, like, on the board?
On the board. So I was producing, I was hosting. We had to run the fan cam, so the resume was being updated yesterday, for sure.
So that was first time hosting?
First time hosting.
All right.
Fantech says it went really poorly. fan text reporting right now.
Was it the 254?
No,
he was talking a lot of mess yesterday.
It's every area code just saying that Payton was terrible. Alec was strong, but Payton was bad.
Here's what I like to know on days like this when I'm like, who are we in here talking with? I like to give the shout out. Normally it's a 6 a.m. club, but 5:30 with us from the jump. What are you doing? What job are you doing to have you out there on the roads this early in the freezing cold? So line them up so we can rip them off at 877-881-1053 so we can give you some Tolo Tuesday shout-outs. D, one of probably the best producer in the building, D. No offense, Payton. But she's amazing in terms of the show prep. She's already saying good morning. Wesley Smith, Mike Callahan. We're going to get a lot of truckers, a lot of people in the medical field. Oil does not rest. Nope. So go ahead and let us know what you're doing. And thank you for listening and waking up. Jerry Jones is going to join us at 8:30 this morning to celebrate the filthy game. Payton spied on Philadelphia, and he says it's good. Their holiday
juicy.
was ruined. Was this from this morning or yesterday?
This was this morning. It was live, rolling on the Odyssey app there.
Well done. Good job,
Angelo, not happy.
Cataldi,
not happy at all.
Brad Sham, the voice of America's team during the Expressway, and of course you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
You blew up the fan text already.
Let's hear it.
214, I'm a mailman. Overload packages. 682 Lyft. 214 Oil and Gas. 817 Sam's Club Distribution Center.
Yeah.
469 Electrician. 682 Security. 360 Crane Operator. 469 Work for Encore. 972 Certified Weld Inspector. Man,
Yeah.
817 Rail Car Repairman.
Okay. See, this makes me feel like
It's blowing
No pilots out there? No.
I don't know if you've seen the news, but no pilots are working.
214 says stainless work at AA. I don't know if that's American Airlines or what, but there's that. Oh my gosh, yeah. 903 fire captain heading into work.
Yeah, baby. See, this gives me motivation. This gives me actual purpose that we're sitting here and working like dummies, as Brian brought us would shame anyone else in the building who dared to take a day off. But we have Eagles reaction. We got Titans preview. The Titans game this Thursday, so had to be in. And NFL Network, NFL Films is coming in this morning to record Bobby and myself. I love the boss, Tim. First off, Tim, thanks for setting it up for our show. Second off, he's like, look presentable. And my wife last night is like, what are you going to wear? What are you going to wear? I was like, probably a Tolo sweatshirt. It's like picking out the button downs, but I'm like, I might go with the nice iron, like 214 sweatshirt that you made me. But why not go ahead and get the station some national branding when they show us on Thursday before the Titans game?
See, there you go. Perfect. Do you think Choppy's really sad about that he doesn't get to have his face all over TV?
I don't think Choppy gives a rat's ass
let me
anything having to do with this program right now.
Let me clear something up, by the way. For all the talk that you and Mike always have going back and forth about that you think the other takes off more time, I will say that since I've been on the morning show, Chop has taken off the most time of anybody at the station.
Really? Not me?
No, Chop's been out like, how many days has it been you and me? It's been me and Chop like 3 times.
Yeah. I don't know. So we're usually allowed 15 days. This year or last year, Odyssey changed it like flex vacation. So you don't have a set amount of days. Theoretically, you could take off 20. You could take off 23, maybe even 25. They have the right to say, no, we need you to work. That's enough. But just in my mind, I have that block there. I'm like, I feel like I took the 15 days. I had some bouts with sickness, and I always get FOMO. I can never enjoy. You're not supposed to enjoy it when you're sitting home sick anyway, but you're sitting there with a day off and you get to sleep in, and I just have this FOMO, so I end up working throughout the entire day to come in. But I felt like I had taken off enough, as Corey Majors will tell you, being the smart ass he is. So I'm like, let's go in here and work the post-Christmas week, and hopefully there's some Tolos out there on the road as they're all tweeting in. Michael Barish on social media as well. So glad that you're waking up with us. But no, Choppy, if we get 5 tweets from RJ during the time he's out, I'll consider that a victory. I'll consider that a win.
5 tweets in general or 5 tweets directed at us?
In general.
Oh, okay.
After the Cowboy game. Cowboy game does not count. He knows he has to tweet during the Cowboy game. But post-Cowboy game, if we get 5 RJ tweets before he's back, I'll be very thrilled and very surprised.
When does Tennessee play?
Good point.
Because that may throw it off a little bit. The
That may
Orange
throw
Bowl,
it
what
off.
day is the Orange Bowl? December 30th. So that is
December 30th.
Yeah, we might get it. We might get a flurry of Orange Bowl tweets.
Do you have his Twitter account? Do you see how many that he sent out already? Because RJ has, don't inflict on my time. It's my time. Don't tell me.
Let's see.
Working.
So is RJ one of the guys that he doesn't answer emails or texts while he's off?
Oh, he'll
either?
answer text.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Text?
he is a lover of the group text. His favorite thing about this show is the group text. I don't know who started it, but all of us on that group text, he loves it. Him and his insurrection neighborhood in Roanoke, they're on, all plotting and planning. If the government wants to release, the Twitter files next for Elon, just go up and down that text message chat. He loves it.
He has retweeted twice him being tagged in the fact that he was on a BetQL interview. But other than that, his last tweet was December 24th.
Yep, there you go. So 5 tweets, and it'll be a W. All right, last night, the Chargers got a W to get into the postseason. We have a firing already. They're screwing up Black Monday in the NFL. Russell Wilson, or the next quarterback there, needs a new coach. Nathaniel Hackett is out. Are you stuck in another city and state listening on the Odyssey app? Are you in an airport right now with the Southwest catastrophe yesterday? And star up, star down as we savor that sweet, sweet win over Filthy. We're just getting started. Jerry Jones and Brad Sham will join us. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition with Sean and Bobby on The Fan.
Don't miss out on Parkway.
The postseason for the first time in Justin Herbert's career, an embrace with DeAndre Carter.
Chargers radio with the call. Good God. Indianapolis on Monday Night Football. This is making me a little reminiscent of Sunday, and I was like, I wasn't happy that the National Football League put all the games on Saturday, and then we just get 3 individual games on Sunday. And I love Green Bay, Miami. That ended up being fantastic. New England, Arizona ends up going to overtime, but still dreadful football with that Bucs offense that we're going to see in a few weeks come the postseason. And then I didn't even turn on the Ram game. I did not turn that on. And last night, for a little bit, I turned on this one. No interest in watching the Colts as the Chargers get into the postseason. Right now, they're the 6th seed, and they beat Indy 20-3.
Yeah, and the Jeff Saturday experience is proving once again to just be going completely sideways. As yesterday was Nick Foles, Philadelphia hero, throwing 3 picks, 143 yards. It was disgusting. It was another, like you said, it was just an awful football game. Like, even Justin Herbert was just kind of okay. There wasn't anything super spectacular. I mean, this was like a nothing game until I think we were pretty deep in the second quarter. What was it, like 8 minutes or something?
Dude.
Yeah, 8:41 in the second quarter before anybody scored.
I tweeted LA just got a first down. It took forever. All right, here were the first 7 possessions. Colts 3 and out, Chargers 3 and out, Colts pick, Charger pick, Colt pick, and then 2 straight 3 and outs. That's what it was to begin the entire game.
Did you see Indianapolis on third down?
No.
0 for 10.
They didn't convert a third down.
Not a single one.
Is Justin Herbert? Or have we overrated Justin Herbert?
I don't know that we've overrated him. I think he's going to end up being exactly what everybody thinks he's going to end up being.
I fault myself for like red zone love for him. So
he's
I'm
really
sitting
good
there, right? And then Siciliano will go, all right, let's cut into this. And it's a freaking missile that he throws off platform. A throw that only Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes can make in the entire league. And I'm like, damn, he's sick. All right, back to regularly scheduled action, or let's go somewhere else. But the Chargers, they just always have that uneasy, uncomfortable feel about them. They are 9-6.
No, but Herbert's really good, I think, if anything.
But none of us really view them as a true legitimate threat. I don't.
Yeah, I think it's because some of their peripherals are not good. Like the fact that they're 9-6, they're still -11 on their point differential this year. Justin Herbert will turn the ball over on you a little bit. There's some gunslinger to him. He's already thrown 9 picks this year, I think. Which I can already hear a couple of people go, well, how many does Dak have? Yeah, okay, that's not the point. The point is Justin Herbert will turn the ball over on them a little bit. And I mean, but they're one of these teams that, because they have Herbert and they have a quarterback like that, they're dangerous and can beat anybody at any time. I think it's just, you look at it as, yeah, you're dangerous, but you're not as good as Mahomes or Allen, and your teams aren't as good as Kansas City or Buffalo.
So I thought I heard DA in the morning. Why didn't you replay yourself, Payton, you and Alec?
Management, we did not schedule any snacks, so we had CBS up until 5:30.
Well, because of that, DA got the playoff seeding incorrect. He's like, Kansas City's the 3. And I was like, wait, the Chiefs are the 3?
Damon Amendola.
No way. I had to go check. The Chiefs are the 2. So Buffalo's the 1. Kansas City's the 2. Cincy is the 3. Jacksonville is the 4.
Saxonville, baby.
Baltimore is the 5. How's Baltimore the 5 with Tyler Huntley playing QB all these weeks? The Chargers are the 6. Right now, Miami is hanging on for dear life. And there are the Patriots tied with the Jets, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is 7-8. It feels like they're worse than that. All those teams are 7-8. Pats, Jets, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh. The Cowboys facing the Titans next. It has opened at Cowboys -10.
Woo! On the road.
Favored by 10 on the road against the Tennessee Titans. So that's where things sit right now in the AFC playoff picture. The Denver Broncos, this just in, they're not in it.
Oh, man.
They have been eliminated, and they eliminated their head coach yesterday. Didn't even wait a few more weeks to fire Nathaniel Hackett, Bobby. He is out with a record of 4-11.
That was pretty, and I mean, look, the game on Sunday just went.
That did it.
That was so bad.
Final
where you've got
nail.
Dalton Reisner like fighting with Brett Rippon, the backup quarterback, after he's arguing with Russell Wilson, and
you're not going to bring up the other fight just because it's your buddy?
Okay, I was listening.
What biased journalism that is. Your buddy, your best friend. I can't believe you brought up that dispute.
I was going down a list. It was literally the next thing I was going to say.
Took you a while.
Randy justly punching that sucker in the mouth.
Randy Gregory.
Punching that fool in the mouth. Totally deserved it.
With helmets on.
Just in general, like Russ throwing those 3 interceptions, just looking terrible. Oh, the turnovers are unlimited. It's just it's so bad, and that's the thing. I can't remember who I saw write this yesterday, but the point was like they can't go anywhere with this quarterback. Like the quarterback's not going anywhere. They're stuck with him, and it's clearly been shown the coach isn't going to be able to make it work. So that's who they have to switch out. They have to switch out the coach and find somebody who'll get it out of him.
I think you have to figure out a way. I know we always say this in the cap league. You can't get out of it. You can't. You just can't. I think they have to figure out a way to put Russ on the bench or just try to outright release him. Orlovsky was bringing up this point. I know you're going to immediately roll your eyes. Let's say Russ comes back next year, and you're probably not going to be good. So why not just be bad, take your cap hits, and not have Russell Wilson with a lost cause and draft a new quarterback and rip out the page and start over? You're going to be bad anyway.
I mean, we looked at this, though. Like, you remember...
You're going to bring in another offensive guru? That's what Nathaniel Hackett was. I'm not making
That's
this...
not who you're going to bring in. It's not who you're going to bring in.
Oh, you don't consider Kellen Moore an offensive guru?
No. You need to
back?
worry. You need to worry about the other coordinator.
Oh.
Look, the reports yesterday already from a couple people, Josina Anderson, Troy Rank from the Denver Post, the idea of Dan Quinn, that's who George Payton wanted to hire all along last year. That's who they thought were getting the job before management overruled him and said, we're going with Hackett.
And was it this is very important on the Sharif Petty scale.
Mm-hmm.
Was the management who pushed Quinn out, is that gone? Is that previous ownership? Because otherwise I'm not going back there. You already gave me the middle finger.
I don't know if it was the ownership specifically or if it was more like the Elway type of headship. But what I do know is that Dan Quinn...
Was it before or after happy hour Elway made that decision?
That's a good question. But here's the thing about Quinn is that I think he would still have interest in it. And the buzz there is that Brian Schottenheimer would come with him, who is with the Cowboys right now as a coaching analyst. Schottenheimer was Russ's offensive coordinator in 2018, 19, and 20 in Seattle. And he played really well then. And so the idea of, look, I'm coming back. This is the guy you wanted. And I'm bringing a comfort coach for Russ.
When can they start contacting coaches? Because I think we should ask Jerry about this at 8:30.
I think they can ask now.
Like, is he already fielding calls from other organizations about Dan Quinn?
I'll double check this morning, but I think you can start making requests now. It doesn't necessarily mean teams will grant it, but I think you can make requests right now.
By the way, Tua is in concussion protocol again, and the Dolphins admitted they had no idea that he was and when the injury took place. Is it malpractice? Miami malpractice?
They're pretty. They've become a total mess here. You know, it's
my boy Logic, Mike McDaniel.
It's the choppy jinx, man. Chop made them number 2 in his power rankings, and they have been awful ever since. Not awful. They played some close games. They've lost some close games, but man, it's just been
3 interceptions
downhill.
3 Tua interceptions to give Green Bay that win as the Packers are still alive in the NFC postseason chase. Green Bay right now, they're sitting there with Detroit and Seattle lurking. They're lurking. It's Philly 1, Minnesota 2, San Fran 3, Tampa Bay 4. The Cowboys are the 5. Giants are the 6. They would take on San Fran, early exit. Washington 7. And then you have the Seahawks, Lions, and the Green Bay Packers. You know they're going to be sitting around there just waiting for us somehow, somebody to take. We'll finally beat Tom Brady, and then Aaron Rodgers will take us out again.
You know what's interesting is I'm looking at this. So you said Tampa, Giants, Washington. So that's 3. Okay, all right. So Minnesota's now above, but that's 3 of the playoff teams. If Minnesota was still a negative point differential, you'd have most of the NFC playoff teams as negative point differential.
Really?
You've got 3 of the 7 already right now.
All right, let's get the star up, star down. Let's celebrate. You could finally cut loose for Christmas weekend after the Cowboys beat the Eagles. Your star up, star down for the game in Arlington after this.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4th down and 10. 20 seconds. Minshew back, 4-man rush. Here they come. He heaves it. Back into the end zone. The ball's on the ground, incomplete. The Cowboy defense was equal to the task that time. The Cowboys are going to take it over with 14 seconds left.
And that is how it ended in Arlington. Brad Sham on the call, the voice of America's team, will join us at 7:20 this morning. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 on a victorious Cowboys Tuesday with Sean Sharif and Bobby Bell, 40-34. And this is basically going to be a lot of star-ups. All the positive. Payton spied on Filthy. We'll play that a little bit later on in the show. So this is after the Micah McCarthy timeout on 4th and 10, which the internet and Twitter loved McCarthy for. There was no downside, really, in calling it. Micah was signaling, yo, I need one. I need a breather. I need to go ahead and reset here. The Cowboys call that timeout. One final play. Minshew heaves it up. Game over. And I guess we can kind of start working backwards here. The Cowboys' decision to kick the field goal. I loved it. The announcer on TV, Kevin Burkhardt, said, really not any advantage here to go ahead. He thought they were going to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
So Dak with a QB keeper that he runs out of bounds on. Mistake, clock management-wise. 2:01 left. So as Greg Olson points out, they had 4 chances to stop the clock. They had all 3 of their timeouts and the 2-minute warning. Dak goes out of bounds with 2:01 left. And it's 4th and goal on the 3. 1:44 left. The Cowboys are up 3. What were you thinking? Were you screaming go for it from the press box there in Arlington?
No, I was. So I get the decision to go ahead and kick it, but I also wouldn't have hated the idea of just like, we're going for it and we're going to put this out of reach. And, you know, because I would have been confident that they could have scored. They were having trouble stopping Dallas all day. And so I wouldn't have hated the call if they would have gone for it. But it's easy to say that because then if they obviously miss it, then you're asking a whole lot. But I mean, it's something where you expect, I think, you know, 1:40 left or whatever, and Philly has 1 timeout. I think you expect you should be able to stop them from going 75 yards in the field goal range.
No,
or whatever it is.
not on Saturday. Not with this defense. Not with this defense. To me, your concern about the defense has to outweigh what you think your offense can do. They're going to need 3 points to tie if we don't get this. They did go right down the field after the field goal, but I liked kicking it to say, you got to score a touchdown to win. Got to score a touchdown to take the field goal out of the equation. McCarthy ends up kicking it, $1:44, and the Cowboys get the W. So let's get to your star ups, star downs. First, let's go inside the locker room. Mike McCarthy, loving his team before Christmas.
Talked about this a couple times this year. We need those games, okay? Because that gets us right for what's right in front of us. So great job, great win. I think we're gonna give him a day off tomorrow. I think so. Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. We're on tomorrow. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I don't know if that was Zach Martin, but
It was.
They got the day off.
Off to a side. Yeah, well, I mean, you would hope so, a Sunday, but short week here because they got Thursday coming up. But my first star up, obviously, Dak Prescott.
And 1st down and 10, just across the 45. There's a play fake, boot to the left, and Prescott's picked off. Here comes Sweat down the right sideline. Joshua Sweat's going to turn this into a pick 6.
Before you say anything, I asked Payton to play that.
I could tell.
Because this is this is a star up. His response to this, I mean, it's so impressive. You're sitting there with the heat that's always on him. The fallout from LaShawn McCoy and Stephen A. Smith and Marcus Spears rolling their eyes that Jerry Jones told us last week Dak played outstanding against Jacksonville, which he did. And to be able to respond off of that interception where he immediately took the blame, did Bobby Cochran try to figure out a way to blame or just say, that was just a great defensive play? That was a fantastic defensive play?
No, the Dak was trying to get the ball over somebody that he had no reference for their athleticism that they could go up and get the ball, I guess.
But to respond after that, man, this is after the pick 6 on his 3rd pass attempt. He then goes 25 of 32 for 332, 3 touchdowns, and a 141.6 passer rating. That interception response, I think, has to be part of his star up.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I mean, he was really, really good all day. I mean, just about, obviously other than the interception, but I mean, in general, staying on his feet on that Avonte Maddox sack, what looked like it should have been a sack, and then being able to get the ball to Gallup, scrambling around, using his legs a ton the other day, the most effective runner they had, because Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard weren't really getting anything going. But
here are the Dak plays I wrote down. The escape, then to Gallup.
Mm-hmm.
Third down touchdown to Gallup. Great play by Michael. Man, these receivers get a star up. All of the receivers. He threw a rope to CeeDee with 6 left to tie it. This is when CeeDee adjusted his chain.
Yeah, that's the second time he's done that this year.
In the right corner of the end zone, Dak threw a rope right there. And then you go and look at his numbers against zone coverage. Most attempts without an incompletion since 2018. He was perfect. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, he was perfect against zone coverage. 24 of 24. First 300-yard passer against the Eagles this year. 24-24 against the zone look. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely fantastic. I think that's
the Dak. If he plays like that, they can be in the Super Bowl. It's going to take a lot now with this defense, but if he plays like that, if that good Dak shows up, they can be in Arizona with us.
Well, and if you're talking about what you need to prove and what you need to show and things like that, throwing for 347 against the best pass defense in the NFL this entire season and the best pass rush in the NFL this season. There's no other standard like you could hold, like there's no better test to see him win it with his arm than against that team, and he did it. He completely carried him throughout that entire game. And so I think that's something you can take a lot of comfort in, is the fact that it doesn't mean that necessarily every week they will do it, but the fact that you did that against Philly means you can do that against anybody.
Yes.
At any time.
Absolutely. And that was one of the things last week when we were saying, what can you take from this? What can we take from this with Hurts out? If Dak shreds their defense, or we take it to their defense, which is really good, and as Bobby said, number 1 pass D, that's something you could put in the lunchbox and move forward with. Here's Dak on what he was thinking after the pick 6.
Yeah, I was chasing him down. I go, is this really happening? Like, yeah, looking, you got to look right at myself. Obviously, I got to go look at it. Long guy, very, big, obviously tall arms, and guess I just misjudged his length. And yeah, he made a great catch, and I don't know if he's had an easier interception in return than that one. But as I said, I was chasing him down. Like, is this happening again? Oh, well, boom, you score. Let me get back on the field, and let's just get this thing back rolling. No ifs, ands, or buts about that.
And just like that, it was 10-0. Now, I see a clip on here. We don't need to play this right now, Payton. Jerry, on hearing some of the boo birds, were the boo birds after 10-0?
Yeah, right after you threw an interception, you heard a couple people boo. And I think there was one other time where they had a quick possession and they were going to have to punt while they were trailing. I think you had another time in the third quarter that was like that. But otherwise, it turned things around pretty quickly.
All right, we can pick any one of these turnovers, but I'm going to take it to – a lot of people thought it was Micah at first. It was not Micah. This is Miles Sanders late in the game.
1st and 10 from the 25. Gives it to Sanders. Fumble the ball! It's rolling loose. Still rolling loose. Oh, horrible things are happening on the ground there. Nasty, mean things are happening, one human to another. At the bottom of that pile, and the Cowboys have recovered a fumble.
I don't know how the Cowboys came up with a couple of these fumble recoveries with Eagles players, right? Eagles off. Linval Joseph was one of the linemen on one of the fumbles. And then you had an offensive lineman that you thought had it locked up. Biotish comes out with it.
Gosh.
Huge plays. And it's like, Philly's on that. That's the refs, I think, on the Biotish one actually signaled Eagle ball.
Yeah, I think the initial signal was, because I remember seeing that going, oh, okay, great. And then they came up and everybody's still on the offense. And I was like, oh, okay, they held the ball. And then that was 2 plays later, or a play later, or whatever it was that big third down. But
That's 2 minutes left with Miles Sanders right there.
Yeah, the good fortune on those fumbles. The interceptions, those were ones that they just went and took. Both of them. Deron Bland, Jaron Kearse. That was just, those were not bad throws. Those were just balls they took. The fumbles, man, there was some good fortune there a little bit, but I mean, obviously the Cowboys will take that. That's if you're looking for one bit of, hey, this is really dicey and there's still some things you got to worry about, it's the fact that you squeaked by with a 6-point victory and you had a 4-1 turnover victory. Yeah. Is that you're not going to have 4-1 turnovers every single week.
So the Cowboys with 20 takeaways on the season, 3 turnovers for Philly inside their own 40. Cowboys led the NFL in I'm sorry, they don't have 20. I don't know why I said takeaways 4 equals 20 in my notes. They currently lead the league again with 30. It wasn't 20, it was 30. Last year they had 34. They led the league. No team has led the NFL in takeaways in consecutive years since the Steelers in 72, 73, and 74. They did it in 3 consecutive seasons. The Cowboys are on their way after 4 on Saturday. Here's Dak on his defense.
Yeah, I mean, when they're able to do that, we're going to win some games. Even obviously against one of the best teams in the league, a division rival, just gives us more opportunities at it, short fields, and we've got to capitalize. Sometimes it was touchdowns, a couple times it was field goal, but those guys, they're relentless. They're relentless. They're trying to go after the ball in every which way, trying to get after the quarterback, interceptions, fumbles, and that just comes from the way that we practice, the way that they prepare, and it's good to see them just go out there and get that done and help us out, obviously.
And now let's get to the man who has proven himself right now as a true number 1 receiver. They had no chance. They had no hope of stopping him. He's catching touchdowns while adjusting the chain underneath his shoulder pads. 88.
Motion from Lamb from left to right. Snap to Prescott. Looking right, looking middle. Throwing right. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb. Wide open.
Dude. There was a point in time in this game, it was just 4 and 88. Bam, 4 and 88. 10 for 120. 2 touchdowns. Targeted 11 times. 36 yards was the longest one. CeeDee freaking Lamb. I'm happy for him because there's been a ton of questions, including on this radio show, the Amari Cooper comparisons early in the year. This man is here. He's arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. I think now you're talking about him getting up towards like top 5, top 6 territory as a receiver in this league. And he's just been so good since Dak came back. And the chemistry that they have and the trust they have in each other. Last 8 games now. All his 100-yard games this season have come in actually in his last 7 games. But in his last 8, if you average that production out over 17 games, it's 115 receptions, 1,550 yards, and 13 touchdowns. That's Jamar Chase, that's, Justin Jefferson. Like, that's the kind of territory you're talking about.
Michael Gelkin had some of these numbers. Last 2 games, CeeDee Lamb, 17 catches for 246 and 2. He had a streak where he had 17 straight catches when targeted. Right? We're always looking at those numbers. Catches to targets, targets to catches. He had a 17 straight reception streak when targeted. That spanned 8 quarters and resulted in 240 yards and a TD. So if Dak was even thinking about throwing it to Lamb, it was a guaranteed automatic completion 17 straight times.
That's the wild thing. And yeah, you look over the last month, he's been targeted 31 times. He's caught it 27. Like, he's been just pretty much automatic. And the interesting thing that Brian and I were talking about this on Love the Star was they threw it to him 11 times. He had 10 catches, 120 yards. It felt like they didn't get him the ball enough. Like, it felt like he could have he could have had 16 catches on Saturday if they really wanted to feed him. Because you remember at halftime, he had like 8 for 100. He only was targeted like 2 or 3 times in the second half. If they really wanted to target him and involve him in the second half, he could have put up even more ridiculous numbers. The offense will go as far as that connection between Dak and CeeDee can take them. That determines it.
877-881-1053. Star up, star down on the truckwreck.com text line. Hit us up right now. 877-881-1053 here on Sean and Bobby. We got Payton and Ryan in the back. We have T.Y. Hilton. Was it the play of the Cowboys season? And we have some narratives to address. The Cowboys proved what? Are the Eagles definitely the better team? And after Gardner Minshew's performance, is it Hurts or the system, as Micah suggested? It's a Cowboys Tuesday with Jerry Jones on the way. It's all rolling with the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan. But first, celebrate the new year with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Snap back on 3rd and forever. Prescott steps up and heaves it. Hilton down the left sideline. Oh my gosh, he caught it at the 23-yard line. Holy cow. T.Y. Hilton. Wow.
Wow is right. That was the call right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live. Unlike other radio stations over the past 2 weeks, this is DFW Sports Station. It's Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt here on your home of America's team. Brad Sham will join us at 7:20. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. T.Y. Hilton, 3rd and 30 for 53 yards against Darius Slay. T.Y. tortured Darius Slay on Saturday. You're coming back. Old man, rusty. He drew that huge pass interference on 4th down against Slay. Everyone was laughing at each other like, you got me. Old man trick. It's like an old basketball player drawing the foul and getting to the free throw line. McCarthy was like pointing at T.Y. like, yeah. T.Y. was laughing it up with Darius Slay. Slay was like, you got me. T.Y. afterwards, if you're just going to stand there and try and get in my face, you're crazy. I'm going to run past you, and that's exactly what happened. I'm still fast. He said, if I'm able to do that, the sky is the limit for us. He also tweeted, I guess that's my welcome to Dallas moment. 3rd and 30, Bobby Belt.
You know what? It's funny because I thought there, as it was into 3rd and 30, I was like, all right, here comes the screen pass and the pickup 12, and then you punt it away. And like, I didn't even think they were going to try and, pick up a huge chunk to go for it on 4th down. I was like, zero chance. This is over now. 3rd and 30 has been converted since 1994. 3rd and 30 plus has been converted 9 times now total. And that's about a 2% conversion rate. It's more common to turn the ball over in those situations than to pick up a 1st down.
And a penalty would count as a conversion, right? Because I'm even surprised.
No. Penalties do not.
Wow.
Penalties can count as no play.
Okay.
And so, but you know what's, that was as good a throw as I've seen Dak make before. 60 yards in the air, drops it in the bucket. Great concentration from T.Y. Just all around great play.
I tuned in yesterday to see if LaShawn McCoy was going to be on the apology tour. He was like, I'll give it up. I'll keep it real. Dak played well. He goes, I didn't realize Dak had that arm. I didn't realize Dak could throw it 60 yards like that. So he was impressed with the arm strength that Prescott showed off. And T.Y.'s catch, he was challenged on that. That was just straight hands that he brought in.
Because and it didn't look like it live, but you watch it back. That bobble, that concentration. Yeah. I mean, look, you said it all along about the Odell Beckham thing. Like, Jerry was going to try and sell them on like one play, and all he needs is one. Like, there's one play right there.
Yep.
On T.Y. Hilton.
If Odell came in here and made 2 of those for the stretch run, we would all say, worth it. Jerry would say, see, I told you, worth it. He finally ended officially with you all after the game saying it's too unreasonable at this point to expect Odell to come in and make a difference in the playoffs. So Odell officially ended by Jerry on Saturday after the game.
Yeah, and it probably makes it easier to end Odell when you see a 52-yard reception on 3rd and 30.
But I'm not ruling it out for the future.
No,
Who knows for the future? He had to throw in that little sentence at the end.
Stir it up. That's what he does. Here's what's interesting to me. You look at the 3 biggest plays they had on Saturday, Sean. 26-yard reception by CeeDee Lamb, 36-yard touchdown CeeDee Lamb, 52-yard catch by T.Y. Hilton. You know what they all have in common? All of them on 3rd down. 3rd and 30, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7.
Yeah.
The 3 biggest plays of the day came on 3rd and 6 or greater.
And the T.Y. catch led to Lamb fixing the chain for the TD that tied it at 34. So Philly was up 7. You're getting ready to punt the ball back. Problem. And bam, you end up tying the game. All right, Bobby wants to give this guy we gave a standing ovation to last week because it wasn't just, we're fine, we're all good. Pat everyone on the back, Jerry. It's everyone else's fault, Mike McCarthy. No. J-Ron freaking Kirsch called out the defense. He said, what we're putting on tape is embarrassing, and it's inviting to everyone else. We're supposed to be this shutdown defense, not what we put on tape recently. And J-Ron Kirsch backed it up.
Minshew back in the pocket, throws it over the middle. It's intercepted by Kearse at the 50. And Kearse returns it to the Philadelphia 42. And there's the way you answer one turnover apiece.
And Kearse was huge. I mean, he only had the 3 tackles, but he had that interception. He had the fumble scoop. He was just huge for them. He's the emotional leader for their defense. I know Micah brings juice. Trayvon Diggs brings juice. But, like, when you talk about the guy who really keeps them all centered, keeps them accountable, does everything like that, that's Jaron Kearse. And he has been so huge for them in the 2 years that he's been here. And just another big-time game. That interception he had, there's no reason that ball should be intercepted other than he's just bigger than Quez Watkins and he took it from him.
One-handed without interfering. Like Philadelphia, I was waiting for them to throw a hissy fit with the raccoon with jaundice eyes over there on the sideline.
Isn't that an Eric Carmen song? Jaundice eyes.
Eric Cartman?
Carmen.
Oh, Eric Cartman. No, I know
Hungry
Eric.
Eyes.
Hungry Eyes. I think that's Dirty Dancing. Or
It was.
Yeah.
Good call.
Shame that I know that. My mom will be very proud making me watch that growing up. Very inappropriate for children, by the way. Don't repeat that as a parent. But I was expecting them to be interference. There's no way. He didn't interfere. That was incredible world-class balance and athleticism to intercept that ball. Cowboys get it on the Philly 47. They immediately run the trick play, loss of 10. Damn it, Kellen! Just keep it simple. Keep it simple. No one said that on the 4th down pitch outside to Zeke when he raced up the right sideline. But people were furious with Kellen Moore. But that was Jaron Kearse setting that up. But how about your boy? Bobby's boy, DaRon Bland, showing off the big boy strength. 3rd and 4. At the Cowboys 46, the Eagles are threatening again, and DaRon said, give me number 5.
That's on the left side of the offensive formation. Snap back, wants to throw, quickly out. Ball's caught. Watkins, wait a minute. Did Bland intercept that? Bland is with the ball. Bland has stolen the ball from Quez Watkins, his 5th of the year.
So he is on top of Watkins, manages to wrestle it away as he's rolling over. This was with 4:19 left. Tie game. Maher eventually kicks it through from 48 to give the Cowboys a 37-34 lead. DaRon Bland with his team high 5th interception of the season. Bobby, he has a pick in 2 straight games and 4 in his last 4.
Given the injuries in the secondary, like, where would this team be if they didn't have him?
My Lord.
Like, he has been such a stabilizer for them. He's everything that, Steven and Jerry always try and sell us that Kelvin Joseph can be.
Yep.
Like, he's actually been it. And it's because he's got, great instincts. He's got great intangibles. He's got really high football character. Just a really, the biggest thing about him is he's steady. Even when he gives up a play, he doesn't let it get him out of the game. He bounces right back, comes up, makes a play. But just that interception he made, he's had 5 this year. 3 or 4 of them, I feel like, have been ones where it's like he has no business intercepting that, and he just does. He's been just absolutely incredible for them, and what a pickup. A guy that was neglected by the NFL scouting combine, wasn't even invited to Indianapolis. Cowboys took him in the 5th round. Huge credit to, Will McClay, Ross Winchie, their national scout who works in the West Coast. Al Harris, the DB coach, who I know did work on him. Just a really great job by them to bring him in.
All right, let's get to another star-up player. This play was a star down for Jerry, but we give him props to T.Y. We give him props to the unquestioned number 1 in CeeDee Lamb. But, man, this guy came up big, too, and he had gotten called out last week.
4-man rush, empty gun. Prescott escapes out to the right. Chase throws it in the end zone. Oh, what a leaping catch. That's Michael Gallup. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Michael Gallup. His numbers never look crazy in the box score, but it's big catches that he makes. 4 for 36 and a touchdown. Man, that touchdown he caught, that was all hands. That was just straight skill. Michael Gallup responding. So props to him as well. T.Y., 1 for 52. Lamb, 10 for 120. Gallup, 4 for 36. The star down is for Jerry Jones with that play in the sun. So Bobby in the commercial break is like, oh my God, how many times now are we interviewing Jerry? Like, it's getting old. Can we get on someone else?
That's what I was saying. Those exact words. Yeah.
What is it? 3 times?
Yeah, three. Well, because you were off Monday, 3 out of your last 5 shows, it's been Jerry. You've had Jerry on.
And I was like, don't worry. We're all gonna celebrate, but there's gonna be a little bit of discomfort because we have to bring up this son issue again to Jerry, but kind of press him on it because I think he gets mad at the suggestion that he doesn't know that they forgot about the compass, that they forgot about never eat shredded wheat and built the stadium the wrong damn way, and he refuses to pull the curtains that they have to stop this issue. How have you felt about this son issue over the years?
So I don't have a popular answer on this. I just look at it as like it is what it is.
Can
like
we just design a play that's not towards the sun? Is that the smartest thing to do?
I'm really glad you brought that up because you know who caught heat for this? Not God. Not Jerry. Kellen Moore got blamed by the Tolos. That's how you know they have it in for this man's head. They said, why did we drop a play go in that direction? So I'm going to ask Jerry today, and he's probably going to get a little ticked. Do you expect your offensive coaches to call plays for the Sun? Should Kellen Moore shoulder any blame or responsibility for having that ball thrown up to Michael Gallup, who probably clearly had some issues and lost it?
Chiafalo blamed him too.
Kellen?
Yeah, Chiafalo tweeted. He's like, drop a play right to the sun. That makes sense.
So I'm supposed to I'm supposed to get out my measuring stick. I'm supposed to go ahead and angle it. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Let's get him on the headset. I'm going to go upstairs and say, okay, in 2 minutes, when I look at my play sheet setting this up, in 3 minutes, is it going to move at all? And what portion of the end zone is it going to be in? Man, give me a break.
Give me a break. Sean, our cameraman at NFL Network, Nigel McGregor. Nigel will keep an eye out, and when we're doing our hits in the morning, he goes, you know what? In 5 minutes, that sun's probably going to be in an area where it's shining on Jane, and we're going to be in the middle of our hit, so let me put a shade up. So if he can do it, I think Kellen Moore can do it too, Sean.
What do you think, Payton? You think you blame Kellen a little bit for calling a play into it?
Yeah, because it's been, that sun's been there since they built the stadium.
Jason Garrett, that's smart ass.
Yeah, the sun's been there for forever.
3,000 years. Been around.
But I think it would be so funny to have 5 receivers lined up on the right side just to make it obvious that hey, we're not going to throw it towards the sun.
Why don't they pull the curtain?
I don't know.
Because then they're wrong.
Then they're wrong. You're exactly right.
I guess so. I mean, it also may be. There's already so much sterile about that stadium. You take out all elements, basically. I mean, I don't know. I don't. I get it. I understand why it's frustrating. Jerry's line has always been, well, they got to play in it too.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't think it's impacted things enough over time that it's like a concern. And even the other day, you can make an argument, and I don't know if Michael Gallup was asked about it, if he said, I couldn't see it, but I mean, it very well could be that he saw it and he just missed it. There's no telling if the sun actually affected that.
All right. What else happened around the NFC East over your holiday break? Where do things stand in the division? Do you have more hope that the Cowboys can catch filthy? And around the rest of the NFL, Nathaniel Hackett fired in Denver. Are they about to steal one of the Cowboys coordinators? That's next with Sean and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here for Boomer Jack.
24. It's Joseph from 61. Wow!
The Leprechaun Bowl, overrated bowl, whatever you want to call it, come back down to earth bowl between the Giants and the Vikings. Jared Sandler was there along with our sales guy, Scotty Long. Why are so many people going to Minneapolis? What are you going to Minnesota for?
I was bummed I missed that one.
In December.
That was the one I missed because of the flu.
Why? Why are you bummed?
Because it's
you don't have enough malls here in the Metroplex?
No.
Shopping at the very last second for all your family's gifts?
It's a newer stadium. I wanted to see the stadium itself, and it's one that's supposed to be really nice. And the hotel we were going to stay at was really nice, and I missed it.
Joseph from 61. The Vikings with 11 one-score wins in the season. 11. That's a new NFL record. And the Giants were overcoming. It's probably good you didn't make this trip. You may have been in the mall because numerous Giants spent roughly an hour on lockdown at the Mall of America where a 19-year-old man was shot dead. So the Giants were dealing with that. They get on the field. They go back and forth, and Minnesota wins as they do all season long.
They've won four of their last 4 of their last 6 victories have been by a field goal. Like, how do this?
That's crazy.
And then meanwhile, in between, they're getting beat down 40-3 by the Cowboys. They shouldn't have even come back and beat the Colts. They were down 30 there. It's just, this is the luckiest football team in the. Choppy asked that a couple weeks ago. Is this the luckiest football team? Like, yeah, probably of all time. Yeah. It's unreal the luck that this team has.
Now look at the Giants. All right, so
also a lucky team.
8-6-1. I was like, is their record worse than this? But they're still 8-6-1, third place in the NFC East, and they got some clinching and playoff scenarios that they can look forward to as well. So the Giants can clinch a berth with a win over the Indianapolis Colts in Week 17. Still a hell of a season by them and the new regime in Daboll and the former Bills assistant GM.
Yeah, I mean, Shane's been really good there. Daboll's been really good. They've done a lot of really great stuff to put Daniel Jones in a position to succeed. And honestly, they're very similar to Minnesota in the fact that they come back and they win games that it feels like they shouldn't. 8-6-1, and their point differential is -28. Like, it's awful. In fact, I think there are like 6-7 teams in the NFC with a better point differential than them.
The problem with them, right? Like, I don't roll my eyes at them like I do the Giants in the playoffs just because of Jefferson. Like, Jefferson
with Minnesota,
can just beat you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Cousins throwing it is much more dangerous than Daniel Jones. So I roll my eyes at facing the Giants. They're not a threat, but just because of freaking Justin Jefferson, Minnesota is there. And here they are, 12-3. 12-3 on the season. Meanwhile, other game in the NFC East featuring Bobby's 49ers.
Birdie under center, toss, going to fake it and roll to his left and will throw wide open. Kittle underneath, 20, block, 10, 5, George Kittle, touchdown again! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Oh, he didn't do it. He didn't do my call. San Francisco!
He didn't?
No, he just did San Francisco.
He went too quick.
He was too fast.
49ers beat, that's what she said. 49ers beat the Commanders 37-20. And Brock Purdy had already made history the week before. Joined Aaron Rodgers as the only 2 quarterbacks to have passer ratings above 115 in their first 2 starts. Well, move over Joe Montana and Steve Young, you scrubs, because Brock Purdy now becomes the first San Fran quarterback to win his first 3 starts as they put it on Washington.
That QBR 67 too, Sean. It's not just the counting numbers as you kids talk about.
15-22 for 234, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. The passer rating was a 114.6.
So you're believing now, right?
In San Francisco, San Francisco.
No, you're believing in
Brock.
Not Brock. You're believing in what I said.
I mean,
which is accuracy. If you're accurate and make good decisions, you can function in Kyle Shanahan's system.
Yes, I already put them high up in my power.
San Francisco!
I just want you to say, Bobby, you were right.
And
you know more football than me.
I already put them high in my power rankings, and which was an indicator you were correct last week. But yes, fine. You're looking good.
I feel so good. Merry Christmas to me.
Looking good. So that's where things stand in the NFC East after the football weekend.
Honestly, you know what's surprising is that San Francisco's now won 8 in a row. Washington putting up 20 on them. That's the most points anybody's put up on them in the last 9 weeks. They don't give up
20?
Points. Yeah, 20, because they give up 14 to the Rams, 16 to the Chargers, 10 to the Cardinals, nothing to the Saints, 17 to the Dolphins, 7 to the Bucks, 13 to the Seahawks, and then 20 to the Commanders. And then they had a bye week in there. So since October 23rd, that was the last time anybody put up more points. That was when Kansas City scored 44.
Wow. San Fran's problem. Number 2 team in the NFC. Behind Philadelphia, are you going to have them number 1, San Fran?
Yeah.
Still number 1?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. 877-881-1053.
Why do you say that like I'm being a troll?
Okay. I guess I should turn this. I'm going to be an idiot and kind of U-turn this on myself. The Eagle narratives, the Cowboy Eagle narratives.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to go with the Cowboys got lucky or Micah with the system versus Hurts? Which one would you like to start with? Because I'm probably going to be a bad guy in one of them.
Okay. Whichever one you're going to be a bad guy at. I picked that one.
Okay.
Come on, be the heel.
Look, I think the Eagles should leave this football game feeling better about themselves than the Cowboys. The Cowboys got lucky to win this game. They did. Now, nothing about Dak's performance was lucky. That's the most important thing. Dak Prescott shredding their secondary. Nothing about it was lucky. It was nearly special. But the Cowboys got lucky to win this game. It kind of reminded me of the Giants game on Thanksgiving where Dak just came up with huge, crazy, above expectation plays in order to win it. The Giants weren't playing as well as Philadelphia in that game, but from a couple of the turnovers to the 3rd down conversions to the 4th down, Philly was up throughout the majority of this whole game. And I think you have to leave this saying that the Eagles are definitely better than the Cowboys. And the Cowboys, they lucked out on Christmas Eve.
Why do you have to say that?
Do I need a duck?
I
need a duck? Is that...
Here's what I'll say.
I mean, that's just being truthful.
Yeah, but there was a lot of... Look, you're talking about 2 separate 4th down conversions for touchdowns from Philadelphia that they got.
Okay, give me the down and distance, and where were they?
Okay, one was a 4th and goal, but one of them was 4th and 3, where it's just Trayvon Diggs makes an awful play that they should have stopped it. You're talking about an awful play. You've got about 3 catches in this game from Devontae Smith that were fluky.
My Lord.
Not fluky, but are not
Special.
the norm. They're not
crazy.
the norm.
Yeah.
And you're talking about ridiculous. One of their touchdown drives, they converted 5 third downs. That's not going to happen consistently. And so there's plenty of stuff about this game that was fluky about them too. And you can reverse it and say Dallas should have beaten Philly on the road if not for the quarterback. Just like people say, well, they didn't have Jalen Hurts. They should have won.
Bobby?
Yes?
If you take the amount of luck that the Cowboys got in this game versus the amount of luck that Philly did.
What's the luck? What are the lucky moments?
Curse's fumble recovery. That turnover was total complete.
That was a little fluky, yes.
It was a lot fluky.
That's 1.
Okay. T.Y., that's 2.
It's a great catch and a great...
3rd and 30, I'm saying. 3rd and 30 is not going to happen again.
It's an unusual expectation, but the execution of the play is something they can repeat consistently.
But 3rd and 30, how many more times would you bet? The point... Okay, that's 2.
I don't think we're counting that as 2. That's not fair to count.
You're not counting 3rd and 30 as luck?
I'm counting it as they can do that because that's not unique to 3rd and 30. The play they execute is not unique to 3rd and 30. The fact that it happened on 3rd and 30 is coincidental.
The point is the Eagles dominated the drive defensively. They're up 7 in that moment, and 999 times out of 1,000, they're going to get the ball back. Then you have the fumble recoveries. The Eagles fell on 2 of those footballs, and somehow Biotish got it, Durham won, and then Anthony Barr came out with it. That was lucky that the Cowboys got those 2. The fourth down TY pass interference call, that was like a lucky break that they got. Not that TY drawing it, that wasn't a bad call. But 4th and 8, and you get a PI call on that. That's a lucky thing. 4 turnovers. That's not going to happen again. Jalen Hurts has thrown 5 picks all year long. You're not going to blindly agree with me on this, that the Cowboys lucked out way more than Philly in this game.
No, I think that, honestly, I think it was just if you want to say they lucked out, that Philly didn't have their quarterback, Dallas was fortunate that they missed Jalen Hurts.
Well, that's my point where I'm going to all of a sudden become a good guy. But who leaves this game feeling better about themselves?
Dallas.
Okay. Payton, who would you say?
I'd go Dallas just because, Dak Prescott shredded a top 5 offense, a really good, or
defense,
top defense. Yeah.
With the way the defense is played lately, you're going to need the passing game to carry you a lot. And you proved it in the best possible test that he could throw it. So you have to feel better about themselves.
Okay. What do y'all think? Chartwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. For what majority of that game were you sitting there watching going, Cowboys are going to lose? The Eagles are controlling this. The Eagles are just a better team. The Eagles are up 7 the entire time, and these crazy things happen to stop them from taking another 2-score lead as they had it 10-0. You felt that way throughout the majority of the game.
I felt that way once. When Josh Sweat ran back the interception, I felt like they're losing this football game. But after that, they came back and scored, and I felt good about their chances the rest of the day.
Okay. So, hey, I hope I'm wrong. Again, the most important thing is Dak shredding them. There is no dispute.
40 burger.
Huh?
40 burger.
God, David Hellman. I wanted to reach to my TV and grab his freaking throat yesterday. He kept going, 40 burger. You can drive a 40 burger. As LaShawn McCoy, what a coward. What a chicken you are. You're dead quiet on Saturday. I stalked him. I Twitter stalked him. Oh. Not one message, not one tweet during these Saturday games when Dak Prescott is going crazy. And then his tweet is for the next day. Man, Tua's really looking accurate. And he looked like a dumbass over that, too, after Tua threw 3 straight interceptions. But dead quiet. Went running, went hiding. And then he gives props yesterday as if he should be applauded for that. No. Your basis for saying, I can admit Dak balled, I can admit it, but your basis for changing your mind and trying to be the bigger person, it was wrong against Jacksonville. The evaluation and the analysis against the Jags was wrong to begin with, so I'm not applauding you for saying, hey, last week I called it, this week I called it correctly, and Dak played well. He was outstanding against Jacksonville, and he was nearly special, if you don't want to call it special, against Philly.
Is McCoy someone you want on the show? Would you welcome him for an interview?
Yeah,
okay.
He'd be good. I think that'd be a fight. I thought Stephen A would be a fight in an argument. I think Shady might be the top analyst. Is there anyone else that we would have on over him right now in terms of a football analyst?
Not
Orlovsky. Been there, done that.
Bart Scott would fight with you probably.
Bart Scott, I don't care. He's not relevant at all. Shady,
Ryan Clark, maybe?
Ryan Clark would be good, but
in terms of combative.
Shady's the enemy right now.
Yeah,
you know what we should put in why don't we even have to put in a request? Tell Hellman to get him.
I'll text Hellman. I think Hellman knows what I've said about Shady, though, so I don't know how much he'll help.
Oh, don't get him on KMC.
Or we get Joy Taylor.
No. Not after what she did yesterday. They passed the script to her. They just went like this. Here, I read this last week. You read it this week. I had high hopes for Joy. She can't come on, too, because of that restraining order against Choppy from the Houston Super Bowl. Headlines! More on that a little bit later on when RJ's here to defend himself. Tua's in concussion protocol again. Are the Cowboys losing a coordinator to the Denver Broncos after they fired Nathaniel Hackett? Plus Mavs stars to recap your entire Christmas holiday break or holiday break, not to offend anyone. Sean and Bobby with your headlines next.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road.
The Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
But it's 3rd and 6. Nothing that says on Christmas Eve you can't make 3rd and 6. Snap back. Throws the ball deep to the middle. Lamb at the 5. Stop. Spin. Dances in. Touchdown Cowboys and their first lead on Christmas Eve.
The Cowboys' number 1 receiver getting it done from QB1. Man, how much better did it make Christmas Eve? Right? I'm sitting there in the kitchen. The wife is getting ready to get on me for getting the food on the table. Will you just slice the brisket? And I'm like, I'm in the kitchen, slicing, head over the right shoulder. And I was just trying to figure out how the mood of the dinner would have changed if the Eagles ended up winning that game. It just felt like you were absolutely free to enjoy and celebrate the rest of the holiday weekend.
It definitely helped because that would. But see, I don't know. I mean, objectively, I think from my point of view and your point of view, I think I found myself standing down there, even feeling like Philly was going to score at the end, and still saying to myself, "This has been a hell of a game, though." Like it's just been incredibly entertaining.
Amazing game.
If you lose, it sucks, but it's kind of like they got the ball last. Like it felt like one of those whoever gets the ball last type of games is going to win it. And so it would have been a bummer for sure. And it helped that Dallas won. But I think I still would have come out of that game feeling good about what Dallas does, even if they end out losing, late.
What was it like in the locker room afterwards?
Pretty jovial, pretty excited, pretty happy. The lone unhappy soul appeared to be Kelvin Joseph, but outside of that, everybody seemed pretty thrilled.
Why?
Because he didn't play a single defensive snap, I guess. Kind of sat at his locker with a 1,000-mile stare for about 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm glad it's all about the team then.
Yeah, the team. But no, overall, I think everybody was thrilled, and you could hear Dak. Dak ran right into the locker room and hugged Dan Quinn, and they started jumping up and down and screaming together, and so they were all. I think this was a huge relief to them. As Dak said, it wasn't so much about a statement to the rest of the league. This game wasn't a chance to make a statement to them. It was a chance to make a statement to themselves about what they can be and what they can do. And that's what they did against that Philly pass defense and pass rush. You're not going to face a tougher test in terms of pressure in Dak's face and coverage ability than what Philly can present, and passed it with flying colors.
Dak was 27 to 35 for 347, 9.9 per attempt, 3 touchdowns, got sacked 6 times. He got sacked 6 times, and the QBR was at 86. My Lord, no running game out there, but CeeDee Lamb, T.Y. Hilton, and Michael Gallup making plays, along with 4 turnovers caused by the defense. Here's Mike McCarthy on his quarterback responding after the pick 6.
I don't know if you can respond any better. Obviously had the interception, great play. I mean, the play you don't see every day, that's for sure. Just didn't get the ball high enough. But, I think, clearly his performance, I think going 15 to, I think he went 15 completions in a row, but just played at a huge level tonight. You can see they crashed the run game. The run defense was really good. But most important thing, I thought Kellen did a really good job staying the course. Still getting the run attempts and making sure Tony and Zeke were touching the football. So, and obviously we got it done through the passing game today.
That's really interesting that he said that. So Greg Olsen, I was just tweeting you the whole time. Greg Olsen was killing them to open up the third quarter. And you had brought up this Kellen criticism last week. Olsen's like, why are you running? Dak Prescott is the reason that you blew up offensively in the first half. Why are you hammering the ball over and over and over again? They had that big 4th down in their own territory. 4 straight runs. That was 4 straight runs. I believe it was the second drive of the second half. But Olsen is like, am I missing something? I just don't get it. And there's McCarthy praising Kellen for sticking with the run in this game.
Yeah, look, you want to, whenever there's a wall.
They were averaging 2.9 a carry.
Yeah, I mean, whenever there's a brick wall, you want to run your head into it as many times as you can.
Jason Garrett's philosophy.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. No, look, I get you can't, you want to keep the run threat there. You want to have people play honest, everything like that. I understand all that. That's fair. That's fine. But man, like the 4 straight runs there, or the week before in Jacksonville where you get into 1st and goal and you ran it 4 straight times and turned the ball over. Like, I don't understand what you're doing there. And part of the things we talk about where they get into 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 7, and that's where they're executing their big plays. Why are you running it on the first 2 downs?
Now, look, the Eagles were 19th against the run. So if we're going into this game and we go, Eagles are number 1 pass team, 19th against the run, you'd be a dumbass not to say maybe we should try to run the football against them, right? But then you got to look at how the game flow is going. And again, Olsen was calling them out in the 3rd quarter. 3 runs in a row. They go for a 4th and 1 on their own 35. At that point, they had 26 runs against 22 passes in the game, averaging 2.9.
Yeah, and remember, averaging 2.9 with Dak scrambles in there. 2 of their 3 longest runs on Saturday were Dak. Dak ran for 6.8 yards per carry. Zeke was 3.4. Tony Pollard was 2.1. It wasn't working. And to that point, though, Dallas has struggled against the run. Philadelphia doesn't run very well, and they figured out, but today it's not working. We're not picking it up today. We're getting 3 yards a carry. We're going to have Gardner Minshew throw it 40 times. They adjust similarly.
Over to who the Cowboys are going to be getting in the postseason. Oh, God. My wife, she's like, why are you still watching this? You don't have to work the next day. I'm like, they're going to face Brady. It's an overtime. We get home. We go to the second family's house. We get home, and I'm like, this game is still on. Tampa Bay beats Arizona 19-16. Does this all but lock it in round 1 in Florida?
I think so. And I mean, there's still a chance. I think the way this has to go the last couple weeks is you would need Carolina to win both, and I think Tampa has to lose both in order. And then they've got Carolina and Tampa play each other this upcoming week, so that'll really put an end to it. Well, like if Tampa wins this week, it's Tampa. That's who you're getting in the playoffs. And so I still think that's what we're looking at here, is that it's going to be Tampa Bay, Dallas going on the road, having to play Brady, who they've never beat. And I understand. I know you hate it because you're like, this is a bad football team right now, Tampa Bay. There's nothing you should be worried about. But there's still a little bit of the boogeyman factor, Sean.
28th in the NFL in points. 17 points a game. 17 points a game as they barely beat Arizona.
Let me look this up. I saw this yesterday. Let's take a look at some of the career lows for Tom Brady this year. Touchdown percentage, career low. His yards per attempt is at a career low. His adjusted yards per attempt is at a career low. Yards per completion is under 10 for the first time in his career. His QBR is the lowest of his career. It's at 49. The lowest he ever had before that was 55.7.
Yeah, he got me eliminated in fantasy. Appreciate that. Who's in our championship?
I think it's Larry, and is it Will, too?
Will Chambers?
I think so. He was the 1 seed, I believe, 1 or 2 seed.
Okay.
Cheering for Larry. Hook him, Larry.
I love Larry, but I'm going to root for Will.
Oh.
I'm a root for Will. Yeah, you and your Longhorn love. So that's what happened with Tampa Bay. That's what it looks like is going to take place in round 1 for the Cowboys. Brad Sham at 7:20. Jerry Jones at 8:30 this morning. Nathaniel Hackett got fired yesterday by the Denver Broncos. 15 weeks in, they said, nope, no more. We're not waiting.
Had to happen. I mean, honestly, haven't we all sat around for the last several weeks and been like, this is just, you can't go forward with him. He's clearly a bust. My favorite tweet yesterday was somebody dug up an old tweet from June from James Palmer at NFL Network, and it said, Broncos Nathaniel Hackett continues to think outside the box as a first-time head coach. He saw his kids using the personalized trivia game Kahoot, and now he's using the game to test his players on the new offensive system in a timed competition. And Kevin Clark from The Ringer tweeted it and said, can't believe this didn't work.
Yeah. 22 offensive touchdowns in 15 games. They scored under 17 11 times this year for Aaron Rodgers, handpicked offensive guru genius from Green Bay. And you said, what's going to happen when Nathaniel Hackett is our offensive coordinator next year? You texted us that?
Yeah. How's everybody going to react when Nathaniel Hackett's the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys after?
Why are you
Kellen
saying
Moore?
that?
Just because if Kellen Moore leaves, they're going to need a new offensive coordinator. Brian Schottenheimer very well maybe going to Denver with Dan Quinn. Now, I'm not saying that's happening, but there's
Do they
chatter.
like Hackett? Is there ties? Is there Green Bay ties?
Yeah. Like McCarthy knows Nathaniel Hackett very well. I think like there was a clip from training camp or something where he said he babysat him, like babysat Nathaniel Hackett for Paul.
Oh my!
So like there's definitely a connection there.
Payton says we have a Mike McCarthy clip reacting to the news yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously just, personally disappointed. You never want to see a friend go through anything like this, and it's no fun, that's for sure, especially in season. So I know how much work he's put into this, and he'll bounce back. So, but yeah, that's obviously, tough news for everybody that has big love for Nathaniel.
Who's coughing?
I don't know who that was.
What the heck?
Here's the note from the Dallas Morning News in August. In 1989, when Mike McCarthy was a graduate assistant at the University of Pittsburgh, Nathaniel Hackett was 9 years old. McCarthy was working for Paul. One of his numerous tasks was to take Nathaniel to an amusement park. And so he literally ran around with young 9-year-old Nathaniel Hackett.
He is the 5th coach since 1970 not to finish his first season with his new team. The 5th coach. Nathaniel Hackett is gone, and now Sean Payton was trending. He is, and he was trending all day long, as there are reports Sean Payton is putting together a dream team right now, headlined by potential defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, who Cowboy fans know well.
Can I make the joke? Can I make it, Sean?
Your show.
Hey, turn the music down for a quick sec, Peyton. I guess he couldn't hack it.
Sean doesn't like it. Move on.
He doesn't.
Music back up.
Wish did not make the joke. So, Nathaniel, is NFL Films in here yet?
Not yet.
They recording?
Oh, they just walked in. Hopefully they caught that joke.
Hopefully they caught that joke. So NFL Films.
I can repeat it if you need.
You don't have to. Tua is in concussion protocol again after he threw 3 straight interceptions to lose to the Green Bay Packers. Mike McDaniel, what's y'all's excuse this time? Are you going to debate? Is it a back issue this time for Tua?
I care very deeply about each and every player. I take that serious. So, I just want him to get healthy and have peace of mind in that regard. And that's first and foremost. And then whatever those circumstances are after, you deal with after. But it's about the human being and making sure he's squared away.
So Tua's like, I don't know when this happened. I don't know how it happened. The internet went and found the play when it looked like his head snapped back on the ground, and still somehow he stayed in the game. Hard for me to defend my guy, Logic, after this one. They don't even know when it happened. They couldn't tell. And Tua was clueless as well. So those are the big NFL storylines.
Isn't that supposed to be one of the things? Isn't there supposed to be surveillance for concussions and stuff like that? Because that was something that we had with Nelson Aguilar recently, where he stopped down the play.
Luka scored 50 against the armpit, and then the Mavs put up the best quarter of the NBA season against the Lakers on Christmas Day. 51 points in the third. They were trailing this whole game. They outscored LeBron 51-21 in the third. Tim Hardaway was going nuts as they beat LA 124-115. Christian Wood, on the day he was eligible for a new extension, had 30 and a career high 7 assists as they honored Dirk. Thank God they took the beads off the statue with the flamingo fade out in front of the AAC. The statue looks awesome. So the Mavs beat the Lakers. What's going on with the Stars?
The Stars, they will take on the Nashville Predators tonight, 7 o'clock. So they will be in Nashville, similarly to the Cowboys, who will be there here in 2 days. But their last game was Friday night. They beat the Canadians 4-2. 4 unanswered goals to finish that one up.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Bell. Choppy is off this week. Thank you for sticking with us and being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Let's bring in the voice of the Cowboys. The Cowboys proved what? And does he have any issue with God and the Son after the Michael Gallup play? CeeDee Lamb has proven he's a no doubt legit number one. Let's recap the win over Filthy with Brad Sham next on The Fan. But first, let's go ahead and get you. Man, you had an awesome holiday break. Maybe you're still having one, but you still have to get on the roads. And they're not totally empty. There's still people out there. And people out there enjoying their weekends. When you treat every weekday like a weekend with the partying, you're going to have accidents. You have all the company trucks that have been making shipments and deliveries. The holiday season, we look forward to it. Nobody plans to get hit or in an accident, but the odds are greater when you have the most amount of traffic. If you're hit by a company truck, the other party's insurance is going to want you to settle ASAP. But Frankel and Frankel, with Mark, Scott, and Gene, they make sure the guilty party pays you what's right. The consultation is always free. If they take your
It's rolling loose, still rolling loose. Oh, horrible things are happening on the ground there. Nasty, mean things are happening, one human to another, at the bottom of that pile. And the Cowboys have recovered a fumble.
That was the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, kind enough to join us on a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning here on Sean and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. By the way, all these people, as football, we gotta pick and choose. You want to be entertained by football, or you want your team to advance? David Hellman yesterday, just give me the rematch. Just give me Philly eliminated round one or whenever they play after their bye, and then let's go ahead and get the Cowboys with an easier path to Arizona. Yes, that was an amazing game. It was incredible, but you gotta be a Cowboy fan first before a sports fan. If you're a Cowboy fan, not just give me the rematch, give me round 3 in Philadelphia. No, give me the easier path.
That's the problem. Hollywood Hellman is not he just needs the entertainment for
He wants
for
the
his
entertainment
show.
now.
That's what he's about. So
2 years ago he would have wanted Philly eliminated.
I don't know, probably still. Yeah, I mean he's a Louisiana boy.
Yeah.
He grew up a Saints fan. Come on.
But Brad Sham, that was an epic Christmas Eve, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was great entertainment, and I do think it's helpful from the partisan point of view that most of us have, whoever you're cheering for. It's helpful to remember when there's an epic game that it's a game and it's an epic game.
Yeah.
And then if we are looking at it from a partisan lens, and certainly when Babe and Christy and I are working, we are. Then yeah, you're absolutely right. I want to see Detroit or whoever it is come and beat Philadelphia. I'd rather not play them again. I don't want to play San Francisco either. So that doesn't mean that the Cowboys are afraid of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd like to see the Cowboys have the easiest path to advance. But I mean, it's both things can be true, because you can be a Cowboy fan. That's why I don't understand all of the haters who apparently were on Twitter and calling the post-game show, and the defense is horrible. The defense is not perfect, okay? Have you watched the Eagles at all this year? They're pretty good.
Yeah.
And they beat them, and they did what they had to do, and it was just a great game. Can't we just appreciate that and go on to the next one?
Well, the haters were apparently listening to Jerry with us last week, and some of the national people lost their minds when Jerry said that Dak was outstanding against Jacksonville, and we agreed with Jerry. If he was outstanding against Jacksonville, what was he against the Eagles?
Exceptional.
Yeah.
I mean, he made a mistake. That's all. One mistake. This is what bothers me. Babe tells a story, Sean, about many years after Aikman had retired, things getting under his craw, and that he called Babe one day and he was complaining about things in the universe, and he said, "You know what really bothers me? That I let this crap bother me." And that's kind of how I feel about people. Don't understand what it takes to play quarterback for a snap. The level at which Prescott is playing right now is good enough to win anything.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they will. Doesn't mean he's better than Brady or any of that. It means the level, if you objectively understand what he is trying to do, play to play and series to series, then it's impossible not to say that the level at which he's playing right now is good enough to win everything. And so that was, and part of that is coming back from your mistakes.
Yeah.
And he does that. Now, we'd all like to see him make fewer of those mistakes, and he's at the head of the list. But, yeah, he was really, really good, and if he keeps playing at the level at which he's playing, then they have a chance to win all of these games. He gives them a chance to win.
Who do you think should feel better leaving Arlington after this game? The Eagles without Hurts, or the Cowboys in the way that, Dak and the offense performed?
Yeah, I don't know that there's an answer to that. I think they both have reason to feel very good for exactly those reasons. The game didn't really, I thought it was really odd going into it. The game didn't really mean anything. The Cowboys, now they've clinched no worse than the 5th seed, and they stay alive for the division title. The likelihood that the Cowboys were not going to win one more game didn't seem very great to me. The likelihood that the Eagles were going to lose out does not seem very great to me. So the game in itself didn't mean as much as it looked like it meant. But I think psychologically to the Cowboys, and I would think that the Hurts not being there was a factor in that. I think psychologically they really needed to play well against possibly the best team in the league from the jump and win the game. And for the Eagles, they played well. They stood in there and went toe-to-toe on the road, went right down to the end, and they didn't have the MVP. And so they can completely tell themselves, we're fine. We lost twice. We're 13-2. We're going to get Hurts back and kill them in Philly.
Yeah.
They can tell themselves that. So I don't think there's a should to it. I think they're both perfectly legitimate in feeling the way they feel.
Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. Here are my two hot takes about the game. The second one is the one I want you really to respond to, but feel free for either. One, I felt like the Cowboys got a little more fortunate in this game than Philly with some of the big plays, but my real positive for the Cowboys, I don't know that Jalen Hurts plays better if they have a rematch than Minshew did. Now, he's going to run more, right? They only ran for 87 yards. But you're going to tell me that Jalen Hurts is going to throw for 355? Minshew played well. As I was arguing with RJ last week, I'm like, Gardner Minshew's not a bum. And Brad, I thought he played very well. And I was asking myself, does Hurts play this well or better if they match up a third time? What's your take on that?
What was the first one?
A little more fortunate. The Cowboys, I thought, like...
I'll just push back a little on that, only because I thought that, especially with the takeaways, they kind of, they lead the league in recovered fumbles, and most of those are forced.
Yeah.
And that, when you get to have as many as they do, I don't think it's an accident. I think that was some of Dallas's own luck that it made. But the only thing that I would differ with you about the second point is I think that Hurts is with everything around him. We saw it a little bit with Justin Fields. Hurts he's an underrated passer. He is a perfectly fine passer if he stood in the pocket. But the fact that he is so dangerous moving around in and out of the pocket, it affects where defenders go, and it's less about the yards to me than it is about how the defenders react. So you might have fewer passing yards out of Jalen Hurts, but you might cause more indecision on the part of the defensive players, which may lead to really big critical plays. And I really think he's had an unusual, exceptional year, and I do think he's that dangerous. I don't think it guarantees that the Eagles win a third game, but I do think that they are more dangerous with Hurts than with Minshew, but I won't disagree with you about Minshew playing well and being a good quarterback.
Brad, CeeDee Lamb obviously had a really great game on Saturday with the 10 catches, 120 yards, and 2 touchdowns. It felt a little bit, Sean and I were talking about this earlier, it felt a little bit almost like he could have gotten the ball even more. Like, it felt like a game where he could have had 16 catches easily. How big has he been in that connection with Dak been since Dak returned from the thumb injury?
Yeah, huge. I mean, he has completely... He literally had to shut everybody up because he played as badly as Dak and everybody else did in the first game. Mm-hmm. And it was clear that he thought he'd grown into the number one role, and he hadn't yet. But now he has, and he shut everybody up on that for me, 6-8 weeks ago. I don't know how long, if that coincides with Dak coming back. Those numbers, and you keep writing them, Bobby, and you're right. The numbers of what the offense has done since Prescott's been back in the lineup are irrefutable. And he is a huge part of that. He has completely stepped up. And I'll say this. One of the differences, they're different players. But to me, one of the differences between CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper as your number one receiver is one of the biggest reasons, I think, that they didn't want to throw that money at Cooper. And I'm not saying I agree with the move, but one of the reasons they didn't want to is in the biggest, crunchiest games and times, will Cooper be there? Will he fight for everything? Will he get hurt? Will he just not feel it today? I don't know if that's a fair characterization of him or not, but I do think it's one they kind of had, and I don't think anybody feels that about CeeDee Lamb. Once the game starts, put him on the field, he's there. Every play, every route, he may still have to learn some nuances. No one would say he's the route runner that Amari Cooper is, but there's no question. I think you'll see it reflected when it comes extension time here when the season ends for him. No one questions where is CeeDee Lamb when the fighting is the heaviest and we need him to step up. He will be exactly right there. And you're right, he could have. And I would add this, not just as it pertains to Lamb, but I think it also applies to what they could have done in the game. Excuse me. The next 2 weeks, just don't everybody overreact at what you see. They are trying recipes for the next 2. They want to win. They're going to try to win both games. They're trying recipes. Secondary combinations, route tree combinations, what will work in the playoffs? They've virtually said it right out loud. If you ask them that question right now, they would say, no, we're going to try to win the game. But they virtually told us we are trying things to make sure that we are primed when the first playoff game comes. So I think that how much they could have done with Lamb on Saturday is a little bit of a reflection of that. We don't have to do that. Like T.Y. Hilton. Everybody wants to see T.Y. Hilton catch 10 balls the next 2 games. I don't know if T.Y. Hilton will catch 2, but they know where he is now. They know what they can get from him. Everything they do in the next 2 weeks is about 3 weeks from now.
Brad Sham here on The Fan. Have you gotten a chance to chat with T.Y. at all or any other opening impressions?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I think it's he's an interesting guy. He certainly can still play. We may be entering a new era of professional football where a guy is a veteran guy who just really doesn't kind of want to yet, and now he does. I do know this, Sean. I know for a fact they were talking to him in training camp. And at the time when nothing seemed to be going right before they came home, there were a few guys that they were talking to, veteran guys, and all of them, including him at that point back in early August, all these candidates for receiver were still rehabbing injuries or surgeries. And they also didn't necessarily want to go to training camp. They didn't want to play the whole season. So now you have Jason Peters, and even though he's not a receiver, and T.Y. Hilton as examples of, let me just stay ready. I don't belong to anybody, and then I'll belong to the highest bidder when we start to get close to the playoffs. Maybe that's a trend. We'll see.
Brad, where would the Cowboys be at this point of the season if they didn't have Deron Bland playing the way that he is?
They'd be in trouble. They'd be in trouble. You know what's amazing to me, Bobby, is that they put him in the slot, as you know, right away. Mm-hmm. And what attention did I pay to Fresno State or Sacramento State the year before that, where he was? And so I just thought that they saw him as a slot because he was a slot guy, and I didn't realize until I was talking to him a few weeks ago, he never played the slot till he got here. Mm-hmm. He's been an outside corner his whole life. So when they said, okay, Joseph's not getting it done, Brown's gone, we're going to try you back outside, that was sending him home. The real story is how well he played when Jordan Lewis got hurt, because that was his unnatural position. And so now he's getting some confidence. He's feeling like he's back where he belongs. And until we see otherwise, I think that they have figured out who their number 2 corner is going forward, not just for this year. And so now we'll say, and by the way, now throw Nashawn Wright in there, who is starting to show a little bit of what they thought they were drafting. That was clearly the best game of his career playing on Saturday. And so now if they want to go to a nickel, and I would expect to see some of this the next 2 weeks, they go to a nickel, they'll slide Bland back inside and put Wright out on the outside, and let's see how that looks. But what Bland has done has been an absolute revelation. I asked him last week, if I told you in Oxnard that at Christmas you were going to lead this team in interceptions, what would you have said? He just laughed. He said, yeah, that I wouldn't have seen that one coming.
Is the best thing, I know you started off talking about Cowboys defense a little bit, is the best thing you can say about them right now is that they're opportunistic with the turnovers? Is that the best thing you can say?
Coming out of Saturday, I mean, I still think that the who they are really is somewhere in between what they were earlier in the year and what they have appeared to be the last couple of weeks. But I think they'll get Hankins back when they go to the playoffs. That will help the interior. I think there's reason to be hopeful, if not expect, that they'll have Van Der Esch back, and that will absolutely help. And now they know some things that they have to address going forward in the future. But, teams are going to try to run on them. And if you get in the playoffs, if you're playing even Tampa, I mean, if you saw any of the game they played, there have been so many games the last couple of days. I think it was Sunday night. I mean, they're going to try to run Fournette and the kid from Arizona, and let Brady check it down until they need him to be Tom Brady, which we did not see in September. We didn't see that because Cowboys were so inept in that game that Tom Brady never had to be Tom Brady and win the game. And now it's a different Dallas team in a good way, and it's a different Tampa team in not such a good way, but still a pretty good team. And I'm giving it to them. They may not beat Carolina. But, I mean, I think the best thing you can say is that they don't quit. I think they have great player leadership from within, particularly Carson Lawrence. I think that and the fact that they are opportunistic about going and getting the ball. This statistic that I saw the other day that maybe they put it out, the fact that they lead the league in takeaways again, and no team has led the league in takeaways 2 years in a row in 50 years.
Steelers.
Since the early 70s Steelers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's an accident now. I think that's worth paying attention to. If you're only going to be able to say one good thing about them, that's not a bad thing to say.
What are your thoughts on the Sun?
To quote my good friend Jason Garrett, the sun has been rising in the east and setting in the west, the same place for billions of years.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was really funny and completely accurate for McCarthy to respond to Michael Gelkin of the Morning News' question about it yesterday. Did you hear what he said?
No.
He's at his press conference, and Gelkin said, "Well, what about the Sun?" And so McCarthy laughed and said, "Yeah, that's all on Kellen for running a route into that corner." And he said, "What the hell do you want me to say to that question? Merry Christmas to you too, Michael." And seriously, what's he supposed to say? That is the baby of the Jones family. It's not just Jerry. The design of the thing, people very dear and close to Jerry were in charge of that, and they are reluctant, and that's being kind, to alter in any way the aesthetic look. Now, will someday something happen and Jerry will say, "I'm sorry, we're putting up curtains. I'm sorry." I don't know, maybe.
Well, they have curtains, though. Like, I've seen curtains at other events that they use them for. It's just they don't want to draw them for the game.
Well, don't you talk to Jerry all the time?
Well, he'll come on in 1 hour. We'll ask him.
There you go. How about the curtains, Jerry?
How about the curtains? Yes, exactly. Any player shows coming up?
Well, not this week. Short week. It's Thursday, but we will be back at CityWorks next Monday night, And I think I know who the guest is, but I haven't seen confirmation, so we'll hold off on saying that.
Happy holidays, brother. Thanks for joining us this morning. Love you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Talk to you later.
Brad Sham, the voice of the Dallas Cowboys on the Diamond Factory hotline. Look, one of the things that it's a talking point. It's a major talking point. Jerry's probably going to get a little bit pissed. Maybe he'll put Gene on. Gene will be there, and I'll say, hand the phone to Gene for the interior decorations. But I guess it comes down to, and this isn't going to be a factor anymore, we don't think the rest of the season, right? Home games are done. But would you rather the sun be in the stadium or not? Let's just simplify it. Let's just dumb it down. Should you just take what comes with it and design and run offensive plays away from the lights, or eliminate it as a factor in the game?
But I mean, how many times has that been a factor?
Bobby,
Like,
it doesn't matter.
It does.
It's been a factor a handful of times, enough to where everyone's going to lose their mind. First off, they lost their mind with the Gallup play. But in a playoff game or a big major, just eliminate it. Just eliminate it as a factor.
I mean, you can't.
Why you have curtains? People tweet me from concerts and shows, and you have curtains. Why don't you just pull them? Pull them over. The aesthetics of the stadium, they never open the roof.
Yeah, but the design of the aesthetics with the glass doors and everything else, that's the way it was designed. And at that point, it's going to be like, okay, why did I do this at all? Why is the glass here?
You don't think it makes them look dumb when at halftime and they're driving towards, or Maher's kicking, there's the view behind from the cameras of the sun blinding the play? You don't think it looks dumb at all? It makes us look a little bit stupid?
Sure.
Okay,
it does look great. But
pull the curtain.
My point is, like, every stadium has their quirks. Like, and I don't think it's burned them enough.
You turn into a homer today.
What is Homer about that?
NFL Films comes in here and you're like, let me pound,
Dude,
wave the cowboy flag.
I said this at 6 a.m. too. Like I've said,
because you probably thought they were listening.
And you know why you haven't heard me say it before? Because it happens so infrequently that it hasn't been a question since I got on the show.
Boy, you've been on the show for a month.
I know, that's what I'm saying. In a month, that hasn't happened.
We've talked about it. Okay, well, ask Jerry. I'll take the bullet. I'll take the Jerry bullet coming up at 8:30. But
I'll make sure to add the caveat, Jerry. I don't agree with what Sean's about to ask.
You should. That'll soften it.
There you go.
One other thing that has Jerry Jones in the news. He has been ordered, because we are a news station as well, he has been ordered to take a paternity test. So the judge has said, with that case of the biological father, the North Texas woman, Alexandra Davis, you need to go ahead, and she wants to prove that you're her dad, so you need to go ahead and take it. So that news came out over the weekend. Must submit to paternity testing.
I know there were some who thought we were all trying to figure out, like, they just won a big game. Surely Jerry's going to talk, and there were a couple people who were like, maybe not.
Oh, you thought someone was going to ask about that?
There were a couple people who said maybe he won't talk, because maybe that. But ultimately, I mean, he came out. They just beat the Eagles on Christmas Eve. There was zero chance he wasn't going to come out there and bask in the glory of that.
80. That's what I said to him, man. I said, imagine at 80 you get hit with a paternity test.
Man.
Dang.
On Christmas Eve.
Oh, is that?
Well, I mean, it broke on Christmas. It broke right around there.
Yeah. So that news came out. The young lady wants to prove what she's been saying, and the court said you need to go ahead and take one. All right. We're going to prove just how awful Philadelphia is at 8 o'clock. Payton was spying on WIP. This piece of garbage trash. This Dak. I didn't even want to talk about it. I didn't even want to retweet it or give it any attention, but we'll throw it in.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. What a...
People
were asking me about this at a Christmas party, and I was like, did it blow up to this degree with this piece of crap said about Dak and his family? I was like, did it get that big? I thought it was just one tweet isolated that people took off of Instagram, but
yeah, no, it was one of those where it got viral really quickly because of fans, and then it got bigger because Tad, Dak's brother, was addressing it.
Okay.
And replying to stuff about it. And so that, caused it to pick up more momentum and blow up even more. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't even want to necessarily read what he said. It's just awful. It's awful, but he went right back on. He deleted that one that guy did on his Instagram page, and he posted another one after it blew up. So he knows he's getting attention for it now. That's all he's doing. He's just being a terrible person. But
all right, we'll get to it at 8. Jerry live at 8:30. I am going to ask Jerry about Miles Austin gambling. How about this? The former Cowboy, current receivers coach for the Jets, is being suspended for at least 1 year for violating the NFL's gambling policy. He was not betting on the NFL or college football, and he's still getting lit up. Now, you have to abide by this.
Yeah.
Same exact policy, right, as a NFL Network producer?
Yeah. So I had told, I was talking to G-Bag about this on Friday, that there is zero chance he didn't know, that he was allowed to do this. Like he knows he's not allowed to do this. They make us do this at NFL Network. We have to do because we're under the NFL umbrella, we have to do the gambling compliance training every single year. It's like a 1-hour slideshow. It's very direct of, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do this. Here's a quiz at the end to show what you're not allowed to do. There's signs posted in facilities across the league that say, you're not allowed to bet. There's in the gambling training, here's a tip line that you call to tell anybody if somebody's trying to get gambling info from you. There's zero chance, and they make it very clear. It does not matter that it's football. It cannot be any sport.
Okay.
You're not allowed to bet on it.
Okay, that's the big question everyone has. Why can't you bet on the Mavs-Lakers game? Why can't you bet on what the Stars are going to do? What's it matter?
I mean, I don't make the rules.
No, but what's your understanding of it?
My guess, I don't know. My guess would be,
what would be an explanation that makes sense?
I don't know. If you're allowed to have athletes gambling on other sports, it'd be easier to trade information with each other.
Okay.
I'm just saying, athletes know athletes. They have access to that. That's probably related to that.
Okay, but Miles is a coach. You're a producer. Can you go to WinStar and bet and gamble?
Yeah, you can do casino gambling for slot machines and stuff like that. You just can't do sports betting at all. That's why whenever Sandler asks me to do the fantasy or the pick'em league, it's like, well, no, I can't. I think the limit.
Can you play fantasy football?
Not if there's a big enough pot. I think I've got to go back and I got to do my gambling training, I think, again, right now, actually.
Clearly.
No, but I think the limit is 150. There's a limited pot. See, NFL Films in here tell me, it's 250. 250 is the pot limit. So if it's anything
so
above
$200.
If it's above 250, you can't play.
But you can't bet on a college basketball game for $100.
Nope.
But why can't you do fantasy football for up to $250?
I don't know. It's just the rule. It's just the rule. I mean, like I said, they're very serious about it. They don't want any of the information. There's a whole section in the training that says, if somebody's just asking you about injuries, you're not even allowed to tell them about injuries or speculate on availability or any of that. So like I said,
while they're embracing FanDuel and DraftKings.
There's zero chance that he didn't know.
I'm
just saying he can't claim ignorance. The rules are the rules. He knew what they were and he did it. So
I mean, they were tracking him at the facility.
Yeah.
He had been making online bets while at the facility, which is also against NFL rules. They tracked him on a website, according to ESPN. So that's Miles Austin, the former Cowboy, betting on other sports, getting busted for a year.
That was something that Ian, I think, had reported, was that not just that, but when the gambling partnership started with the league, is that a benefit of the league is they viewed it as, well, we can also use these partners as surveillance to make sure that we're not having any impropriety and stuff like that. That's how Calvin Ridley got caught. It was the betting partner in Florida was using surveillance and said, hey, there's a name here that's popping up.
All right, let's talk about gambling now. Segue. So people kind of were stunned yesterday when I tweeted this. So I'm going through my work emails and everything, and sportsbetting.ag sent me these odds.
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas Mavericks are the favorites to get Trae Young. Trae Young's next team, Mavs plus 250, Miami plus 350, then Boston, Denver, Lakers, Spurs. But they're the Dallas Mavericks as the favorites, according to this gambling website, to get Trae Young. And you kind of made a face.
Because what is that? How does that make any sense?
Well, the part it doesn't make sense about is the Mavs have nothing to offer.
Well, there's that. But even pairing,
you mean on your team?
If you have the capital to go get a player of Trae Young's caliber, why are you going to get Trae Young? Why are you not trying to go get somebody else who's got similar value? You want ball dominant like Trae Young, who has problems playing off the ball, with ball dominant Luka, who has trouble playing off the ball.
It sounds flashier than I think it would actually be. Way more style over substance. We talked about this last week a little bit when the rumors came out Trae may want out of Atlanta. I'm like, first off, you can't get him here. But second off, what does that make the Mavs in the West? You add Trae Young with Christian Wood and Luka. How much more dangerous are they? I mean, theoretically, are they more dangerous than last year's team that made the West Finals?
I mean, Trae Young is Tim Hardaway Jr. right now. This season, that's who he's been. It's 40% from the field. It's 30% from three. So I don't know how much more dangerous that. And plus, you don't know what that chemistry fit is. We all thought that KP was going to be a chemistry fit for Luka, and he wasn't. And so, man, there's a lot to overcome. Look how difficult it is to get two ball-dominant players to play together. Like, it was just finally clicked for Boston last year that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were able to play together. That's a really hard mix to make work.
And people get mad over Luka's shot selection. My God.
The 40-foot just YOLO
This guy
ball.
heaves it. What do y'all think? TruckRed.com text line 877-881-1053. Adam, Tolo, what a dynamite pairing it would be. Mavs immediately become title contenders. From Greeny, this would not make any sense. Skyler, no. Lone Star, how the hell are we favorites to get Trae Young? We got nothing to give up. Lewis, Cuban going to screw it up. Pat, offense would be so insane, I'll take it. 2 point guards whose biggest flaws are defense and playing without the ball, teaming up would be a horrible fit. That from Chris B. It would be horrible. Trae's the worst defender in the NBA. But why? So, a lot of Mavs fans are agreeing with us. It would not be something special.
940, Trae Young is a volume shooter, and he wouldn't take enough shots to be efficient. 214, hell no, we don't need that drama. 972, nope. 469, if it makes Luka happy, do it. So that's some of the feedback there.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. What if Luka is like pounding the table for it? You got to learn to ignore it, right? You got to make the best decision, because if it doesn't work, he's not going to go, well, you know what, you got me, Trae Young, so I'm going to stay. No, it's going to be like, I can't win a title here. I'm gone. And then James Harden? What? Woj reported Harden is interested in going back to Houston. What is wrong with this guy?
I don't know. I mean, this is the last several years. He's just
he's crazy.
The problem is that he's not he's never been super efficient. But the problem is that he doesn't make enough plays any longer. He doesn't play at a high enough level to where you'll put up with this kind of wishy-washiness. Because remember what?
Why would you go to the Rockets? Now you know what the answer is.
Home familiarity.
Nah.
Still a lot of people there who love him. When your game starts to slip, you just want to be loved.
Yeah, kind of. They're getting warmer.
It's the Odell Beckham. Like, let me go where I'm going to be loved and have my hand held.
The strip clubs.
Why doesn't he go to Atlanta then?
Philly versus Houston. That's what. I don't know. I can't speak to it. That's what the Tolos are saying. The Houston strip clubs versus the Philly strip clubs. Well, there you go. James Harden would want to go back to a total rebuild versus a title contender.
He wants to be loved, man.
Right now in Philly. Okay. Payton was spying on Philly radio. We have the audio. He said it's awesome. Apparently their entire holiday was ruined after what happened on Christmas Eve. So we'll spy on Filthy. Jerry Jones around the corner as well. Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan.
the app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap back on 3rd and forever. Prescott steps up and heaves it. Hilton down the left sideline. Oh my gosh, he caught it at the 23-yard line. Holy cow. T.Y. Hilton. Wow.
It is not fist pump time on the Fan
It is
Cam.
for me.
Bobby Belt alongside myself, Sean Sharif. Happy holidays, everybody. We got Payton and Ryan in the back. Choppy is off for the week. And what a magical way to start off your holiday with what they did against the Eagles on Saturday night on this radio station. We'll celebrate and party with Jerry Jones at 8:30 on your Home of America's team. Here's the other thing I loved about T.Y. Hilton. Not just that he was a factor, the way he was a factor, because this team all year long, we've been talking about them needing the deep threat. We thought it was going to be Michael Gallup. Has not consistently been the case. What's Gallup's longest catch, like air yards of the season? I wonder what that is. If we can check it on the game log. And there is T.Y. Hilton with a special play that took a ton of skill. 3rd and 30, and he brings it in to help the Cowboys avoid maybe going down by more than 7.
By the way, Michael Gallup's longest catch this year is 27 yards.
Wow.
So that should tell you. But yeah, T.Y. Hilton, look, there's nobody else on the roster really who can do what T.Y. Hilton did. Like there's nobody with that burner speed who can just run behind the corner, get behind the safety help. There's nobody who can do that on this roster except T.Y. Hilton.
And he made a couple plays against Darius Slay, too.
Yeah, absolutely. He drew the illegal contact or the defensive holding, whichever one it was. I can't remember. But he drew that illegal contact, picked up the first down on 4th and 8 there, which I was stunned, by the way, that they went for that. I was absolutely floored that they went for that. But T.Y. Hilton drawing that penalty, then the big catch, the concentration, not just the speed and the ability to get behind the secondary, but the concentration to finish that catch. That's something that they've missed. They haven't had a lot of that outside of CeeDee Lamb.
Cowboys on that drive. All right, this ended with CeeDee with the 36-yard touchdown to put them up 14-10. They overcame 2nd and 20. I'm sorry, this is a different drive, I believe. So the point I'm about to make is totally irrelevant. So I'm going to just go ahead and erase that from the record.
Wow.
Dump that. But the 4th and 8 was scary. I was petrified as well.
The 4th and 8, the 4th and 1 they went for on their own 35. That was scary, which I don't know if you saw it. You know, the Cowboys, they stole that play on 4th and 1. That play they ran on 4th and 1, the pitch to Zeke, it is the exact same play design that Jacksonville hit them with on 4th down with Travis Etienne the week before.
Really?
Same exact situation. Lawrence in the gun, walks up behind the huddle, motions the tight end to the side, and pitches to the right. It's the same exact play. And that's what the good coordinators do. They steal.
And now the injury bug is hitting filthy. The Cowboys got hit by the wave. We obviously have Jalen Hurts. We have Lane Johnson injury news. Jordan Davis, Maddox, Gardner Johnson. They've been lit up here as of late.
Yeah, which is interesting because they came into this game, and I think, Brian and I had talked about this, that they came into it pretty healthy other than, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who's got a kidney laceration. In fact, Nick Sirianni said it's really tough for them to figure out when he'll be back because it's hard to just check on him since they need CT scans to be able to check on it. And so, but he had been out for a while. We obviously knew about Hurts, but outside of that, everybody came into this going, oh, Philly's really healthy. They're looking really good. And then they come out of this and they got banged up. They had 3 or 4 different times guys went down, needed help off. And Avonte Maddox, he was wrecking that game before he went out. And Lane Johnson hasn't allowed a sack since, I think, week 15 of last year or something. And so,
Avonte Maddox with the toe injury, and that was on a play in which he stopped Dak for a loss. He's out indefinitely. Gardner Johnson eligible to come off IR, possibility to play in the slot, and Lane Johnson's not going to play again, not expected to play again this regular season with the torn tendon in the abdominal area.
Yeah, that play where Avonte Maddox got hurt, that was, I believe, the what are you doing play call from Kellen Moore. The toss it to Turpin, throw it back to Dak, and you're going to try and hit Michael Gallup. Basically the play that the Chargers scored on with Keenan Allen last night. It was that play that actually worked over there. But I wonder if that's some of what, by the way, Brad was hinting at. What was that?
When he said,
look, you're going to see them do some weird stuff probably, but they're trying to win.
Experimental time the next 2 weeks.
Okay, what does that mean?
With secondary combinations and routes.
Who's going to be playing? Who's going to be sitting? What are you referencing here, Brad? Because you remember it was Brad who was the first one to go, maybe you play Tyron Smith at right tackle.
Yeah, yeah. So he knows something. All right, Payton, with the forward thinking of spying on filthy radio, take us through it.
Well, it's always a good day to spy on filthy radio. It's better when the Cowboys are in front in the division and stuff, and it just sucks the life out of the Eagles fans and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything from the Burger King. I didn't get any text from
No, they're
Howard
real quiet
Eskin.
now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very interesting. But yeah, here's how they started the Angelo Cataldi in the morning show in Philadelphia. They talk about the 3rd and 30, and well, this loss to the Cowboys absolutely ruined their holiday.
Bah humbug.
Oh, what happened?
Bah humbug. I wanted to start the show and set the proper tone.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning. We are between holidays, between Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
And I can only speak for myself, although I have a feeling based on a lot of emails I received over the past 3 days that our holiday was ruined on Christmas Eve with a horrific loss by the Philadelphia Eagles to the most dreaded of opponents, the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
I did not enjoy a single moment of the entire holiday season once that game happened. Now, am I alone, Rhea? I won't go to Al because Al's already philosophical. I've listened to him before. Oh, this is good. Oh, win Sunday, everything will be fine. I don't look I'm not a philosopher.
I'm not either.
I am not a philosopher.
You and I exchanged
Rhea,
text messages. You know how I feel.
Did it ruin your holiday?
It certainly ruined Saturday night, and I was still displeased when I woke up the next morning. But when you open presents, it was a little bit.
All right, well, that's good for you. I'm happy for that. I had a horrible holiday, and I had it because all I did for 3 days was replay 3rd and 30. I replayed it.
Yep.
I watched it so many times that by the 50th or 60th time, I expected them to break up the pass.
No, well, they're not going to.
I expected them to actually knock the freaking ball away.
It's so fun beating this team, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fun.
Yes, it is. It is fantastic. And what were the Philly reactions on social media and Twitter that you saw? Anything? Excuse making? We're fine. Look at what we did with Minshew instead of Hurts. It'll be different when Jalen comes back.
It's a lot like it is with the Cowboys, right? You're going to have a mixed bag where you get there's a large section of the Philly fan base going like, huh, whatever. Y'all, we almost beat you with Minshew. We didn't even have Hurts. And then there's the meltdown of like, oh my gosh, we've been exposed. We will never win another game again. And so it's a lot like Dallas in that way, sort of reflective. But I just love that knowing how much that city hates Dallas. Like it's not just Cowboys to Eagles. It's like Philly just hates Dallas. And to know that their entire Christmas Eve, like they went to go open presents coming off of that loss. That's wonderful.
Even though they're 13-2 now? I mean, they're like a great season, but they lost to Dallas, and that means everything to them.
There was a documentary a number of years back called I Hate Dallas or something like that. It's a Philly fan documentary. It's actually really good. And they had said back when it was a 16-game schedule, they were like, I'd rather go 2-14 and beat the Cowboys twice than go 14-2 and lose to them twice.
Yeah. And that little coward, LaShawn McCoy, went hiding. I'd have more respect for you if you actually owned it on Twitter, but he was dead quiet on Christmas Eve. Then he woke up and said, Merry Christmas, and then said, sheesh, Tua looks super accurate today. He's on fire. And of course, because Shady said it, Tua then throws 3 straight interceptions and gets put in concussion protocol. Then great weekend with family and some great football. And retweeted numbers about Josh Allen. Coward! What a coward. And yesterday didn't completely own it on FS1 with his TV show. So there it is. Sean and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for spying Payton. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But we have some more around the NFL to get to. Did you check out Monday Night Football? And Tom Brady with a pretty firm answer about retiring or not. Around the rest of the NFL. Then Jerry Jones right here on The Fan. But
You need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Takes the knee, and the Chargers are in the postseason for the first time in Justin Herbert's career. An embrace with DeAndre Carter.
Good Lord. What an ugly game. Horrific offensive football to start off. The Colts are unwatchable. They're 4-10. Nick Foles this time started for them. He threw 3 interceptions, but the Chargers are officially in. They win 20-3 last night. That was the call on Chargers radio. Was the Derwin James hit a no doubt ejection?
By letter of the law, yeah.
Because it feels like, I've only watched it a couple times, it looks like, could I argue like he made contact with like the shoulder pad first, or he tried to, I don't think it was like a head hunting intention.
No, but again, I think by the letter of the law, the way he like dips down, the way he like dives his head down at the end, or just not even his head, like you say, maybe his shoulder pad or whatever, just the way that he dives and he's like a missile. I understand that they're going to flag it and they're going to toss him out. Is it fair? No. Like, I mean, there's been so much worse that's, you know, been let go over the years, but given where the game's at today and the way they call things, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, he was like a heat-seeking missile. Live, it's tough to watch in full speed.
Mm-hmm.
And like full regular speed. The receiver actually got up quick. They took him to the medical tent, but there was Derwin James ejected for that. People are trying to bring up whether Mac Jones is a dirty player now.
Oh yeah, for that little slide cut he made, blocking on the interception return. Yeah, there was I saw a couple, like, and it was interesting. There were like NFL offensive linemen I saw Titus Howard from the Texans weigh in on it, and he said dirty play. And so like there's a lot of guys who, you know, you remember the blocks were getting a lot of criticism early in the year, like which was it, the one on Thibodeau? That it was like, throw him out of the game forever. Whoever had tweeted that, I can't remember who that was, but a lot of those happen on blocks. So to see an offensive lineman who knows what a clean block is and a dirty block is and is usually being accused of that, for him to come out and say that quarterback just made a dirty play, I think that says something.
Shannon said he needs to be suspended. He could have blown that guy's knee out. That's Shannon Sharp on Mac. It's very unnecessary timing with it. Like, Cincinnati was scoring on the play. And there's Mac. It doesn't look like the cleanest maneuver right there.
Boy, he's had a bad PR year for where he was considered last year, and just look at him. He's just.
He went from the cute Pillsbury throw boy, rest in peace, Jared Lorenzen, to whiny looking malcontent.
Yeah, acts almost like he's Brady.
Yeah.
He commands the room like Brady without any of the skins on the wall.
Speaking of Brady, I guess on the Let's Go podcast last night, he was asked, and I'm surprised he hasn't been asked about this a lot more, are you thinking about retirement? And he said, I really don't. Actually, they asked if he is contemplating retirement, and he said, I really don't. So that's maybe Tom setting it up for next year. As RJ says, can't just get divorced over 1 year.
No, gosh. If you knew you were 2 months to the end, you'd be like, let me see this. Or you'd be like, I'm not going to hang around for just 2 more months.
It was so awkward listening to him in the post game after beating the Cardinals on Sunday night. I want to thank my kids and my parents. And he's just ripping down the whole family. And I'm like, is he going to say Giselle, a former wife, ex-wife? All my loved ones. He's just going through the laundry list.
Did he say Bridget Moynihan? His first ex-wife?
I did not hear him say Bridget.
So he's just being consistent.
Moynihan. All right, let's fly through the rest of the NFL schedule. Bills clinched the AFC East. They beat the Bears. This was a close game. The Bears were up 10-6 at halftime. The Saints were down, and Deshaun Watson wanted no part of that cold. I'm glad. I hope he freezes to death over there. It was minus 23.
Jeez.
Minus 23. And he had been quoted as saying he hates the cold. He hates it. He looked like he wanted no part of it. The Saints beat the Browns. No one's talking about the way Deshaun is playing so far for them.
Awful.
Now, I was willing to give it a break the first game, maybe first 2 games. Now you're dealing with weather. But, man, the numbers are not good. He threw for 135. 135. I meant freezing to death, not die, just so you know. Just, I'm freezing to death over here. It's a saying. Chiefs beat the Seahawks. Man, my Seahawks plummeted. I cursed them when I put them in the power rankings. 24-10. Vikings beat the Giants on a bomb from Greg Joseph. The Giants are still in the playoffs, though, right now. They can lock it up week 17. The Panthers, man, I'm so happy for Steve Wilkes. The Panthers had 240 rushing yards at halftime against the Lions. Awful loss for the Lions. Here are the Lions. Once again, one of the stories of the league. Playoff contender. They're dangerous. And they lose to Carolina 37-23. The Panthers are 6-9.
Yeah, you want to talk about cursing a team. RJ Choppy went and cursed the Detroit Lions with his putting them in the top 5. They go ahead and just, my word, this is I think it was the 4th time this year Detroit's given up at least 250 rushing yards. They have just been brutal. They gave up 320. I think Carolina had 263 at half. It's just, but I mean, the Panthers coming on strong. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The way Steve Wilkes got a raw deal in Arizona, that was awful. Cliff Kingsbury came open. They got stars in the eyes and thought about, we compare him with Kyler. And he got shafted on that one. And so I really do like seeing the success he's had stepping in for Matt Rule.
Unwatchable game as the Ravens beat the Falcons with Huntley versus Desmond Ridder. 17-9. Lamar has missed the last 3. The Ravens are 10-5. They're 10-5 playing these games without Lamar. John Harbaugh, hell of a coach.
I mean, they're getting the same production out of their passing game, so I don't know that it's that surprising. 9-17, 115 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Sounds like a Lamar Jackson stat line.
What about the rushing yards, Bobby? He rushes for 100. You just discount that. Rushing stats, apparently not a category unless Dak does it, for 6 around the corner. 49ers over the Commanders.
Didn't say that at all.
37, you would have. 49ers 37-20, and then Josh Jacobs was really distraught as the Raiders have Pittsburgh. Raiders Steelers. The Steelers score 10 in the 4th. They're 7-8. Is Mike Tomlin going to avoid under 500 again as the Raiders lose another heartbreaker, Derek Carr? I don't want to hear any more about Derek Carr from RJ. No more about Derek Carr. 10 points as they fall to 6-9 on the season. And the Texans beat our Tennessee Titans for Thursday Night Football, 19-14. The Texans win. Malik Willis playing QB for Tannehill.
Man, the Titans have been you are catching them at a great time right now. They have been bad lately. Oh my
They fell off a cliff.
Oh, it's been it was like, did Philly break them or no? Because it was Cincinnati the week before. They've lost to Cincy, Philly, Jacksonville, Chargers, and the Texans. They've lost 5 in a row. They were 7-3.
All right, there it is. Around the NFL recap here on Sean and Bobby. We are live. Thanks for joining us for a Tolo Tuesday. We have Falling in Reverse and Papa Roach tickets to give away this hour. This hour for you sticking with us through the holidays. But next, let's celebrate that win over the Eagles with Jerry Jones live on The Fan right after this.
RJ Chop.
It is now time for the Hall of Fame owner and general manager, Jerry Jones, to celebrate what happened on Christmas Eve on your home of America's team here with Sean and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. And Jerry is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Jerry. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, and headed into the new year, flaming, excited. Good to be on with you, Sean, Bobby, and let's go to Nashville.
Yes, sir. Would a loss have affected your next 36 hours? Would it have affected Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
Absolutely. And am I biting your one-liners already this morning?
No.
I'd have canceled. I think I'd have canceled Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Well, look, Jerry, let's talk about the game. It was a classic.
Well, I was so proud of this team, and my hope was that we would go out as a team and really show up and do things like we did, come back from adversity, continue to impose the will of we've got to hang in here and we've got to win this thing, success. And we did that. And, of course, Dak led the way, but I thought we did it in all phases. We were firing at them every chance we could get, and we almost made the big play on special teams, got a little penalty there that pulled that back. But still, the whole game just was one that you're proud of the way the team overcame its mistakes and just beat an outstanding team. That'll get you ready to play for the playoffs.
Yeah, Jerry, let's talk about your quarterback, because last week we were pretty surprised that your comment made such news that Dak played outstanding against Jacksonville. We were like, yeah, obviously we agree. If he played outstanding against Jacksonville, what was that against the Eagles?
Well, I think that everything is relative. I thought that he did play well against Jacksonville. It's a shame that they ended up with the interception and the walk-off win for Jacksonville. But he came back today, Christmas Eve, and showed what happens if you don't make that mistake at the last play of the game. If you make that mistake early, does he have the stability and does he have the will to put that one behind him and go forward? And that showed that in spades. I'm talking about our game against Philadelphia. So two things there. Number one, Jacksonville's got a better team than most of us thought they had, which is credit to them. And secondly, it was good to beat Philadelphia. So we played two good teams here 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, Dak was special against the Eagles, and to be special, you got to have receivers. Jerry, a lot of questions about CeeDee Lamb throughout the year, all the Amari Cooper comparisons. It feels like he has arrived as a true number one in the biggest moments. What can you say about Lamb's development throughout the year?
Well, I think he's accentuating what made him such a great prospect coming out of college. He's outstanding run after catch. I don't think we've seen his best run after catch. But he also does have a real knack for being in the right spot. He's quarterback friendly. What does all that mean? He catches the ball. He's very physical. He turns it up, and boy, he goes to the house when he gets his hands on the ball. And those are all things that you want in a receiver. But I'm really proud for us that these last three ball games that he's just been outstanding. And not that he hadn't played some good football before then, but you can see it coming. And we've got a lot even better days ahead for CeeDee Lamb.
Jerry, you told us on Friday that you expected T.Y. Hilton to be involved and counted on, and there's probably no bigger time to count on somebody than throwing a ball 50 yards down the field on 3rd and 30. Just talk about the play there and what you were feeling going through the emotions you went through on that 3rd and 30.
Well, first of all, I see speed. He's got that. He's had it, but he's still got it. And what I saw was savvy and just some combination of natural and experience. You notice he didn't put those hands out way early in his steps with that D-back as they were running stride for stride. And, of course, that D-back's looking for him to put those hands out so he can put his hands out, too, at the same time and try to knock the ball away. But he waited until that ball looked like it was right there in front of his eyes before he even snatched it over his shoulder. So that's veteran receiving at its very best, and, of course, that takes some skill, too.
And, Jerry, it sounds like he may have a similar impact. Tyler Smith has just talked about the Jason Peters impact. And could we maybe get something similar with T.Y. Hilton helping out CeeDee with that knowledge and the other young guys?
Well, absolutely. And you're talking about Peters?
Yeah, the impact.
Excuse me, I didn't follow your question.
Sorry, the impact that Jason Peters has had from a knowledge standpoint with the young guys. It sounds like Ty could maybe impart some of that wisdom with CeeDee and some of the other younger receivers as a veteran.
You can't emphasize those points enough. Those veteran players, if you will, in Jason Peters' case, probably a Hall of Famer. And that experience or those techniques, that little nuances in the game that you just hang on if you're a young player. That's a big part of it. But, of course, what really is important is that those guys can still do it. Jason Peters can really come in there and make a difference for us, and has and will, I think, before this thing is over.
We're talking with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones here on 105 Through the Fan. Jerry, Deron Bland as a fifth-round pick has just been absolutely fantastic this year. Had his fifth interception the other day, now leads the team. How big has his impact been, especially when you consider losing two starting corners? There's not a lot of teams that could weather that with a fifth-round pick stepping in.
Well, he physically is an imposing D-back, and that's big. But to come in and play with the savvy and the awareness that he's playing is beyond expectation. Well, he's done that. He's just continuing to get better. And to make the plays that he's make, that not only ability to do your job and be in there and be in the right spots, which is really saying so much in that secondary, but then to be able to make the plays, the significant plays that result in turnover, that's too much. And he's been able to do that for us, and he's an outstanding young player. Boy, am I glad we got him.
Yeah, and it's not just Deron Bland that you guys were able to scoop up on day three that's had an impact. I mean, you got Jake Ferguson at tight end. Damone Clark has played a lot of critical snaps for you guys at linebacker. Just how important was the job that your scouting staff did this spring to really identify guys on day three who could contribute right away?
Well, I think those scouts are there. They're out there year-round. And they shouldn't be a player that can even spell football in this country that's eligible for the draft that we don't know about. We've got a very experienced, thorough, and well-coached scouting department led by Will Clay. And it is important that that information gets there on the day that we make that decision. And so they do a great job. That's a year-round management. They're managed out in the fields and their visits with players and college teams. And so all of that's a very important part of it. And Will Clay leads that scouting department, and that's very critical. That's a big part. That scouting is a big part of the personnel, year-round personnel. That's not all of it, because we have pro scouting too. And so that pro scouting has to make a big contribution, and that's how you get a T.Y. Hilton.
Now, Jerry, a couple of our guys from the station came back from the stadium, and they were talking about these cheese steaks. And I was just curious, Did y'all serve up a little sirloin with some onions and some queso out there in the spirit of Philadelphia out there at the stadium with these cheesesteaks on the menu?
Hey, you bet we did. We all know what Philadelphia and cheesesteaks mean, but and I've had my share of them there in Philadelphia too. But I couldn't believe it. And I think we out Philadelphia on those cheesesteaks, which is always what you're trying to do, of course. And but they do a great job. And boy, if we could play football as well as we put that macaroni and cheese and cheesesteaks and things like that, if we could play football as good as we can fix that food out there and serve them up, that hospitality, we'd be a champion every year.
So, Jerry, how would you view, we're going to get to the Titans and everything coming up, but how would you view a potential rematch that it feels like the entire world would want to see? They didn't have their quarterback, but Minshew, we thought, played very, very well. You guys have had some issues defensively, but Dak Prescott carried the day. How would you view a potential third game in the postseason with these guys?
Well, I'd love it because that means we're more than likely well into the playoffs. And we should hope that we get a chance to, for all realistic prediction here. But the bottom line is that I think it does make for an interesting matchup. They didn't have Hurt, but Minshew played outstanding. I can't tell you how much respect I have for him. And, boy, he got that ball out quick and got it on the spot for those receivers, and that was frustrating for our pass rush. But he's a really good to real good quarterback that can win a lot of games. But both of us have benefit from a heck of a backup quarterback. We've got Rush, and, of course, Rush actually in the first game played and played well and can play well. And so both teams are set up real good with our depth at the quarterback position. Now, this matchup is, of course, a must for us because it means that we're advancing, as I said earlier. So I'm so impressed with this Philadelphia team. I'm so impressed with our win over them. And it's the depth and it's the continuity they have in their offensive line in particular. But, boy, they've got about 6-7 defensive linemen that can all play. So they're going to be a tough team against anybody, including us, in the playoffs if we get there.
Jerry, the practice report came out yesterday evening, and Tony Pollard appeared on it. He was did not participate with a thigh issue. Is there any question about his availability for Thursday's game against the Titans?
He looks good for the game. He really does. I know it's a short week, but we don't have him down as something that we're counting on him playing.
And you talked about, how the Eagles, it can frustrate your pass rush when Jalen Hurts is back there. There was a little bit of an issue on Saturday getting to the quarterback with Gardner Minshew back there. There were 40 dropbacks for the Eagles. There wasn't a single quarterback hit. Is there a way that teams are playing your pass rush now to try and neutralize that, or how do you fix that moving forward, trying to generate that pass rush that was so strong early in the season?
Well, let's give Minshew some credit. He was really getting that ball out. But what I was impressed with was how on the money it was when it got to the receiver. And, of course, we were coming hard. That's, again, their offensive line had something to do with this conversation. But still, we were putting pressure on him. We were making that urgency in the throws, and that did help us eventually. And so when you get a quarterback pitching and throwing it out there that quick, what we're doing is going to have to be enough, and it turns out it was. And there's some things that you can do. They schemed us pretty good on a couple of those, the way they were set up their routes. They schemed it real good, but we can work on that and get better. But, I agree with you. We'd like to have seen them touch that and get on that quarterback a little more. But overall, I'll take that. I will take that because we were hurrying it up.
Jerry, early on in the season, we were having conversations about, the defense being great or special or elite, and that maybe they were going to have to carry the offense a little bit. Does it feel like that's flip-flopped a little bit? That the offense is now ahead of the defense, and that's where we should have a little bit more of our concern for the defense to pick things up as you get ready for the playoffs?
It is so close in detail on both sides of the ball. The nuances of where an interior down lineman may have lined up, or how he was doing that day against certain techniques, and so and then you get into your linebacking, and your linebacking can have a little distortion, not distortion, but just have a little be off key, be off timing. And boy, that stuff is so close. And I was in there yesterday watching with Will McClay, some of our defensive reps there in the game. And you're just so close to having it executed in a way that allows us to get those pressures, allows us to get through there. We just got to continue to strive for that. But we can improve technique-wise and maybe even scheme-wise and be better at putting some pressure on that passer.
Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, you remember it's the holidays. Don't get irritated with me, but we got to ask about this sun issue with this Michael Gallup play. We've asked you before about it. People saying, why is the sun playing a factor? You got curtains, pull the curtains closed. What did you think about that play with Michael Gallup, or this issue as it came up again after the Eagle game? Merry Christmas, by the way. Remember that.
Everybody, no problem. Hey, I'm not a bit, but the sun was there for both teams, and so both teams have to look for it. But, we've got about 30 coaches. And so we've got a lot of people, and then they've got assistants. And you don't have any lack of people out there that can tell everybody where that sun is.
Jerry,
so everybody knows where the sun is on both sides of the ball.
Jerry, how are you looking at just your overall positioning right now? We think you're going to be seeing Tom Brady in Tampa. We know that you're in. With the next few games that you have coming up, weighing maintenance and some players resting and working on some different things, just how are you feeling overall right now about y'all's position?
I feel, I'm going to knock on wood to say it, but I feel healthy. Now, we were healthy last year, and we didn't advance past the first round. And San Francisco had everything to do with that. But still, we've got to anticipate that type of game as we enter these playoffs. But we're healthy, and I think we're getting healthier. We've played more players, and we've than any year that I can remember. And so I think availability, which is a big thing in the playoff, is going to serve us well. That could be 2 games early because we're not in the playoffs yet. But I really like what we are being tested on right now. These last 3 weeks for our defense has tested us. We're having to make adjustment. But as I said earlier, we're really having to, on an individual basis, refine those techniques. Well, that's what happens this time of year. These guys have been playing 15 games, 16 games. Think of the reps at training camp they've had. And so the players that don't have limitations with injury are better. The young ones certainly are better. They've been through almost 2 college seasons out there. And so we're an improved team. You can say the same thing about the other teams, but we've got the kind of team in my mind with the mix of with Dak and with the veterans we've got and these young players. Just look at Smith and Tyler Smith. He's a much better player. So these guys have a chance to be ready to go for the playoffs. I feel good about this thing.
Jerry, last offseason, there were reports about Dan Quinn interviewing for the Denver job. That job obviously just came open again on Monday. Are you anticipating, whether with that one or just other things coming up, are you anticipating getting some fielding some coordinator calls from around the league asking permission to talk to your guys?
Well, one of the things when you're having success, then you're going to have your what makes you successful looked at by your competition, and that's other teams. And so I don't worry about that. We've got some good rules in place that are very fair to everybody that say when you can and when you can't communicate. If you're a team looking for a coach or anticipating looking for a coach in the off season, when you can touch base with an active team, whether it's be at the end of the season or in the playoffs. That's a long-winded way of saying that we'll follow the rules. We obviously I did everything I could to keep Dan last year, and we feel the same way about it this year.
Jerry, last one, because I think this is the only opportunity to ask you for a Titans preview. You got the quick turnaround. You got the Tennessee Titans who have been struggling. How are you looking at this one coming up on Thursday night?
Well, I think this. It's good to get back in Nashville. We haven't been there in many, many, many years. But years ago, I played Santa Claus. We were there on Christmas Eve, and I had these porcelain Santa Clauses with really well done and just detailed, unbelievable. And I gave one of those to each of our players that were away from their families that night, but I tried to play Santa Claus. And so that's probably the best part of I remember about that particular game, but that was as far back as Aikman. But I'm excited about playing over there. It is a short week. But what is exciting is that, make no mistake about it, they've got a run game that will test us, really test us. And so all this other stuff aside, we got to stop them.
And you can wear the same clothes. You don't even have to take off your boots or your jeans over there, walking into the different bars, singing.
I'll tell you what. I wish they could reverse it. I wish we could play the game and then open the bar, not have the bars open before the game. But I will tell you one thing. I sure love Nashville. I really do, and I have a great legacy. My family has quite a background on my wife's side with Vanderbilt, and a lot of her family have been over there, been at school, and long history with Vanderbilt. So we've got a good feeling there. I went over, took my kids over to watch Michael Jackson there at that big stadium there in Tennessee. I think it was Knoxville. I was mistaken here. I was thinking it was Nashville, but it was Knoxville. So anyway, got a lot of ties there. I grew up around the state, as you know, around the state of Arkansas, and Memphis is a big connection there, natural city to work with that central part of the state and of Arkansas. And so I've got a lot of ties to Tennessee. I played a lot of American Legion baseball. I loved it. And we played a lot of ball over there in Tennessee and around Memphis. So we've got a fond memory of Tennessee.
Well, look, you allowed us all to celebrate Christmas Eve and Christmas Day a little bit better. It was a classic game. Fantastic. Happy holidays to you and the family. And let's go get another one on Thursday. Thank you for your time as always.
Yeah, good to be on with you guys. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's react to Jerry and answer Micah's question about the Eagles. Is it Jalen or is it the system after the win over the weekend? That's next.
Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
For the Eagles, Minshew in the gun, and he's going to give it inside. Ball's on the ground. It is picked up by Dallas on a fumble recovery, and it's J-Rod Curse again.
Final hour. It's now fist pump time. There you go, Payton. You're doing it correctly. Bobby is not on the fan cam.
That's my fist pump.
It's a total. You fist pump like you talk. That's my fist.
It's my own twist on it.
That's your speed of things.
I'm fist pumping.
That's my fist pump.
And you didn't even do the choppy clap.
Oh, I didn't. You're right. Hold on.
Does he always clap?
Yes, every time he hits the clap and then he starts pumping his fist.
All right, there it is. It's Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones just joined us. What is the media reacting to from Jerry's interview?
So the biggest thing out of this for the media appears to be the sun comment. The question about the sun. That's what everybody's tweeting about right now. So Dallas Morning News and Yahoo and everybody else.
Added more responsibility to the shoulders of the coordinators, that there needs to be communication and talking about the sun, which I guess you're going to do in outdoor stadiums, right? You play in San Francisco in the day, you're like, whoa, that's sun. It seems a little bit more embarrassing in Arlington when we have curtains that could close it out. Now, both teams do have to deal with it, no doubt about it. But one time at the Jerry party, I'm just going to say, did you all screw up the compass? Did you screw it up? Did you build the stadium the wrong way?
You're gonna say, what's the real reason? Why won't you put the curtains up?
Why won't you put the curtains up?
But they also are weighing in on.
But Kellen Moore got criticized. Kellen Moore got blamed, I think, by Chiafalo and others. Don't call play into it. What are you doing? Why are you throwing it up there to Michael Gallup? You're not being a good coach, Kellen. You got to account for the sun.
Let's draw it up right into the sun. That's how we do it in the backyard.
Yeah.
And so, no, I don't think it's enough of a deal that it's something to lose sleep over. It's frustrating when it happens, but I mean, I don't think it's enough to actually concern yourself with as like a primary issue.
All right, what else?
The fact that Tony Pollard is likely to play, said we're counting on him playing. There was some feedback on that. And then his line about Dan Quinn and the interest he may garner, which is, we'll follow the rules. We obviously did everything we could to keep Dan last year, and we feel the same way about it this year.
All right, more about the Broncos situation. Are they going to steal one of our coordinators at 9:20? And with the way the defense is playing, I already know the answer, but I'm just curious if anyone has changed their mind. Would you rather them take Quinn over Kellen? I don't know. I know everyone wants Dan Quinn to be the next head coach here if something happened to Mike McCarthy, but we'll bring that up at 9:20 this morning. I want to get to the Micah Parsons topic. Is it Jalen making the Eagles or the system making Jalen Hurts? My two big takes from three big takes. Number one, Dak Prescott was incredible. Outstanding. For everyone last week, I've been on a roll with my football takes. If you've bet gambling off of me, I mean, you don't even have to throw me a commission. I just am spitting out. I mean, it's just, if I say it, it happens. I mean, I'm on fire.
Are you going to do the degenerate on Friday then?
No. I am not going to do the degenerate. My gambling days are behind me. And what color is my phone?
Red.
That's a lot of stock market loss. So
a lot of red.
I'm not doing any more gambling. That's a lot of red right there. But my football takes have been money. And to those last week who argued with us that Dak was not outstanding against Jacksonville, do you have anything to say today? You have anything to text? You have anything to tweet? I got one person, maybe two, saying, Shreve, you were right about this month-long lull. Only two said you were right about worrying about the Cowboys after they lost in Jacksonville. Will we get, one saying, man, you guys were right about Dak the way he's been playing? Because he was freaking lights out and special against Philadelphia, especially after that start.
Probably not.
No, probably not.
No, people are dug in. Like you say, it's politics, Sean.
Yep.
This has now become a political issue.
And for this man to respond like that after that interception, after that, on the third pass of the game, 25 of 32, 332, 3 touchdowns. The quarterback rating was a 141. And Mike McCarthy said, adversity is something he eats for lunch. And Dak was asked what he was thinking while sweat was running down that sideline to help Philly go up 10-zip.
Yeah, I was chasing him down. I go, is this really happening? You got to look right at myself. Obviously, I got to go look at it. Long guy, very, big, obviously tall arms, and guess I just misjudged his length. He made a great catch, and I don't know if he's had an easier interception in return than that one. But as I said, I was chasing him down. I'm like, is this happening again? Oh, well, boom, you scored. Let me get back on the field and let's just get this thing back rolling. No ifs, ands, or buts about that.
My Dak plays I wrote down, the escape that he had in order to get the ball to Gallup. That was a big play early on. That was a third down.
Yep.
He had a third down touchdown to Gallup. He threw a rope to Lamb with 6 minutes left in the game to tie. And then he was perfect, y'all. Literally perfect against zone coverage. 24 of 24. Most attempts without an incompletion against zone since 2018. And he did it against Darius Slay, Bradbury, and the number one pass defense in the league. So that's my first takeaway, Dak. Second takeaway, I think the Cowboys, they got some luck in this game. They were fortunate to win this game with the TY play. A couple of the Eagle turnovers were fluky. I don't know how Philly didn't fall on a couple of those fumbles. Some of the third downs, some of the fourth downs, it was like, whoa, that's not going to happen again. But the topic at hand for me is, did Gardner Minshew play at a level that Jalen Hurts will definitely repeat if these two face each other again? I don't think enough people are talking about this. Is Jalen Hurts going to throw for 355 and 2 touchdowns? Now, there were 2 interceptions. Great plays by Curse and Bland. I'm not really blaming Minshew for that. His QBR was a 70. I don't know if I'm an Eagle fan, I'm saying, oh, we're definitely going to get improved quarterback play in the playoffs if these two face each other, because Minshew was fantastic.
He was really, really good, yeah. And like you say, even the 2 interceptions were not really on him. Now, he had a couple overthrows. He had a couple really great, climb the ladder catches from Devontae Smith.
Man, Devontae.
He's so good. He is such a good football player. But yeah, he was really good. Now, when you look at some of the performances Jalen Hurts has put up this year, against Tennessee a couple weeks ago, 383 touchdowns, no picks. Washington in week 3, 343 touchdowns, no picks. So, I mean, it's obviously within him. But,
oh, yeah.
It's just something that, what version of the Dallas secondary and the Dallas pass rush are you going to get on that day? What are you going to be able to do? And so,
what is going on there? Start down. Pass rush.
They have just.
What were the numbers you gave Jerry?
0 quarterback hits and 40 dropbacks against the Eagles.
And I think Rex Ryan called them out 1 sack in their previous 70 dropbacks before the Eagle game. 1 sack and 70 pass attempts.
It's not been good the last several weeks. They were the top team in the NFL in sacks for the first 12 weeks of the year, something like that. And then in just the last few weeks, I mean, Philadelphia has overtaken them rapidly. And what was interesting about the fourth quarter for Dak? He was sacked 4 times in the fourth quarter alone.
Wow. I didn't even realize that. 6 total for the game.
Yeah, and he was dropped because that was the 2 sacks right before the long completion to Hilton. And then the one, if you want to give some criticism for Dak after the interception. Going out of bounds at 2:01 was not great, and then taking the sack at the 2-minute warning was also not great. Where it's like, you're not going to keep the clock running or force them to take a timeout. This is the 2-minute warning. And so those were two things that weren't great. So that extra sack was sort of like a give up.
If Dak plays like that, they can make it to the Super Bowl. That's a high standard, because it feels like now he has to play like that to overcome this defense. This defense is a problem.
Yeah.
This defense is an issue.
And there's no better team to test that theory out against than Philadelphia, because they will get after the quarterback, and they led the NFL in interceptions coming into this game. They led the NFL in sacks. Their guys were the most net passing yards they had allowed all year. They'd given up 250 to Kyler Murray, but when you include sacks and taking away yards and stuff like that, the most net passing yards they'd allowed all year was 239. That was it. And Dak went out there and put up 347 and really did just about anything he wanted against them. I mean, it was an underestimation of the athlete Josh Sweat was that basically kept him from having a perfect first half. But other than that, I mean, he was slicing them up.
So did Minshew's performance and seeing all the rest of the Eagles on display minimize? You're already a Jalen Hurts minimizer.
I am not.
Did that make your argument look better with the way they performed offensively? And what do you say to Micah's question that went viral? Hurts to the system or the system to Hurts?
I think it's just different. Like, the offense is going to be different with Minshew in there as opposed to Hurts, because obviously they're not going to have the same running capabilities. And you saw that. They were rushing for like 3 yards a carry on the day. And Miles Sanders did not have a great day, and it wasn't for lack of volume. He carried it 21 times for 65 yards. So I think they definitely have a really strong team. They're strong across the board.
And I don't want to leave out, like, their run game was totally different. Obviously, right. Hurts is such a threat. They only ran for 87 yards. The attention you have to pay. You know Minshew's just going to drop back. Obviously, that's different. But Hurts throwing for 355? I mean, I would bet him not getting to that number against the Cowboys when they play. Just law of averages.
Probably not. But does he get to 280, and then does he add an extra, like, 100 on the ground or whatever? And like, I mean, goodness, the Cowboys were lucky. Anthony Barr was not good on Saturday. And
fumble recovery.
I think they were very lucky that they didn't have Jalen Hurts in there to pressure them without Leighton Vander Esch. This was the perfect game for Leighton Vander Esch to miss, is one where Jalen Hurts goes out. Because if Jalen Hurts is playing in that game and you have no LVE, I don't know how ridiculous the running attack gets. It probably gets pretty bad.
So now they're just having to rely, it feels like all or nothing with the turnovers. Now, I thought yesterday, Acho on FS1 had a great point. He says there's turnovers and there's takeaways. And I was like, Cowboys got lucky, were they turnovers or takeaways? 2 of them were takeaways. Deron Bland and Jaron Kearse, those were takeaways. Those were phenomenal defensive plays. The other 2 were turnovers. They just gave it to the Cowboys. They gave it up. 3 turnovers inside Philly's own 40-yard line. They do not turn the ball over. The Cowboys take it away. Led the NFL last year with 34. This year, they currently lead the league with 30, and Dak likes that.
Yeah, I mean, when they're able to do that, we're going to win some games. Even obviously against one of the best teams in the league, a division rival, just gives us more opportunities at it, short fields, and we've got to capitalize. Sometimes it was touchdowns, a couple times it was field goal, but those guys, they're relentless. They're relentless. They're trying to go after the ball in every which way, trying to get after the quarterback, interceptions, fumbles, and that just comes from the way that we practice, the way that they prepare. And it's good to see them just go out there and get that done and help us out, obviously.
So who do y'all think should feel better coming out of this game? The Cowboys or the Eagles?
Cowboys. I mean, I think the Eagles should feel good about some of the things they were able to do. But in terms of the Cowboys answered a large question that they needed answered as they're heading into the playoffs, which is the idea of, can Dak and this receiving core make good secondaries? Like, can they beat them? And they showed that. This was going to be the perfect test to see that. And so they've got to feel good about that, because that was an unknown question to them. The Eagles know what they have in their secondary. They know what they have with their pass rush. The Cowboys weren't totally sure what they were able to do in the passing game.
I think that's the best way to put it. The Cowboys answer the biggest question. Can Dak shred their defense? But the Eagles can say, if if we don't turn it over, we do what we did in every other single game this year, we're better than them, and we did it in their place. We know we're better. We gave the game away. The Eagles can say we gave it away. The Cowboys answered the biggest question, though, if they meet again. There you go.
But I think it's also perspective. The Cowboys on their side, Cowboys fans would be losing their minds if they had 4 turnovers. And I don't think they'd be saying, man, we played better. We feel good about this. I think they'd be going, holy crap, we can't beat the Eagles.
Agreed. All right, truckwreck.com text line. Let us know. 877-881-1053 as it's me and Bobby for the rest of the week. Stick with us. Let's be loyal Tolos. We're going to hook you up with concert tickets.
We got you.
Tomorrow, the Playmaker, Michael Irvin. We're going to preview the Titans for the quick turnaround this week. And we need to ask, how worried are you about losing either coordinator or losing Sean Payton after the Broncos fired their head coach yesterday? That's next. Then crosstalk. Trae Young to the Mavericks, according to Vegas. It's all next on The Fan. But I was talking about how red my phone was with Bobby.
Congratulations, Jair Alexander. Punch, counterpunch.
3 straight picks for Tua against the Green Bay Packers. Told you I wasn't buying my Tua stock. Wasn't buying the Tua stock, as now he's in concussion protocol again. That's one of the biggest 2 stories in the National Football League. Do we need to be worried or annoyed that the Green Bay Packers are still alive, Bobby Belt?
No, that's not a scary football team to me.
Would you be more worried of facing Brady in the Bucs or Rodgers and the Packers in the playoffs?
Oh, that's a good question. Brady.
I'd be more worried about Rodgers.
I mean, they're both the boogeyman. I don't think, but probably Brady. Just because Green Bay's just been such a mess this year, too.
I think they've been better offensively than the Bucs. Green Bay can run the ball a little bit better.
Should you have beaten Green Bay?
Yes.
You should have beaten Green Bay on the road. Should you have beaten Tampa at home? No. They dog walked you. So you've lost to Tampa at home. It was not close, and you should have beat Green Bay on the road. So I'll take Green Bay again.
The Dolphins will finish the month of September winless for the second time in franchise history. First time since 1993. Tua joins Jameis, the only quarterbacks with 3 fourth-quarter interceptions in a single game this season. Jameis did that this season? Tua had not thrown a fourth-quarter pick all year long entering Week 16, and the guy who got one of the big ones, Jair Alexander, went viral with Pam Oliver after the game.
Walk us through that play, what happened, and how'd you grab it?
Oh, man, that's easy. So I'm just lining up. I seen number 10 motion over. Hey, Jones. Here. I seen number 10 coming across the field. I said, oh, snap, he fast. So I bagged off. When I bagged off, I seen him coming. He ran right in front of me. I was like, wow, is he really overthrowing it? Took it down the sideline, turned up with my guys, gave the football to a little kid wearing 23.
I love it. Merry Christmas to you. I don't even have more to say. That was fantastic.
Christmas. If you celebrate it, Merry Christmas. Go enjoy time with your family. We got a dub, baby. Pack is back.
Jair Alexander, awesome interview going viral afterwards. The Dolphins, I mean, they can't sustain drives. They have 2 scoring drives over their last 4 games that do not involve an explosive play. 2. And Tua is once again in the concussion protocol, and now the Miami Dolphins are under the spotlight again. Status for the Patriot game this week is in doubt. Mike McDaniel said he's not sure when Tua suffered it, and no one in the game recognized anything with regards to a hit. He met with doctors yesterday and discussed some symptoms. Well, the internet went and found it, I think. Play where he went down, head kind of hit the turf backwards. His head was facing up, so the back of his head seemed to slam against the ground.
Yeah, it didn't look pretty. And this is just Dolphins, man. They have been incredibly streaky because it's like they won 3 to open the year. They lost 3, then they won 5, and now they've lost 4 in a row. And they have not looked like a very good football team the last few weeks. It's funny, we talk about the Shinks, the Sean Jinx.
Yeah.
It's not been as bad as the Chop Jinx lately in the power rankings. Caused Detroit to just crumble this week. Put Miami number 2. They haven't won a game since. Tried to dog Minnesota and San Francisco. Those 2 teams just keep on winning. What can you do? Man, that's the ultimate jinx right there is Chop's power rankings, I think.
Well, I jinxed the Denver Broncos, I guess. I thought they were going to be in the AFC Championship game earlier this year. They get embarrassed. The worst loss of the weekend. Broncos against the Rams. As Russell Wilson, I mean, it's hard to come up with words. That's what it is. It's hard to continue to insult them. They fired Nathaniel Hackett yesterday. Gone 15 games in to his very first year.
And it absolutely needed to happen because he has been awful there. He's been as bad as a head coach as Russell Wilson has been as a quarterback. Which, you know what?
He's an offensive guy, offensive guru.
The Andrew Brandt, I know, speculated this yesterday, and I believe some others did too, where it's like Nathaniel Hackett probably in large part was hired as the lure for Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
And then when that fell through, they no longer have the guy they really wanted anyway.
Least points in the NFL this season per game, 15.5. their fewest points per game since 1971, shortest head coaching tenures in NFL history. Bill Belichick, Jets, 1 day. George Allen, Rams, 2 preseason games. Pete McCulley, San Fran, 9 games. Lou Holtz, Jets, 13. Bobby Petrino, Falcons. This is not interim, guys. Bobby Petrino, 13 in Atlanta. Urban Meyer, 13 in Jacksonville. Hackett, 15 in Denver. They're a proud franchise, the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
And they have sniffed the playoffs for a long, long time. So now you get the Sean Payton rumors. Sean Payton is putting together a dream team with Vic Fangio as his defensive coordinator. Josina Anderson saying that Sean has been looking at the Chargers and then the Cowboys, maybe some Arizona interest. So I'm going to ask you, after the Dan Quinn rumors started yesterday, I want you and Peyton in the fan text to put these in order. Who you're most worried about losing to the Broncos if you're Jerry Jones?
Randy Gregory.
Dan Quinn, no, Randy Gregory going over there getting suspended. Suspended for 1 game for punching a guy after the game.
I had to hit him too.
Dan Quinn, Kellen Moore. Trick option, Sean Payton. I want your 1, 2, 3 who you're most worried about losing to Denver or one of these other openings.
That order. The order you listed.
Dan Quinn, you'd be most worried about.
Yep.
Kellen Moore 2. Sean Payton 3.
And by worried, you mean like how it would affect things here, not realistically who I think is the order of could end up in Denver, right?
Yeah, like losing it, not having him here.
Right. Dan Quinn I'd be most scared of losing, then Kellen Moore, then Sean Payton.
Why Sean Payton 3?
You're
not the biggest McCarthy lover.
No, and I like Sean Payton. I just don't know that the Sean Payton model would work here with what they do, and he wants control over personnel. And I think it'd be a really tough fit with what has been a really great personnel department here. And so that's my biggest thing. If it was just he'd come in here and coach and he was happy to do that, I'd probably be more on board.
Payton?
Same exact order. DQ, Kellen Moore, and Sean Payton.
Okay.
It's not that I'm a Mike McCarthy homer, but I mean, there's just, other than the playoff drought and, not having success in the playoffs, there's no reason to fire him. And I mean, he's built chemistry within the locker room. You see it every game, every Sunday. I mean, I think it's going well right now in Dallas with McCarthy.
So yesterday I was just testing the Tolos on Twitter to say, if Sean Payton goes to Denver or Arizona, the Chargers got in last night. So Brandon Staley's probably safe. He shouldn't be safe after those stretches that he was doing.
The little, what is it?
Downward
the cat
dog?
cow or the cat. Yeah, where you arch your back and then drop it down. Yeah, we should get you to do it on the fan cam. Show everybody.
So I said, everyone good? RJ does it every commercial break. I said, everyone good with McCarthy being 100% safe here? Here are the Tolos on Twitter, at 1053SS. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Yes, depends what happens in the postseason. If one and done again, don't know. I'm not giving up draft picks for Sean Payton. Not that much of a difference. I think McCarthy is safe. I don't think Payton would coach for Jerry. All about the postseason now. First round exit, he's gone. Do we have a repeat of San Francisco? McCarthy would be gone. I don't think Kingsbury is going anywhere. I do. I think if McCarthy loses the Bucs in the first round, he's gone. So a lot of RJ would probably be furious. He'd lose his mind because he just likes judging the regular season. He thinks too much weight and emphasis put on the playoffs, but a lot of Tolos saying, what happens in Tampa? Do you get that first round win? If it's a repeat of last year, then this regular season, Cooper Rush, all that crap, out the window for Mike.
Yeah, some of the fan text weighing in here on it. We've got the 817 saying Quinn, Payton, Kellen. I'd pay for them to take Kellen. 682 says Quinn, Payton, Kellen.
Yeah, I wanted to see how many would have Kellen 3.
Another 682 says DQ, Kellen, Payton. Fans act like Sean Payton is Bill Belichick when he only won 1 Super Bowl in New Orleans. Give me a break. Let's see here. What else do we have? 940. I think Quinn is going to end up in Carolina. A lot of good defensive pieces there for him to work with. I don't know. Steve Wilkes may earn that job.
Yeah.
The way that he's coached them down the stretch.
Yeah. And why would Sean Payton want the Denver job? No one should go there thinking they're going to fix Russell Wilson. It's what's the exit plan? This isn't fixable. He's done. It's over.
But isn't that like just like a coach? Coaches generally have that I can fix him. Like,
they do, but after
these guys didn't have, but I can
But
do
after
it.
2 years, we saw what happened in Seattle. None of us, me personally, I'll speak for it. I didn't pay enough attention to what happened with the Seahawk fall off. That drop off, I ignored it. Pete Carroll and John Schneider were the only ones right about it. That's it.
Here's what's really interesting is we talked about the rumor that Dan Quinn might go there and take Brian Schottenheimer with him. Russell Wilson's years in Seattle leading up to Brian Schottenheimer being his offensive coordinator, his average was 26 touchdowns, 9 picks, 3,600 passing yards. Once Brian Schottenheimer became his 3 years with Brian Schottenheimer, it was 35 touchdowns, 8 picks, 4,000 yards passing.
Wow.
So he succeeded.
Let him cook.
His most successful years were with Brian Schottenheimer.
Let him cook. So
Let
there it
Russ
is.
cook, baby.
Russell Wilson helping to get Nathaniel Hackett fired after a 4-11 start. Vegas saying the Mavs could be getting Trae Young. Let's crosstalk with KMC about it. Next, here on Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Lone Elm is a straight wheat whiskey.
Seat masterpiece here. A new look edition on a Tolo Tuesday with Reggie and Corey. Good morning, Corey. What's coming up?
Guys, how do we find the pass rush again? I heard y'all talking with Jerry about that, and Jerry's like, nah, man, we were close. And that's what that's what Kevin used to hate about Anthony Spencer. He used to call him almost there Anthony. And so that's how it feels the last 3 games. And maybe there are just some good things happening on the offensive line for the Eagles. Maybe they're really good. Maybe the Cowboys have some things they do need to add to or they've taken away over the last few weeks because they don't want to give it all away. We'll discuss that right out of the gate at 10, and then we'll have Mickey Spagnola join us at 11 today. Also, Jerry Jones, I'm going to do this at 10:30 or so. Jerry Jones predicted the T.Y. Hilton play.
Mm-hmm.
Did he?
Yeah, and hopefully Joey can pull the audio. With Christy Scales on the pregame show. This is why you got to listen to the pregame show, pre and post. Jerry Jones predicted the play, and I'll have the audio for you coming up there around 11:30 or so.
Are you saying the games are fixed?
No, we're actually confirming that Jerry Jones actually creates the script.
Oh, okay.
He scripts all the plays.
Yeah, Miles Austin. Why can't Miles Austin bet on a basketball game?
Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Do we have any? We can bet on stuff, right?
Us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we get
Bobby
insider
can't.
information, right? Oh,
He can't play fantasy.
No.
Nope.
Because of the NFL Network.
Ah.
Like Nick Eatman and them, they can't.
Yeah, I like the idea. I get the idea that he's not gambling on a sport that he's involved in, but I think that the perspective is once you are close enough that you're already gambling, the idea that moving from basketball to football is such a small leap, and at that point, then we're breaking down the facade of integrity, whether or not you're actually, breaking the integrity of the game. You don't want it to appear that way because we still have to remember this is something that they're selling to the public. So they still need that believability to the public.
Well, the other thing is like you got Micah on Christmas Day like taking photos with like LeBron back behind there, and you got Russell Westbrook on the sideline of the Cowboys game talking to Trayvon Diggs. And so the idea is like these athletes, I think, within sports still communicate to each other, and there's still the same susceptibility.
All right, Reggie, 2 pop quiz questions.
Oh, God. I'm going to fail.
2 pop.
What was your SAT? First off, what did they measure it by with how much younger you are than we are?
I'm going to be completely honest. I have forgotten my SAT score. And I can't find it. I really and truly can't. And I'm kind of glad that I've forgotten it because I am the type of person to remember it and like tell you it. So this has made me appear more humble than I am.
Did you do well?
I did pretty well. On my SAT.
Was it
I think it was 1670.
Okay, out of what? Because when we were growing up, it was 1600.
Yeah, it's like that plus math. I think they added the math section or something. So like it was not, obviously 1600 was not the high score, but I believe it was like a 1670.
Do y'all have any kids in y'all's school that had a perfect grade? A 1600?
No.
I had one. Yeah, and we were like, wow. Like
Were you surprised?
He's a smart guy. Yeah, he was a smart guy. Just like that day, he was locked in.
What's he doing now?
I have no clue.
Are you more successful?
No, man.
Did you go back to the reunion and be like, where you at?
Yeah, no.
Where you at, 1600?
I've never been to a reunion.
What do you mean, you're not more successful? You just said you don't know what he's doing. He could be pumping gas.
He could also be, on his way to be the next president.
Who's to say what is successful,
Yeah.
What if he has a lovely family that he enjoys very much?
This is all I ever wanted to do, so I'm as successful as I ever wanted to be.
This is Corey. It's all about fame. It's all about fame.
At your local Tom Thumb.
At Tom Thumb. I'm Tom Thumb famous.
Payton, what was your SAT?
SAT 1450.
Out of?
What was it, 2000? I don't know.
How do you not know out of what?
Because I just get my score, and that's all I need to apply for college.
Yeah, I just needed to apply to college.
Sean, you also got to remember all the shows when we were kids growing up talked about, like the school, like Saved by the Bell. It was 1600. We knew exactly what the grade was. Then they changed it on these kids out of nowhere, and they were like, we don't have to pay attention to this.
Also, I knew I was smart. I didn't need this number.
Oh, what was your high school GPA?
That's a great question.
3.9 for me.
What was your college GPA?
Oh, 3.55.
Oh,
3.5?
Payton put in work.
Yeah.
Okay, Payton.
And your radio
at UNT.
Oh, come on,
bro.
It was a UNT,
3.5.
right?
I mean, I don't think that's something to brag about, is it?
Out of 4? Hell yeah, I brag about it.
In college, I had a 3.9.
What is
in
3.5
college?
Summa?
Yeah.
Oh no, not Summa. Is that cum laude?
Dude, 3'5", 3'9"?
That's the wrong guy.
It might be 3'6".
You also got to understand, I was
smart.
28 whenever I finished college.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
I was
right.
old.
He was responsible.
I had kids.
You're like,
there were kids in my
the Chris Wanke of UNT.
Yeah, there were kids in my school that were like, or in my classes that were like, my dad won't pay my credit card bill, and I was like, screw you.
Yeah.
I got a kid and another one on the way right now, and 3 part-time jobs. Shut up.
28. Corey had like 11 years to do the preset work, like the homework on it. And Reggie, your college GPA?
Ooh, that was tough. I definitely was. I did some bad stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I failed one class.
Oh no,
for certain.
Did they have freshman forgiveness for you?
Oh, this was not a freshman year class.
Oh.
No. I spent a good amount of time in college, and I had frustrations. I changed majors at one point. There was a lot of ups and downs.
What was the initial major?
Architecture.
Ooh.
I decided in 7th grade I wanted to be an architect.
And then to
communications. Yeah.
Okay.
How fast did that switch take place?
About 3 years. And then ultimately I decided I didn't know where to go, and I was floating aimlessly. And I had a friend who I talked with about sports a lot, and he was like, you should think about doing this. And I was like, nah. Well, and then here we are.
What's crazy is Parker, our old producer before Reggie, was going into aeronautics. Well, wanted to build airplanes.
That's right.
Reggie then follows up, wanted to build buildings.
That's right. This is the ultimate fallback profession.
Do you have like a sense of like if you're gonna build a house, you'd be like, no, I know how to draw blueprints.
What's the best laid out building in DFW?
How good are you at Legos?
Never really did Legos. But no, I have a basic, design sense for, planning a building. I'm not.
Wow.
I wouldn't say that I'm like, well-rounded in that. I wouldn't do as good of a job as quite a few folks, but
would you build AT&T Stadium?
No, I would not build it in the
south
way.
or east west.
No, I think all stadiums are built in such a way so that you don't have to worry about the sun in that way. Also,
do you think they messed up?
Yes.
You absolutely believe
100%.
that they just messed up?
Yeah. Because one of the things, now it's a domed building, right? So then you usually don't care, but you have those sides.
Do you think they messed it up like underestimated, or messed it up like, oh crap, we forgot this?
Yeah, like
It's possible.
They were looking at the roof and everything in the middle of the day. Jerry had his hard hat on with Charlotte, and all of a sudden the sun hit, and they went, "Oh no!"
And it's not even the roof; it's the sides. That's the problem. Is the side. And this is the thing. I think they wanted that sun to come into the stadium, so they were thinking about it from that perspective. They did not think about the game aspect of it. But there's a lot of stadiums in which they build it so that the sun faces on the away side of the field, so that there's a distinct difference in temperature on sidelines from the home side and the away side. This is very intentional. Yeah.
Texas Stadium, I think, was that way too. I
Yeah,
think
the opponent would be on the other side
where
where
that was on the
yeah.
All right.
So yes, they messed up.
You have any family members caught up in the Southwest drama, controversy, cancellation, flights, going back and forth?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I am without family over the next 4 days.
Congratulations.
Sean.
Damn,
it's
Sean,
going to
it's
be
just
tough.
past Christmas.
It's going to be tough, and I don't know what to do with myself over the next 4 days.
I have my deliveries planned out. What are you getting? Pizza? You going Chinese? What are you drinking?
I love that you've decided you're not cooking either.
You're a tire. Oh yeah, you're not gonna cook when you're by yourself.
I'll make steaks for myself. I'm not going to make steaks for everybody else, though.
Yeah.
The in-laws live down in Spring Branch, Texas. So they live just outside of San Antonio. They have a well on their property, and it froze. And we were supposed to go down there on Sunday, and I would fly back yesterday and be here with the family. They were like, hey, we don't have a way for y'all to shower, so we don't want your stink asses here.
Yeah.
So go ahead and stay there. And so we
that well water's the best.
So I guess what they're doing now, it's right next to Dripping Springs. The area, though, I guess it thawed out, and they said, come on down. So they're going down there without me today, and I'm a single man for the next few days. Maybe have an extra band practice or something.
Is it you and Reggie for the whole week?
2 days.
2 days. Okay, Tuesday.
So if you like it,
Kevin's
you
back
get another
Thursday.
one. And if you don't like it, hold on. We'll be done with it pretty soon.
Yeah, Kevin's back Thursday.
And Bassick?
Next week.
Yeah,
Mike will be back next week to give. And he did text us. He has some thoughts about Dak and his intelligence whenever it comes to the late game decisions. So I bet
they're all very
like
rational and even-handed.
I think a lot of it comes from what Greg Olson was saying during the game about, hey, you can't make this decision, you can't make this decision. And I think whenever the announcers are saying things. A lot of people are like, see, there it is. That announcer just said it. So I believe it too. I mean, do y'all disagree with some of those
he
two
ran
moments
out of
that he
bounds
had?
at 201. Like it's like the people, and I'm not even the biggest Dak defender. It's gonna piss me off now, and I'm gonna get in a fight with Mike. I have to read the text.
I can tell you what it says.
All right, tell me.
It'll be something like, when there's the 2-minute warning coming up, hey, dumbass, let's not go out of bounds.
Yeah.
Let's just go down.
It's like when I tweeted he's like playing special, and they're like, the pick six, and I'm like, you can throw an interception in a game. It was a freak play.
Yeah.
Like, you can, like, good Lord, he was 24-24 against zone coverage. That's not like that's not good enough. Like, you just don't want it's politics. You're incapable of changing your mind about it. You're way dug in. You just want to be a hater. And it goes for both sides, like Bobby.
I only want a quarterback who completes passes against man coverage. I don't care about, like, throw all the zone pass. So what was the other than that? 3 for 8?
So
I don't care.
What was the other mistake at the end of the game besides going out of bounds at 201, which I kind of understood. I don't want him getting lit up. Like, yeah, go down if you can. It was a small mental error.
I think what was the second one was
he took
goes
the sack.
down.
He shouldn't have taken the sack.
He just laid down. And
which play was that?
That was right at 201. I think he thought it had been the 2-minute warning because it looked like he thought, oh, this will keep the clock running. And he went down instead of throwing the ball away.
Anecdotally, have we seen quarterbacks throw the ball away less? Because it feels like that to me personally, but I understand that is simply a feeling, and your feeling can trick you very, very easily.
Yeah. Rodgers took one against Miami, and I was like, throw it away. And he takes a really bad sack. But yeah, Dak gets criticized for that. Man,
Aaron Rodgers can't throw anymore. Like, This is
tough first profession.
This is a dude. Yeah, no, this is a dude who has over his career.
Not if you're a Baltimore
and I agreed with Jared forever about
Don't do
this.
that to me.
Like, he may not have been the greatest of all time, but that dude was the best thrower of the football that I've ever seen. Like, I just watching him throw the football. You're like, man, money. It's like Ted Lasso playing darts. This dude, like, he can't throw the same way. He doesn't get the height underneath the ball. He doesn't do anything. The air under the ball. He doesn't do anything that he used to do so well. Aaron Rodgers is legitimately done.
All right, got some numbers from Vegas. Trae Young next team, the Dallas Mavericks are. Oh, Basic's calling me.
He knows the schedule, don't he?
You want me to put you on speaker, or we're live on the air, or call you right?
So, because we changed our number, so I have no clue how to call in. It's not the.
You're on air though. You're
Mike,
live,
you're on
live
air.
On air.
I think Dak had a very good game, but when it comes playoff time. The clock should have been under a minute when Philadelphia got the ball back. And we might not, hey, the Cowboys won. It totally ignore that, hey, in the Jacksonville situation, he gave them a chance to kick the field goal to overtime. And I get he had a good game against Jacksonville. It wasn't a bad game, but you're playing Philadelphia in the playoffs. If they would have called pass interference on Deshaun Wright, which he pass interfered at the end of the game, the ball should have been on the 1-yard line. Cowboys should have lost. When we complain about refs, just know the refs let the Cowboys win that game by not calling pass interference in the end. But when you go out of bounds at 2:01, and I know it's tough, you don't know exactly where the clock is, but if you fall down in bounds, 2-minute warning, you gave them a free timeout. Then you're in the middle of the field at the 10-yard line approximately. You throw the ball 40 effing yards over the field goal. They're like, it's not, you can't have intentional grounding. There's 3 guys in the end zone running routes. It's just incomplete pass. That now takes you into, we only can kick a field goal. We can't score a touchdown to win the game. It doesn't mean Dak's a bad quarterback. It doesn't mean he had a bad game. But those are major mistakes if you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Do you want Trae Young here?
I wouldn't mind it, but man, would that be crazy with the basketball, him and Luka. And then also, I think Reggie would back me up. On defense, we might have to play zone for 48 minutes.
If you could even manage to install a zone.
All right, thank you for Toloing.
Bye, Mike.
I'll call you later.
That was the height of radio engineering.
He's diehard.
Dude,
He's diehard sports.
And that's the perfect example, right, of the way that people treat it. He said one thing. That doesn't mean that all these other things don't exist. That doesn't mean that Dak had didn't have a good game the rest of the way. That's the difficulty of making a tweet, making a comment.
It's like when he picks at Luka a little bit, right? He loves Luka, but people can't.
Got to be able to criticize sometimes too.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Have a good show, fellas. We're back tomorrow with Michael Irvin. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Reggie, so I think you're going to be watching the All-22 during the show today.
Oh, is that what I'm doing?
What I'm presuming, because we got to figure out how to get the pass rush back for the Cowboys.
All right, let me fire it up.
Has it been good enough for you, 877-881-1053? Because I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is. Mike McCarthy, during his press conference, said the only people that need to worry about the pass rush are the ones that are lining up across from the Cowboys. I love that stance, but from a coach, yeah. Hey, look, we're going to ignore all that other stuff. They need to be scared of us. I like that approach.
At least to us.
Exactly.
I hope he's not saying that in the building.
If he's walking into Dan Quinn and he's like, things are fine, man.
Everything's okay.
They're going to be scared of us. Like, you see it on the field, and I think the game kind of gave it away. When the team needs one the most, when they need one late in the game, it's not coming. And that's the thing that you're like, they couldn't get it against Trevor Lawrence. They couldn't get the sack that they really needed, which has been their calling card for the beginning of the season. They were averaging 4 sacks a game early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're at 1 in the last 3 games. And so that's, if you're going to act like that's it's just non-existent, then you're not really paying attention. Now, the thing I want to know is, has Dan Quinn looked at the Texans, looked at Jacksonville, and said, hey, our game plan is going to be a little different? Maybe that's the case. Are guys not getting home when they typically can? Are they getting double teamed differently? Are they looking at Micah saying, we have to make sure we take him out of the game? Those are the things that you see whenever you're watching the All-22, when you know as a coach what you're trying to accomplish versus what people see from you. Because there can be peoples and fans out there that are like, no, I see this. But if you're a coach and you're like, man, that's not what we were trying to do today.
Right.
That's a completely different deal.
No, you're right. I mean, starting from that point, there is a lot of instances where even when we go to the film, I know that film is now readily available, the All-22 film, but understanding the film requires like a key in some ways, which is knowing what they are attempting to do, right? Like that helps in some ways because you can't tell the difference between a coverage bust and a bad, poorly designed play or whatever. But going back to the concept or the discussion when it comes to the pass rush, it's tough because some of the things that we look at with sacks, and I'm going to go to like the very prevalent, like I guess analytical or like statistical saying, which is sacks are a quarterback sack. When it comes to quarterbacks, if you look at Trevor Lawrence, he's actually done pretty well in making sure to not be sacked. Like that is a 6'6" dude with some wiggle, That is a dude who has not gotten sacked a lot. So when it comes to playing the Jaguars, I did not expect a lot of sacks. I think the thing that we have to look at is if they were able to get pressure, which we know that they weren't able to do in the ways that they typically do. And I think that's where it gets really questionable.
With Trevor Lawrence too, that's a guy who understands what his clock needs to be.
Sure.
Like his entire training. I don't know if you ever saw him in high school whenever he was at the camps and everything, but they were like, this kid, he's got it. He's been training for this. So that's one of the, like when Mike was like, I think he's going to be the next guy. There are a lot of things education that he got over time that are going to help him out like right now in his career. And so you're right. He has the ability to move. He has the awareness in the pocket. And then on top of that, he's like, hey, my clock just dinged. I have to get rid of the ball somehow. Whether I push it downfield and hope that Christian Kirk catches it or I throw it out of bounds, I have to get rid of it. Otherwise, I'm going down. It's a loss for my team. I think with Gardner Minshew this week, you saw the very similar thing. The guy knew when to get rid of the ball. He knew when pressure was around him, and he made just the nice enough step or evaded to get out of the pocket, which Jalen Hurts is going to do a lot of. The other thing, too, though, somebody texted this in, and they're right. Their pass rush is dependent on forcing the opposing offense to be one-dimensional. Philadelphia ran the ball well against the Cowboys. There were moments on plays where you saw Micah or whoever else was out there stall because Gardner Minshew was moving. He was moving. And if they were playing Jalen, they were playing Hurts, he's going to take off running. I have this threat here. I got to figure it out. Gardner was throwing. He wasn't running as much with the ball. He was going to throw the ball. But he was able to use, as we've discussed, the play action, the RPO, to give him the space and to give his receiver the space that he needed to complete the pass. When they're running the ball like that, the Cowboys do have to be on their heels a little bit more. Whenever the opponent isn't running the ball very well, and I've talked to a lot of different players about this, that's when the Cowboys, they're like, hey, we know exactly what we got to do. But late in the game, in the fourth quarter with the game on the line, you know that Gardner Minshew's throwing the ball.
Yeah, the pin your ears back play.
Yeah, you know that he's throwing, and they couldn't get that play. That's the thing that for me has been kind of difficult, is that I haven't been able to see them get the one where, hey, we need it right now in the last few games. Earlier in the season it happened, not lately.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is fatigue, as folks have talked about from the 972 on the truckwreck.com text line. Micah seems to not be 100%. He just looks not healthy even at the beginning of the game. And that's something that we've talked about with, the added stress of him basically being a right defensive end, play in, game out. But some of that, I wonder, is just this team, needing to focus on stopping the run, because this team and their pass rush, they're gap shooters. They're not guys who are going to play like, the 90s, where you have big bodies that are kind of just staying in gaps, holding linemen up, and then, picking gaps. These guys are all getting small and getting through gaps and shooting up the gaps and trying to get into the backfield. Now, when that creates big gaps in running lanes, and we've seen that through this season. And I think in trying to balance what became a very clear liability in, the inability to stop runs, I think they're trying to balance that in some ways and figure out, okay, how do we stop the run? And I think there is a little bit of a trade-off when you're trying to make sure to stop the run and then your ability to go and get after the quarterback. And now that doesn't explain what you're talking about, which is those moments where you're like, we need a play right now, and we know what that play is, which is going and, getting to the quarterback. That doesn't explain that, but I think that does point to some of the larger issues of being able to get to the quarterback. Because in that same clip or in that same answer where Mike McCarthy was talking about, the only people who need to worry about this pass rush is the teams they're playing against, he also mentioned the idea of stopping the run. That was something that became very prevalent. So I do think that is, they're of two minds in that way, which is, we need to get to the quarterback, but also this has been a very big liability, and it's also one that demoralizes a team. If a team can just get up here and run the ball on you over and over and over again, right? Like as Marshawn Lynch said, if that happens, that really takes you out of the game. And I think that that's something that they've, had front of mind, at least it appears.
As off a fan text also pop in and say, I think it's more of the secondary. The QB's getting the ball out so fast, open receivers, that the pass rush can't get there. I mean, losing Anthony Brown, I think a lot of people will be like,
Jordan Lewis before that.
Not that big a deal. Yeah, Jordan Lewis went out in the Detroit game, I believe, was the last one he played. So Chicago, Green Bay, Minnesota, New York. I think Jordan Lewis, that affects it a lot for sure, especially some of the things that they like to do inside with trying to stop the run too. But the last three games, Houston, that's when Anthony Brown goes down. That's where I think that became a bigger factor, becomes a bigger factor, because there are people that are quarterbacks that are like, hey, I know where my option is going to be. They knew they wanted to go to at Nashawn Wright late in that game. Like that was their decision, was they wanted to go in that direction. The rise of Bland is something we'll get into a little more today, but that's going to help that out a lot. So we'll get into that a little more later on in the show. I'm hoping that it's not physically run down, because if that is the case, then that's something that they got to figure out next year. They can't figure that out this year. And I say that because I go back to the Bill Belichick champion season when they were like, hey, we're running the hill. And everybody hated running the hill. Like these guys they are in the greatest physical condition that anybody could possibly be in. All right? But if you have an opponent on the other side that's in just a little more of a better physical condition than you, then they might have something left in the fourth quarter that you don't have. I don't think the Cowboys can fix their physical conditioning before the playoffs. I just don't. I might be wrong, but aren't you going to wear your body out trying to figure out how to implement something that's going to help you be better by the end of the season?
Oh yeah, you're not changing conditioning. I think there's also, we've got to remember, you're not playing against replacement level every week. You're playing against different level players, and this is a fair pair of texts that came in on the truckwreck.com text line. From the 214, hear what you guys are saying, but even though they didn't get home, Minshew was pressured into making bad throws in the fourth quarter, which is absolutely the case. You could see some of those late drives where Minshew just had to throw the football away or was not able to actually go through a progression. So that one's true. And then also this one from the 267. you also just faced a premier offensive line in the league. And that's one of those things that's absolutely true. They have one of the better offensive lines in the league. And also, the word that I always come to, that is an athletic offensive line, which I think matches well with the athleticism and speed that you come with in this pass rush between Micah Parsons and like your somewhat smaller defensive tackles, that also want to get up the field, right? That was like a strength on strength almost matchup. So I think you also have to consider that when we talk about the pressure or the lack thereof that they were able to get.
Yeah, and so when you talk about those strength versus strength, you got to find out what is something else that your team can do. You had your quarterback on Saturday. Like you had your guy that was going to deliver the passes. That should help you. That is what the Cowboys ultimately want to do. They want their offense to get out there, blow people away, force them into passing situations, the opponent into passing situations, so that those defensive pass rush can go do what they do best. Unfortunately, they can't stop the run, and it's bleeding them out slowly at times. And it's not saying that they can't fix it at some point. Like they can get better. And Jerry was talking about that this morning. We'll get into that during the C block today. Jerry said, hey, man, we can scheme some things. We can do some things technically that we can be better at. He said he was watching with Will McClay. It was McClay, right? Or was he saying Will Clay? Maybe that's what they call him. I don't know. But he was watching with Will McClay. He said he was showing me some things specifically about the defense and about what they're doing in the pass rush that he thinks that the team can fix and will fix. So they were sitting there watching the film. They think there are some things that they can get better at. And I think that I agree. The loss of Hankins changed a lot of things. It changes your rotations. It changes the way you stop the run. That affects the 3rd and 4, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9 situations. All those things do change because of some little piece. That's why it is a team sport. It does not all fall on Dak Prescott's shoulders.
And Sam Williams obviously being inactive.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's another player. I want to talk about him a little bit when we talk about Bland and the possibility of Defensive Rookie of the Year. J.J. Watt has retired, according to the Twitters. Now, I don't know if you read Twitter, Reggie, but he said, Koa's first ever NFL game. I believe that's his child.
Mm-hmm.
My last ever NFL home game. My heart is filled with nothing but love and gratitude. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure. J.J. Watt is, in my mind, a guy that had 4 of the best seasons I've ever seen in my life.
Incredible.
The rest of his career was littered with injuries, and that's unfortunate that we didn't get. I think actually he had one other season where he had like 16 sacks. He was comeback player of the year. But in 2012, 20 and a half sacks, defensive player of the year. 2014, 20 and a half sacks, second in MVP, defensive player of the year. 2015, 17 and a half sacks, defensive player of the year. One of very few players to ever get 3 defensive players of the year. You know the Houston area pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Did they adore J.J. Watt the way that like we do Micah Parsons right now?
Yeah, he's a golden boy. Like this, you don't even have to confine this to Houston area. This dude, for a point in time, was like one of the faces of the league. Do you recall, like, this was, J.J. Watt was Captain America of some sorts to the NFL, and he was very front and center about it. Like, and rightfully so. He played incredibly off the edge. And so, yeah, I mean, are we leading to the discussion of Hall of Fame? Because I think that feels
oh, man, yeah, he's definitely a Hall of Famer.
Clear.
He's definitely a Hall of Famer to get those. It's just, I guess I've always been kind of like, man, I wish his health would have allowed him to have a better career. It was electric for 4 years, but maybe that's it. Maybe, I mean, you only get a small amount of time in the league anyway.
Playing football?
Yeah, exactly. Most of these guys don't even get the opportunity to be as electric as he was for those 4 years. So congratulations to J.J. Watt on what was a great career, ultimately never getting as much playoff run as he wanted and as much success going to the Super Bowl or anything like that. But the dude had a really good 4 or 5 year span in his career. That's awesome, man.
For sure. This is tangential. I apologize. But do you ever get on like Pro Football Reference and just kind of look at? Have you ever seen these nicknames that they throw up here?
It is his nickname.
Supposedly, Justin James Watt, who plays defensive end, 6'5", 288.
Why?
His nicknames are the Milkman or JJ SWAT.
I always knew JJ SWAT.
I've never heard the Milkman before.
I've never heard the Milkman. The SWAT because he used to knock down passes all the time.
That's right.
The Milkman.
That makes me feel uncomfortable.
Is he
I'm not
out
gonna
there
look,
making babies in Houston? Is that what he's doing?
Is that what?
That's what the Milkman does.
Is it?
The Milkman delivers the milk while the husband's away.
Oh.
And then you know,
and then
I believe
consoles the wives. Is that what you're? Wow.
With the milk.
Quite an accusation.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, the Mavs are on a 3-game heater right now, and Luka had a horny toad. Next on the Fan.
What?
All day, every day, bringing you insights.
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Somebody just texted in, who should I start in my fantasy this week? Dak or Trevor Lawrence? Trevor Lawrence is going up against the Texans this weekend, and Dak on Thursday will be going up against the Titans, who I think are frauds. So I think you just keep I think that Dak might have the ability to uncork it a bunch of times against the Titans this weekend.
Quite possible.
On Thursday.
And they have seemed to want to continue to, yeah, that was a nice catch there.
Yeah.
They have, on 105 The Fan, mind you.
That's
you can
right.
hear that. But they have seemed to want to throw the ball a good amount, this Cowboys team. I just wonder which one of those teams is going to have the most opportunities to do so.
Because Derrick Henry is going to run the ball a whole bunch, and that's going to slow and the Cowboys like to run the ball too.
Or will that be a 3 and out? You know what I mean? Will they just be giving the ball right back? Because remember, Ryan Tannehill's done. So you got Malik Willis, who has not looked good at all.
Yeah, he's going to take some time. Somebody needs to really get in there and help him grow. They need to. You got to have a quarterback developer if you're going to have a young quarterback on your staff. Somebody that can develop it. Look at the greatness of Brock Purdy right now. He's got a guy that knows how to develop a quarterback. He's seen it. He does it pretty well. And then, I mean, even look at McVay. Like, he goes with the veterans because that's the model that the Rams like to go with, but he takes veterans and says, I can do something with these guys. So we'll see. Hopefully Malik Willis can find somebody that can develop them well.
Did we answer the question? Because I haven't played fantasy at all, like for the last 3 seasons, I think.
Give me about an hour so I can look at some stats. All right. That's how I go about things. By the way, just made my way into the semifinals for my Super Bowl championship in my fantasy league. So
Love to see it.
With a 6-9 record. Yeah, look at that.
Gross.
I'm the guy that comes on late in the year every year. I stink all season long, and then at the very end of the season, I'm like, there it is.
How do you have fantasy football trends? How does that happen?
I don't know, man. I'll show you all the stats.
Like, how do you manage to be bad every season when you're just drafting a whole different team?
Being a good general manager, right?
Yeah, you just got to know player talent evaluation. Just like,
but not until week 4?
It's pro talent evaluation, not rookie talent. The Mavericks are on a 3-game heater right now. I'm going to call it that because it feels like it's been a while since they've had a run like that where they've had a few games that they've won in a row. They beat the Lakers on Sunday, and man, Luka's doing Luka stuff, man. Watching him put in 50 the other night was exceptional. Seeing him and Christian Wood get combined for 62 against the Lakers is really nice. I am a little curious, though, how you felt about what they have been building as opposed to what they've done most of the season. Because I know Mike's so built in on their rotations and why aren't they doing these things. There's a lot of very detailed things that Mike gets into. And I've been kind of very adamant that I'm going to wait until New Year's hits because I think that Jason Kidd wants to kind of collect some data on his team before he says, okay, this is our new plan. Because he didn't want to, kill anybody's confidence or kill what the chemistry could grow between some players. He was killing Christian Wood's confidence, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's an interesting word to use there, considering that people were begging for Christian Wood to play. Now, first of all, I think we also need to acknowledge they were missing quite a few of their players. Obviously, Maxi Kleba has been lost for the season. Dorian Finney-Smith did not play in this game. I believe Frank Ntilikina did not play in this game. So, you were missing some of your talent, and specifically some of your talent that, plays defense. It was nice to see them just kind of lean into we are going to do offense. I don't think that is a strategy for them to be able to win the championship. The aspirations that they have now after going to the Western Conference Finals is that they want to play in that realm in the NBA. And I don't think the idea of, the defense ain't going to do it, so let's just go do this offense is way to go. However, in a single game situation on Christmas where you do not want to lose in front of company, right? They were just out here bombing away. And eventually they started hitting the way that they needed to. Because that was really the difference that made that 51-point third quarter. They just started making shots. There's one way for this team to play. It is both a kudos to this team in the way that they have kind of made themselves uber efficient around this one idea of we're going to let Luka have the ball. We're going to let him operate in the pick and roll and create shots off of it. but it's also in some ways like a criticism of them because great teams can win multiple ways, and that goes for most sports. But in basketball also, great teams have multiple ways to win. And this is the quintessential, jump shooting team where, you live by the three, die by the three. That is this Mavs team. And you saw that in that Christmas Day game where early on they were not making shots. And then in the third quarter, they were making shots.
Well, when you hear guys talk about knowing their role, because Tim Hardaway came on with us and said, I think guys are still learning that. Last year, by the time they got to the Western Conference Finals, everybody knew what they were expected to do, where they were expected to be for all those moments. And even Luka after the game, he's like, look, man, or maybe I can't remember if it was after the game on Sunday or if it was just this weekend in general. He's like, it's going to be 4-on-3 a lot of times. Hitting shots is what's going to keep us alive. And I like the way he said that, 4-on-3. There are going to be 4 guys that I have to pass to.
Yep.
And they're only going to have 3 defenders because they're going to have to double me. So somebody is going to be open. They need to be ready to deliver the shot. I like that he said that. I really do like that he said that. I don't know if he said it in the locker room. I feel like that's kind of probably the model that Jason Kidd's working with and getting them to understand that. Do you like hearing Luka say, hey, I know what my offense is going to look like. Those guys have to make their shots now because I'm going to deliver open shots.
I think it's fairly evident. I don't think he said anything novel there. Yeah, man. Like these teams have decided, Luka Doncic, we're going to send a double at him. It's like Luka Doncic is in pick your poison mode at this point as a player at 23 years old, the ripe old age of 23 years old. You've seen numerous, in fact, coaches just basically talk about him as if he is like Thanos.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's just like, look, man, he's inevitable.
Yeah.
Right? There's not really much you can do, so we just gonna send these 2 bodies at him and make these other guys beat us. And the fact of the matter is, when they do that, the response is, well, other guys beat them.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
That's what it becomes. And so when it's 4-on-3 because they have sent the double team, the idea is just pass to the open guy and make the shot. And like when you simplify it to that point, there is kind of a brilliance in how simple they have made this, which is, Luka Doncic pick and roll, maybe pass the short roll, find the open guy in the corner, and then knock down the shot, right? That is a very simple game plan that I think anybody can see, and that is like so simple that it's kind of crazy that it worked consistently, but it's because of Luka.
Yeah.
But again, that brings me back to this thing where I'm just like, you watch some of the fun teams to watch, because I'm going to say something that might be unpopular, but let's face it, watching this Mavs team is not fun for me. Like, it is repetitious basketball.
Right,
I'm sorry.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Is Reggie the bad guy now for saying that it's not fun to watch the Mavs?
It'd be like that sometimes. No, it's not fun to watch them play. However, it's when they knock down shots, it's effective. You watch the teams that are fun to play basketball, they're doing lots of different things. There's lots of different actions that start in different places, and that there's a variety and a color to it. And I think that's one of the things that I'm personally lamenting with this team. That I'm not seeing like the color, and some of that is just because I don't know that they can with what they have, but it's tough to not see the varying different ways of style of play.
Okay, so you don't think it's lazy, that it's just them going, I mean, we have Luka, we'll just let him roll out there and do his thing. You don't think they're complacent in that? It's that they understand what their limitations are with the rest of the team? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. All right, because if they had the ability, Jason Kidd would probably dial it up. But
I would hope at least.
Instead of, it just does kind of seem at times, and I might be wrong about this, they're appeasing Luka in a lot of ways. He wants to play, he wants the ball, he wants to score, he wants the stats, he wants all the things that go along that are going to put him in the category of one of the greatest players to ever play the game. He wants those things, and they're like, all right, here you go do it. Go get all those numbers. Instead of, hey, we're going to build a team that can do all these different things. Or maybe it's just because they're strapped to the players they have because of the contracts that they built out there.
Yeah. I mean, look, obviously this was a 9-point game or win on, Christmas Day. Luka had to put up how many of them things?
32.
With 9. Like, it feels like it takes so much to make it happen. I think this is what's got to be done to win games. And I almost, and I know everybody would love to see a situation in which it does not take Herculean efforts to get wins every night.
So, and what's crazy is you even said it. They're very efficient with their offensive production a lot of times. And then those Mavs teams that we watched with Steve Nash and Dirk were a blast because they were flying up and down the court and doing all these crazy things, but maybe they weren't as efficient as what this is. So, hey, I'm not going to complain about it, especially if they get back in the playoffs and do some stuff there. Luka showed up in a Camaro, hopped out with his cowboy hat, had his cowboy boots on, and then I did see that he set up with Dude Perfect, and this is how this all got arranged. They wanted him to wear the cowboy hat, say y'all in the press conference, and then also talk about his horny toad. And I've never seen Luka laughed whenever they told him this.
His hoomst?
Yeah, this is Luka talking in the press conference after the game.
I got it. I forgot my horny toad in the house, so next time I'll bring that.
You should have brought Dorian's horse.
No, my horny toad. You know what's a horny toad?
I don't think I do.
TCU. What?
TCU. Oh, the TCU?
No, the animal.
Yeah, it's like
it's like an actual.
You have a horn toad? Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because I'm Texan.
I felt the awkward. I could see the eyes looking around the room in the media session. Where they were like, "Wait, what is he? Is this? Are we losing something in translation here?"
Yes, they didn't know the bit. They didn't know that he was doing all the Texan things. That's what Dude Perfect had set him up with. Was, hey, drive in a muscle car, have a cowboy hat, have some cowboy boots, say y'all, talk about your horny toad. And I don't think I've ever.
Are horny toad, is that like a Texan stereotype? Because I've lived in Texas for a very long time. I didn't realize that was one of those.
I do believe that like TCU like made it more prominent. I will say that is the one thing that I like the most about it. But I've seen horned toads everywhere. They're in New Mexico. They're all over. What I would say that the first question that was asked was about Dorian's horse.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Horses are more stereotypical for DFW than a horned toad or Texas. 877-881-1053. You need your answers. Because not everybody lives in Dallas.
Sure.
And not everybody lives in Fort Worth.
Sometimes it feels like it.
We have listeners all over. So for y'all, and I did say y'all because I'm Texan.
True.
Do y'all you see horny toads all over the place?
All right.
I think Luka thought it was
funny.
funny.
That's a great setup. You see the setup, right, Joey? Okay. Fantastic.
I think Luka thought it was funny because of the word. All right. The other thing I wanted to add to this, Sean tried bringing it up in conversation until Mike called in. Trae Young and Luka. We might have to bring this back up later in the conversation. Do we want that? Do we want Trae Young and Luka Doncic to be playing basketball offensively on the same team?
No. And I'm kind of surprised, and I'm going to talk about this through the lens of Mike because he is a fascinating individual. I'm kind of surprised Mike didn't say no for a particular reason, because Mike, typically when things pop up as far as like players, there's one lens that he'll talk about, which is like the idea of being some level of locker room cancer. If you pay attention to what's happening in Atlanta, there's quite a few discussions and rumors of like Trae Young, for one reason or another, not getting along with the organization. In fact, like, when was the last time you saw a highly regarded, lottery pick, top 5 player be talked about as if they were going to be traded? Like in the NBA, that player, if they are like star adjacent, or if they're like stars, because I don't want to call them no superstar, but if they're a star, you change the stuff around them and not him. He is in that place where people are talking about the idea of him being moved. Typically, that is some level of sign that there's like other things outside of that. And I mean, if we can get deeper into like the NBA rumor mill, but like I just wanted to give the general impression that, there might be issues with him like fitting in and, getting the lay of the land. And when it comes to Luka Doncic, like, I think good vibes has been what they have really, built this team around.
Yeah.
That's not really
so
what
much
you
so
want
that
to
Mike
do.
hates it sometimes, right? Where he's like, they're goofing around too much in pregame.
Yeah, so I'm like, is that really what you want to do on top of a dude who I'm sure Kevin Hagelin would let you know at the drop of the hat is oftentimes the worst defender in the league.
And not efficient offensively.
You know what I mean? Like,
he's
all
a chucker.
We're adding up, and none of the math is mathing to like a smart move. Also, he's getting
2 stars.
He is getting paid.
It's 2 stars.
All right.
I mean, like it's a name, and it's a name. It's a like that's what everybody wants is their stars out there. By the way, Texas state mammal, armadillo.
Yes.
State bird, the northern mockingbird.
Didn't know that. Actually, I did know that.
The Texas large state mammal, the longhorn.
Sure.
The flying state mammal is the Mexican free-tailed bat.
My favorite bat.
Texas state dog, the blue lacy.
I don't even know what that means.
I'm going to have to find one because I know I want one.
It sounds more like
Texas
negligee.
State insect, monarch butterfly. The state fish is the Guadalupe bass. And the state lizard, or the state reptile.
Horned toad?
The Texas horned lizard.
Okay. Yeah, because this is the thing. Somebody on the truckwreck.com text line was like, horny toad. And they were like, no, it's different because TCU's the horned frogs. I think it's the same thing. Like, I think they just kind of...
Toads and frogs are definitely different.
No, I know, but...
We all know the difference.
But I think they just made a misnomer when they named the team, and they're like, this works better.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Because if you look at it, it is a lizard.
Coming up next, did Jerry Jones, does he write the script for all the plays? We'll tell you how we came up with this theory next on The Fan.
Mike Bassick here for Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss.
and leaving it on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Dallas Cowboys and your Texas Rangers. And the Cowboys will be playing Thursday night right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just keep it locked in, man. Just leave it on right now and then just leave it on through the rest of the year.
That's right.
And then, you know what? In the next year, too. And then through the rest of next year. And everything's going to be fine.
Is there a time where you stop?
It's called Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on for a reason, Reggie.
Okay.
And
All
that
right.
means you just turn it on and leave it on.
Okay.
You don't even have to do anything other than turn it on. That's the easy part.
That's true. The
Even
leave
when
it
you're
on is
sleeping, it's just on.
Yeah, the leave it on is kind of, that's extraneous.
Yeah.
We did too much. It should just be toe.
Yeah,
Or
just turn it
Tio.
on. And then when leaving it on, you don't have you go about your business.
Sure.
Go about your day. Do your work.
Just set it and forget it.
From the 817. Hey, Reggie and Corey. It's wonderful to hear y'all's sweet voices on my Odyssey app this morning. Love y'all. Hope it's been a happy holiday season. It has been so far.
It's been all right.
It's been all right. Yeah, there have been some things. We'll talk about those coming up during the Expressway. 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports and entertainment content right there for you. Jerry Jones.
I know him.
Writes the plays. He draws up all the plays.
Sure.
And my reason for thinking this is I was Toloing during the break. And on Saturday, before the game, right before the game, my wife says, hey, we need. And then she gave me a list of things we needed from the grocery store.
Ooh.
Now,
was it a
mind
long
you,
list or a short list?
It was about 6 things. I came back with about 20 because you can't send me to a store. Don't ever send me to a store. I am a person who will see something and say, do I need it? No. Should we have it around the house just in case? Yes. Like that's exactly how I am. And most of the time it's like tater tots and chicken nuggets.
Oh, okay.
Huge fan of having those because the kids might get hungry for a snack or something or lunch. We got to feed them every once in a while.
Parent stuff. I thought you were just doing I went to the store hungry and bought things that I would want to eat, but I forgot.
Yeah.
You're an adult.
Yeah. I'm an adult that has lots of guilt about being away from the family a lot of times, and also wants to make sure when I'm with the family that
they're eating chicken nuggets, right?
Yeah, or whatever. It could be some mini tacos, those things too. However, I was in the parking lot at My Tom Thumb, where I'm very well known.
Sure.
And
just the parking lot or in the Tom Thumb?
I was in the parking lot.
Okay.
I'm well known in the parking lot too.
Okay.
I'm in the parking lot. I had to stop because Jerry Jones was talking to Christy Scales. And I had to listen to the rest of what Jerry Jones was saying. But he said this, and I said, all right, I'm going to hold on to this just in case. Jerry had this to say about T.Y. Hilton before the game.
Well, they could underestimate him. And, of course, what we've been wanting is a receiver that complements what we've got with Gallup or what we've got with Lamb, because T.Y.'s main skill is his intelligence. And, boy, is he smart, and that's what we need. Now, he's got real outstanding speed, and he's still got it. I'm going to think that he's going to make a big difference out here today.
He made the biggest difference. The 3rd and 30 play is the T.Y. play from now on. He said they're going to underestimate him. And T.Y. Hilton, what did he say after the game? If you're just going to put your hands in my face and try and distract me, you're going to lose. I'm going to outrun you. I'm going to get by you. And T.Y. Hilton goes out there, makes the big catch. He had 12 plays. We looked it up. He had 12 plays throughout the game. That was the most significant play of the day. And I haven't seen the all 22 to see if he got enough separation throughout his other routes.
And it was 52 yards. It's quite literally the most air yards that Dak has thrown in his career. It was
a beautiful throw.
It was a really good one, right on the money.
Good God. I don't know if you've seen it. Fox 4's Chris Hanks does phenomenal work. Been a great photojournalist in the DFW area for years.
I loved him in Castaway.
Different Hanks, by the way.
Gotcha.
He got a phenomenal shot from the end zone as T.Y. was coming towards him of the ball in the air and then the catch right there. It was an awesome pitch and catch, man. And it was a moment where everybody went, wow, the Cowboys did something right. They got the guy that made the big difference in the game. I don't know how much more of an impact he's going to make throughout the season.
Yeah, because I feel like you've done it once. I don't imagine that people are going to lay off on the 9 route on him.
Yeah.
But I think
they weren't expecting that at that moment.
Right. Going back to that quote, like, I mean, even if you take T.Y. seriously now, or Eugene as I like to call him, or I mean, as his birth certificate calls him, one of the things that he does well is find space. If you're playing a zone, he will settle into the right place. And if you're playing man, he's so smart. He's seen so many things. I've fallen into the rabbit hole of Kurt Warner's YouTube page.
Yes, you have.
And he does a fantastic job of breaking down route concepts. I feel like I'm getting smarter about football every time I press play. And within that, I very much see in which, that's the places in which a wide receiver might not fully understand the things that a play is trying to accomplish. You might be running your route. You might be just doing certain things and not understanding what a play is supposed to accomplish or what a concept is typically accomplishing versus certain things and why it might change. T.Y. Hilton strikes me as a dude who understands all those things. And I think that's what we're speaking to when folks talk about how smart he is. Now, when it came to that play, it felt like he was just fast, which makes me want to apologize to Eugene because I called him fully laundered.
What does that mean?
He's washed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And
did he look fast on that play?
He looked fast on that play.
Can he look fast on other plays too?
I want to see it.
Okay.
I want to see it. I will be monitoring that space.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that knowledge that he brings, and then also apparently that's still having a little bit of speed to him. Man, this could be a really nice compliment to this team. Added to, the big body of Michael Gallup and like the big play capabilities of him, and then CeeDee Lamb, who is, rounding out into a wide receiver 1 right before our eyes. Like, I think that this was the right signing.
So, in addition to what you just said there about the speed part of it, Mike brings this up, and I'm kind of curious about it. Peerless Price had like 2 catches with Tony Romo and then did nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
LaRon Robinson helped me win a fantasy football game.
And when it got his money.
And then when it got paid somewhere else, but really didn't.
Jesse Holly's money.
Yeah, Jesse Holly's money. But didn't really do anything else beyond that. Like, that was pretty much it. T.Y., I just hope it's not this one play, and then there's nothing else to it. I think there's going to be more added to it and grow to it. You brought up the big body of Michael Gallup. When I've seen a couple of people on Twitter throughout that game say don't throw to him in high leverage situations anymore. And if you have that mentality, he don't need to be on the field.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what are you expecting him to do at that point then, because that feels like what was his best attribute.
Yeah.
Because it's not like he is like the pristine route runner.
Yeah.
And so it's like you get him on a go route, you let him go up and get the ball. Those are the situations that I thought you had him.
Somebody.
Yeah, I thought that's why you had him here.
Yeah,
that's why you gave him a contract.
And I feel like maybe it was after that the blind spot pass that people were saying that, and they're like going after him. And I'm like, hey man, that is tough. How many outfielders do we see that lose a ball in the sky because of the sun? It happens. The Cowboys built the stadium that way, and that's the way that it is right now.
Yeah, I said this on Twitter, and I mean this sincerely. You will not find me talking about that play and like designing it to a fade to the corner of the end zone where the sun comes up, because that's particularly the kind of oversight that I would make in my life. Like, I could easily see myself being like, oh man, I completely forgot about that. Like, that's the type of life I live. So I was like, you know what? You get a pass from me. Other people might talk about it, and that's probably fair. Me personally, not talking about it. I can't do it.
I can't even make rice right.
Wait, what?
I screw up rice every time.
How? How do you screw up rice?
I miss an instruction. Don't
What
give
do you
me
mean? What do you mean instruction?
steps to cook, okay?
It's like 3, right?
Wait, cooking is steps. What are you talking about?
No, cooking is art.
Fair enough.
No, fair enough.
He stumped you,
no,
Reggie.
No, he didn't. You just
I
let him
appreciate
off
you,
the
Joey.
hook for no reason, Joey. Joey, you ain't
Thank
talked all day. All you pipe in to let Corey off the hook.
Joey's on my team
He
here.
said he can't cook rice of all the things, man. That's like saying I can't make cereal. Come on, man. What are you
Adrian
talking
right
about?
now and ask her, and she will tell you Corey will screw up rice in a heartbeat. I don't know. I don't know. I do things wrong. Actually last week we left the show, and I do think that Broadus is single-handedly responsible for getting Reggie White to the Packers by suggesting the Cheddar Bay biscuits from Red Lobster.
Correct.
So on the way home, the guys told me they just have boxes that crap at Tom Thumb.
Yeah.
So I went to my Tom Thumb, said hi to my people, and then got 2 boxes of Red Lobster Cheddar Bay biscuits.
I like the idea of you walking through the Tom Thumb like it's, what is it? Was it Casino or was it Goodfellas? And just doing a long take through the Tom Thumb, saying hi to everybody, putting like a $10 bill in folks' pockets.
Shaking hands.
That's right.
Yeah. No, I got to talk to my people. I grabbed 2 boxes, get home. Let's make these biscuits. Guess what? There's instructions on how to make the biscuits.
Yes, because that's what cooking is.
Mm-hmm. No, not really. I know what to do. I walk out there. I put the meat on the smoker. I got the smoker ready. It cooks in the amount of time. I know when it's ready. I don't need instructions. I just do it. All right? Cooking's different. There are other things when it comes to like baking. So I'm reading the instructions and I'm like, where the hell is this packet that they're talking about? Oh, the butter garlic packet that I was supposed to save for later was not the seasoning packet that I just put in there. I didn't realize that
you didn't read it ahead of time.
I didn't read it enough.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what. Yeah, so what you're saying, Reggie, is whenever you're designing a whole stadium, you might have some oversight. I forgot to put the butter packets to the side and not use that.
Not even when you're designing a stadium. When you're calling a play, you're like, man, Michael Gallup on a fade route. That's something that we should do. Let's put it to the strong side. All right, boom, 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 put in the play. Oh, no, the sun. I forgot about the sun. My bad, y'all.
Jerry Jones said that this morning, though, and we'll do that in the C Block, too. Jerry Jones said to Sean and RJ this morning, I pay a whole lot of coaches a whole lot of money. Somebody should know where the damn sun is. He literally said that this morning. Coach? Somebody should know where the sun is.
Hey, Jerry, you know where I am. Hit me up. I'll be the sun coach.
And if you know what, that's another thing. If you're out there and you're the defensive coach on that play, aren't you going, hey, sun's over here. They're definitely not throwing a ball that direction.
Can we pay a bunch of fans to stand in the Sands way? In the Sun's way, not the Sands way.
Yeah. I think you would have to hang them from the ceiling, though.
Which, you know what? Some people probably do it for the Cowboys, for the Cowboys to be better.
Like, if you could, look, would those be more expensive or cheaper than party passes?
Oh, man, if you're helping the team, more expensive.
Fantastic.
More expensive for sure. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Did we just propose human curtains?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
Mickey Spagnola next on the panel.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Reggie keeps expecting to hear the music for his show, The Get Right, whenever we come back into the top of the hour. But that is the KNC Masterpieces.
Sure is.
The Stand Up by The Prodigy is the name of that song if you ever want to go check that out. Joining us right now, it is Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Mickey, how are we doing today, sir?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing very well. Had a good holiday so far. Looking forward to the new year and rolling around as the Cowboys start facing the playoffs. But there are a couple things we got to figure out here. We got the Titans on Thursday, but we still have some recovery from that game against Philadelphia. How are you feeling about where they're looking, the direction they're heading right now?
You mean from an injury standpoint?
Yeah. Yes.
It sounds like, what they do today is not going to be much different than what they did yesterday. So it's this would be like their, I guess, Thursday during a normal week when they put the pads on, but that's not going to happen this week. So I think they're projecting that the one concern that came up in the press conference was Tony Pollard, but they felt like he would be able to do everything that he did last week at this time, but it's a kind of a glorified walkthrough. So we'll see where that one goes. McCarthy did point out that they make sure they get Malik Davis some snaps in these type of, I guess they call it mock game practices. Sam Williams should be good to go. He cleared concussion protocol or sore neck, whatever, he ended up with after the unfortunate accident last week. So I think he's good to go. And I think everybody else that they listed yesterday, other than Van Der Esch, was limited, and there was a good chance he was going to miss at least 2 games. So we'll see if he progresses any this week, but I bet they take it very cautiously with him to make sure he's as close to 100% as can be when they hit the playoffs.
Hey, Mickey, it's Reggie.
Reggie, what's up?
Not much. Just picking up the slack for those other jokers who went and actually spent time with their families.
Well, they better watch out for that slack might get extended on them.
Hey, we'll see. We can see if we can Wally Pip them. But for the time being, we're talking about, the health of this team. I mean, how unlucky is it that this team gets the short week and goes in to play a Tennessee Titans team that has built their entire identity on kind of toughness?
Yeah, although they've got some serious injuries too. So that might, minimize some of that. I mean, they're going to be playing a backup quarterback. I'm not sure about Derrick Henry. They had a long list of injuries. And again, what seems to be taking place going into this game is it really doesn't – their season's going to come down to next week when they play Jacksonville. Because even if they lose this game and they're a game behind Jacksonville, if they beat them, that means they would split their 2 games, and so it'll come down to the division record, and they've already are assured of having a better division record. So I'm interested to see how Tennessee will treat this game, knowing they've got a bunch of injuries, or if they'll just say, well, okay, let's get this is a short week. We got to maybe rest a bunch of people because next week's game is ultimately important. So from a toughness standpoint, I think the Cowboys are okay. I would like to see Van Der Esch out. You never like to see your leading tackler miss a game, and just missing the game, now he's second. He's 1 behind Donovan Wilson, so that's what kind of lead he had. He had kind of a 1-game lead on him. So you would like to see him out there. Obviously, they're still without Jonathan Hankins. They're hoping he's ready to go for the playoffs, and certainly he makes a difference, I think, in the run game. And now they've just got to keep and so they're it just dawned on me. I was looking at the list. They've clinched the 5th seed, right? Mm-hmm. That no one can be better than their 11 wins on the teams that aren't winning a division. So Yeah, I just think that, if you get Hankins back and you get 2 more games to kind of sort out what you're going to be doing at the cornerback positions once you get into the playoffs. So I think they've got to treat these games like, all right, how do we want to do this? Do we want Deron Bland outside and then moving in the slot on the nickel? And is it Nashawn Wright on the outside? Because that's kind of the way they ended the game this past Christmas Eve, and it kind of looked okay. I thought Wright did pretty good for a guy that hadn't had that many snaps in a game probably in his career. But that's one thing that I think it's going to be ultimately important to sort out in these next 2 games.
Do you share the same sentiment about the pass rush that Mike McCarthy shares? Or do you have a little more? Y'all need to do something there.
Yeah, and I understand what teams are doing against them, and I think it started with Indianapolis, where the quarterback's rolling out quite a bit, getting the pass off quickly, doing a lot of misdirection screens and things like that to try to neutralize the pass rush. But yeah, you would like to see more than 1 sack in the last 3 games and getting shut out in 2 of the 3 games. And I don't know if teams, they've adjusted how they're playing to that Cowboy pass rush. Now, if you look at, the last 4 plays the Eagles had, that pass rush was pretty significant. Now, they didn't get the, knockdown, closeout sack that you would have liked to see, but the pressure was pretty heavy on Gardner Minshew, and he had to throw, of those 4 passes, I think he threw away 2 on purpose. Either guys were covered or he was under duress and he knew he couldn't take a sack. So there was some pressure there, but they just aren't getting the guys on the ground. It's got to improve, but you would like to see it improve without having to blitz and send extra people to get to the opposing quarterback. Now, you're going to get another young quarterback on Thursday, and again, I'm sure they're devising a plan to try to counter the Cowboys' intense pass rush, keep the quarterback on the move. And again, is that a plus for those types of quarterbacks? Can they throw on the run well? Gardner Minshew did, right? 355, that's pretty darn good. Now we'll see what this guy can do and what happens going forward.
Malik Willis, be interesting to see if they're like, hey, we're putting the ball in your hands, or you know what, we're just going to put the ball in Derrick Henry's hands.
If he's healthy enough to play, yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure, and that's what teams are thinking. They don't want to face that pass rush. It's not like, okay, we got this figured out. They want to run the ball, even if they're behind. They want to keep running to make sure that they don't have to face that pass rush in certain pass rush situations. I mean, if you look at it in the last 4 games, teams have run the ball at least 27 times with a high of 37 with Houston, and even Philadelphia ran it 29 times. So even if they're trailing, they're saying, "Oh, we're going to run the ball," So they're trying to stay away from that pass rush. Now, you would like to see, if they were totally healthy with Dorrance Armstrong been dealing with, an ankle, then a knee. And so to get their full contingent of pass rushers up there would be great, where you don't feel like you got to play Micah Parsons every down that he plays at defensive end.
Now, Mickey, let's talk about T.Y. Hilton, who obviously made a phenomenal play in a really important situation. Now, we were talking earlier in the show about, just the way in which he made that play, the speed that he displayed. But obviously now that's been put on wax, and I imagine defenses will try and account better for that. What, usage do you see from him going forward? Do you still kind of see him being somebody who will utilize a little bit of that speed, or what do you kind of envision?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because they can see the speed, but until they feel it, it's a different situation, right? And he only played 12 snaps in the game. So I would imagine his snap count increases. And he can do more than just run deep. And by the way, they tried to double him, and the safety didn't understand his speed. Because when I went back and looked at the play, and I thought Darius Slay was just making an excuse, but he was looking almost the whole way at the quarterback. And he said it afterwards that he was, and I would have said it too, right? If I got beat by 5 yards, I was supposed to have help over the top from the
Right.
safety, right?
Do your job.
Yeah,
Everybody does their jobs. We're okay.
Yeah. But he was with them, and then he was looking, and all of a sudden he's 5 yards behind, and the safety, who started off in the slot, they were almost playing 4 across. The safety in the slot was on Cavante Turpin, and Turpin ran a curl over the middle, and I assume they did that to try to get that safety out of there, and he didn't go with him. He passed him off, and he headed towards Hilton, and he couldn't get there soon enough. As a matter of fact, he grabbed him before the catch was made. No flag, of course. And I thought Hilton, his thinking on it is this way: I've got to make contested catches. I can't leave it in the ref's hands, he said, because what happens if, I feel like they held me and they don't throw a flag? What am I doing? I'm going back to the sideline with nothing. So he's my new favorite player, by the way. Just listening to him talk and the things he says, how confident he is. He knows he's fast. As he said, after 2 practices, he said, I was good to go. I was ready to play. He goes, they were being cautious with me. So when somebody asks him, do you think you're going to get more snaps? And he goes, well, I hope so. So, yeah. And on top of that, the fact that he isn't hesitant to help the other young guys. Think about it. He's the most experienced receiver they have on the team. Everybody else, other than Noah Brown, who hasn't played that many snaps in his career, is no more than a third-year receiver. So that's a young receiving core. So, he's kind of treating it, kind of the way Jason Peters was treating the young offensive lineman. Whatever they need, I'll help them with. And you got to love that.
Mickey, I don't know if y'all have already done a piece like this on DallasCowboys.com, but as I was driving in this morning listening to Jerry talk about Peters and some of the other free agents that they had, the veteran free agents that they added, I started wondering over the last 5 years, is this the best group of free agents, veteran free agents they've added? Barr's been a contributor for this team. You've had Jason Peters be a contributor in big moments, and on top of that, the things that he's been able to do helping Tyler Smith along and just being a good mentor for the team has been fantastic. And now you add T.Y. Hilton. I wonder if this is the best crop. And obviously a lot of it does go with Gerald McCoy and Dontari Poe just not working out.
Right.
But
and
those things happen.
Yeah, and this is probably the most productive mid-season additions they've had. Because normally, you do it at the beginning of the season and, so be it. Let's see how it works out. But for mid-season additions, these guys, Hilton, okay, he's got one catch, right? But it was a significant catch. I was joking with somebody the other day. I said, well, he leads the league in average yards per catch. It's 52, right? Yeah. But
nobody else has that.
And if you look at other free agents that they added, we got to consider Brett Maher, right?
Yes,
pretty
absolutely.
darn good. I mean, this guy wasn't with the team, 2 weeks in, not until 2 weeks into training camp. If you count that one, I think Barr has had his moments. This might have been one of his better games.
I thought so.
From a tackle standpoint, he had 7 or 8, and the fumble recovery.
Let's just keep him out of coverage if we can.
Well, and that's not him,
right?
Right. I mean, he made his bones in Minnesota as a pass rushing outside linebacker. And a strong side linebacker, not a guy that needs to go into coverage. But when you're going to play this defense that they've been playing, other than Van Der Esch, he's probably the next best guy. Although I think Damone Clark is starting to catch up with his ability to cover. But he's young. He's only played not even a half a season. So he's kind of been forced into that situation. But, yeah, I just think that the production they've got from those guys, and Jason Peters hasn't lit it up, but he's been, serviceable. He's been good enough to go in there in a pinch and help out. And, again, a very young offensive line, until Tyron got back. Zach was the only guy starting on that offensive line that was, in more than just the third year. And then they lose the third-year guy, Terrence Steele, for the season, who, by the way, has already had his surgery and saw him walking around in the locker room. But, yeah, and they lose other veteran guys like Anthony Brown and, Jordan Lewis, and all of a sudden a fifth-round draft choice is leading the team with 5 interceptions, Deron Bland. You certainly didn't plan on that. So they've had a lot of, what should I call it, unexpected production from some guys that have really helped them get to this point in the season.
Really appreciate your time, Mickey. We will talk with you tomorrow, I believe 10:30, good sir.
I think that should work because we don't have a press conference, but we got a plane hopefully waiting at DFW, right?
There we go. Hopefully you can get off and be there just fine. All right, Mickey, have a good one.
All right, see you guys. Take care.
We didn't even talk to him about the curtains. We can avoid it for just one segment. But next.
Just like regular curtains, or were we talking about the human curtain idea?
Well, speaking of.
What?
Have you seen the unveiling of the Dirk statue? See, there was a curtain around it.
That's
unveiled.
True.
Next
Nice.
on The Fan.
Coming up
105.3 The Fan. Reggie and I continuing conversation about the Cowboys while we're in break as things move along here. Did you get to see the Dirk Nowitzki statue yet? 877-881-1053. Other than just on Twitter or Facebook or whatever.
Oh, like going by it?
Yeah. Have you had an opportunity to go down to downtown, get to the Victory Plaza, run by and go, man, that statue's pretty cool looking? I have not yet, but I do plan on taking the kids down there because they love Dirk. We all love Dirk. And I want them to see that. I think it's a really cool thing for him to have that out there. I think it's cool for the Mavericks fan base to have that out there. That's the thing we can kind of hang our hat on, as we had Dirk for a while. It's like 21 years. While. Did you hear Luka over the weekend when he was asked about that? I think Dirk had mentioned that he hopes that Luka can spend 21 seasons with the Mavericks.
He did.
And Luka was like, oh man, that's a really long time. He was like,
ooh, do not say this because it will get replayed if you leave.
He was like, I think I'd rather be on my farm. You know, at that point, after that many years, it's a lot of basketball, and he has the ball a lot. Dirk was able to. It's amazing. Dirk's body. I know he was going through some serious stuff just to get on the court.
100%.
The last season, the stretching, all the stuff that he had to do just to go walk out there on the court. But you would probably think maybe his body didn't take as much of a toll because he wasn't a small guy with the ball in his hands. He was a big guy battling against big guys, getting knocked down, getting beat up. Like his body, as much as Kobe's, probably had very similar tread. For those guys to have that many years in the league and do what they did, still pretty spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you seen it yet on Twitter? I mean, you're on Twitter.
I've seen it on an ungodly amount. It's probably unhealthy. Actually, I'm just going to say it's definitely unhealthy. No, I've absolutely seen it. And weirdly, the thing that has drawn my attention the most, it's not something significant. It feels like they over-accentuated the amount of lean in the flamingo fadeaway.
Like he's almost flat.
Like he's leaning more than he normally would. And maybe I'm just like, I used one reference photo or something, and maybe that was like one
Absolutely
where
possible.
He did not lean as much as others. But it feels like they got him laying down on the sofa. You know what I mean? And look, it's cool. I'm not going to say that it's not cool. I'm like, feels like we did a little much, but I'm very happy about the one way that they didn't do too much. I was very excited because look, we all saw the little preview.
What are you talking about?
You remember when they gave us the little preview sculpture of the statue, and there was a certain effort, like they tried to give it that movement, and some of that still exists, right? You notice that the floor on it kind of sits there and rises up,
yes.
And then if you look closely at his foot, the one that is still attached to the ground. There's like a little bit of, it almost looks like ghost figures of, that's where the foot was as he rose up. And there was one other place in which they tried to add a little bit of motion.
In the basketball?
It was the basketball.
Where it looked like a sex toy?
Yeah, that thing. And I was
you
like.
You could have just said that, dude.
I mean, I could have, but I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are. Because now you said it.
Uh-huh.
And now Joey can clip that if he needs to. And we all win.
From the 817, I thought it was leaning too far. Yes, Reggie, that's the point. It is exaggerated on purpose.
And sometimes you exaggerate things to make it more evident. I just didn't know that was necessary with the Dirk statue, but I still like it.
The 469 going to the game tonight. I plan on checking out the statue. I'm very pumped about it. It's going to be a great game to go to and check that out.
Is that going to ruin traffic patterns? Because I understand like Victory Plaza right there already gets like traffic, but
the statue itself?
That statue right there is kind of in the front corner right next to the street. I wonder if that's going to ruin the flow of everything because people are excited to see it.
I am going to be very honest right now with all the Tolos out there. And I don't know how many people are with me on this. I don't know how many statues I've gone to see in my life.
What does that mean?
Well,
I mean, intentionally gone. Yeah, like I
want to go see this statue. I don't know that I've ever done that before. I think I've maybe the Longhorns that we have in Las Colinas, the cattle drive that we have.
Oh, okay.
I went out there to check that out.
Have you ever stopped at like a world's biggest item type place?
No, but there's that place on the way down to Waco that has like the is it not the spaceship, but like the it looks like a caterpillar crawling out there on the way down to Waco. I've stopped at that just to check it out before. So I guess so, maybe on like the side of the road, but never intentionally went somewhere. So like the Statue of Liberty. People intentionally go to see the Statue of Liberty. Sure. Does anybody intentionally go to see the Shaquille O'Neal statue for the Lakers? where he's dunking.
Well, I think if you're going to that and you're braving traffic, I think most of the times you're going
to
for
the
a
game. So
yeah.
maybe when you ask the question about traffic patterns, I don't know if it's going to kill it because maybe people that are there just going to the game and they're going to stop by anyway. I loved as they were describing it. It was very, you said this, it was very difficult for the artist to come up with the one shot that defined it. And he said he had he said he had to really they had to take so many different eras of Dirk, so many different moments that shot mattered. You want to signify that moment and be like, oh, this is when that happened, but also give it it had to encapsulate so many different things for Dirk.
I don't know if I agree with that.
That's what I think Dirk was like Holger wanted to do it himself, and I think Holger in the conversation that was one of the things that he wanted to do. Is he was like, I have a billion pictures of this shot. I had to figure out how to get it all. It wasn't the same, exact same every time.
And that's fair,
Even though Dirk's mechanics were almost the same as close to the same as they could be.
You think about him as being almost mechanical in the way that he operated. I mean, German engineering and all that. I don't know that you needed it to encapsulate all of them. I think because it was such a singular thing, put any one of those one of those instances and immortalize it in bronze, and everybody goes, that's cool.
Yeah.
Because I think it's different than I was about to say Jordan, and that is the absolute wrong person. But it's different than certain players where they had a whole bunch of different, kind of memories throughout the year. And of course, Dirk does have different memories, but that one thing is something that's so well associated with Dirk to the point where you could put it as a silhouette on your court and everybody goes, know exactly what that is.
A lot of people do, yeah.
And so I think if you got one of them, you didn't need to try and have them be. In fact, that idea of movement was a cool artistic decision. But if they had just done a flat statue and it was a direct replica of Dirk doing the flamingo fadeaway, everybody goes, works.
It makes
perfect.
sense. Yeah.
I think this was this was the hardest one to mess up, and which is why I'm so happy they didn't do the 3-ball thing at the top, because that was the one of the few ways in which you go, oh, you kind of messed it up.
I'm always amazed to hear other players talk about Dirk, and LeBron, as the Lakers were in town, did have some thoughts on the type of player that he was.
Before the unveilment of what the statue would look like, I already knew what the statue was going to look like. It had to be a fadeaway one-leg. It had to be. No question about it. Dirk is he's a legend. He's an icon. I think he's the greatest international player ever. Put him right there with Manu. But what he brought here, what he brought to the city, that boy was cold, man. Dirk was cold. He revolutionized what a stretch 4 big could look like, being able to put the ball on the ground, finish above the rim in his earlier years, and then just mastering that in-between game as his game got, a couple years down the line, and then he started taking it out to the three-point line. You couldn't put a small on him because he was too big. You really couldn't put a slow big on him because he was too quick with his first step early on. And you could never block his shot because it was just, he shot it behind his head, kind of like Larry Bird-esque. When you talk about top power forwards, top players of all time at that position, he's right up there with Barkley and Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett, Kevin McHale, those guys. They tough. Dirk's tough.
I really, listen, again, you can say what you want about LeBron. That doesn't matter to me. I love to hear all the things that were just said. We said growing up watching Dirk, and we knew it.
Yeah.
Nobody, but everybody else out there was like, he's a soft Euro.
Yeah, the wider NBA landscape did not appreciate Dirk the way they needed to.
But it seems as if this is another thing, players that played against him did. And once he got his championship, it validated it all. Then they were like, oh man, he became that guy. He became the guy that you couldn't stop. And he added to his game throughout his career all these elements that went along with it. So it's nice to hear somebody on that other spectrum talk about it. You kind of...
Well, it's because in that clip, LeBron says he's one of the greatest, if not the greatest.
He said, the best. I put him right up there with me.
International player. And I was like, okay, so we're going to forget Hakeem Olajuwon exists. But I'm not sure. I think that ends up being a discussion between Hakeem and Dirk. And Dirk has a fantastic record on this. For one, Dirk was the MVP. And one of the things that's interesting about Dirk, as you're mentioning, right? Here in this Metroplex, This Metroplex, I've always found it interesting how mad the Metroplex gets at everybody else for not appreciating Dirk when they did. Because like the Metroplex was like, yo, we saw how cold he was, and everybody else is coming around to it. One of the ways in which that's happening is you look at the advanced like stats and analytics, which I know like the average person just kind of rolls their eyes at. One of the ways in which you can embrace it, and I hope you do, is that you go look at the advanced analytics and look at back at Dirk's career and you go, oh, he's actually better than like some of the more standard numbers would let you know. Like if you look at win shares per 48, which is obviously a little bit more deeper in metric, but it often closely correlates with who wins MVP, is like who is best, who has the best win shares per 48 minutes played. And Dirk Nowitzki has fantastic win shares per 48 throughout his career, like actually impacting winning. And that's some of the things that we can all understand, like we all appreciate from like seeing him play, but like when you actually put it down in numbers and are able to quantify, you're like, damn, he was just so damn cold. And like in a way that I think the larger NBA landscape didn't appreciate, but here in this Metroplex, I know, because I done heard everybody talk about it, I know locally appreciate it.
Well, I'll also add this. There was a segment of time, let's not act like it was always, sunshine and butterflies. There was a segment of time when people were like, trade him, get rid of this guy. He's never going to.
I wouldn't know about
He'll never win a championship with Dirk. That's what was being thrown around.
And then he carried that. Like, I understand we all in this Metroplex have an appreciation for all the pieces that were in there. But also, I don't think anybody will deny that was a singular star doing heavy lifting with also like great players around him, but like a singular star showing up and saying, we are winning this thing.
So I did watch the Mavs stream as they were unveiling this, and I was like, man, that's a really nice curtain. I hope the Cowboys can use those kind of curtains next time whenever we have the sun coming in. But Jason Kidd specifically two times, mentioned, hey, maybe we can get some little burger statues around here for all the guys that carried you to that championship. Hey, it's nice that you got this statue. Where's ours? Like, he did kind of throw out there, hey, don't forget about the fact that you had some really good players alongside you at that time to get that championship. But man, I think that is the thing is DFW, they saw Dirk for 21 straight years on this team. Be loyal to the team. That's the phrase that's on the statue. It's loyalty doesn't fade away, or loyalty never fades away. It's 21 letters for his 21 seasons as a Dallas Maverick. I thought that was really cool, and that's the thing that I think Mavs fans appreciated so much about him, was how loyal he was to not only the Mavericks but the city itself. How he embraced that part of it, and he sticks with that, and that's that's why he gets the statue.
On top of that, like
Jason Kidd, all the burgers for us.
It's so easy to love the dude, because the dude is just like if he never played basketball in his life, and that dude came across you as a human being, you would love him. Yes. And then you put on the tag on top of that he was incredible at basketball. Like it's just so easy. I mean, knowing that dude was going to get a statue.
Watching the videos of him, he's like, all right, what's the bid? Okay, I'm buying in on whatever this bid is. Let me do the best I can in my Dirk ways to do it. Like he was like, yeah, man, whatever this thing is, I understand what I am to the franchise. But while I'm here, let's all have some fun while we're doing it. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Mac Jones is going to get one unless the NFL stops letting him get away with it. Next on The Fan.
The holiday season is here.
Be the difference.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Buttermilk biscuits.
This is weird.
I was like, I don't know. What is my job?
This is very weird.
What am I supposed to do?
We might have to bring that back into discussion in the new year.
What does that? Wait, what do you mean by that?
Kind of let Kevin and Mike see how that went.
Oh.
See if it was the appropriate approach, because I thought it was right. Joey knew exactly what he should do at the time, and he was like, "I'm not going to let Reggie, create a pause here."
Okay, yeah.
So he went ahead and did it. Nice work, Joey. Proud of you, Reggie.
I think that says a lot about our personalities.
Be more assertive with your
your
biscuits next time.
Joey is absolutely the person who's like, look, there's a hole there, there's a gap there. I will step up and I will, be in that place. And I'm very much the person. I'm like, anybody else want to do this?
It's tradition.
Anybody else want to do this? Okay, you got it.
He learned after the first time very quickly. 877-881-1053. How did that go? And from the 214, OMG, no, I wanted Reggie dip. So there you go. I appreciate what you did, Joey.
Thank you. We could have dipped together.
Man, he dips, you dip, y'all dip.
It's a double dip.
Do I need to put my hand up on my hip? Is that what we're doing here?
Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Diamond Factory.
True.
The Eli Apple has called out Mac Jones and said this dude is a dirty player. And I said this after he kicked somebody in the junk when they were playing against the Bears. I was like, "That you can't do that. You can't go in cleats up, spikes up, trying to take somebody's junk out like that." He said, "I don't know if you've seen the play, but it's a turnover. Mac Jones is running back down the field.
Yes, he's chasing.
He is
and,
not
oh my
going
goodness! What?
He is not going to catch
number 57." Who is
that Tyquan Thornton? No.
Tyquan Thornton.
He's not going to catch.
No, Tyquan Thornton is a wide receiver.
Von Bell.
There it is. Good job, team.
He decides instead to just dive into another player's knee. I'm sorry, it was Jermaine Pratt.
Eli Apple.
He decides to dive into Eli Apple's knee. And he says, I went down in front of him to kind of get in the way to stop him from slowing down Tyquan, who obviously could make the tackle there. So just kind of went down in front of him, trying to stop a fast guy from getting to another fast guy. It's a split-second decision, and there's a lot of things that goes into it. You're out there trying to compete, blah, 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 blah. All the respect for blah, blah, blah. But yeah,
okay.
Just they played a great game. All those things. Then he added, honestly, I was just playing the play. So I saw Tyquan running, and we were running to get him. He was saying that he was trying to block a defender from getting to a player who could get to the player who had the ball. I didn't like it at all, dude. I thought it was cheap and stupid.
You know why I didn't like it? And it's not quite why you didn't like it. Why are you anywhere near the play? You're the quarterback. Have some respect. Like in the modern NFL, the quarterback means so damn much. You got to protect the golden arm. I mean, for his, that might be a little bit more bronze or whatever. But you got to protect the arm, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you getting involved in physicality and stuff?
Now
we have built the whole NFL around rules so that players can't touch you. Now you're just going to dive into people? What is wrong with you?
What did he do whenever he got hit whenever they did against the Raiders?
Oh, when Chandler Jones stiff-armed him into
he
the
got
earth?
hit as that was going on. So he hasn't learned just to stay away from the play altogether. Just walk to the. Isn't that what you say?
Yeah.
Just walk straight to the sidelines. Take your chin strap and just walk to the sideline.
Well, I mean, keep your chin strap on just to make sure that nobody hits you.
Get away from the play.
Stay away from, the play is over for you. You threw an interception. Get the hell out of there. Because you know what's worse than throwing an interception? Also losing your quarterback on an interception.
Yeah. J.J. Watt has retired. He made his announcement on Twitter, as most people do nowadays.
Or that he intends to retire.
That he intends to retire. This was the last home game of his career at Arizona, and it sounds like he is going to retire. Great career for J.J. Watt.
If J.J. Watt was not going to retire, because I did see some of this chatter on Twitter, would you want to sign him up if he was
Somebody
available?
Texted in earlier and said, can you imagine J.J. Watt with Micah Parsons? And I was like, right now? No. Back then? Those two playing together, it'd be insane. But I can't You have
He has 9.5 sacks this year.
I would prefer Tank at this point. 9.5
in his age 33 season.
Dang.
On a defense is not particularly
not really
good.
great at all. And so that maybe he would get some pressure, but I think you're just fine with the team that you have at this point. Tua went into concussion protocol again.
Third concussion that we have documented on the season for Tua Tagovailoa.
In this season.
Yeah.
And Mike Florio has put out there saying Tua should not play again. And that at some point doctors are going to have to say, hey, somebody in the NFL is going to have to step in and say, we can't let this guy get back out onto the field. Evidently, what happened was after the game against the Packers, he did report to the team that he was discussing some symptoms. And he met with the doctors, and they said, yep, time to go into protocol. But nobody saw it on the field. Nobody saw anything, but the symptoms popped up. Obviously, Tua, being a guy who's like, look, I got to start taking care of myself better, said, hey, I noticed this as I was at home. We need to have a little discussion. But there he is again in protocol. And not that they are world beaters right now, but they're still in the hunt, and they still have some opportunities to do something. And this is, again, a season for Tua to say, hey, all the haters need to shut up. And this concussion thing might keep him from having an opportunity to shut them up himself.
Sure, which is, I mean, that's somewhat unfortunate, but I think ultimately, and this is not going to be fun for like the football fan, but for that dude's sake, he needs to take this seriously, because like these are the things that lead to problems 10 years down the road and stop you from having like a full life as opposed to a full football season.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think we've become, and like with the quarterback, it's so obvious, and because of like the way that he was woozy, like he was trying to do drunken monkey, martial arts, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like we saw that, and it was so visible and visceral to us that I think it really spoke to us, in addition to like the landscape that we have now where we know more about concussions and the ways that, secondary concussions that happen after can be even more detrimental. The thing that has shaken me in some ways, we are very strong about the way that this goes with the quarterback, like the lineman that is dealing with a concussion that comes back. We're not great about that because it's easy for us to, or we keep our eyes on the quarterback during the play so we can tell when they're in and when they're not. We don't really pay attention unless like you're, a super fan and really looking at it, which linemen are in at certain points and what happens when they go out and when they come back. And sometimes I'm like, we went really hard about the Tua Tagovailoa, and man, it was real reckless for them to go back in the game. We're not great about doing this all the way across the board, and I really do hope that we become a lot better all the way across the board with some of these concussion things, considering how nebulous a lot of this is. Like there's not the most hard and fast ways of doing this. You basically have someone looking into their eyes and being like, is he good or is he not good? But, I just really hope that we get better across the board because, we found that this is really problematic.
It's interesting because like last night you saw a big play, a big hit, and people are dirty. And then in the game, you hear them say, look, the league wants to take these kinds of things out of the game.
Yeah.
And they're saying it's for the protection of the players. It also is a protection of their assets. But, I mean, they want to do that. But then
protecting their assets, both from like player standpoint and from, remember, we've seen lawsuits on the back end of some of these things coming back to the NFL.
And then there are people out there like, that's soft. We're just continuing to be soft. The league said that they want to do that. The players asked for it. They asked for a little bit of help there. Hey, we still want to be tough. We play a tough sport. That is a fact. They play a tough sport. The league says they want to try and get some of those things out of it. And does it cause other problems? Absolutely it does. But that's where it is right now. The Carolina Panthers brought in Josh Norman, key piece of their 2015 drive.
I was about to say, is it 2015? Because, man.
As J.C. Horn is scheduled to undergo surgery, and somebody asked earlier, hey, should we try and look into Josh Norman since we have cornerback issues? I don't know that the Cowboys are going to get a shot because the Panthers are doing Panther things.
Also,
right
we're just going to let the name fool us? When was the last time Josh Norman was good?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard this from Jair Alexander after the game, but this may be my favorite post-game interview ever.
Walk us through that play. What happened and how'd you grab it?
Oh, man, that's easy. So I'm just lining up. I seen number 10 motion over. Hey, Jones. Here. I seen number 10 coming across the field. I said, oh, snap, he fast. So I bagged off. When I bagged off, I seen him coming. He ran right in front of me. I was like, wow, is he really overthrowing it? Took it down the sideline, turned over with my guys, gave the football to a little kid wearing 23.
I love it. Merry Christmas to you. I don't even have more to say. That was fantastic.
If you celebrate it, Merry Christmas. Go enjoy time with your family. We got a dub, baby. Packers back.
Look, man, I can hate the Packers, and when he's on the field, I can be mad that he's playing against whoever my receiver is. That was entertaining as hell.
Yeah, because he's having fun.
Yes.
Like, it's so evident he's having fun. Like, you realize he kind of cut that story kind of short. He was like, bada bing, bada boom, here we are. But he was having so much fun doing it, and I appreciate that.
I loved it.
That's right.
He threw 2 of those in there when he was Aaron Jones. But then I love the part 2 at the very end. He's like, gave it to a little kid wearing number 23. Saw a kid in the stands wearing my jersey. Said, I got to give it to him. If that doesn't make you smile, man, what are you doing today? Go smile. Go smile at somebody. Go
do it right now.
Yeah, go hang out at a grocery store.
Smile or else.
Smile at somebody in an appropriate way. Never mind.
Wait a minute. What are you doing right now?
The Broncos believe that they can fix Russell Wilson. It's not what are you laughing about?
They don't really have a choice. They have to.
GM
they have
George
to say this.
Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Said that he's seen flashes from Russell Wilson. He said it's not whether Russ is fixable or not. We do believe he is. We do. That sounds like a person that's trying to convince himself still.
They have no choice but to.
They're
stuck with him.
This stinks for Nathaniel Hackett. I don't even know if he's a good coach or not.
Oh, I feel very strongly that we know he's not a good coach.
You don't know that.
Why don't I?
Their defense was good. They had a good defense.
So he had a good unit.
They gave up 51. But.
So he had a good unit on one side of the football, and they were that bad. I think we know that he's a bad coach.
I don't understand. But if your quarterback's bad, you can't be good.
That's not true.
Hold on. The Jets are a better football team than they are. They've had poor quarterback play. They can't be better than they are.
What are you saying right now?
They can only be so good right now because of the poor quarterback
so good.
play.
The Broncos have been awful all season
long. Their defense has been really good.
Wild, and still they're awful. That's the point.
Because their offense is so bad. Because their quarterback. But you're right. They can't do anything because there's a lot of money owed. They gave up a lot of assets to acquire that guy. Unfortunately, Nathaniel Hackett, who we still don't know if he can coach or not.
I know.
Is no longer a coach in the NFL.
For the time being.
Actually, we'll get into a little more of the coaching carousel coming up here at 1:20. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, do you still have hope for this Cowboys team, or are they testing you too much right now as they head towards the playoffs? Next on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo Jerry Jones, Hamsan, Sean, and RJ, Tuesday mornings at 8:30.
We've got a lot of football left to play.
Right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app. from the classic Chevrolet studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, Reggie just brought something up that I'm going to have to get to with Condoleezza Rice joining the Broncos in the new coaching search. I know she became part owner in a way of the Broncos earlier in the year. We'll have to dive into that just a little bit more. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Are you at your wit's end with the Cowboys right now? Or are you at like, you know what? I still got time with this. I saw an article, I think it was Tim Kalishaw put out an article that said the Cowboys with their win over the Eagles gave their team hope, gave the fan base hope. And I was kind of curious how people felt about that. 877-881-1053. Do you still have hope for this Cowboys team, or are they testing you too much? It is always wild to me, and I'll get called a homer. That's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
I am probably what is the closest to most Cowboys fans in the area, though. I've grown up a Cowboys fan my whole life. I understand this team has a different situation than any other NFL team when it comes to their front office. I understand what the talent they've acquired and put onto this team is. The coaching, I actually think, is pretty good coaching. So I understand the failures of this franchise and everything. I do take each year separately a lot of times, and then I can't go, well, it happened 27 years ago, so they're doomed to repeat it again.
Right.
If that's the case, then we should have 3 Super Bowls every 3 years, like that, or every 4 years. The Cowboys, they did it then. Why can't they replicate that now? But when it comes to what I've been seeing a lot of this year is nobody's even enjoying the regular season. And that's really tough. You can't enjoy the regular season because all you think is we're going to get run through in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that's a frustrating way to fan. And again, I'm not going to tell you how to fan.
True, you never do.
But I don't know why you would why would you even pay attention to the regular season if you just know that they're going to get run in the playoffs?
Yeah, that feels in some ways, as I'm going to do like pseudo psychology, I apologize, like a trauma response where it's like, look, I feel very much, and not me, but like the person speaking generically. Yeah. I think folks feel so much like Charlie Brown. It's like, look, man, this run-up will feel great to this football.
Uh-huh. And when I finally kick it.
And when I get to kicking this football, the Cowboys going to pull it.
It's going to be so amazing.
So I think a lot of people are trying to protect their hearts, you know. But,
okay.
And what's funny is I found myself somewhat in this place this season, too, because last year I very much was somebody who was like, look, we've seen the high end of this football team. They have the capability of being good enough to win a Super Bowl. And the problem is, I just saw them ride the roller coaster, being that capability, but then not living up to their maximum capabilities. And then we found that they were not their best versions of themselves when they played the Niners. And then so this season coming in, it was like, all right, but they've made adjustments. So we saw them be so good early. And then I think that doubt started to creep in when I'm like, oh, I'm seeing that roller coaster again. And I wonder how much of that is just in any season, you're going to see the best version of a team. You're going to see not the best version of the team. And what portions of those do you believe is more true to form, or what portion of that showing is going to actually exist on any given Sunday? And I think right now I'm still in a place where I believe the better version of this team shows up more often than not. However, I can get how you look at it and you go, ooh, I'm not certain the best version of this team is going to show up all the way. And I think this game where it was like, you have a good team you're playing against, most of the best versions of this team showed up yesterday or on Saturday. How did I make that yesterday?
Mickey
on
did
Saturday.
it too. Mickey and Jerry almost did it too earlier.
I went back to like the 5-year-old basic. If it's in the future, it's tomorrow, and if it's in the past, it was yesterday. No, but I think that definitely will help solidify some of the hope and belief of this team, is that when they need to dial it up, and I think this was the game that everybody was like, yeah, I don't believe anything until that Christmas Eve game. They needed to dial it up, and they did dial it up. And I think that should give some level of hope, but I don't think that assuages all the doubt, because I still think that doubt is there when you see the run of interceptions that Dak Prescott has had, the ways in which the pass rush has kind of taken a step back, and the ways in which the run stopping has, kind of been problematic all the way throughout the season. Those doubts are still there, but I do think that in some ways you have to have found some solidity in the fact that good team coming into your house and they found a way to be damn near the best version of themselves.
All right, so I've seen multiple people say it. It's just preparing for upset in advance, mentally preparing for disappointment.
Telling you,
because it hurts too much to keep getting beat down year after year from the 469. Corey, what is hope? This is exactly what I said. For a Cowboys fan right now, if you find a way to win your first round playoff game and get knocked in the second round, then isn't history. Isn't that a great thing? It shows a coach that most fans wanted gone 2 years ago, give you back-to-back seasons, then match the best seasons in the Cowboys' history. This is I think what you're seeing, Mike McCarthy has built something nice here, or redirected it to you have some sort of consistency at this point. You feel like you should win 10 games a year. Like you should be at this point now with what Mike McCarthy has built to say we should be able to win 10 games a year. And I know for UT fans for a long time, when Mac Brown did that wasn't good enough. People would be like, "Hey, he wins 10 games a year." And
that's like, an expectation.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
doesn't matter. We gotta catch up to OU. We gotta get more championships. I get it. I understand that. But like Mike McCarthy he came in, had a very rough first season.
Oh boy.
Won you 12 games last year. They suffered in the playoffs. Winning you, I don't know, you're at 11 right now. You still have the opportunity to win 12, 13 before the season's over. And you might be unhappy with that. And that's wild to me. And this goes back to Dirk, Reggie, for me.
Interesting.
There was that time period where people were watching Dirk Nowitzki and saying, trade him. We don't want this guy. He's never going to win us a championship. And I was saying out loud, dude, we get to watch this every night. Like as a Mavericks fan what did we have? We had Rolando Blackman and Roy Tarpley, and we had Mark Aguirre. We had a very fun 80s team. But between then and Dirk, it was an abyss of nothing good. The worst basketball team in history. Like that's what it was. And we get to watch greatness every night. Dirk is greatness. Yeah. Can't you just be excited about that? This regular season, I've been very excited about watching this Cowboys team, whether it was Cooper Rush overcoming some things. There have been some chapters in this story this year that I thought were unique. And I hope that whenever the Cowboys get to the final chapters, the playoff games, each one of those, that they look at what that story is going to look like. Because your opponent's going to be different. Your opponent's going to give you, it's like playing a video game. Who's the boss we got to play this week? And how do we overcome them?
Glass Joe.
How did we do it? Yeah, Glass Joe. Well, that's not really, that's like, oh.
Okay.
Glass Joe's not a boss.
Well, I mean, not a boss.
That's a regular season game. That's a preseason game.
Okay.
Yeah. But I appreciate you trying to contribute to that part of it.
You're welcome.
But that's what I hope that they see that at some point and they can rise, but it might not happen. And I got to be prepared that it might not happen and they might lose a football game in the playoffs. But I do think that, like you said, they have what it takes to be a great offense. They have what it takes to be a great defense. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure we've seen both of those things overlap enough this year to go, they have what it takes to be a great team to win a Super Bowl. But they do have the components that can give them a win on any given week and against any given opponent. Maybe you're hoping for lesser opponents along the way. Maybe you need to, like with the Rangers defeating the Yankees, they needed that.
We're just like exercising demons.
The Mavericks, when they beat the Heat, they needed that. Maybe that's what the Cowboys need. I don't know what their opponents are going to look like when we get there. But and maybe I'm just in the way, I'm just too positive. I have hope that this team can do something because I can't guarantee that they won't.
Yeah, I think also some of this is the way that you fan.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that, look, if you're going into it having some feeling that I know I'm going to have a bad time, you don't seem like the type of person who's going to go and engage in that thing if you're like, I'm going to have a bad time going to do this. So like in some ways you're like, look, man, let's have an idea or hope for the best time. And if it doesn't quite live up to that, that's fine. And then also when you use the word hope when we ask this question, do you still have hope for this Cowboys team? And I think that there's an appreciation there. You have an appreciation for the regular season and just like enjoying the journey. But hope indicates that you're aspiring to something. And I think the tough thing about it is you were already in a place where you felt like you could be world beaters and you stumbled not just like along the way, but out the gates.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I think there is just simply fear.
Yeah, no, I think that,
right. Like, there's just simply fear that no matter how good or how much of a proven track record you put in beforehand, nothing will give you definitive proof that it's going to be fine than it actually being fine and going through it. The tough part about it is, like, the existing throughout it feels terrible because you're on pins and needles the whole time and you're not going to get any resolution until we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, no, and that's what stinks about it. Like, hold on, and somebody did point out, only saw it once against Minnesota. We couldn't even enjoy the Minnesota victory. People were like, oh, but they're still. I don't know,
I had fun with that.
It was a blast, dude. You had 7 sacks against Kirk Cousins. That was
them
awesome.
boys into the ground.
That was amazing. It was so much so that we were just like, what else do we want to talk about? That was so badass. You want to enjoy those moments, and we get on air, and that's what happened. Was last Monday. We get on air, and Kevin was expecting the fan text to be, we got to rip this team for losing to Jacksonville. And then all of a sudden the fan text showed up and was like, hey man, we're in the playoffs. And I was like, what? What is happening right now? This is a pretty good thing. It was pretty nice to see. Our other franchises have hope for a new GM, new regime. We don't. So it's fair to grow callous. The model, Jerry Jones is doing a model that nobody else has ever done.
It's pretty unusual.
And I don't know if anybody will sit back and go, well, you know what? It's time to go the Jerry Jones route on this. I don't know that a lot of those owners are going to do that they want to, commit the way that Jerry does or says he does. I think that the what they're putting this team in the hands of Will McClay. They legitimately are.
Yeah.
And I think they've done a good job at giving that role to it. And I don't know that having an owner who's just like, you know what? I don't like this guy this year. I'm moving on. I don't know if that's going to work for you every time. You could be the Lions, where you're just stuck right there every year trying to figure it out. You could be the Browns, where every couple of years it's just, hey, turnover time. But I'm also not saying that the Jerry Jones model is the most efficient way to get the Super Bowl championships. It does seem like somebody with the power has to be able to connect with the team and get them to be at their best. That's what it seems like, is that the coach does need the power to connect with his team and get the best out of him to try and do that. I don't think that any owner has run out there and been like, I won the championship this year with all the stuff I did for these guys.
To go back to the question originally, do you still have hope for the Cowboys team, or are they testing you too much? And I feel like most of the tests are like kind of intrinsic, kind of psychological, again, in this weird psychology space that I have no business being in. But I think that, like, this Cowboys team has done a lot of, like, just being a good team that has flaws, as is going to happen in this National Football League. As far as tests go, like, we were talking about it during a break. They've added players. All those players have helped, right? They've had certain missteps, but they've tried to make adjustments and, seemingly found a lot of solutions to those things. This is a good football team. Like, I think that the cautious optimism is a fair place to be, all right? Optimistic for the fact that this is a good football team, but then also cautious, understanding the history and understanding that, any given Sunday, and that this is only one team is ultimately going to win the Super Bowl. But I don't know that this team has done a lot of testing of the individual this season. And maybe folks will see it differently. But I look at this team and I'm like, look, man, the things that scare me about this team are more, kind of the historical things that I think might happen again.
From the 214, people always want to be so negative, but the Cowboys are 7-1 against winning teams this year. That's the best in the league. That guy's going through his day excited. He's not going through his day all sad and upset and scared. From the 682 Cowboys, you can't be a fan and have no hope. That makes you a doomsday prepper. We're moving in the right direction. There's a lot of positivity coming in on the fan text today.
You could make a bunker with like Cowboys flags and stuff in there. I think you could just hung up jerseys in there. Yeah,
just go in there when they lose, and you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna hang out in my bunker here. I don't know, man. Everybody chooses to do it a different way, and then Dr. Atatula needs his own daytime TV show like Dr. Phil. Show. Are you a doctor?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
I'll take the money though.
Coming up next, it's time for the Expressway. Jalen Brunson is coming to town. Is it okay that I'm happy for him? Oh, next on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship.
Franklin Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I think a lot of people are still kind of in that mindset of if Dak throws an interception, especially after he threw an interception on to lose a game, and then he throws another interception to start a game, people lose their minds about Dak Prescott. You have a really good quarterback, man.
Well, Corey, interceptions are bad.
The interceptions are bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to this week, I'm going to give a grade to each one of the plays that could happen. All right, like an interception is bad for your offense. All right, that can't happen. That's one of the lowest things. You can't turn the ball over. What are the good things? Obviously, a touchdown is a good play. On defense, a sack is better than pressure. Every time.
That's true.
Every single time you want to end the play rather than letting the play continue and put the odds together. We'll see how that thing goes along. But right now, Jalen Brunson is coming to town. Jalen Brunson is going to be playing against the Mavericks tonight and the New York Knicks. How are you feeling tonight?
I was thinking of how I could try and make Jalen Brunson and slide him into the Jackson 5 Santa Claus is coming to town.
What are you doing?
But it didn't fit right. I was like, Brunson Claus?
Jalen Brunson's coming to town.
Oh, there you go. You fixed it. You figured it out. Thank you. No, I'm excited in some ways because this Knicks team is not perfect by any means, but it's interesting to watch. But
I'm happy for him. And I think this is what I think a lot of people I said this about DeMarcus Ware. I wasn't happy that he got a championship with somebody else. I wasn't happy.
Oh, so he was hating.
I wasn't happy for Mike Napoli to get a championship with somebody else, with Boston. I wasn't sitting there going, man, I'm rooting for Mike Napoli. You know, like I don't typically do that. I am happy that Jalen Brunson is playing well, but I'm also upset about the fact that he's not here. I can do both of those. Those things can happen. I can feel that way about it. But when I was watching him on Sunday, which I loved the way that Sunday was set up, Adrian hated it.
Christmas Day NBA games is always fun.
My wife was looking at me like, "What? Hold on, when is sports ending?" And I was like, "It's not. It's never ending. So just be ready for it today." But when I watch him play, man, he plays an exciting brand of basketball. It's a brand of basketball that I came to love last year while we were in the playoffs against Utah, against Phoenix, against Golden State. I was like, man, this is fun to watch. So when I'm watching him play with Julius Randle and with these guys, I'm watching a brand of basketball that I'm like, man, it's fun to watch him play. And I know him. I know him personally. We interviewed him. Mm-hmm. So there are some connections that I can be happy for him, but also be upset that he's not with the Mavericks.
So Corey, are you saying that you feel like the Mavericks aren't fun to watch basketball?
I do think that they are a bogged down team.
Okay, cool.
Luka's a blast.
Absolutely.
Luka can give you moments where he puts the dagger in and you're like, wow, I was waiting all game for that.
Right. And so I feel
But it is a grind to watch this team. It's almost as much of a grind as it is to watch what San Antonio was putting out there back in the day.
Oh boy.
Almost.
Yeah. And I think you're absolutely right. Jalen Brunson plays fun basketball. Like he'll hit you with the mid-range, he'll drive by you and take you to the rim. Like he plays a fun brand of basketball. So from that perspective, I do find that fun. I also recognize, as much as, I do think the Mavs probably should have made sure that he stayed here. That was a dude who was looking for a role that was bigger than what I think the Mavs were willing or capable to offer him. And so I'm always happy in some ways for like a dude to go get his, but like not just in the securing the bag way, but also in getting the right role. And, because when it comes to jobs, and this is like more widely, like jobs are there. Obviously, we need them to pay money to support ourselves, but also they provide some sort of like, personal self-fulfillment. Like they speak to our identities in some ways, even though our identities shouldn't be hung up entirely on them. And so like, if you feel like you're operating in a place where your role doesn't meet what you're capable of or what's fulfilling, I understand how tough that can be. So I do appreciate that he seems to have found a place where he gets to operate in a role that he feels is best for him.
It's interesting that part of the job, because I think with sports, you can do so many different things. You can satisfy the artistic side of your, what you want to be. And you can do you can satisfy a lot of those things about yourself as you are in that space. But you're right. He couldn't necessarily do that here with Luka around or with the Mavericks. Like he could have become, he and Luka could have become two different entities in this system together, but he wanted what he's got right now. And he has his own team right now. Like that is his team. You watch that is his team. They understand what all their roles are, and it all runs through Jalen Brunson there.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see him come back to town and stuff. And also I like the interesting challenge that he poses, because one of the things that we found really fun about him is the fact that he would work in the mid-range, and the fact that he could get to the rim when he needed to, even against dudes that you would think, man, that guy's got like a foot on him. How is he going to? Oh, there he goes. Jalen Brunson just figured it out.
Yep.
And that will be an interesting challenge for a Mavs team, and particularly for like Christian Wood as a big, having to navigate those things. It'll be just another test on this Mavs team and where they stand defensively, but then also just like all the way around with a team that's going to challenge them at different levels.
Man, that's interesting, the part of Christian Wood and how he's going to handle, because he's going to have a lot of responsibilities.
Sure,
tonight.
And as he's been able to get some starts of late, we've seen him find a few plays here or there where like defense looks good, right? I mean, obviously the athleticism that he has is always going to translate in some ways to defense. He's not a defensive player like Juggernaut by any means, but we're seeing little bits of, okay, the defense can be there in certain ways. So now I kind of view this as another opportunity to stress test that in a little bit of a way.
Do you think what you've seen from Christian Wood this year, that on the defensive side, that because you don't know what Sean Sweeney's rolling out there or what Jason Kidd's rolling out there specifically all the time, but you understand kind of what the Mavericks want to accomplish. Did it take a lot of effort and time for him to figure out what his responsibilities are? And sometimes you got to know other people's responsibilities too. I'll be for a quick example here. I know that if Joey's back there running around with fire shooting out of his hair,
correct,
that something's wrong and he can't play the audio that I need right now.
I think you should call for the audio when he does that.
Or that he's trying to get somebody on the phone, and now it's my responsibility to cover for the next however long it takes for Joey to get whatever he needs to do, right? And the same goes for you and me. If I'm done talking,
I should probably start talking.
It's now your time.
Yeah.
So I do wonder how much of it with Christian Wood became the part of, I still got to learn some other responsibilities and I need to put in that time, or I don't think he just walked in knowing everything he needed to do.
No, I'm sure that that's part of it. And those are probably the things that Jason Kidd and Sean Sweeney were kind of pointing to or alluding to when they were like, look, we want him to play winning basketball. We want him to, really have a strong defensive presence before he ends up being further integrated and getting more and more minutes. Now, some of that I imagine changed also because of injuries and stuff, but they're in a place where now he's playing and he's showing you a little bit of something. This is part of why I personally thought kind of go with the sink or swim method. You only really have a certain amount of time to figure out how much this fits, and if you want Christian Wood as a long-term part of this team, or if you want to utilize him to hopefully get something else. So I was like, throw him in there, let him feel it out, figure out what things you have naturally, and then try and then tweak towards what you want as a goal. But ultimately they chose the route that they did, and now we're in a place where now you're feeling out some of these things in game time situations within the context of, as a starter, getting most of his minutes playing in that starter role. So I'm really interested to see as we go along over the next few weeks how well this works, because obviously the offense remains there, continues to be there as we've seen night in and night out, but seeing how that works defensively when you don't have all of the other defensive pieces to prop you up, and how that continues to grow and flourish. I'm really intrigued by it.
You got a really interesting point there on whether it's going to work or not, the amount of time. Like, they made the decision when they traded for KP that they were like, they made it immediately. This is our next star.
Yeah, they had to give him an extension for it to make sense.
Yeah, this is a player that they don't necessarily have to do it. He's going through some rigors to figure it out right now. And maybe it could come out good. Like, maybe it could come out the most positive thing. And on the other side, we're going, man, can you believe we landed this? But we had to go through 25 games of struggle to figure out that it actually was that before we got there. And hopefully, I don't know. I know I know there are some coaches in there and that are looking at this with a microscope saying we got to make sure that this is the right one. But again, they had Jalen Brunson for years.
Yeah.
And didn't know that he was the right one. Or maybe they just said he's not because they didn't want to pay it or because they had Luka already and that would complicate things. I don't really know.
And I think the Jalen Brunson thing kind of informs the way that the Christian Wood thing goes. Look, you got to realize you can't wait forever to make your decision because that other person ain't going to be there waiting for you, which is also, hey, a life lesson, folks. Don't think you can just hold on and keep that person on the hook and then you're just going to come back around because they might get married.
Now, I know that Jalen Brunson and Luka always have bets when it comes to the Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles because, look, I can be happy for Jalen Brunson, but he is an Eagles fan, so I don't really like it.
Ooh, that's a good point.
We always have to remember he's an Eagles fan, and we're not really huge fans of the Eagles here. So actually,
not really.
Okay. Dude, did you see that? Did you see that post about the dude took shots at Dak and his family?
Wait, who?
If you haven't seen the post, and just the way that the person is a piece of garbage for posting this, saying that they're happy.
Oh no!
In regards to some things that have happened to Dak Prescott's family.
Oh no!
And I was like, dude, really? And it's an Eagles fan. And I was like, I know like people will give Eagles fans the stereotypical, they're the worst. But this was the worst. You don't be better than that. And I hope a lot of y'all are better than that. You don't go after people. You don't wish bad things like that upon them. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean,
but as Brunson being an Eagles fan, I do hope that tonight
that he has a few turnovers,
misses his shots. Yeah, the rim just has a lid on it tonight. That whenever he passes the ball to Julius Randle, Julius Randle's like, I don't know what to do with it. I hope that the Knicks just fall apart and don't even score a single point tonight.
Not a single
point. That would
point.
be awesome. Can you imagine 114-2 tonight from the Mavericks?
That would be 2 points.
Well, that would be. I mean, they got to score something.
Which I guess technically would not be a single point.
Yeah, that would be 2 points in advance right there. That would be good for them.
So earlier you were talking about the Dirk Nowitzki statue that's at Victory Plaza at the AAC.
Mm-hmm.
And someone texted into the truckwreck.com text line and asked why, what other Mavericks should have statues. And I was like, look, I think that we should crowdsource this.
Crowdsource it.
So I
Zero
Mavericks.
No other Maverick deserves a statue outside of the American Airlines Center. 877-881-1053. You can't disagree with that.
What?
Name a single Maverick that deserves it.
DeJuan Blair.
DeJuan Blair was a Spur.
He played for the Mavs too.
He played for the Mavs for a year, if that. And he wasn't any good. I loved him. I talked to him, had a great conversation with him.
Well, this is the thing. That problem that you have with statues where you're like, man, how am I going to get this player who was like in the air? You never worry about that because DeJuan Blair didn't have any ACLs. He was always on the ground.
He never jumped. Hold on. He had as much time here as Elton Brand. Are you saying Elton Brand deserves
a dual statue with him? Him and Elton.
From the 903, Boban.
That's a solid answer.
Solid answer. From the 682, Finley, had he stayed, Nash had he stayed. But neither one of them did. Therefore, listen, Michael Finley was my favorite player. He was. While it was the trio of them, Michael Finley was, I was like, this dude is awesome. I loved him. Doesn't deserve a statue.
Ooh, this is a great one. 972 JJ Barea. And this is what you have to do. I know you're not going to like this. Hear me out. You have LeBron James, but JJ Barea locking him up. Right?
No.
Yes?
No.
Yes?
You don't want a statue, LeBron.
All right.
If you're going to put it's going to be like a Monopoly piece or something.
All right.
So short and everything. So, this is interesting too because Spittle brought this up in the break room just now. Where's the Mike Modano statue? Now we finally got the Dirk statue. Can we get the Mike Modano statue up there? I would agree that Modano and or Darian Hatcher, I don't know, like a lot of people will say Modano because of what he was that guy.
I mean, the greatest American.
The captain of your team was Darian Hatcher when they won their cup. He was one of the captains there. I would say the problem with Madonna getting a statue is his owner's not here. Tom Hicks was the owner of that team.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This current ownership really has no loyalty to Mike Madonna, and I don't know what the relationship with Madonna and him is. Or with the relationship with Madonna and the Stars. I don't think it's great.
It's tough, too, because he is in the Minnesota Wild organization.
Yeah.
That's where he's spending most of his time. Well, that's where he's from, so that's where he's working. So that probably doesn't help. He can't even put his own own little spin on it.
Yeah, and they're so mad that we stole their team. So they're really still
That
upset.
is very true.
Even though they got a replacement team. Like, you got another one. Leave us alone.
Yeah, y'all got enough. The NHL said, go ahead and keep this team. What do y'all have against Dallas? Except for we stole your team and then won a championship with it. And we're really good for a long time.
It's warmer.
And now we're in first place.
Yeah, you have direct intel on this because you spent time both places.
Yeah, I used to get chirped all the time
Are
up
they
there.
bitter up there?
Oh, yeah. No, I heard about it all the time. Thanks for stealing our team, and you want it with our core and all this, yada, yada, yada. It's,
Nice.
all the time.
And you're like, but I played for the Jets.
Yeah.
So why are y'all getting mad at me? A lot of people still texting in Jerry Stackhouse. No.
What?
Stop that, Stack.
What about
You tell Stackhouse to his face you're not making a statue and see what
Jason
happens.
Terry? I want him with his arms out wide.
Yeah, he got to do the jet. Yeah, that's right.
All right, two things. Once, I almost ate Jerry Stackhouse's hot dog. Two.
What?
Yeah, this is a very good story. Jason Terry would be the only other person I would consider. Okay, and I love Rolando Blackman. When Rolando Blackman comes on our show, it is my favorite interview we ever do. I get to talk to Jerry Jones once a week. Rolando Blackman's the best. But I'm not giving him a statue. I don't think he would say I need a statue either. Although we do know he's like, look, I'm the best on the court when I step out there.
That's right.
But Jason Terry, for the simple reason that he was traded here. All right, did get him in a trade.
Wait, you have to draft him in order to earn a statue in your mind?
I do think that's part of it, but the other part with this is he was so important to that championship and to that run. So I will give the credit that Jason Terry, he would show up every day and pick up Dirk Nowitzki after they lost, and they would go drive around on a bus and drink together because they were so down on everything. But he put the tattoo on his neck.
It's true.
He put the championship tattoo, or his arm. He put the tattoo there.
Yeah, on his foot. One of those.
It was his arm. Yeah. He said, I remember specifically hearing Jason Terry say, all right, now let's see if LeBron James can score all those points and chase me around through all these screens. He said that out loud. He's like, if they're going to try and have LeBron James guard me, let's see if he can chase me around all over the court. And guess what? LeBron James couldn't. He was exhausted by the end of the game because Jason Terry was running through 58 screens to get open for a three-pointer, and LeBron was like, dadgum, he's a little tiny fella right here. But Jason Terry, he was part character on that team that was the feature of Dirk. I wouldn't say that Jason Terry was the statue, though. So I'm going to say no.
What if we make it like a relative size? Obviously, Dirk was the most important, so he gets a full-size statue. But then what if you make a statue that's 60% as big?
60% is... So you want to give him a mural. You want to give him a little painting.
Because my thought about it is that you could also have a Roddy B little.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing right now?
Figurine.
No, Roddy B. This isn't Name a Maverick. All right,
Why not?
We're not playing Name a Maverick right now.
Why are you afraid to say Eduardo Nahara?
I love Eddie Nahara. I love it, Eduardo. I love that. I'm not giving Eddie Nahara a statue right now.
Why not?
Because he doesn't deserve a statue. He was a hard worker, not a superstar. I appreciate this. Listen, how often do you see guys that were hard workers get the statue? Name one. 877-881-1053. Name a statue.
What? Name a statue? Are you trying to tell me Michael Jordan didn't work hard? What a jerk.
No, from the 410, the Lakers didn't draft Kobe. They got Kobe as quickly as they could. That is for sure.
Well,
and nobody knows him as a Charlotte Hornet. Everybody knows him as a Laker. Immediately. That's the only thing that they know about. Sean Bradley, you're joking, right?
He was in Space Jam.
He was in Space Jam. Did you watch him play basketball for the Mavericks? I think people are trying to troll me right now. I think people are trying to troll me right now. They're just throwing names out there.
Brian
They're
Cardinal.
playing. What are you doing? He actually might.
Of all the people,
dude, did you see that charge that he took? That was a key to that series.
what would be the statue?
It would be him taking a charge and falling on, or actually it would be his.
But we
head.
can't have JJ Barea locking up LeBron James. What
No,
a jerk!
If it was JJ Barea, it's going to be him getting elbowed through the entire.
So you want him getting hurt?
No, he didn't get hurt. He just got pushed out of the way by one of the big guys. So Andrew Bynum, I believe it was. He wore those guys out. That's for sure. They were tired of his butt by the end of that series, for sure. Milwaukee did draft Dirk. That is, I guess, technically, you're correct. We had Dirk. He never wore a Milwaukee jersey. That is a fact. That he never wore a Milwaukee jersey. So I think I'm going to be okay here. From these 469, who's the Statue of Liberty then, Corey? Who is the Statue of Liberty?
I don't know.
Is it a hardworking woman? Is that what it is? Or is it just is it a generic woman that they put out there?
I don't know. I'm not from France in like the 1800s.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows the answer to that question, and there's no way to find it out.
We do
Josh
need the
Howard.
Detlef Schrempf statue.
What do you mean?
Detlef Schrempf.
Why? Why are you even you're just saying this at this point? You're just saying names of Mavericks at this point. Seriously, they need to make a statue of Jet and Peja hitting threes on the Mother's Day. Dude, that was our first day. That was the KNC Masterpieces first ever show. Just want to say congratulations. We gave that to you. We walk on the radio and give you maybe one of the greatest moments in playoff history for the Dallas Mavericks with Jet and Peja hitting all those threes against those guys. Somebody said that Luka. Am I saying that Luka doesn't deserve a statue?
Oh, that's true. You are saying that.
So wait, Corey, Luka doesn't have a shot at getting a statue because the Mavs didn't draft him. That doesn't work that way. That's not what I'm talking about.
But that's how some of these things where it's like they were drafted, quote unquote.
They never wore another jersey.
He wore another hat.
Never wore another. That doesn't matter. He never stepped foot on the court for another team ever.
Look, there is a very clear picture of Luka Doncic wearing an Atlanta Hawks hat.
And he played for Slovenia, so
And
did
Real
wear another
Madrid.
jersey.
Yeah.
From the 972, Eric Dampier, a statue of him picking up a crying Chris Bosh, walking back to the locker room. Hey, man, come on, Chris Bosh, Lincoln High School's own right there.
That would be lovely.
We don't need a crying Chris Bosh statue out there.
What, you saying men can't be emotional?
This is really interesting, though. This is a really interesting perspective. Mike Modano is not ever going to get the same honor that he deserves in the Stars' history.
Yeah, and that would be nice to kind of help balance out the plaza to have, also a Stars statue there.
It would be nice. You're absolutely right. Jimmy Johnson is not getting his love either from Jerry Jones, and that's two in our history in DFW where ownership and whoever needs the honor doesn't get their moment, and that as fans. That's not fair to us at all.
No.
That's not cool for us, man. We should get that. That should be awesome for us to enjoy.
Also, in some ways, it's not fair to the players because, look, man, the indelible relationship that is built between a player and, the city that they spend a good amount of time in these situations. It's always nice because when they get these statues or these accolades, what ends up happening is that the community gets to, show that outpouring of love again.
Yes.
And so, it would be cool for Mike Modano to be able to have that feeling and for Jimmy Johnson to have that from Cowboys fans.
All right. With Modano, I'm not sure. The owner wouldn't have a problem with the fans loving and adoring him. He would actually, probably say, this is really good for us.
Are you doing Jerry's ego here?
The Stars lived off nostalgia for a long time. They still, even the game I went to recently, they have Darian Hatcher, they have Bob Gainey. They're talking about them going to the Hall of Fame and everything, and they're still using that as a lifeline. Although the Stars have a really fun team right now. I love Reggie and I were talking earlier. I think it was Hintz was talking about the computer in Jason Robertson's head and how he sees things that nobody else sees, and he's able to make things happen. It's a really fun team that's in first place right now. But with the Cowboys, that Jerry doesn't want to see that. He doesn't want the Cowboys fans to relive the love that they have for Jimmy Johnson at all because of the discussion, the problems that they had with each other. So you're talking about the outpouring. We deserve that as fans to be able to say, hey, one more time, thanks a lot, Jimmy, for giving us those great memories and those Super Bowls. Jerry doesn't want that at all. Nah, man. But maybe if Jerry can get one more Super Bowl without him, then he can give up on that. You think that would be the case, that he would say, you know what, now I can finally give up on that?
I hope so. Like, I really do, just because, I mean, it's a weird, like, would you call it a frenemy relationship that they have?
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird, and I would just like to not be in the middle of that. You know, like, it feels like we're in the middle of like a best friend's quarrel, and I don't want to be in there. I want to not be in the middle of this.
And the 6'8" Eddie Belfour gets a shout out as well. I agree. Belfour, like, that dude was elite as they were running to that championship. You were going up against some stud goaltenders. You're going up against Patrick Waugh. You're going up against Dominic Hasek. You have so many good goaltenders you're going up against, and Eddie Belfour was elite when it came to that. And that was also the benefit of having an owner that would say, what do we need? Okay, we need a guy like Eddie Belfour. Let's go buy him. You know, he was willing to spend the money, and they put a very good team together. Trey Evans tweeted me and said, the Brian Cardinal statue would be known as the Statue of Limitations.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm actually with that. Also, somebody said that we need a Dennis Rodman statue.
We need a Dennis Rodman statue.
He's from here.
He's from here, and he won championships with other teams, and he played here for like 9 games, and he was suspended for half of them.
Don't appreciate greatness.
I loved watching. You know what? The Dennis Rodman era did usher in the new era of the Mavericks. That was the beginning. That was the Mark Cuban brought this whole new vibe to DFW.
You're welcome.
And Dennis, I'm just upset that he didn't get to retire the way he wanted to retire. Do you know how he wanted to retire?
I do not.
Dennis Rodman said that he wanted to retire by going to the free throw line, hitting 2 free throws, which he was a poor free throw shooter his entire career. To win the game, he would then drop his pants and walk out of the arena. And that's how he wanted to retire. But he never got that opportunity.
Thankfully
What do you mean, thankfully so?
I think he would be on some lists after that.
What do you mean lists? What are you talking about?
That's a family event. People bring their children to these games. Like, that's a great way to end up on a list.
From the 713, Reggie, I think you know exactly what the Cowboys fans want a statue of.
Steve DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg definitely deserves one. From the 972, sounds like you're on board with the Dennis Rodman statue, Corey.
Yeah, it does sound like.
As long as he got to win his way that he wanted to go out, I would have been. Would they have made that his statue? Would they have made him with no pants on?
No, you can't do that.
We have David. You know, we have that statue. What do you mean we can't do it? It's out there in the world. You've seen that statue before.
Are you advocating right now for a male member to be like?
I'm not advocating for it, but if you say it's art, then we can just kind of get away with anything, right? Isn't that how it works?
I don't think you should say get away with it.
We can get away with anything when it comes to art. 877-881-1053. I think enough people have seen Rodman pantsless. So, yeah, I think that kind of works. Clayton Kershaw, what are you doing here? Are you just texting in names of people from DFW at this point? Well, yeah. I know we did name a Ranger.
I think we've gone way too far at this point.
Yeah, we have, Reggie.
I have to come to the side of logic.
Tony Pollard is expected to practice. He is expected to be in practice, has a thigh injury. How much more Tony Pollard do you need to see before this season is over with?
Oh, I don't need to see any more Tony Pollard, like as in proving anything. Like, he looks like one of, if not the best running back in the league right now, which is fairly high praise. Like, he's good.
This is my problem now with the 17-game season.
Now?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Last year, I loved it. Last year, I was like, man, I like the 17-game season because I get more football. Give me more football, I'm going to be happy. But my team is in a situation where more football means more possibility of injuries to very serious contributors in the playoffs, and I don't want that. And I'm starting to like pick a few select players that I don't want to play anymore, and Tony Pollard's one of them. Because I think if Zeke was to get hurt, you're still going to have some things that you can do with your offense. If Tony Pollard's going to get hurt, you lose a weapon. I think that Zeke is a different type of weapon.
Okay.
But I think that the explosive weapon component that Tony Pollard is, you can't just find anywhere in your backfield.
No, I mean, you see him run up the gut, and like when that line created that cavernous opening, he got through there quick, fast, and in a hurry. And like, that's not something that you find just everywhere. No, I'm with you there. But the thing about the 17-game schedule is like, yeah, that's always been a problem. That, and because you spread out the season further, you end up with certain windows that are not as good. Like I think
the last
maybe
few weeks have been kind of one of those windows.
No, we had one. I don't remember if it was last week or the week before. It was probably the week before where it was like, oh no, that was actually a really good window of football on like a Sunday, let's say. But you find yourself with more situations where you're like, ooh, there's quite a few of these games that aren't actually good. They are just football. So we're watching them and we're not gonna say nothing. But there's quite a few weeks, I think more than in history, or maybe I'm just being, a prisoner of the moment. But it does feel like more recently we're getting more full windows where we're like, yo, there's not really anything good in here. And I think that is in part because you are further watering down the schedule by adding more of these games.
From the 682, oh no, Mr. Enjoy the regular season needs to live in the moment. Don't give us that argument now.
They got you, Corey.
I said very specifically that I loved it last year, right?
But now you don't love it.
But I'm very nervous for the potential of these last couple games. Can we not play guys? Like, which guys can we not play and just still enjoy the regular season? How can we do that? I don't want to shorten the season. That's going to take money out of many, many players' hands.
In addition to
the owners, they also lose a lot of money there too.
Yep.
So I don't want to shorten the season, but Jerry's talking about add another game. I think we capped it at 18 because I think Mike's been trying to get him to 20.
Oh no!
And I think Jerry kind of the other day was like, nah, I think we got one more. Kind of he squeezed that one out there, but not 20.
Are we gonna play 6 months of football?
Can you imagine 6 months of NFL football with the same 53-man roster? And you know what? We're not going to make any other additions either. Like, I think you got to expand rosters a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, the
like
rosters would have to be expanded.
Do you have enough talent?
That's what I'm saying. The problem of expanding the roster is not like you're adding more Mike Evans and Devontae Adams and Aaron Donalds to the bunch. You're adding more dudes who are at the bottom of the roster. Not to say anything bad about them folks, but that also does not help like the quality of what you're doing.
And then do you have more coaches? What? Because you have more players.
Well, I know
you ever seen elementary schools that have one teacher and 33 students? Absolutely, you have.
Yeah.
And they struggle. You see one teacher with 15 students, they can pay attention to each of them.
Well, you need at least one more coach, which is the Sun coach for the Cowboys. Hit me up. I'm still available. Jerry Jones, Reginald Atatula here, willing to be your Sun coach. We'll do it for fairly cheap.
So you're just going to stand there and tell him the sun is there right now?
Yes. Hey, man, sun looking like it's over there.
And then Mike McCarthy's going to say, let's not run the over there play?
That's right.
That's how it's going to go.
100%.
You're going to be the Sun coach, and somebody needs to be the Sun coach out there.
And I will do it. I have already volunteered. Don't worry about it, Cowboys fans. I got you.
Either that or human curtains. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, where we listen to what Jerry Jones said this morning with Sean and Bobby. Next on The Fan.
Get the They're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Reggie Atatula, and Joey hanging out with you today. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Joe, you back with us tomorrow as well?
Yes, sir.
Look at that. Team, baby. That's what I call teamwork right there. G-Bag Nation coming up here at 2 o'clock. We'll talk with them at 1:40 during some crosstalk. But right now, it is time for the C Block, everybody, where we have conversations on Jerry Jones Day about Jerry Jones. And I know that the human curtains thing, like we're talking about, humans standing up on other humans' shoulders.
Or hanging from the ceiling.
Yes.
From harnesses.
Yes, to block the sun.
That's right.
So that Michael Gallup doesn't have another miss. Dude, you could clearly see it. When you watch the play, watch Michael Gallup go up for the ball and his hands go 14 different places to try and figure out where the ball is.
That's right.
Most times receivers go up, they put their hands immediately, diamond shape, pop it out there, get it right in the area where they know the football's about to be. You don't see what you saw with Michael Gallup. In that moment, you could see his hands going all over the place going, I don't know where they are. It happens. And it's okay to admit it. It's okay to admit it, Jerry. Jerry Jones this morning, cut number 11. Why do you not get a curtain up to block the sun?
Hey, I'm not a bit, but the sun was there for both teams, and so both teams have to look for it. But, we've got about 30 coaches, and so we've got a lot of people, and then they've got assistants. And you don't have any lack of people out there that can tell everybody where that sun is.
He's now requiring his coaches.
That's right.
Who are already trying to win a football game.
Think about the sun.
On days that we have sun, somebody needs to communicate and make sure that they are keeping an eye on the sun. That was his reasoning is
he trying to imply that if you put up curtains, you'd have to fire somebody?
It kind of sounds like it. Hey, Bones. Sorry, we have no special teams coach because we have sun coach today. Which Reggie, your application is out there.
I think I'm the first one to the job, and I feel like we should consider no other applicants.
I understand what he's trying to accomplish. It makes sense. The sun's out there for both teams, and trying to understand how it affects you.
But it's inside.
Maybe as
inside.
As the home field advantage,
but
McCarthy probably needs to look at it and go, when do we not want to be on offense when we're trying to push the ball to go score? That's too much to add to it. You shouldn't have it. It shouldn't be a problem. Put up curtains. They have options. They have things they can do.
And you can tell the defense to not, get a turnover at a certain time. Like, hey, we can't get an interception here because we're going to go this way into the sun.
That's right.
You got to be thinking about all those things, and that's why Reggie is the solution.
I am. I will, yes, I like this from the 563. Let's dress this up. Solar coordinator.
Oh, that is good.
I like
the solar
that.
coordinator is a nice option there. Somebody said, hey, there are other options. Tinted windows. And I've seen some really cool tints. My dad's company has done some really cool stuff that you put up in windows.
Your dad's company in the AT&T Stadium?
He worked with them before, so.
Yeah,
back in the old stadium.
Fancy.
Yeah, so and Reggie, you brought this up. I don't know how unfair this would be. Can you close the curtains when you're on offense?
That's right.
And then open them when they're on offense?
I'm here. Look, I'm already doing a solar coordinator job without getting paid yet. I'm trying to make unfair advantages wherever I can find them. No, it's fascinating because I get it, right? You're going to have natural elements that you're going to have to, adjust for at any given time. But it feels so weird that you're inside. You're quite literally in an enclosed stadium, and this is a particular problem. It just shouldn't be. It feels like it shouldn't be. And I understand that, look, ultimately you get to a point where it's like, play the football game, figure it out. So, it really isn't that big of a deal, which makes it more fun to harp on it because we know that it's, it's kind of nonsense. But, dog, it should not be an issue. You're inside in a dome. We're not talking about one of these open-air stadiums where it's like, what are you going to do? The sun's out. What are you going to do is, close the ceiling. And then, but the windows. Yeah, but you can do something about that, too. You can do something about that.
Somebody did text in. They were like, "Helen, didn't the New York Giants back in the day open their doors to let the wind come through on certain kicks and stuff like that?" That's where I'm at. Let's have certain plays that we know will open the curtains or close the curtains on. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, just I find it amazing how dedicated Jerry is to no, this window's going to be open. Whatever I got to say to make sure that these windows is open.
Jerry Jones was asked this morning with Sean and Bobby, how much, let's go cut 4 here, how much has CeeDee Lamb improved as the season has gone on?
Well, I think he's accentuating what made him such a great prospect coming out of college. He's outstanding run after catch. I don't think we've seen his best run after catch. But he also does have a real knack for just being in the right spot. He's quarterback friendly. What does all that mean? He catches the ball. He's very physical. He turns it up, and boy, he goes to the house when he gets his hands on the ball. And those are all things that you want in a receiver. But I'm really proud for us that these last 3 ball games that he's just been outstanding. And not that he hadn't played some good football before then, but you can see it coming. And we've got a lot even better days ahead for CeeDee Lamb.
Now, I wanted to point this out because earlier in the year, because you look at his numbers, his catch percentage was right around 66. And
Is
people,
that
it's okay.
All right.
It's better than Chris Chambers, which is 50. And that's bad. That's not good. I don't
CeeDee
want a
is better
guy
than
that
Chris
catches
Chambers.
half the footballs I throw his way. But I was looking at Devontae Adams. And Devontae Adams is a different beast, man. I was watching, somebody posted the other day, and they were like, hey, what did the cornerback do wrong here? And most of the guys that broke down what happened, it was, hey, he gave up inside leverage, and Devontae Adams got it. But everybody also tagged, he's going up against Devontae Adams.
Right.
The catch percentage for Devontae Adams early in his career, 57, 53, 62. Then he goes into the best years of his career, catching about 77% of the passes from Aaron Rodgers. This year, 55%. I'm not going to blame that all on Derek Carr. CeeDee Lamb, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games, 73%, 100%, 54% of his passes. In that game, he still had 6 catches for 106 yards. Okay? 71%, 83%, 100%, 90%. CeeDee Lamb now is catching everything coming his way. You're seeing the maturation of a receiver in the middle of a season as he is saying, I am not just a guy that's out here. I am the lead receiver for this football team.
Yeah, and I mean, some of that is because Jerry illustrated pretty rightly the things that they liked about him and the things that everybody liked about him coming out of college. His ability to move in space, right? Like his, the capability of catching the football and those things. The problems that were holding him from being that were, making sure that his routes were all perfectly clean and getting to the right places, and then also the drops. As those things clean up, what you're seeing is the wide receiver that everybody expected him to be. Right? The wide receiver that's in the right places.
Absolutely.
Crossing across the face of a defender when he's supposed to, and then holding on to the football. And then once he grabs the football, we already knew what CeeDee Lamb was. He's dangerous at that. Yeah. I vividly remember, what was that, the Cotton Bowl, or not the Cotton Bowl Classic, the game at the Cotton Bowl,
against
the
Baylor?
Red River Showdown against Texas, where just that dude went crazy running around on these dudes because you just get him in space. And then he goes crazy. That is his capability, and it's nice to be able to see that. In addition to that route running, which we've seen progress throughout his career over the first 3 seasons, man. That dude is fantastic. And now as he cleans up the dirt, the kind of the dirtier parts of his game, now we're seeing a more polished guy who can accentuate and really unlock the talents that he's always had.
Yeah, and him working with Dak, that thing looks like it's growing pretty well together. Their communication's nice. It's nice to see that they're getting on the same page and exposing some defenses. Hopefully they can have one of those playoff games too where they say, we got it. We got the opponent. We got the right one that we're going to step up against here. I thought this was interesting. Let's go cut 6. Can T.Y. Hilton be to CeeDee Lamb what Jason Peters is to Tyler Smith?
You can't emphasize those points enough. Those veteran players, if you will, in Jason Peters' case, probably a Hall of Famer. And that experience or those techniques, that little nuances in the game that you just hang on if you're a young player. That's a big part of it. But, of course, what really is important is that those guys can still do it. Jason Peters can really come in there and make a difference for us, and has and will, I think, before this thing is over.
Do you think CeeDee needs a T.Y. Hilton to be that kind of person for him, or that he's kind of growing in his own way?
No, I think everybody benefits from a mentor. Like, and I don't think anybody or everybody let me start that sentence again. I don't think everybody benefits in the same exact way from a mentor, but I do think everybody benefits from somebody who's been there before.
Do you think a mentor has to be somebody that says, I'm going to take you under my wing, though?
Not necessarily, but if you ask that question, who has been the mentor for CeeDee Lamb of late? He hadn't really had one.
He was playing behind Amari.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. But then Amari, you sent Amari away, and now who gets to be that?
And they did say in the offseason, their expectation was for him to grow up and become that room needed to be more alpha. And so he had to say, okay, it's time for me at a young age.
Yeah,
it's time for me to go ahead and be the big boy in this locker room.
And I mean, it's good to say that, but I think there's also something to be said for, and again, T.Y. Hilton. All of the things have been said about him. You talk about his brain so damn much. Those are things that I'm sure that he's helping impart in some ways.
Yeah, there's got to be some nuance that maybe, when you're sitting there with Kellen Moore, maybe he doesn't understand some of the nuance that he wants to accomplish with some of the route combinations he's putting together. You talk about that a lot, and maybe T.Y. can help open that and unlock that a little more too. Saying, "Oh, we want to do this." We did this in Indianapolis before. This is going to help us do this.
And I want to be clear is that's not calling CeeDee any level of dumb. Like, I think there's brilliant folks that can utilize or like make, find benefit in someone who has experience adding an added dimension or taking you further. Because we all understand when it comes to football now, especially at the professional level, there's not enough time to get into the nitty gritty of everything. You have to figure some of this stuff out, and having somebody who's been there and who understands these things on a deeper level can always help in kind of a tutorial role, or even just putting you on a little bit of added game. Sometimes. I mean, you know this, doing this job or doing any job, sometimes it's not even like the big grandiose, let me take my arm and put it around your shoulder. Sometimes like, hey, here's this little tip that you're like, oh my God, that unlocked everything.
Yeah, no, you're totally right about that. Having some good, important people. And not all of them liked me. There are people that along the way didn't like me. But still I learned from them in some way, shape, or form, whether they knew it or not. And then lastly, this is the thing that's been on everybody's mind. Are the teams doing stuff differently to stop your pass rush?
Well, let's give Minshew some credit. He was really getting that ball out. But what I was impressed with was how on the money it was when it got to the receiver. And, of course, we were coming hard. That's, again, their offensive line had something to do with this conversation. But still, we were putting pressure on him. We were making that urgency in the throws, and that did help us eventually. And so when you get a quarterback pitching and throwing it out there that quick, what we're doing is going to have to be enough, and it turns out it was. And there's some things that you can do. They schemed us pretty good on a couple of those, the way they were set up their routes. They schemed it real good, but we can work on that and get better. But, I agree with you. We'd like to have seen them touch that and get on that quarterback a little more. But overall, I'll take that. I will take that because we were hurrying it up.
So I think there are a lot of different things that Jerry was pointing out there, and that he was giving credit to Gardner Minshew for delivering good passes while moving and getting away and evading some of the pressure. The fact that their offense had seen the Cowboys' pressure over this season
for sure
and said, hey, this is how we think we can slow them down. We don't have to stop them. We just got to slow them down just a little bit. They did some things the Cowboys believe they can before this season is over, and that they got a couple of games here to try and right that ship just a little bit and hopefully take that into the playoffs and gain some more momentum, which is always there to be had, Reggie. You can always find momentum and gain momentum and then also lose momentum, right?
I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you when we get to
Are you not a fan of momentum?
I'm going to fight you.
Coming up next, the great coaching carousel in the NFL next to the Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off.
105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to a lot of basketball content from the Bassick and Reggie show, which you'll be able to hear soon. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. The coaching carousel is already, it's underway, man.
Is that like the state fair?
Kinda. It's like if you're a coach and you're okay, which we still don't know if Nathaniel Hackett is a good coach.
We do know.
877-881-1053. Did Nathaniel Hackett get enough time to prove that he's a poor coach? Or was that just a bad situation?
It's kind of amazing. It'll take a while for you to prove that you're good at something. It can be very quick to know if you're bad at something.
You think so?
Yeah.
But you can improve.
Sure.
You can get better at something.
Sure, you can't improve here, though.
But you also,
you gotta go figure that out somewhere else.
As a head coach, you shouldn't have the opportunity to say, hey, you know what? He can improve. Hold on. Let him improve. You're right. Improve somewhere else. He should have been ready by the time he got here.
Yeah, there's. I feel like there's a baseline of capability that you need to display in order for us to try and rock with you for a certain amount of time and figuring out your job. Some of this is okay, you need to go figure this out on your own time.
Like with Jimmy Johnson, was there proof that he could be a good coach? Yes, he had won a championship at the lower level.
I'm glad
at the collegiate level. What?
Because a phrase that I use a lot is proof of concept.
Okay,
which is. It's really derived from, at least for me, from college football, where you have a new head coach come into a program and they basically, that first press conference, they're telling you what their concept is. We want to do this, blah, we want to do that, right? Whatever it is. But outside of culture, the idea of, we want to be a fast team that does this and does that, right? They lay out, they give you an idea. And very soon in that first week or first season, or maybe not even the first season, maybe the second season, but however long it takes, you might see a game or you might see something where you go, okay, I've seen a little bit of what they're talking about there. That is the proof of concept. This is proof that concept can be established, and then you give them more time to build it out. I don't know what the concept was for Nathaniel Hackett, but I think we can rightfully assume that when you go all in and trade for a quarterback, the concept is you want to be able to play good football.
Yeah.
If it's a strong defense and then the offense just does enough or what have you. But it seemed like they were going to try and lean on Russell Wilson, allow him to do what he does, and then, or ostensibly does, and then lean on that defense, whatever the concept was. I see no proof of none of that throughout, what was that, 14 weeks?
Okay.
So no, I'm not going to give you more time. I haven't even seen the proof start to develop that you have some level of idea of where you're going. So are we just going to continue to wander aimlessly?
That's the weird thing too. At that point, how did that dude sell you that he was the coach?
That is a fantastic question.
If you got that far into the process that you were like, oh, how did he even show you that he could accomplish what he was saying? Or was he just walking in the door going, I got Aaron Rodgers on the way. Don't worry about it.
And look, maybe that was it. And that also then brings up a conversation that we will have a lot as we are nearing the offseason. Obviously, we're not exactly there, but as we're nearing it, why do people hire coaches? And how do you know to find a good coach? Because I don't know what the interview process is. I don't know what questions they're asking, what things that they're looking for. Because you know what? I don't even know how to particularly pick out a good football coach or somebody that's going to be good at head football coach, because that is different than being a coordinator. And so, I don't know what questions they ask, but I feel like, can you manage the clock and do other things? Can you walk and chew bubble gum at the same time is a question that should have been asked to Nathaniel Hackett, because it felt very quickly that we found out that, oh no, one thing at a time from Nathaniel, please. It's I'm supposed to call timeouts and, know what's happening.
You asking me to do all these things.
It's a lot of things that you're asking me to do.
The odds for the next coach of the Denver Broncos.
I saw this.
Kellen Moore. 10-1.
Is that good?
Is Kellen Moore ready to be a head coach?
Again,
I don't think he understands all of the nuances of the offense that he's running yet. While this offense is it goes, dude. This offense is on. It can be on fire.
Yeah.
And it's producing some pretty great points. It's really good. I still think there are some things that are missing that he doesn't know yet. Which, there are things about radio I still don't know yet. All right? How does it work? Nobody knows.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I feel like the engineers know, but
how do we send a signal from our station to you?
Well, first you buy a stamp,
Uh-huh.
Those are necessary.
So, but Kellen Moore, I don't think he's ready to be a head coach in the NFL yet, but I do think he will get an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I try not to say definitively who won't be a good head coach because I honestly don't know, right? Like we'll find. Look, I wasn't sure that Dan Campbell would be a good coach in the NFL, and then boom, ends up looking like he
biting kneecaps and everything.
Built a culture that people buy into and all those things. Has built a good staff, all of that. One of the things that I try and use as a metric, I'm not certain about it, so take this for what you will. Does it seem like this person could be somebody's boss? And I don't know that Kellen Moore gives me any is somebody's boss vibes, right? Like I don't like being a good coordinator is one thing. Being a good head coach, those are different skill sets. And I think Dan Quinn strikes me more as like the is somebody's boss, more than Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore seems like he is smart when it comes to like play design and maybe play calling even. But when it comes to like all the other things, because it is also a whole nother level of doing the head coaching stuff and running an offense. Yep. And you would want him to be the guy who runs your offense. I think that's why you hire Kellen Moore. To then have hey, we want you to run the offense. So you're the offensive coordinator and also be responsible for, whatever our schedule is and, how we want to approach certain things and all those things. That's a whole nother level that I'm not sure Kellen Moore is capable of. I don't know because I don't know him like that. But I'm not sure that he's capable of at this point.
Frank Reich at 9-1. Also, Eric Bieniemy at 9-1.
Boy, that's a job to take because they're stuck. We talked about this. They're stuck for like 3-4 years.
Frank Reich can't. I don't know that I trust him. If I'm watching Jeff Saturday go in and win a football game with the same team.
But you're doing the quarterback whisperer thing at that point, right? Because Frank Reich, former quarterback coach.
But he had Carson Wentz. He had Phillip Rivers. He had. Whatever he had this year with Matt Ryan, he couldn't whisper them out of it. Like, he couldn't whisper those guys out of it. So I'm going to say I don't believe him. I don't believe that
You don't believe that he can whisper?
Bieniemy I'm very interested in for lots of reasons. I just want to see that he can do the whole construction. I want that because I think he has a really good understanding of what he wants to do offensively and what if you could try to pluck something from an Andy Reid tree, that's something I'm in for. That dude just proves that he understands play calling. D'Amico Ryans at 8-1, defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. That dude hops up real fast.
Yeah, D'Amico is so good at being a defensive coordinator. The tough thing about it is with all of these things, I think that he should probably be a head coach at some point. I don't know if Denver is the job that you want because in the same way you're talking about Eric Bieniemy and like building up a program or whatever. I said program because of course college football, but building up, the thing from the ground up. Except that's not what you're doing. The defense is there and that's fine. Russell Wilson wants to play a certain way, right? Like he wants to be able to do certain things. And I don't know how amenable he is to the idea of like, the coach says we want to do it this way. I have no idea. I'm not trying to say that he isn't. I just don't know. And so the idea that you're going to come in and build this thing up, but this quarterback who is a veteran quarterback, regardless of how you feel about his play capability, expects kind of to have some of that, like, I don't want to say autonomy, but some of that say in what happens. And so that's a weird place to then come in and be like, hey, establish yourself and show us what you can do while also kind of having to try and balance what you probably want to do as a head coach and what you probably need to do to, appease this quarterback who you are attached to for what, like 4 seasons?
Yes. No, I understand that too. Dan Quinn is at 5-1. And Joey, I wanted to go to the Jerry cuts, cut 14 here, because I thought this was telling on part of it. Has anyone reached out to you to interview any of your coordinators?
Well, one of the things when you're having success, then you're going to have your what makes you successful looked at by your competition, and that's other teams. And so I don't worry about that. We've got some good rules in place that are very fair to everybody that say when you can and when you can't communicate. If you're a team looking for a coach or anticipating looking for a coach in the off season, when you can touch base with an active team, whether it's be at the end of the season or in the playoffs. That's a long-winded way of saying that we'll follow the rules. We obviously I did everything I could to keep Dan last year, and we feel the same way about it this year.
He did everything he could to keep Dan Quinn last year, and safe to say, I'll do everything I can to keep him this year. I think that's an interesting approach to it. hey, I'm going to offer him more money, to be our defensive coordinator and keep the continuity. I want to keep the coach around because I think the defensive coordinator's message is important. At some point, messages get lost. At some point, your patterns start getting picked up by other opponents, and then all of a sudden, Wade Phillips, really good for a stretch, and then all of a sudden the next year, like, whoa, what's happening here? And so, like, they're examples of that because, the NFL, they're just too good at figuring out what your intel is at some point. So that is the case with Dan Quinn. A lot of people are like, hey, replace Mike McCarthy. Why? What does Dan Quinn have that Mike McCarthy doesn't? Like, what's he done? He has a really good defense that isn't performing at its best right now.
Well, okay.
So does that change people's mind on that? And does McCarthy get the hate for that? Well, he's not doing anything to help the defense either. So, like, that's whenever I'm dealing with coaches here, I'm looking at it in a completely different manner of, well, if I'm moving on from a head coach, I'm not necessarily replacing from within.
Well, the tough thing about that is, one, everybody, and I do mean everybody, in that building loves that man, Dan Quinn.
They do.
He's beloved. And I think that matters in some ways when it comes to, like, somebody that you play for in the ways that we talk about this.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But then also, and this is, not as tangible, and I don't know how much stock you want to put into it. It feels weird that, like, Mike McCarthy hasn't gotten a lot of credit because I feel like we don't know particularly what he does. Dan Quinn has gotten a lot of credit because we can point to what he does. And I think in some ways that also gives him a certain credibility to be the head coach. But yeah, that's a dude who, I can't tell him what to do, but if I personally was Dan Quinn, look, man, this is the best resume that you're going to have right now, man. Like, this resume is killer.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Maybe here's why I'd say, if you win the Super Bowl, let him go. If he wants to go,
but then he's a 2-time Super Bowl winning coach, and
one time he lost the Super Bowl.
Oh, you meant Dan Quinn. I thought you were talking about McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy.
I thought you were firing McCarthy.
No, I don't want to fire McCarthy.
That's where I am. I'm like, I hear you're firing somebody. I'm like, why is Mike McCarthy got to go?
Yeah, no, I'm not firing McCarthy. I'm talking about Dan Quinn. If you win the Super Bowl, say, all right, hey, we really appreciate it. Now you can go be your head coach and do that. You got us our Super Bowl. Thank you. You can do all those things, and we can still love him here. Be like, Dan Quinn, you were great. Thanks, man. Like, those are all cool things. Sean Payton is at 4-1. I'm not putting that bet down. I'm not putting the bet down on either Sean Payton or Dan Quinn.
But then you would have two Paytons, because you would have Sean Payton, and George Payton would be the general manager, and then they would fire George Payton to give Sean Payton.
They spell it differently, though.
Sure.
And that would screw everything up. He would be having a Y is the only way. Just like with me. You can't have an E in your name if you're Corey. Sorry, Corey's out there. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
I don't think that's how that works.
But with Sean Payton, and I'm sure Broadus could, tell us for sure.
Of course.
Why would he take a job now when the Cowboys still have not made a decision on anything? The Cowboys are his ultimate leverage. The owner wants that guy. The owner adores that guy. The owner would give up things to get that guy. If I'm Sean Payton, I'm not even taking a phone call. I know that he keeps his name in there, and we saw it over the weekend whenever we saw the report that he wants to bring Fangio with him wherever he goes. Like, I understand that. It makes sense. Have a good defensive coordinator if you're going to go somewhere. It'll help you out a lot.
Yeah, I think what that speaks to is that he's in a position of power where he can choose what his next job is.
Anything he wants, as long as if he wanted to be the Cowboys head coach, you're going to need some things to happen.
Well, yeah, if it's open, right? But I think with that being the case, I don't think you just jump at the first thing that comes open. And this Denver Broncos job really just feels like the first thing that comes open.
Exactly. And that's not something that I see that Sean Payton is going to try and go after. And I don't know. I know Dan Quinn was close with it before. I don't know that it's necessarily, I may be wrong. It may be the place that he wants to go to and be with forever. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
I love Platinum Chevy because they cater the buying experience to you. The first two cars.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. That is Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Reggie will be back with me tomorrow, as well as Joey. We'll be rocking and rolling. And then on...
Wait, I'm not fired?
No, man. No, we're going to keep you around. We'll fire you.
Still got a few minutes to
we
find
fire
out.
after the show. You always fire after the show. By the way, Thursday, we're going to be in Mansfield at the Texas Roadshow Card Sports and Memorabilia again.
No, I'm not.
Me and Kevin will be out there. I'm really looking forward to it. It's an awesome place. Hope everybody comes out there, gets your cards, and gets excited. One of the cards I did see last time I was out there, and I'm always very interested in this because he played on two teams I hated, but I have so much respect for the player, and that's because of Broadus. It's really because you brought us
Who's
Reggie
that?
White.
Oh, Reggie.
The
Reverend.
And
Reggie.
I work with a Reggie. It's like it's all these things combined, but I saw a really nice card out
Reggie
there.
White.
You don't
you're both the same. You know what? You're both very,
Self-aware.
I would say both very thoughtful guys.
Okay.
Reggie was very Reggie White, very thoughtful. You go up and talk to him. He was always he was a very good listener. I think it has something to do with his religious beliefs.
Sure.
Because he was more willing to, he wanted to hear your story.
For sure.
He wanted to hear your troubles, your struggles, and he wanted to be able to and you're the same way. You're the same guy that you can go up and talk to and kind of get advice from and feel like, man, that guy was really kind of thinking about it. It wasn't just something like, oh, bro, I can't help you. You're too far gone kind of a thing. So the Reggies have something in common there.
I did. I think I might pick up a card while I'm out at the Texas Roadshow card shop.
Reggie White?
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones I'm gonna. I make select investments. I'm not in it to try and make $1 million. I did that with my Trevor Lawrence card.
Sure.
I'm in it because if I see something that I like that I think's cool, I want to add it to the group and just kind of see that.
His son and I are friends. It was funny, and his son is a huge Cowboys fan. When he was growing up as a kid,
wow,
it's so funny to see. Yeah, his son is just like the biggest Cowboy fan in the world. His son's a teacher, teaches kids, does a great job, and but he's like, Brian, man, he goes, my dad never understood why I was a Cowboy fan, and I'm like, man, you have to keep it, quiet. He goes, oh no, all the time, but. He goes. My dad was never proud of me about being a Cowboys fan.
I've given you credit, and I think it's single-handed credit for making the decision for the Cheddar Bay biscuits. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was 4 years and $12 million helped.
Okay, that does help. Yeah.
But the Red Lobster on Lombardi Avenue in Green Bay, right there by the stadium. I think the Cheddar Biscuits did it with Reggie White. I really do. I don't think it was the $12 million and God telling him he needed to play for the Packers.
Wow.
It really was. No, that's a true story.
Maybe
true story.
No, I'm saying maybe God told him through the biscuits.
Uh-huh.
He was like the biscuits. He tasted them, and God was like, "This is the place."
They taste divine.
We were trying to convince him that the quarterback that we got, Favre, was going to be okay. That he could work with the guy. I'll never forget Reggie White one time. This is serious. This is how serious his faith was. And there's some guys, that have this faith that's fake, and they play off it. This guy didn't. His faith was real. And I'll never forget, he had a back injury. He got hurt working out. And to the point where he couldn't move, he couldn't play, and this was like we're getting ready for the playoffs.
Right.
And we're all thinking, my gosh, we're not going to be able to have Reggie. We kept this thing so quiet. And it's, Reggie was sitting there and we were trying to figure out what we were going to do, how we're going to do it. And then Reggie's like, man, I'm just going to go pray. I'm just going to go pray about it. I'm going to pray. That night, he shows up at Mike Holmgren's house, banging on his door. Mike, I'm okay. He's jumping around and all. And we're all like, Mike's calling us hey, Reggie, he's back. He's okay. It's not the back's okay. And all that. And it was like we went from being so depressed that morning, there's no way we can't do this without Reggie White. And that night, man, he's like, I'm going to go home and pray about this. Go home and pray. And sure enough, he immediately goes over to Mike Homer's house, banging on the door. Mike opens the door. Reggie's, I'm okay, Mike. I'm okay. He's moving around. So I'm like,
doing backflips and stuff.
Exactly. But that's he had that kind of, the thing with Reggie, he used to give. You guys remember Steve McMichael? I guess the wrestler. He's Chicago Bears, and all that. He came to be a wrestler later on. And Steve McMichael's was one of the funniest guys in the world. Went to school, University of Texas, played the '85 Bears and all that. And Reggie would do the pregame prayer. He would do the prayer. And he would say all these really nice things and all that. And then Steve McMichaels then would go, Reverend, we done? And then he's like, yes, we're done, Steve. And then McMichaels then would give his X-rated version of what we were going to do that day. So then you had Reggie White doing this really eloquent prayer, before a game, and everybody, amen. And then Steve McMichael, Reggie, we good? He goes, yeah, we're good, Steve. All right, you. And then he'd start off just dropping all
we got to make sure God stopped listening.
He had to make sure that, Reggie, you're good with God, right? You were good here? And he would start it. And then it got to the point where you were just you had this huge smile on your face because he was so mindful of Reggie's prayer. And then he's like, well, let me tell you what we're going to do. All the sinners over here. This is how we're going to play today.
I actually really do like that they both had enough respect to let either side do their thing.
Reggie knew exactly what was going to happen with Steve McMichael's prayer. And he, at the end of it, would go, amen. Reggie knew. He knew.
Well, I don't know if y'all have trouble like this, too. On the way home the other day, Kevin said that we could get the Cheddar Bay biscuits in a box at the grocery store.
You can.
And I was like, what?
You can. You absolutely can.
When you open that freezer door, it's like the whole. You've never heard that?
Oh no,
at the grocery store?
This is in the box that I was able to bake them.
Yeah,
on my own at home.
You can make them yourself.
Yeah, you gotta
the
make
mix.
them.
It's like a box
I
of
do the old college way. I just throw those bad boys in the.
That's smart.
It's like the
wait. You can get the fully made
frozen
versions?
You can get the already made frozen versions. That's what I thought you guys have been talking about this whole time.
There's no way that's as good.
Oh no, it's not as good.
Okay,
but I don't have to go to Red Lobster.
You say it like it's an undertaking.
No, it's.
I will say this about Red Lobster.
It's not an indictment on Red Lobster. Okay. It's an indictment on my one laziness and two, affordabilities.
I know they're not a sponsor with us. Their food on TV looks better than it does when it's put in front of you.
Wait, because it's not real food, right? Aren't all those commercials? It's different items.
Sometimes
those crab legs look so good on the commercial. You get them, they look like little frog legs. Yeah. They how am I going to eat? It's not as good. I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that.
I wonder, has there ever been a restaurant where the actual food looks better than the commercial, or at least looks like the commercial? Because I was
yeah, that's a fair. I don't know.
I'll tell you what. Reggie, did you eat the chili cheeseburger I brought you the other day?
I did. And look, me and Eric have had a long line of conversations about this.
You're against this?
He's been telling me for weeks. Legitimate weeks now.
It looks good in person.
That's my terrible limited fiction follow. Hey, bro, you gotta have this chili cheeseburger.
It's like Fritos,
and I was like, I'm good on that. That feels like it's gonna send you to an appointment with the throne.
But you
know
ate
what
it.
I mean. But I hadn't, and then because I was not gonna spend my own money. But Brian Broaddus, being the lovely teammate that he is, brought in lunch for everybody on Friday, and it happened to be these burgers. And I was like, look, man, I'm hungry, and Brian Broaddus brought it for me. I'm gonna eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And I ate it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to tell Eric that I was wrong because
he saw the light.
It was so good.
That Whataburger chili burger, bro.
See, no, okay,
it's the real deal.
To me, it's one of those things where you can look at that chili cheeseburger on TV,
yeah,
and you look at it and like, that looks pretty good, and then you actually have it, and I was kind of like, okay. They're not fooling me on this one. Not fooling me at all.
No, they're not messing around.
I don't know that I've ever seen an ad for In-N-Out.
No,
but when I get the burger,
why are they packed?
I'm always impressed that the burger looks pretty good
because they're frying each fry individually.
Seriously,
they're too busy.
Seriously, I mean they've got it now where they stand out there. They've kind of got our Chick-fil-A thing where they have the person standing out there taking order.
They're Chick-fil-A light, I guess, where it's just it's close. It's very close. They're one-trick pony, not chicken, but with burgers.
Not a big menu at all.
Not a big menu, but a well-oiled machine.
Double, man. That I've personally found if you find a restaurant simple menu, it's hard to mess it up because they do the one thing, they try and do it to the maximum of their ability, and then you go through and you can usually get it pretty quick because they know what you're ordering. You know what I mean? You're getting the thing on the menu.
The true masters of one.
And
Cane's Chicken's that way, right?
Yeah.
Cane's
they got 4 things that in the whole building. They got chicken, they got fries, they got sauce,
and
they got
lemonade
or sweet tea. Like they got like 4 things in the building.
Mm-hmm. Unsweet tea.
Oh, true.
Did nobody drink unsweet tea?
Oh, I love it. I have to
Why would I
drink
do
it.
that? Because I need to sweeten it.
What do you mean? Why do you need to sweeten
I love a
the
little
tea?
unsweet tea with some sugar in there.
Yeah,
Have
that's
you
you know
ever
what? That's a
tried
great
that?
point. That's a great point. That is a great point.
Sweet
Yeah.
tea though. At
Just
that
put
point.
the lemonade in there with it.
Ooh, a little Arnold Palmy.
Yeah.
You didn't need to shorten that either.
You're right.
He shortens
I'm
everything.
in my bag today. I'm sorry.
All right. So, Broadus, you have the run sheet that Eric printed out for you.
I did. I'm looking at it right now.
Started editing it, and he was like, "Are you have any punctuation things that you're going to point out?
Mhm.
Are there punctuation things that need to be pointed out?"
Yeah, at 3:20 today. Come and check out Sports Audio Bonanza featuring Lucas Honey Toad.
Nice.
Honey.
Okay.
Honey Toad and NFL Booty Feet.
That's spelled correctly. That's actually all supposed to be.
Booty foot.
Booty foot.
Booty foot.
It is a booty foot.
Yeah,
It's
so we got
one singular
Lucas
foot.
Honey Toad.
Right,
Honey Toad, yeah.
It's
All
a
right,
horny
look,
toad.
It is a horny toad.
I
I
don't-
forgot the R there.
I don't want you to like ruin the segment anyway, so you could just go ahead and say, plead the fifth or whatever. The hell is booty feet?
Yeah, that's why we need to tune in at 3:20.
Okay,
Reg.
fantastic. All
And
right.
it's booty foot, just for the
I
record.
did
It's just
booty
one
foot.
singular
My bad.
foot.
Booty
I don't know
foot.
if this world can contain 2 booty feet.
That's a good point.
And at 3:40 today, we're talking about Southwest Airlines.
Oh, fantastic.
Sounds like
not fantastic for the folks.
Sounds like
Yeah,
it
that
sounds
was
like
really
Southwest
callous.
Airlines and Tennessee Titans, kind of a both meltdowns of the organization.
I was supposed to be on a flight on
Oh,
Southwest from
good luck-
San Antonio
good luck
here
for that.
yesterday.
Better chance of walking.
Luckily it was frozen. Like we couldn't go to the family. We couldn't go see them, so I didn't have to be on a flight. Man, it sounds like it's terrifying. Right
so
now.
happy for you right now.
Yeah, thanks,
'Cause
man.
That would have sucked.
Yeah, I don't want to have to sit there and deal with
Well,
traffic right now.
Like I say, hopefully they got it figured out by the time we go see baseball practices and stuff like that coming up. Right?
Man, that would be nice. That would
Super
definitely
Bowl,
be
we gotta
nice.
sort it out by then. Please.
Yeah, we got to go to Arizona a couple times, so we're looking forward to that. All right, coming up next on the G-Bag Nation, it's Broadus and Eric Giafalo. Until tomorrow, you've been masterpieced.
Say goodnight, Corey.
Good night, Corey.
Say curtains, Corey.
I didn't hear you. Bye.
Curtains.
Beef curtains.
Listen.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Took a Christmas miracle of sorts, but our season-long G-Bag Nation NFL stat of the day has officially come to an end. Very, very sadly.
Which stat would that be there, smart man?
Russell Wilson on Christmas Day, while his team was getting absolutely dominated by the Baker Mayfield-led Rams, decided to throw a worthless touchdown pass in order to even up the score between his touchdowns for the year and his bathrooms in his house. Sitting at 12. It only took him 16, 17 weeks to do it, but congratulations, Russell Wilson. You, sir, have equaled the number of bathrooms in your house with your touchdown passes on the season, and for that, we're happy for you.
You think he got his coach fired by the way he played this year, or did the coach deserve to get fired the way he coached?
Oh, the coach deserved every ounce of that firing.
Guy coached 15 games, and they've already got a list of all the things he did wrong.
Can you find the laundry list of that? I would love to rattle that off. If you have the Hackett disaster list in what got him fired, Broadus, that would be a real treat for me right now. He absolutely deserved being fired. He did within, I believe, 60 minutes of football being played to kick off his tenure in Denver, where he was just making poor decision after another in an effort to lose as many games as possible, seemingly. I mean, it's not a bad play. If you're one of these NFL head coaches and you say, you know what, I've signed the contract, now I'm going to purposefully suck to high heaven so that I can get fired as soon as possible, still cash out in the same way I would have if I went undefeated for the entire duration of my contract, and I'm going to go kick my Nathaniel Hackett feet up and ride off into the sunset. It's not a bad play.
I kind of feel like that Cliff Kingsbury's doing that out in Arizona right now.
Oh, for sure he is.
Coach Pro's got that look like...
Dude, did you see his face? When they went to overtime on Sunday night, he goes, are you kidding me? We're doing this. We're extra time. Brady couldn't end me in 4 quarters. I got to stand on this sideline for another 10 minutes or so. What a nightmare that was for Cliff Kingsbury. You could see it on his bearded face. He wanted nothing to do with being an NFL head coach.
He got a contract extension, too.
Which is all the more reason why he doesn't want to be there.
Never feel sorry for an NFL head coach or any head coach that gets let go, because they're kind of like me. They were walking into work, and I call my buddy, and he's down at the lake. I go, you sound like you're on a boat. He goes, hang on, I got another one for you. And I hear this. He cracked a beer.
Yeah, you did.
I'm like, what are you doing, man? He goes, I'm chasing these shad. I'm trying to find out where these fish are sitting. And I'm like, gosh, you're making me. Like, how is that? He goes, man, the wind ain't blowing, the sun's shining. I got a jacket on. And then he goes, you just heard what I cracked. And I'm like, yeah. So yeah, I mean,
that's dream living right there.
Yeah, Cliff's probably thinking about what college job is going to be open. I
don't even know if he's thinking about a job opening. I think he's one of these guys that's going to be excited to just not ever work again a day in his life and just just pocket the $30+ million, whatever it is they're still going to owe him, and he's just going to go hang out with Instagram models and do his thing.
Somebody's going to give him an opportunity.
That sounds like success to Cliff Kingsbury. Maybe he'll be like a quality control guy that just shows up on game day and just sort of hides in the background. But he doesn't want to have any legit responsibility.
There's people talking about with Hackett already getting a job with like the Steelers. Like they're asking questions like, could he be the offensive coordinator that the Steelers need?
What? Yeah, if they need to go winless, if they need the number 1 pick, he's your guy.
Anybody watch the Broncos play this year?
No, seriously. If your team tanked this year and you got your eyes set on that number 1 overall pick, get Hackett to just do as many things as possible for your team.
I'll find that
Russell
list
Wilson,
for you.
Yeah, please do.
I will find that list for you.
Russell Wilson didn't help him though this year at all. He's been disastrous, but you can't fire Russell Wilson right now. No. You're tied to him in a terrible way. Where you've extended him and it hasn't even kicked in yet. The amount of money that you've given him guaranteed over the next 5-6 years is just insane. I don't believe there to be a worse contract unless somehow Russell Wilson is able to pray to God the same way that Reggie White did and fixed his back.
Yeah.
If he can fix his play. Because it's going to need, I think you need divine intervention right now if you're Russell Wilson and you're looking to do anything in the way of being successful at the quarterback position.
Yeah, the Broncos right now are praying for that Reggie White miracle.
For sure,
to show up here. But
and they don't have a running game, and I mean, but they had one of the best defenses in the sport. They still got some weapons, but Russell Wilson could do nothing with them.
I can't even pronounce their defensive coordinator's name.
It's not Dean Pease.
No. It's look it up. It's like look up Broncos defensive coordinator, and it's a name. I never heard of the guy, and it's incredible.
He's getting it done.
He is absolutely getting it done. So you having problems with that mic there today?
Having a little bit of problems, but we'll get it figured out. It is a TD Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation. It is great to have you in. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays once again to everybody.
Yeah.
Hope you had a wonderful holiday weekend, and certainly the Cowboys made it that much sweeter, getting that Christmas Eve victory over the Eagles. My gosh, what a game. I got some questions and some thoughts in regards to it as we kind of put a bow on the Eagle victory today, and then also start to look ahead on a short week to this Titans team, which I know we'll get to in Krusty's Corner.
I got you covered at 2:40. We'll go through the Titans and kind of walk you through. I was talking to some of my buddies in Jacksonville about the game, and because they're thinking, because they know the Titans really, really well. They feel like that the Titans are going to play this like a preseason game.
Yeah, because it's meaningless to the Titans, right?
Yeah.
There's not a single good or bad thing that can happen to them other than getting guys injured, because the only game they can lose to the Cowboys on Thursday, and then all they have to really do is make sure they win the final game of the year a week later versus Jacksonville. So they might just be punting on this game entirely.
Yeah, that's the thought is, and that they're worried. The Jacksonville guys are worried that they'll see Josh Dobbs. That maybe it's not going to be Malik Willis. It's going to be Josh.
Is that the
Dobbs.
same Josh Dobbs from Tennessee without the eyebrows and stuff?
Yes, yeah, same guy. It's like a NASA engineer kid, really super smart, bright, really bright. But yeah, they're thinking that he might play instead of Willis, at least because they can throw the ball. You can throw the ball a lot better with Dobbs as opposed to Willis
Willis,
now.
threw the ball 23 times, had less than 100 yards passing versus the Texans.
He's right at about 50% in his starts this year. So, yeah, it's
very
a
nice.
bit of a problem for him.
So, Walchuk is moving out of his childhood home. He's helping mom and dad move seemingly across the street to another house. So it's a bit of an emotional day. Walchuk getting his hands dirty. We certainly are thinking of him, and he'll be back tomorrow. Dawson's still on family vacay, so he's crushing it. We'll get to our Survivor picks. Did anyone lose this weekend? We'll find out coming up at 2:20, leading you into the G-Bag of the day. But great holiday weekend for you gentlemen. Broadus, Lucius, everybody.
Yeah, holidays falling on the weekend is trash, right?
Agreed.
It's kind of trash.
100%.
Yeah. Yesterday felt like a Friday to me. It's not what it is, but I had a great time.
Were you told you had a great time, or did you have a great time?
I had a great time. I think so. Everything was ripping and running. Go over here, gonna go back over here. And
okay,
just,
Are you liking the ripping and running part of it?
Though? No. I want to sit down on my ice.
Yeah.
And relax.
And not do anything.
Drink some eggnog.
Yeah.
And buzz out and go to sleep.
If you're telling me there's a lot of ripping and running going on, I'm kind of out on that.
I want nothing to do with
I am way out on that right now.
Yeah, it wasn't a weekend. It wasn't a holiday. Well, it was a holiday, but it wasn't a weekend.
Yeah.
So
I hear you, man. I hear you. I feel for my brother. Every year, one of my brothers, he's got to make my family work and his wife's family work. Yeah. And I just see the stress on his face. They're constantly clock watching. You can't enjoy where you're at now because you know you got to get to the next place you got to be. And so you're having to monitor what's the vino intake.
But you do get 2 meals out of the deal. You know what I mean?
That's
if
a fair
you're
play.
Cooking at both places, you get 2 meals out of the deal.
100%.
Which is great. You're not driving home because you're buzzed up, so she's got to drive you home.
Okay, I got you on that there. But what about are we on the way home, are we talking about the 2 meals, which one was better?
Oh, no.
Are we judging?
Oh, my God.
Are we judging? Are we like
all
of a sudden are you breaking it down to the point
power ranking
like
the
listen,
meal?
hey, the meat was way overcooked.
You're talking about a family feud. You're talking about one side of the family and another side of the family.
I'm exactly talking about that. I'm talking about, because we always do that. Where you're driving home with somebody and you're talking about the party and you go, that friend of yours, she's kind of a drunk. You always say something to get you in trouble, and then it's like, well, your friends aren't much better, well, I'm just telling you, right? But I think with the meals, you're kind of like, man, The dessert was really good this
on
year.
point.
It was on point this year. Last year, you could tell they went to Tom Thumb and bought the box of cookies and stuff. Instead, this year they gave it a little bit more thought. So, yeah, I think there's some evaluation going on.
It's funny. My mom won a pie contest by just simply buying a pie from like Kroger one time. Everybody was slaving away doing their
Did you get some Cool Whip, throw it on top.
Yeah, bro.
By the way, your mom can cook. Those sandwiches.
Yes.
Oh my God.
The Italian sandos she made. Was that on point for you?
Oh my gosh. That thing, the first bite, and I just stopped. So, okay, we got bread around like cold cuts and cheese, and like real good cold cuts. Not, legit pepperoni, legit
salami.
Exactly. Like not, but yeah. So I sat there and it was like, I just was eating it by myself, and I was like, please, nobody talk to me right now. And I was like dipping it in the sauce.
Yeah, you got the sauce. Lucius, did you get the sauce too? Did you sauce it up a little bit?
Oh yeah, I slopped it around all in the sauce.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. And you guys reheated with the oven, right?
Yeah,
you did the oven reheat.
Yeah. I'm just gonna went straight eat.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you eat it cold?
Yeah.
You savage. Respect.
I
don't blame you,
People
man.
that know me know that I don't heat up food. I'm sorry, I just don't do it. I don't heat up leftovers. I just kind of go with it.
Dude, I think there's a lot of things. I had actually a huge argument with my dad and my brother yesterday when thinking about reheating a steak, and I was like, why would we reheat it? They were like, should we put it on this? Should we put it in the microwave? And
Air fryer.
Don't you just cut that bad boy up and eat that steak cold?
Yeah.
No.
That's where I was at. Lucius says no. My brother and my dad thought I was insane. I'm like, I just give me my portion of whatever this leftover steak is, and I'll go cold with this bad boy. But I guess Broadus would co-sign that. Not everybody would.
Yeah.
But that's good. I'm glad. I will relay that to Mom and let her know that thing was
tell her
appreciated.
what, that thing was unbelievable.
Yeah, she was dialing up the homemade pizzas. When we go best of the weekend, I'll probably discuss a little bit more of that. But in regards to a couple of things in the now, J.J. Watt out of nowhere. Hitting us with the old retirement. And Arizona Cardinal football seasons will do that to you. You age at like an exponential rate. Your hate for football, I think you see it on Cliff Kingsbury. Yeah. You see it with these guys. It's like, you know what? 2-3 years in Arizona, I'll call it a career.
It's the thing with Watt. He's one of those. It's funny because to me, when I always thought about J.J. Watt, I always thought about a guy that was always kind of out there promoting himself.
Oh, no one loves himself some J.J. Watt more than J.J. Watt, for sure.
With the Hard Knocks thing, he's out there on the field
by himself.
The fans are out there, J.J., we love you, and he's over signing on. But then again, he goes and does that for the city of Houston.
Right.
After that,
he puts his money where his mouth is, but his mouth is always where his money is.
Well, he's thinking. He's thinking about, well, if I could just raise $250,000 here, we'll be good. Now he raises $40 million. I'm like, man, this guy, he gets it. But it was kind of after that I said, I have a really new respect for him. I don't think he's all about himself right now. And I'm not surprised though. You're right about Arizona. There's a lot of beat down folk working in that place.
100%.
Beautiful place, but man, a lot of beat down folk.
Yeah, J.J. Watt just tweeted out today a couple of pictures of him and his wife and his newborn baby girl and his parents, and it's on the sideline of the game and after the game, and he just says Co's first ever NFL game, which I believe is the name of his daughter or his son. I don't even know what his baby is, but my last ever NFL home game, he says, my heart is filled with nothing but love and gratitude. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure, and he's a surefire first ballot HOFer.
Yeah. Yeah,
dude was an animal.
Dude was I tell you what, all those times though that when he was hurt, you started kind of feeling sorry for him. He always had the tricep problems. It seemed like every year.
I think he was dealing with some pec stuff.
He had the weirdest injuries, but when you watched him play, you're like, they put him outside, stood him up, they put him inside at like a tackle. It didn't matter. He was just a hard dude to block. He really, really was.
No question about that. So salute to you, J.J. Watt, calling it career today on Twitter. And my gosh, what a career it was. And then I did want to shout out a couple of the guys from the game. I know you and Will did a great job breaking down this Cowboys Eagles game yesterday. But a couple of heroic things that took place. Of course, the T.Y. Hilton play. My gosh, Deron Bland, you beast. And Tyler Biotish coming up with that fumble. That was everything, was it not?
If you wanted
Christmas hero himself.
If you wanted to know the Hager Slacks big play of the award, winner for the game for me was Tyler Biadasz.
For that one moment?
For that one moment. I mean, he played well in the game, but for him, when that, you have Tyron Smith gives up the pressure, Hassan Reddick with the hit, balls in the air, now it's a fumble, now it's on the ground, now your like vision of like losing this game all of a sudden gets even, it gets even darker for you. And Tyler Biadasz is on the ground and literally just rips the ball away from that Eagles defender. And, I was thinking the absolute worst. I was thinking, man, that's got to be an incomplete pass. And then the more you watch the replays, it's like, no, that's a fumble.
And shout out to the strength of Biadasz ripping that ball away because it was like the Eagle guy had it.
He had it, and it was he just rolled over really fast and that one motion got the ball away. So great job by him. That honestly, I like I say, that's to me the Hager-Slacks Big Play Award winner right there.
Beautiful. We'll continue to discuss this Cowboys-Eagles game and also look ahead to the Titans game today as we're just getting started on a TD Tuesday. Friendly reminder to the Tolos, though, this Friday we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House.
Whoa.
Come pick up your TCU and other DFW gear this Friday with us. 2 to 7 G-Bag Nation at their Hewlin location right there, Overton Ridge Boulevard in Fort Worth. So 817, we'd love to see you. It'll be this Friday, Rally House, Fort Worth, and it'll be the G-Bag Nation rocking and rolling.
I literally live a mile away from the Rally House in Dallas. And when I found out, I'm like, we're going to the Rally House.
Sweet, my backyard.
And then I was like going, which one? And, Fort Worth. All right.
Closer for me, baby. I'm going to go south on 35 for about 15 minutes, and I'll see you there, Broadus. And I'll see all the Tolos. That's going to be outstanding. All right, let's get you the G-Bag of the day. We'll update our Survivor picks. Any of us take a Survivor L. We do have a bet payoff this week, though. I can promise you that. Plus the Sean Payton news. Broadus is our Sean Payton insider. What's going on with this fella? That's next right here on The Fan. Adam Schefter is reporting that Sean Payton is so interested in returning to coaching in the NFL that he's already putting together some sort of an all-star staff, including former Broncos head coach and defensive mastermind Dick Fangio as his potential defensive coordinator as well. Broadus knows Sean Payton extremely well. What's this mean? Is Payton going from the studio to the sideline after just 1 year off in the NFL, or does he just like his name out there? Does he appreciate this stuff? 877-881-1053. It is the G-Bag Nation on a TD Tuesday, 8 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day with Lucius Alexander, Brian Broadus, myself, Eric Chiafalo. Dawson still on vacay. We'll be back next week. Walchuk back tomorrow, moving out of mom and dad's home. And oh, how sweet it is, but bittersweet, I should say. Friendly reminder, this Friday we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House in Fort Worth. So come pick up your TCU gear, your other DFW sports gear, 2 to 7, G-Bag Nation at their Hewlin location, Overton Ridge Boulevard. That's in Fort Worth. We will see you this Friday at Rally House in Fort Worth. Going to be outstanding. Broadus, before we get to Sean Payton and some sound from Pat McAfee, I did want to update the Survivor pool, our Survivor picks here in the G-Bag Nation. We've had to do bet payoffs all throughout the season when we pick a team to win and they end up losing. Walchuk and myself both had the Niners this week over the Commanders. Boom, we come away victorious. Broadus, you and Dawson both had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, it took an overtime field goal to get that thing home.
Overtime field goal over a broken Cardinals team.
Yeah, all I did in the first segment was talk bad about the head coach and everybody else working there.
Dang near beat your squad.
Yeah.
So we all come out unscathed. Unfortunately, I still have a carryover payoff. From a few weeks back. And so, and then I was out with the baby in the holidays. So there will be a bet payoff in the G-Bag Nation this week. Very likely on Friday, but we'll see. We may mix it in sooner than that. I'm trying to decide what payoff I want to do. I will report back to you with that. If there are suggestions, please feel free, Twolos and texters at 877-881-1053. But as of for this week, we are all coming out unscathed, much to the I guess disappointment of the listener because the payoffs are always outstanding.
We haven't had a bet payoff in a while.
We've all been kind of on a heater a little bit, except for me. I lost one a few weeks back. I can't even remember what game it was now.
You had the Ben Franklin one that I had to do.
That's right. You've done the Ben Franklin. You've done the mystery mix.
And you did mystery mix.
I did the Thanksgiving mystery mix. That sucked. Walchuk did the back waxing. And
the back, yeah, you know what?
I did the Cincinnati bow tie. I did the straw dog where I vomited. There was a lot of things that went down this year, and plenty more to come. We'll have some version of this throughout the NFL playoffs as well. So the Survivor pool is not going away anytime soon. But I did want to play this sound as we have Sean Payton, and maybe he's going to be returning. What's the deal here? Pat McAfee, we know, former Colt. he loves the Colts. He wants Sean Payton to be a Colt. And so he saw Sean Payton liking some tweets about the Colts, and he was talking about this a few minutes ago.
Sean Payton liked the tweet last night.
Yeah.
What? About the Indianapolis Colts.
What?
Sean Payton liked the tweet.
Uh-oh.
Fix it, Sean, please. Says Colts fan. Okay, Kenny Moore, the person that is in that photo right there, one of our stars, didn't play last night.
Nope.
Shaq Leonard, one of our other stars, didn't play last night. Jonathan Taylor, one of our other stars, didn't play last night. But the fans say, hey, fix it, Sean, please. He likes it and goes, you know what, I will. Now, is this mean that Sean's just using this as leverage to other teams, let them know that maybe there's a lot of fan bases that would like old Sean Payton, old f***ing Uncle Sean to come to town and fix all their wrongs and take them to a promised land like I was able to do with the New Orleans Saints? Maybe.
Absolutely. Perhaps. Maybe.
But why not the Indianapolis Colts, Sean Payton? Huh? They need you.
Yes.
You're the guy that they need, from what I've been told, because everybody thinks Sean Payton, who is great on media, has had a lot of success. His former players like him, and I think he is somebody that wears cool shoes, so everybody thinks he's cool. Yeah. He's a fucking attention to detail, badass coach.
Yeah. Wired in.
Hey, this is how we're doing it. This is how we're doing it. This is how we're doing it. I think that is something from allegedly from the conversations I've heard around Indianapolis where it could work.
Okay, so Pat McAfee's kind of on the recruiting trail a little bit for Sean Payton.
Yeah.
And right now the Colts have the 5th pick in the upcoming NFL draft. So that's something to monitor as well. If you're one of these coaches and you're thinking, okay, what's the draft positioning going to look like? Houston, Chicago, Seattle, which is the 3rd pick in the draft acquired from the Broncos. The Broncos will be paying big-time prices financially and with assets for the Russell Wilson debacle for quite some time. And this year it begins in the draft where the Broncos should be picking 3rd overall. They won't be picking at all in round 1. Seahawks at 3, Cardinals at 4, and then the Colts at 5. So that's how it shakes out now. We'll see how things change, over the next week or two. But otherwise, the Colts sitting somewhere around 5th or in that top 5 for draft positioning. What are your thoughts on the Sean Payton situation? And that's a man that you worked side by side with for many years.
I did work with Sean. I haven't talked to Sean in a while, actually since, he's got into the broadcasting aspect of it. He's been very busy. I actually hooked him up with another coach who was interested in talking with him about some of the things he believed in. Sean was nice enough to get back with that coach and kind of fill him in on some of the stuff. I feel like there's the thing you got to know about Sean Payton, and this is my observation of Sean Payton, is that Sean is the type of guy that, and we saw it in New Orleans, where he's involved with everything, all aspects of the team. When Sean, what color do you want the rally towels to be this week? White or gold? What do you want? What would you like in the facility for in this area or that area? Sean is one of those guys that wants to have a say or an opinion on everything involved with the overall operation of the team. And so I don't see Sean going someplace where he doesn't have that kind of latitude. And, there's a couple of places that you mentioned. Now, Arizona's in a spot right now where their general manager, Steve Keim, is on leave. And but that's a situation, too, that, Cliff is, when you look at his body language, he's like, please fire me. Please let me go on. Now, we'll see. Steve Keim could be out with his medical stuff, or, if they're using that medical stuff as a kind of really for some other reason. But that makes a lot of sense. If Sean could go to Arizona and then work with, with their wide receivers or their quarterback, draft, do all those things, and have the autonomy to operate the way he wants to operate, and then potentially bring his own guy along. He's a huge fan of Jeff Ireland, who is director of player personnel with the New Orleans Saints. And so Sean and maybe Jeff get an opportunity to get together there in Arizona. Another one that you need to maybe keep an eye on, and we'll see. I don't think the Denver Bronco one is a possibility there. I just don't see him wanting to take that, even though they have the defense is outstanding. I don't know if he necessarily wants to work with that quarterback there. They have some skill players, but that one I think is a little bit more of a further shot away.
Mm-hmm.
The one I would keep an eye on potentially is if the Raiders were to do something. If the Vegas Raiders after a year decide that they want to do something with their organization, with their head coach, Mark Davis his family, their family history there is moving on from guys. So keep an eye on Arizona and the Vegas Raiders right now.
Love it. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. Now into the Pimp Cup we go for G-Bag of the Day with Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday.
Is it
I had to
ever?
remind myself because I thought it was a Monday, but it felt like a Friday yesterday. It's really crazy, man.
Crazy day.
Hope everybody had a good holiday. Let me sit myself down and get situated here for G-Bag of the Day. Okay, when we last left off, father who could not spell father won 5 times.
Yes, sir.
So we won't have to hear that until like July or something, whenever we do the G-Bag of the year.
Dawson just wakes up and realizes it.
Yeah.
It's like, I got no content today. Think, Jam, how about that, Lucius? Should we pull that off?
Here we go, man. Here we go. Let's see. Jair Alexander describing his interception with Pam Oliver on the sidelines, which Pam Oliver was not drunk, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Migraines.
All right. Migraines. Yeah. Here we go.
Walk us through that play. What happened and how'd you grab it?
Oh, man, that's easy. So I'm just lining up. I seen number 10 motion over. A. Jones. I seen number 10 coming across the field. I said, oh, snap, he fast. So I bagged off. When I bagged off, I seen him coming. He ran right in front of me. I was like, wow, is he really overthrowing it? Took it down the sideline, turned over my guys, gave the football to a little kid wearing 23.
I love it. Merry Christmas to you. I don't even have more to say. That was
Merry
fantastic.
Christmas. If you celebrate it, Merry Christmas. Go enjoy time with your family. We got a dub, baby. Pack is back.
That's hysterical.
I love the low-key disrespect, just calling him number 10 when it's Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
He wasn't going to call him by name there.
Hilarious. Let's see. How about this uncle right here doing a little high capping? This is not a nominee. I just wanted to play it just because he was talking a whole lot of trash, hanging out there with the family. Boy, I used to be this and I used to be this. I used to jump 11 feet up in the air. You never seen your boy. Anyway, let's do this uncle.
I wasn't bad, mother. I had plenty of money, drove a brand new car every year. I was a bad mother. As any mother knew me, I wasn't bad, mother.
I can't ask anybody you should know. You can say y'all dead, huh?
Yeah, they're all dead.
Money, cars, athleticism.
That was bad, boy. I sure was bad. Switched up cars every year. Credit just crazy right now. Insane. Did you ever pay the cars off? That's what we want to know.
That's not the point.
Yeah. How about this one? KWWL-TV in Iowa. I wanted to play this last week. The sports reporter that had to fill in for the weatherman.
Fire.
Oh, yes.
Hey, man, get out there, dog. We just got the blizzard coming through. Biggest one in the century. We need you to cover it. And that cold made them keep it real.
Mark, how you feeling out there?
Again, the same way I felt about 8 minutes ago when you asked me that same question, right? I normally do sports. Everything is canceled here for the next couple of days. So what better time to ask the sports guy to come in about 5 hours normally earlier than he would normally wake up, go stand out in the wind and the snow and the cold and tell other people not to do the same. I didn't even realize that there was a 3:30 also in the morning until today. It's absolutely fantastic, Ryan. You know, I'm used to these evening shows that are only 30 minutes long, and generally on those shows I'm inside. So this is a really long show. Tune in for the next couple hours to watch me progressively get crankier and crankier. How do I get that Storm Chaser 7 duty? I feel like Clint got the better end of that deal. You know, that thing's heated. The outdoors currently is not heated. Well, I'll tell you what, Ryan, I've got good news and I've got bad news.
I mean, he just, every time they went to him, he had something spicy to say.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I felt for him, though.
Shout out Lucius for Looking Glass for Brandy as his music. Yeah, he's got Looking Glass. This is a good song. 1972.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Lucius can play him now.
Oh, he can play.
The old crusty guys like me.
Yeah, I like this too.
I need the education. Thank you for the heads up.
Little highway music.
Yeah.
I like to be on the highway to this. Hey, those two neighbors that got into it with their dogs. Last time, yeah. Yeah, so my inbox was, hey, man, you should play that again to give it another chance. What do you fellas think?
Go for it.
I'm open. Yeah,
I
think I voted for that.
I started and I went, I don't know, I can't. But yeah, go for it. I think it's got a shot.
Okay. So one of the neighbors, he does not have his dog on a leash. Well, they both don't have their dogs on leashes.
Right.
One is a pit bull. One is like a Scottish terrier.
Yes.
And the lady with the Scottish terrier, which is always yapping, trying to tell the dude with the pit bull who is in his yard, you need to put your dog on a leash.
Get your dog away from mine.
This is my yard, you stupid bitch.
There we go. Wow. Good start. Good start.
Really? He's standing in my yard.
But he's supposed to be on a leash. Come on, Aiden. Let's go.
Aiden.
Yeah, Aiden, take your barking bitch ass in the house.
Watch your language.
I'm 41, Patty. I'm 41.
Yeah, Patty.
Mike Leach, get him.
Flex it.
Not Mike Leach. Mike Gundy.
You get your dog away from mine.
Shut the up.
Your dog is not even on a leash.
You're right, because he ain't doing in my yard.
Oh, you know what? He has to be on a leash, according to my vet. Come on, Aiden.
Look how my dog is being, you stupid bitch.
Whoa.
You know what?
Your dog is barking, acting a fool. My dog's wagging his tail. You're the one that needs a fenced yard. Your dog be attacking people.
Oh, he has not.
Bubba loves everybody.
Bubba.
Except
Bubba, of course.
bitches like you.
And your dog shouldn't have an owner like you.
Wow.
When Gundy flexed his age at being 40, he was saying like, I'm old, I'm a man, I can take it. I believe Patty's probably sitting at 60, 65. He was flexing on Patty for being much younger than her.
It's hilarious to me. All right, Patty, let's see, one more right here, fellas. JC Sports Talk. They were live streamers on YouTube.
Okay.
Live streaming the game. They're Eagles fans, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, they were live streaming the Cowboys and Eagles game and giving their reaction, right? Well, they have a hell of a reaction when T.Y. Hilton catches that ball, fam. It was like 3rd and 1,000,000, and T.Y. Hilton comes through.
Let's go, Anna.
You hot? Though. This is what we do. We lock them down. Our defense comes alive when we need to.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's the way, right?
Let's go. That's what. Yep, that's what. A pick six.
10.5 sacks, baby. Woo!
Let's go. 10.5. Let's go. Here we go. 30. There's no play in the playbook for that. Just don't get. Oh my God. He's going deep.
Really?
Yo, there's nothing I can say.
She had a whole lot to say before this.
Yeah, a lot. No play in the playbook for that one.
All right, is it the T.Y. Hilton play? That one was absolutely nuts. Is it Jair Alexander intercepting Tua? Here to talk about it. Trash talking uncle, Iowa sports reporter, not in his natural habitat, or I'm a man, I'm 40 versus Patty and Aiden.
I'm 41, Patty.
41. Yeah. He did come out of the gates on fire. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to that guy. I'm gonna give it to the dog versus dog.
Yeah, I have to vote for it. All the pressure that the Tolos are putting on me over the weekend.
No doubt.
Man, you guys really screwed that vote up, man.
Yeah,
wow.
Right.
Can't wait till the general gets back. I was like, damn, dude.
All right, well then I guess it's unanimous by a 3-0 score, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is the man who's 41 versus Patty and Aiden. That is outstanding. Thank you, Lucius Alexander. And on a TD Tuesday, we look over to Brian Broaddus for an upcoming segment of Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you who you need to worry about from these Tennessee Titans. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. It is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
About to hit you with some Krusty's Corner here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Friendly reminder, this Friday we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House, so you can come pick up your TCU and other DFW gear this Friday. G-Bag Nation 2 to 7 at their Hewlin location in Fort Worth. We can't wait to see you there. We have a Cowboys conversation to be had in 15 minutes. Which one of these is more concerning to you? But right now we turn it over to the Krusty himself.
Thank you very much there, Chief. Appreciate it. Good to have you and Lucius back, by the way, and Carter. Everybody back.
Nice to be back,
guys
man.
yesterday.
Missed you very much. You and Will crushed it.
Yeah, we knocked it around pretty good yesterday. Just before we get started here, too, injury report hasn't come out yet, right? Tony Pollard.
It looked like, so I saw Archer, Todd Archer was tweeting out just about an hour ago. Leighton Vander Esch doing some resistance training during practice. Tony Pollard with that thigh issue was not spotted during the open session to the media.
Okay. That's the one you need to keep an eye. I know that
Jerry acted like it wasn't a big deal with Sean and Bobby this morning.
Yeah, keep an eye on that one. I don't know if Tony Pollard's going to play this weekend, or actually Thursday. So,
which makes sense, right? If this is a game that it looks like the Titans might be punting on anyways.
See, that's what I was talking with my buddies down in Jacksonville, because I was trying, they're getting ready to play them too. So I was asking them about, how do you think they'll play this game? And my guys down there are like, they kind of feel like this is going to be like a preseason game for them. And when it comes to resting guys, because if you're following the story, the winner of the Jacksonville Titans game in week 17, 18, what are we in?
Yeah, that'll be week 18 because we're in week 17 now.
Yeah, week 18. That will be all
for the marbles game,
that'll
right?
be for the AFC South. And so this game really, really doesn't matter. So my Jacksonville buddies were all saying, hey, we're in a situation right now where, they're trying to figure out if Malik Willis is going to be the quarterback or it's Joshua Dobbs, who, Dobbs is the guy that we were just talking about, kind of, super smart kid. He was quarterback at Tennessee.
Went to Pittsburgh. He was a backup with the Steelers for a few years.
Exactly. He's kind of, he's had some opportunities, not many opportunities to play, but he's always been kind of a backup guy. And they were wondering if this week that maybe that Dobbs would get some work, against the Cowboys to kind of see if they can get him ready, or would they just go ahead and spring him on the Jaguars in that last week. So if you're the Cowboys, you're kind of thinking, getting ready for two quarterbacks again on a short week. We'll see. But
this is, as much as it's not important to the Titans, it is still very important to the Cowboys.
It is, because you're playing on Thursday, and the situation with the Eagles is, they're in a little bit of a hurt right now, and a little bit of hurt because of their quarterback with that, whether it's the whatever the AC joint or the SC joint that you deal with. And
That's weed. That's weed.
I've been learning.
Got him there for a second. Long weekend brought us.
Got him.
I get it
for sure. But the one joint, the AC joint, you can with Jalen Hurts, you can inject that. You can add medication. You could get that one fixed with some pain-killing medication to make it to play.
A little Toradol get you right.
But from what I understand, there's an SC joint that he might be dealing with that's a little bit harder to medicate. And so if you're the Cowboys, you're sitting there thinking, well, they don't have their quarterback, they don't have their right tackle, they don't have their nickel corner right now. They're a little bit banged up. And so if you're them, the Cowboys, you got to keep playing. You have to keep playing until Philadelphia wins. Now, Philadelphia this weekend, if the Cowboys win on Thursday and then the Eagles win on Sunday in New Orleans, then think about what you're going to do on next Sunday against the Commanders.
Right, because then that'll be a meaningless game for you.
That will be a meaningless game for you.
Versus them, which would be nice. You could treat that like a little playoff bye week if you wanted to.
Absolutely, and you're in a situation too where you might you might look at that and say, okay, do you want to play this thing with a chance to win to get the Packers in, or do you want to just not play it and just rest people, and then the Commanders, if they win, them likely getting into the playoffs. So
okay,
I've gone round and round about this whole thing. The Cowboys, my thought about them winning the East. It was like before
you
the
heard
game.
That Dre.
Yeah.
Dre got you.
Exactly.
Like the West, y'all. I know I feel you, bro.
California dreaming.
Yeah,
all of a sudden,
dog.
I was like going off,
It's a trigger for everybody, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I get it.
But that, I was just thinking about that. Which team would you, what? I'm trying to think of what team would you want as that 6th or 7th seed to maybe go beat Philadelphia. That's kind of what I was thinking about, is because the lowest seed goes to the first round. But, the Vikings are a team that I don't think anybody really, really trusts the Vikings in this playoff thing. But anyway.
No, unless you ask my brother when we had a big heated debate about Dak Prescott, as I'm sure many people did amongst family this weekend, and he lobbed out Kirk Cousins as a name that he'd take over Dak, and I wanted to punch him in the jugular.
Yeah.
Almost ruined Christmas.
Is this the brother that looks like you?
It's the brother that looks like me, yeah. He's in town from Denver, and he's watching Russell Wilson all season, and so his eyes are skewed on what quarterbacks should look like.
Yeah.
Does it kind of arguing in the mirror type of thing? Does it feel weird?
It does.
Spider-Man?
Yeah. Well, not only the mirror, but our voices are the same.
Really?
Seriously, Lucius.
Make the same dumb faces and stuff respectfully.
Yeah, for sure.
He showed up.
Absolutely.
He showed up at the game. I swear, I thought Eric was just bagging on the pregame show just to go to the game. I'm like, what is he doing, man? I go, what, that's ballsy showing up. But anyway,
so ballsy.
Here we go. Titans. The receivers, you're gonna have to worry about a little bit with Traylon Burks. He's from Arkansas. He's a rookie. He was their first-round pick. They also have Robert Woods. The problem is they don't have anybody that can really get him the ball. Malik Willis just isn't good enough throwing the ball right now. The thing you have to worry about Malik Willis, the quarterback, is running the ball.
100%.
If that all of a sudden things break down, because the one thing is he's a big guy, he's elusive, he's got some quickness to him. He can make people miss. All those things you want to describe as a guy who can run the ball and be effective. So he's not going to beat you throwing the ball, but that's why I said Dobbs might be a guy you'll see. If you want to attack a guy, attack Dennis Daly, the left tackle, number 71. He's the guy that seems like he struggles the most with pass protection. He's laid off the ball too a lot. So
that's a nightmare.
Yeah,
if you got Parsons on or Sam Williams.
Exactly. Somebody that can rush the passer over there. Nicholas Petit-Ferry is the other tackle. He's a little bit banged up, so there might be a new right tackle in there for the Titans. My hope is for you that Derrick Henry does not play in this football game.
If I'm them, why would you play him?
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking the same thing.
It's a meaningless game for the Titans. And the next game is a playoff game. So to me, I would keep my horses healthy, especially with this being a short week.
Yeah, absolutely. So we all know Derrick Henry. We've all seen the highlights. It's the downhill running. It's the toss sweep. If you hit him in the side, you're gonna bounce off him. You got to square him up. If he's playing the game, he's their best weapon on offense. It's not even close.
There's no way to game plan for tackling a guy like that.
No, it's
unless you can get like a Mack truck on the practice field and have your guys tackle that.
You have to square. The Texans did a really good job of getting guys up the field and making that happen. Getting penetrators and then hitting him square. But when you get a side shot on him, he's just gonna bust it. right, they don't let you run the ball on defense. DeMarcus Walker, Jeffrey Simmons, Autry, these guys, they just don't let you run the ball on offense. They're one of the best teams in the league when it comes to defending the run. They're really poor in the secondary and pass. They're banged up right now in the secondary a little bit. Their best secondary player is a guy, Roger McCreary, who they drafted in the second round from Auburn. If you listen to the draft show or you listen to our coverage, you know what we thought about Roger McCreary. He's a long, rangy type of player. He's going to play press. He's going to get up on you. He's capable of taking your guys out of the game. But they have been struggling with their passing game as far as defending
pass
the pass
defense.
Yeah.
Pass rush?
Pass rush is actually, I think, pretty decent because what happens is they've got Bud Dupree. But Bud Dupree from Pittsburgh has been banged up too. His health, so if he's banged up, they probably won't play him in this game.
There you go.
So that's where you're kind of looking at. You're probably going to see a lot of backup players on defense here.
It's a preseason game for the Titans.
Yeah, but Kevin Byard is, I think, that one of the better safeties in the league. He's been in the league since 2016. He is extremely tough. He's a turnover guy. He's always going to be around the tackle and stuff like that. You just got to be ready. If number 31's in the game, he's going to come downhill. He's going to try and strike you. He's a really, really good tackler. But yeah, these guys are not. If Simmons and Autry and those guys, Autry's been dealing with a little bit of a knee issue, but that front four they got for the Titans, I see why they don't let anybody run the ball. They get after you up front. So protect, throw the football. Might be in some pretty good shape with what they've got going on in the secondary with some injuries, and then also with Bud Dupree probably not playing in this game.
Beautiful. Shaping up for a nice Thursday night Cowboy victory right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, Krusty, for today's Krusty's Corner. Let's continue the Cowboys conversation as we inch closer and closer to the playoffs. What concerns you more, Cowboys pass rush or Cowboys rushing attack offensively? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Rolling into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. What is concerning you more about the Cowboys as we inch closer and closer to the playoffs? The pass rush, it has been dominant through most of the season. Last 3-4 weeks, it's gone away from you. You get a bagel in the sack chart, in the QB hits chart versus Gardner Minshew and company on Christmas Eve. You come away with a victory, though. That's a beautiful thing. Or is it the rushing attack offensively that was nowhere to be found versus the Eagles? 877-881-1053. It is the G-Bag Nation on a TD Tuesday. Fantastic to have you in. Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, myself, Eric Chiafalo. We have Zach Wolchuk is moving out of his parents' home today, and we have Gavin Dawson on vacation, but we are rocking with you. We appreciate you hanging with us. And I'm curious, Broaddus, your thoughts on this. What do the football eyes tell you and the Super Bowl championship football brain? Because you'd like to get this pass rush going, and it is pretty amazing that on the flip side, offensively, you don't run the ball very well at all. You're in second and long, third and long all game, and you score 40 points. But what is more concerning to you going into the playoffs here? What would you like to see get back to normal? The rushing attack offensively, or Micah Parsons and company being the havoc wreakers that they had been through the first 12 weeks of the season?
Yeah, find a way to get the pass rush going again. That's the one thing you used to be able to hang your hat on. And watching that game the other day with Gardner Minshew and how Philadelphia and the way their offensive line was protecting. A little bit different, though, when Lane Johnson went out of the game late. That final series, you could get a little bit. I mean, that last rush that Fowler was able to get home and affect the way that the pass was being thrown, and it went out of the back of the end zone. The thing that the pass rush aspect of it, though, is interesting because when you watch, and especially when you watch the Eagles and the way they did it, their line is really good. But what happened to you with Gardner Minshew, and he knew it, he wasn't going to let this affect him in the game. I mean, as soon as Dallas got into their twist, Dallas is really good trying to beat you out front with movement.
Yeah, they stunt their guys. They slant them. They twist them. They don't have to. They haven't blitzed near as much this year as they did last year. They rush 4, but it's not just rush 4 plain and simple. They're moving these guys around.
And you probably held up a little bit better earlier in those games in the secondary, which gave you that extra split second. Dallas might have to go to a situation where they don't twist anymore, where they don't run twist stunts up front.
Dang, that's a shame because it's been so good for them.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, they got in this game the other day and they were in their twist stunt and the ball was gone. They're coming off.
Oh, because the quick passing game?
Yeah, they're running the twists and the
ball's out.
The ball's gone before they even get their twist completed.
Okay.
So you're thinking, well, how do you get upfield? What, do you just, instead of twisting, which takes a little bit of time, or you just straight rush it, and not stunt or do those things. And they're going to have to make a decision about that, because if they continue to run those games that they call them, the twists, and they're not getting guys home, and because the ball's getting out quick, it might be better off just a straight rush, just straight go, and not take that extra split second to, you have to fake, and then, and we can ask Tank about this. We got Tank Lawrence on it, 440-ish today.
Yep.
445-ish kind of a thing. And, so sometimes, like you say, you get the ball is out, and now you're in that twist. Maybe you're in a situation where, like with Tank, you're like, man, I would just rather straight rush it. And if I don't get there, I'll go hands up and try and deflect or knock the ball loose or, whatever you have to do. But if they could get that back, but they also need to get back. I'll tell you another thing. They weren't creating negative plays. They weren't creating early in the year, they were creating negative. They got holding calls. I remember the Commanders game early in the year, Cincinnati get holding calls.
Right.
When you force people to get holding calls, all of a sudden now you're dealing with 1st and 20, 2nd and 18. It's a little bit easier to sick that pass rush on people.
No doubt.
They've had not a lot, but they've had several games here, well, at least since they haven't got the rush home.
It's been a few games now. Like, this is now a trend with the pass rush.
Okay, look at down and distances for the teams, your opponents. the last 3 games. Okay, we're talking Colts, Texans, Eagles, right?
Jags.
And
it's been the last 4 since that Colts game.
That's right.
They dominate the fourth quarter in the Colts game, but they found out early in that game they couldn't get pressure with 4. Dan Quinn had to blitz a bunch in that game.
Exactly. But see, that's the thing about it is that in those games, what happened? Teams were able to stay ahead of the chains. Teams are able to were able to run the ball enough or to stay ahead. The Texans did a really good job of, with the running game and stuff, like short passes where it was, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2s all day.
Yeah, it seems like the adjustment that teams have made, and the teams have been running relatively at will on the Cowboys most of the season, but now they're incorporating the quick passes and the screen game.
Right.
And then when you couple that with a team like the Eagles that's able to run the ball so well, and so they're running at you, and it's like, okay, well, now the pass rush is getting slowed down in a big-time way.
Right.
And then you have the attrition factor where Micah Parsons is not as fresh as he was for the first half of this season. You didn't have Sam Williams in this particular game. Dante Fowler seems to be in no man's land right now. So
he made the 4th down play, his rush, when he destroyed Driscoll, the right tackle, and got home. That
was a welcome sight.
That was a welcome sight for sure.
But yeah, I'm trying to figure out, and it's been one of these deals where, and Dan Rogers pointed this out, Danny Phantom 24 on Twitter, the number of times the Cowboys defense has gotten more than 3 sacks in a game. In the first 10 games, 7 of the first 10 games, you had 3 or more sacks.
Right.
In the last 5 games, you've done that 0 times.
Right.
And then you have just 1 sack over their last 3 games combined. So where has it gone? And I think a lot of it is credit to the oppositions and starting to understand, okay, this is the way we need to attack Dallas's defense.
We're not going to let them sick their pass rush on us. That's what they figured out, and teams have done a much better job of getting the ball out. I mean, it's to the point. Gardner Minshew, the times that he had the throwaways or the incompletions, they were like pressure on him and he was backing up, just kind of throwing to the sidelines over someone's head. Had a couple balls that got knocked down. The coverage was that good.
Yeah, quarterbacks are doing less hero ball as well because they know they're not going to be able to escape.
You can't hold the ball.
Right.
You can't. And Gardner Minshew the other day, what happens to him, the first drive of the game, he scrambles and it led to the field goal. That's Jalen Hurts. That might be a touchdown because Jalen Hurts is going to run the corner and take off. Micah Parsons, as banged up as he is, he chased Gardner. I mean, Gardner Minshew looked back like, I'm not going to outrun this guy.
Yeah.
But see, that's they haven't been able to get teams in a lot of negative situations. Now they've gotten some teams in negative situations, and then teams have converted first downs. Have gotten first downs on them. But they've got to get that secondary stuff square.
Yeah, that's the problem right now.
But the focus too now on the running aspect of things,
offensively.
Yeah, you've got to now. I'm going to say this. I felt like though that with Tyron Smith in the lineup, that they would have more power over there. Maybe the athlete that Steele is. It makes it different the way you run the ball over there. And Tyron's a great athlete, don't get me wrong. But the one thing that Steele is really, really good at is working with Zach Martin on those scoop blocks, inside blocks where they get guys up on the second level.
Right.
It's tough. It's tough to run the ball against Philly. You just watch the tape. They don't give you anything in that front seven. They're linebackers. You don't block them. They tackle well. You're about to play against a team. If they play all their guys, this front will be hard to block. Simmons and these guys will be hard to block.
Titans got a good run defense.
Yeah, they
for
really
sure.
do. So, the test is it going to take these couple of games in order for Tyron Smith to feel confident blocking on the right side? The run blocking aspect.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. When he used to have to scoop and reach when he was playing the left tackle is different than how he plays on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that I think there's some teams that just won't let you run the ball. I think that Philadelphia, the Commanders, the Titans, there's some teams that just won't let you run it.
So you're not as concerned about the rushing attack offensively?
You're going to need the pass rush.
Okay.
Because what's going to happen is the Cowboys are going to be able to score points. And
they just showed it.
Yeah, and they're going to put points up on the board. And all of a sudden, what does that turn into? teams having to throw the ball on you.
Mm.
You can't let teams crawl back into a game because you can't rush the passer or finish a pressure.
Yeah, because as one texter pointed out here, 877-881-1053, when you look at it's the 2-1-4, you have the run game issues, but you still have a really awesome air attack offensively.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, defensively, your secondary is not nearly good enough to cover these pass rush issues right now.
The good thing about your rushing attack is it looks like the quarterback's kind of figured out that he needs to run the ball. He needs to when he can scramble and he can get 11 and slide, or
it's a welcome sight,
or he can get 9 and slide.
He goes 6 carries, 41 yards.
Exactly,
getting first downs.
You saw what happened to the Philadelphia averaged 3 yards a carry in that game.
Mm-hmm.
What was their biggest problem? They didn't have their quarterback who usually gets like between 60 and 100 yards running the ball.
Right.
But that's why they're in the situation they are right now, because their quarterback's beat up because of running the football.
And mighty impressive offensively for the Cowboys to do what they did and scoring all the points that they did while not having a rushing attack really to speak of. They're 3.7 yards per carry for the game. But then when you dig into it even more and you look at what they did on first down, I mean, they were constantly setting themselves up for second and long.
There were a lot of 3 and 7s, a lot of 3 and 6s in that game.
Yeah, a ton of them.
A lot of them.
And your quarterback and your passing game were able to bail you out of those because you averaged under 3 yards per carry when you tried to run the ball on first down.
Yeah.
And you ran the ball on first down a considerable amount of times, 17 times. I mean, your average to go on second down was about 9 yards for the game. And the fact that you ended up still being over 50% completion percentage on third down and still being able to score as many points as you did, that is pretty dang impressive that they were able to pull that off. And we'll go more inside the numbers for the Cowboys coming up at 5 o'clock today, but that was one that jumps out at you. I mean, my gosh, you just continue to just run into a brick wall on first down, and you don't pivot from it. You just trust that your passing game and your quarterback on second and long and then ultimately third and long is going to bail you out. And consistently they did. So, okay, it's the pass rush that we need to get fixed before the playoffs. Then.
I think so. I think because what's going to happen, teams are going to, you got to play run. You got to be able to run the ball. But I think the Cowboys, their passing game is so good that to me that will travel. They will get the running game going. Trust me. When you look at Tyron Smith and Martin, the more that they work together, the better that thing will be.
Okay, let's see. Todd Archer tweeting out Micah Parsons added to the injury report with a left hand injury, had him limited today in practice, had his hand taped as he spoke to reporters just a little bit ago. Quote, "It's football. It's the reality of it. Play a physical sport. That's all. I'm good, though." So Micah, once again, just added to the laundry list of bumps and bruises that are on the body of Micah Parsons right now. And you can see it. It's obvious, and he's still a beast, and he still commands all the double teams and is helping his defense in a huge way. But at the same time, you can tell it's starting to take its toll on him a little bit. So I'll cipher through some of these injury notes here and practice reports and see what we come up with.
Micah was also quoted as saying, like, it's hard to rush the passer. I mean, he was quoted as saying, and he was basically saying, "Listen, I challenge anybody to come and try this, and I'll see how you do." I mean, I think
some of this is just, hey, my job is actually extremely difficult.
Yeah, I think Micah is
injured or not.
Yeah, I think Micah is getting a little bit tired of the questions about rushing the passer and the lack of from the defense, and so I think he's getting a little tired of that.
Well, and I get it. These guys are talking with reporters all the time.
No,
But you set the expectations so high with yourself and this whole team.
Absolutely.
We're like, are we talking about one of the best pass rushes we've ever seen?
Yeah.
Is this like historical? And then it started to fizzle out on you. So it's understandable why you'd be frustrated by it. But at the same time, it kind of comes with the territory, of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
And just a reminder here that the Cowboys will be wearing their Color Rush jerseys and debuting the new white alternate helmets on Thursday night versus the Titans. Somebody was texting in wondering, okay, especially after Krusty's Corner and we were discussing the Titans and what the game means, how does this game not mean anything for the Titans? Because it's really just going to come down to their final game of the year versus the Jaguars. That's going to be the playoff game. This particular game in the win or loss column for the Titans against an NFC team has no bearing on whether or not they can get into the playoffs. So the Titans have to win versus the Jaguars.
Yeah, you get the Jaguars. I mean, they both have the same record, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jaguars win, Titans lose. then what happens? Then they play the next week. So Titans win. Their record, they tied that they hold the tiebreakers on the Jags.
Yeah, ultimately their divisional game versus the Jags, the last game of the season, is what's going to matter to them.
Exactly.
So, okay, that's there's a little Cowboy roundup for you. 877-881-1053. I did like a couple of things that were coming out of the NBA, and we will have some NBA discussion coming up here in just a little bit. But one of those is an NBA general manager talking about Jay Crowder and his decision to hold out with the Suns. People forget, man, the Suns have been solid this year. They haven't had Jay Crowder, one of their better pieces. And the quote is, it's one thing if Kevin Durant's holding out because he's not getting paid enough, but Jay Crowder, seriously? And this anonymous general manager just went on a Jay Crowder rant that was pretty special. We have Trae Young, and the odds of where he might land, could he end up being a Maverick? The odds might be a little bit in that favor, as Broadus is repping his Maverick fleece today.
Got my gear on today.
Mav
got
gear.
the big game against the Knicks tonight, right?
Yes, we do. We will discuss that. And speaking of gear, this Friday we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House. So come pick up your TCU and other DFW gear this Friday, G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7 at their Hewlin location. So we'll be in Fort Worth. We look forward to seeing you and all the Tolos hanging out with us, getting up on that TCU gear. And speaking of TCU and Horned Frogs, we got a sports audio bonanza bringing you Luca's Horny Toad and an NFL Booty Foot. That and more next right here on The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening to Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broadus, part of the G-Bag Nation, afternoons 2 to 7, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app.
Mike Bassick here for Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss. It's the holiday season, and that means comfort food. And for me, that meant extra pounds, 5 to 10 extra pounds. I was fed up with failing on my own broken program.
of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers. IRS problems don't go away on their own, so call me, Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0TAX or go to myirsteam.com.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Willard AC is now Willard Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Make sure your holiday dollars don't go down the drain this year due to emergency plumbing issues. Visit WillardAC.com today to schedule your appointment and take advantage of their $99 drain cleaning special.
All right, let's hit you with a sports audio bonanza here in the G-Bag Nation. Welcome in on a TD Tuesday. Segments brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and the Frankels at Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. 877-881-1053. We get to best of the weekend, best of a long holiday weekend coming up at 3:40. Calvin Watkins talking Cowboys with Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News at 4 o'clock. And Dawson will be back next week on vacation. But on Friday, we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House. So come pick up your TCU and other DFW gear this Friday. G-Bag Nation 2 to 7 party at their Hewlin location in Fort Worth. Cannot wait to see you there. Speaking of TCU and the Horned Frogs, we learned something about our guy Luka Doncic over the weekend. After a Christmas victory over the Lakers, he was joyful at the podium. And listen to Luka discuss what he has at home.
I forgot my horny toad in the house, so next time I'll bring that.
You should bring Dorian's horse.
No, my horny toad. You know what's a horny toad?
I don't think I do. TCU.
Right?
Oh, the TCU?
No, the animal.
Oh, reptile. You have a horn toad?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because I'm Texan.
Is that what distinguishes you from people that reside in other states, having a horny toad at the crib? I do wonder what is the most...
I've lived here for millions and millions of years here in Texas. I've yet to see a real-life horny toad. I've seen a lizard that I thought was a horny toad, but it was just really a lizard.
Right.
I haven't seen a real-life horny toad.
I haven't either, man. I haven't either. I'm with you, Lucius.
I worked at TCU for a year, and their mascot's a horned frog. So is that the same thing?
A horny, I would think, is the horned frog and the horny toad.
A frog and a toad are different, but they are the same. But yeah, I don't think.
See, like crocodile and alligator kind of deal.
Yeah,
different but the same.
Yeah.
I mean, I know on TCU's helmets, their horned frog has red eyes.
Yeah, because a horny toad shoots blood out of his eyes.
Blood out of his eyes.
See, so it's like this cross thing where it's like it's a frog, but it's a toad. And frogs can pee on you, right? But toads will bring the warts. Isn't that what we always were taught?
That's what I hear. I think that's like a wise.
That's a wise tale. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay. Add that, Lucius, when you asked the question about things your parents lied to you about or whatever. It's the toad can't pee on your hands.
Lucius, I wanted to give you one. There was one more I had, and I was thinking about it driving home. Your folks always told you, like, after you eat, don't go swimming for 30 minutes.
No, it's whack.
That is a whack thing.
100%.
Yeah, my folks always told me, they're like, oh, no, you'd eat your burger or whatever. And you
30 minutes.
30 minutes, you got to wait. And you're sitting on the side of the pool like, really?
Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, what is considered swimming? Can I put my feet in the pool or is that going to get me sick? And what's considered a meal? If I had a couple of chips on my way out to the backyard to jump in the pool, does that now tell me, Mom and Dad, I can't get in the pool now for 30 minutes?
I kind of
There's
feel
a
like
huge gray area here.
There is a big gray area.
And it's all bull bleep, I think.
I think you're right about that.
Now, what would be considered the most Texan pet you could have? If it's not the horny toad, I would love to know what that answer is at 877-881-1053.
Yeah.
That was the first one that came to my mind.
Yeah.
But then I started thinking, I'm like, okay, what about other people in other states think that people in Texas ride horses, right?
My friends in Louisiana all did.
But we do.
Yeah.
Well,
look, there's 3 people in this room. One of them does.
That's true. That's true. 33%.
But that's what I'm saying. My buddies, when I was at LSU, they thought the show Dallas. They thought my life was Dallas, South Fork Ranch, on horses and all that.
It kind of is, bro.
Well, but I was 13 years old. I fell off a horse and got stepped on in the chest.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I never got on a horse again. Never. Fell off and went underneath and went bap right in the chest. So, that kind of thing.
Bro.
I just,
was that like, did it break some chest plate things in there?
It caught me just in the chest. Boom, just bam. I never got on a horse again.
Don't blame you.
I love going to horse races, and people that ride horses and being around, I'm cool. But you put me up on top of one, no.
Okay, this is pretty cool. We got people texting in rattlesnakes, armadillo. If you have a pet armadillo.
Not even real pet, just an armadillo that's always in your yard, in the backyard or something like that.
Oh, there you go.
So when your family comes from out of town, like, yeah, there's that darn armadillo again.
It is.
Yeah, like, damn, we're in Texas.
You might be from Texas if you have an armadillo in or around your home. Armadillo is being texted in more than anything right now. Rattlesnakes getting some love.
Yeah, rattlesnake.
The horny toads are being alleged to actually be lizards.
They are lizards. Horny toads are lizards. The little thing that we call horned toads are lizards.
Right.
Okay, but the lizard I seen is not the horny toad that we call horny toad here in Texas.
Right.
And I've yet to see that lizard.
Me too.
Okay, so...
And
so
I've been
clear
here.
that up.
I've been here for millions of years.
People like to hang on little things. We like to major and the minor sometimes. We can't communicate out of here.
All right.
A lot of hair splitting.
So you think Luke is BSing us? Do you think he has a?
My guess is
he's
calling
got millions
it the
of dollars, but
yeah, I mean, if
could probably get
it did
one,
exist,
right?
he could get one for sure.
But
For sure, yeah.
You think he's BSing us what he has?
I think he might just be like he's mislabeling it a little bit. Right?
You think it's a frog?
It's a frog with some horns on it, maybe, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. I would love to get a picture of this thing. Hopefully,
I would love him to fix his boots. I like him cosplaying as a cowboy out here. I don't mind that, but I'm not like how he's rocking his boots whatsoever, bro.
We had Kelsey Charles on yesterday from.
He needs a big full-size mirror to look at himself. Just look at you. Look at you.
Kelsey Charles from DallasCowboys.com. She works with LaCasey and those people over there. She dressed him, and that's the one thing she says the biggest regret she had. She did everything with the jeans, the shirt, everything, the belt buckle, everything. And she goes, then he put his jeans in his boots. And she goes, what are you doing? He had a stylist. A stylist did that for him. Like Kelsey wasn't physically there to say, listen, you got to pull your boots and put it, the stylist told him to tuck the pants into the boots.
Oh, really? So that was okay. That was recommended for him. And if the stylist tells you to do something, I mean,
that's why you got a stylist, right?
Yeah. Obligated to say yes. Yeah. I don't think you can really say no to the stylist.
Stylist from New York.
Because otherwise, James Harden would have done that a long time ago.
Hey, he had on an outfit the other day.
It looked insane.
Did you see that outfit he had on?
Yeah, man, he was wearing a quilt.
Yeah, but it was like a $7,000 quilt.
It was 50
I don't care how
grand.
much it is. You
Oh,
look
more than that?
ridiculous.
Oh, I thought
The whole outfit.
The whole
I believe,
outfit,
was 50
yeah.
G's, yeah.
See, okay, let me ask you guys this. You guys, would you like to have a stylist?
Yeah, if I could afford one, if it was like one of those things, I'm one of these, I'm a Luka Doncic level, $200+ million kind of guy. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get that stylist and rock and roll that way.
Lucius, you a stylist?
No, I'm wearing like sweatsuits and expensive jeans and T-shirts and stuff like that. That type of guy.
Well, but
100%. I'm not getting a stylist. I've been through that. My aunt was a
model,
was a model and everything. So she used to give me like high fashion stuff. But because there's so many haters in high school, I would have a high fashion Gucci shirt on, but they'll make fun of the Chuck Taylors I'm wearing. Oh, you got on Gucci, but you got on Chucks though. Oh, that type of thing.
You couldn't get all the logos to match there.
Yeah, so now I just keep it simple now. Nope.
See, I wonder if there's a stylist that exists that will take like, hey, this is my vibe, and then like, okay, like I do like the sweatpants and stuff, but can you get me some like next level ones, or do I just keep rocking with the Costco ones that I'm wearing right now?
No, I just go with the Nike joints, the dad sweatsuits. You know, you wear the dad hats with the dad sweatsuit on the sideline at the soccer game. That's the look right there.
Okay, we do have a horny toad update here from Mr. Barksdale, who sent this text message to me via Siri. So I imagine he's driving around and he's talking into his phone.
Okay.
This is my best friend's father, who was also my my history teacher at one point in high school. He grew up in the Metroplex. He says, we grew up with them here in the Metroplex, but when the fire ants came, they left. So maybe that's an old wives' tale as well, or maybe that's legit. Maybe we did have horny toads and the fire ants ran them off.
Fire ants would run me off too. I hate the fire ants.
Can you imagine though? Think about the dominance of the fire ant if they're able to get the horny toad to basically become extinct around here.
Yeah, you would think the horny toad would be able to push back on a fire ant.
Thank you. But they come in packs, right? The way these fire ants work, they're not doing solo missions,
no,
right?
Heck no. They've done studies on these things. These things carry and And they do. Yeah, they work for the queen, right?
Yeah.
It's all about the queen.
It's all about the queen.
Protect the queen.
Okay, we got a bunch more sounds to get to here, but the most pertinent one, I believe, is the booty foot, right? Wouldn't we all agree here, knowing what sounds we have available, the booty foot's the one we're most intrigued by?
This sounds like an OnlyFans kind of a thing.
Oh, do we get an update in there in the Pimp Cup?
No,
wishes?
I'm just seeing who said this, and I'm just asking, did you clean this up?
I cleaned it up.
Okay.
I cleaned it up. Former Miami Dolphin linebacker Channing Crowder, who is more known for his radio personality than he is his playing days. He's also a member of the Pivot podcast with the likes of Fred Taylor and Ryan Clark, and he had a personal vulnerable moment of revelation on the podcast involving booty foot, and this is the sound.
I have immaculate one foot.
But you had surgery on the other one, all right?
It got skin from my butt on there.
You got a booty foot.
You got a booty foot?
When I was 8, I set my house on fire, and when I ran in the room, a toy blew up on my foot, and my foot was on fire coming up my leg, so I ran and jumped in the pool, but I had third-degree burns, so they had to take a big patch off my butt cheek and put it on my foot. It's called a skin grab. This shit happens all the time.
So you got a patch in your booty?
I got a patch of my booty on my foot, and I got a little shiny patch on my booty, too. But the nasty thing about it is the side of the graft on my foot was closer to the crack. It grows thick hair.
Oh, God.
You don't want to see?
I don't want to see.
You want to see?
I just think it's crazy. There's booty hair on your foot.
Yeah. Well, is it booty hair still? Because now it's skin. No, now it's on my foot.
It's booty hair.
But it's on my foot. I can be booty hair on my foot. It's foot hair now.
Foot hair.
Okay. So a childhood mishap with the fire turned into a situation where he needed to take a part of his butt cheek and apply it to the foot. But what they didn't account for was the fact that Channing Crowder was going to grow up into a hairy, woolly bully style mammoth, and his butt was going to be hairy. And now his foot is hairy like his butt is. I've never heard of anything like that. He's a special guy, that Channing
there's
Crowder.
no question about that.
Somebody thought we were about to play some Red Foreman sound when they heard booty foot, and that's a killer joke right there. That 90s show is about to make an appearance, and I'm halfway interested in it, by the way. The 817 says, bro, I'm a grown-ass man, and if you find me standing anywhere near an ant pile, I'm going to be dancing and swatting like a child for real. I will strip down and I don't play. So I will say, we can all relate to the horny toad. As much as we are surprised that the fire ant bested the horny toad.
I cannot believe that.
Like, when you went into that fight and they put the little graphic on the screen of the horny toad and the fire ant, the tail of the tape here, everybody was pounding bro, we're getting horny toad, victory guaranteed, cash my check, place my wager, let's move on to the next one. And the fire ant said, no, sir.
Hey, when did you learn your lesson with fire ants? I think I was about 4 years old myself.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were being my friends.
Yeah.
I thought they were climbing on me and coming towards me because, hey, they want to kick it with me, bro.
Played.
Bro, they changed me.
Yes, they did, bro. Yeah, I think, isn't it for all of us somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 years old?
Yes.
Because you get outside, you get curious. Yep. Oh, what's that? Oh, they're running around. This is cool. That's right. They will. They are almost inviting like friends.
They look like they're coming. They're hanging out with you, bro. What's up? I'm glad you kicked over this pile. We've been chilling all day.
Exactly. They kick the pile. You're standing like, oh, look how cool they're running around, and then they're. I'll tell you the one thing. Older, like being at the lake and stuff, like you get them like ants on you sometimes.
Yep.
Have you ever felt like you knocked the ants off, but then like it's kind of like
it's still
it's
floating
like a
around.
ghost, like a ghost ant's on you.
100%.
I tell you, I've ripped my shoe off before, thinking like the ant, and there's nothing there, and I'm digging. I'm like, oh, okay, but you can feel it, and it's like there's so many. It's like a ghost,
right?
It's like a ghost.
They
ant.
got in your head, man.
Oh, jeez, yeah,
they do.
Oh. Terrible.
Yep, I have totally been there. You just once you get the ants on the feet or something like
you
that,
think they're
the
there
rest
no
of
matter.
the day
Yeah,
it
you
feels
think
like
they're
it's
there. They're somewhere between your toes.
No question.
Yeah.
So I get it, horny toad, but that is still a little bit disappointing. I thought you had a little bit more fight in you. Sad case is you
What's
didn't.
the point of you shooting blood out your eye if you can't really do anything with that?
Thank you.
Just grossing folks out.
It's a party trick. Hey, look, little Pete, little horny over there. Hey, horny, shoot some blood out of your eye. Oh God, there's fire ants! Get the hell out of here!
The kryptonite for the blood eye shooting horny toad is just some simple fire ants, just like the rest of us. All right, Calvin Watkins talking Cowboys Dallas Morning News, top of the hour, but best of the long holiday weekend. DFW Sports coming up clutch this holiday season. What was the food MVP of your holiday weekend? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7.
Best of the weekend going down right here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on ATD Tuesday. 15 minutes from right now, we chat with the Dallas Morning News' Calvin Watkins. Looking forward to that conversation. Friendly reminder that this Friday we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House. So you can come pick up your TCU and other DFW gear this Friday with the G-Bag Nation from 2 to 7 at their Hewlin locations. We will be in Fort Worth, and we look forward to seeing you this Friday at Rally House. What was the MVP of your holiday spread? Was there anything that jumped out to you guys as this is the one that I will always remember for Christmas 2022 and the holiday weekend that it was?
We went with the Mexican fiesta type of a situation.
Boom. Really can't go wrong there.
And I'll tell you what, it's hard to beat pork tamales. It's hard to beat. And Lucius is right, especially if they're made by a grandmother or an aunt or somebody that just puts a lot of love into them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and my mom made some homemade enchiladas too that were just really, really. And she uses it's so funny. She uses the old El Paso stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she uses that old school, the red sauce and all that. It just makes them taste so good. But yeah, I made this green sauce. This
a little salsa verde.
Yeah, and I got the recipe from Javier's restaurant over here in Dallas. It's a green sauce. They have this served with butter and chips and a red sauce and a green sauce, and it's served warm.
Outstanding.
The sauces. So yeah, it's you can't go wrong with that kind of a feast.
No, you really can. And we're getting a lot of that. A lot of the tamales were game changers for people. Carne guisada, not asada, but guisada, Guisada. Not overly familiar, but we've gotten that texted in a couple of times.
Is that the dunking tacos? You dunking that sauce?
That's the I know what those tacos are, and now they're escaping me. But
Jack in the Box.
That. Yeah, the Jack in the Box taco.
I'll tell you what, man, I could punish those darn things.
Oh, I know.
Seriously, I was like, if it was like, hey, you're going to the gas chamber tomorrow, it might be like between crawfish.
Jack in the Box tacos, you wild animal. A couple of beers and rock and roll. We're getting beef Wellington texted in as the MVP.
I'm gonna. There's not a video. Well, I'll take that back. I watch a lot of stuff with Matt.
You talk about beef Wellington a lot, though.
I am going to do a beef Wellington, and I'm going to bring it up here. I'm gonna do a beef Wellington. I'm gonna bring it up here because I think
we could all get behind that, right, Lucius? Right, Carter back there, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this beef Wellington done and bring it up here for you.
808 chicken fried venison, homemade sausage gravy, and mashed potatoes.
Wow.
Will deliver, says the 808. That sounds absolutely legendary.
Anything
Kudos to you, bro.
Yeah, chicken fried steak or anything like that.
The burrito tacos we got saved by the truckwreck.com fan text, Lucius. Those are incredible and highly recommended. Let's see. We have the Italian Pizzoli from the 818. Nice work there, bro. Oh. Yeah, I think for me, there was a handful of incredible things. My mom deciding to go with some homemade pizza was pretty special last night, and it was just a curveball. Nobody was expecting it, and then boom, you hear the oven ding, and here comes some homemade, top-notch pizza, meat lover style that was just beautiful. And then we have a friend that made some homemade from scratch cinnamon rolls that will absolutely change your life. So shout out to them.
I'll tell you what, I can't tell you how many times flying, going from airport to airport, that Cinnabon. If you're
bro,
that smell. I mean, if I could find like a candle, if I could have a Cinnabon candle, that cinnamon,
that's a good call. Just be hungry all the time.
All the time, yeah.
We had one of the best moments for sure, of course, was the Dirk statue unveiling.
Yeah.
And I didn't know the returns on that. Did we feel good about it?
Oh no, everybody felt good. Yeah, there was a lot of positivity from that.
Better than the early renditions, right?
Better than the Sean Taylor one. Yeah.
Definitely better than Dan Snyder's, no question about that.
Yeah, take some athletic tape and kind of tape up the mask.
Can you imagine if they unveiled the Dirk statue and it's just a jersey and shorts on a mannequin? The same way that the Sean Taylor one was for Washington this year? That would have been amazing. But that third quarter, that Christmas Day third quarter, that got us all up off the couch in excitement, where it's 51 points, Mavericks going crazy, and it is, they're trailing at the half, and then nothing mattered anymore. It doesn't matter, Darvin Ham and whatever you're throwing at us defensively. Yeah. We're going to go tie a franchise record for points scored in a third quarter or in a quarter in general with 51 points. And Luka just being a total monster. No-look passes, just insane. Driving, dishing, and really demoralizing the Lakers. And then the shots were falling for the Mavericks.
And Christian Wood was looking great, by the way. I got to say that Christian Wood was on fire.
It was fun watching him get in his bag, especially if you're doing the Gavin Dawson thing where you're just trying to build him up.
Build him up.
Build him up when you're the only NBA game on and everybody in the NBA world is watching you and your game thinking to themselves, we could use a guy
Wood,
like that.
Yeah, I can use a Christian Wood. That's it's. I tell you what, I was talking to some people over there about Christian Wood, and I'm like, hey, we kind of turning the corner on Christian Wood, and they're like, TBD. I'm like,
they're still TBD.
I don't need to hear that. TBD on Christian Wood. So we'll see. There must be a lot of things going on over there with that whole thing. I mean, he's looking good though. Lucius is right, man. I mean, he's like I said. It's we'll see if in fact to me the way it sounds, I'm not sure that they're interested in re-signing this guy or offering this guy a contract. Might be totally wrong about that.
I don't think you're wrong. I mean, it would be surprising if they were when you look at the way that they've used him and handled him, and it doesn't seem like a team that's overly interested in making this a cornerstone $77 million kind of player.
Yeah.
Which is what I believe he's due from a max standpoint. He could get 4 for 75 or whatever it is. So, I think we'd all be a little bit surprised. Now, there's still plenty of time in this season to unfold, and so we'll see how it goes.
I'm just saying,
today,
if you ask me today, like right now as we speak
no
here
chance
at
he's resigning.
3:51 p.m. on a Tuesday, I would say that it's the likelihood that's not going to happen.
Agreed with you. I agree with you totally. But if you want to keep showcasing him and building up his asset trade availability, his profile for sure. I think that's 100% the play. And then see what happens. You keep him for yourself or you flip him. Either way, Christmas Day was really, really fun from the Dirk unveiling all the way to and through that third quarter where it was just Mavs dominance. And I saw people on the timeline actually feeling a bit sorry for LeBron James with the team that they have around him. With no Anthony Davis, that team does look like a disaster. And even with him, it's been a bit of a disaster. But certainly it was the LeBron show and really nothing else going for the Lakers on Christmas. More text coming in here in regards to the asada. It's pronounced gisada. And I guess it's like just regular asada is going to be with no gravy, says the 469. And gisada is going to have some level of like gravy to it. So, I mean, it sounds delightful. But
would you be with the gravy or without?
I would be. I've never done it. I don't think with the gravy, so I'd be very interested in doing it with the gravy. Yeah. I'd be interested in that. And looking up some pictures
anything
here,
with
it looks
flavor
fantastic.
Like that, yeah.
Because the flavors that are involved are just insane, like totally. So I'm with that. A lot of people had some seafood going down.
There you go.
Seafood Christmas is a hell of a way to do it. If I lived on a coast, I think that'd be a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think to me, I'm a big fan of anything you could steam, like crab legs, crab claws, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Me and crawfish, and heck, if they let me cook crawfish on Christmas, I'd be all about that. We got another couple of months on that.
But say you got to be able to find some of those, don't you?
You got to find some. Yeah,
not easy right now.
No, and they're talking about because of the cold winter that the prices might be way up.
Well, because I think the supply is going to be way down.
Yeah, that's a problem, yeah.
That's a huge, huge bummer. So we shall see there. A lot of prime ribs going down. We got some fried calamari that got popped off. We got some jalapeno cream corn going down. Brisket tacos.
Whoa. Jalapeno cream corn.
Yeah, the jalapeno cream corn. You can get at a lot of these barbecue restaurants are doing some of that. It is delightful. Yes, 100% worth your time. And then one more thing here. Best of the weekend. This is really the worst of the weekend. Southwest Airlines. Are you kidding? I mean, it's kind of on you, though. If you're deciding to do the get on an airplane for the holidays thing, you got to expect this is going to be a disaster. But this was an unmitigated disaster. Canceled 67% of their flights yesterday.
Yeah.
And they're calling it the biggest airline meltdown of all time. Now, maybe that's knee-jerk. Maybe it's not. I haven't been around forever. But it seems like this is up there with some of the worst traveling experiences that anyone's ever had. And Southwest was the one that really took the heat on this one.
Yeah, and
2,700 flights canceled day after Christmas, more than any other U.S.-based airline. Are you kidding me, Southwest?
Gosh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this. They talk about the storm, but we're not having one of those pilot, flight attendant strike things going on, are we right now? We're trying to send a message. You know what I'm saying?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not seeing anything about.
I know when we were
remember
when we were coming back.
Just a winter storm, really.
Yeah, remember we were coming back from Oxnard. We were on American, and we were talking to the flight attendant. And she was like, "Listen, we were so understaffed right now. Like people don't want to work. They don't want to. It's just
seems like almost every business is going through that right now.
I mean, like people get on airplanes and they lose their minds. They travel and they're yelling at people. They're hitting the flight attendants. I mean, what the hell? Just get on the plane, put on your headset, read a book. Just get to your next destination. You don't have to make everything combative.
You ever raw dogged a flight where you just had no book, no headphones, nothing to keep you entertained, and it's just you yourself, no nap either. You just sit there and
you sound like you're on the run.
Yeah. Do you get to look at the magazines?
I don't know if they're even doing those magazines anymore.
Yeah, the in-flight joints.
Yeah.
They have those still.
The Sky Mall.
Yeah,
Sky Mall, legendary, bro.
I'll tell you what. There's about 17 things I'd have bought out of Sky Mall.
100%
that I would not have needed. And
you get a little bit crazy on that plane going, I could use this.
Man, look at this projection screen. My address can be projected on the side of the house.
I love that.
Would you ever hush somebody else's kid on the plane? If their kid is crying, you go, shh.
Pipe down.
Lady, get your baby. I sat next to somebody that did that, and boy, I wanted to disappear because they were with me. I was like, damn, for real?
You know what I did?
I'm learning more about
Guilty
you.
by association.
Have you guys ever helped out and held a kid? Held while the mom's doing something else?
You offer up assistance of holding the child?
The mom
the unknown child?
The mom was next to me with the kid, and listen,
I'm a stranger. Can I hold your kid?
Well, no, yeah. I've got the noise canceling head things on, so you can put kids next to me. I'm cool. I'm just going to listen to Tom Petty, that kind of thing. I'm going to put on the noise cancelers. But there's mom she couldn't get to where she had to move around, and she was holding the kid, and I kind of you need help, ma'am? And she literally handed me the kid.
Wow.
Handed him to me. And I'm holding this, and I'm kind of yeah. And I'm looking at the baby, and it's looking at my bald head. And it's going, oh my gosh, what is crazy?
Is this going down?
Yeah. So, but yeah, the lady.
His joint is just like mine.
Yeah, the lady literally just handed the kid to me. Handed it. And I'm like, okay.
All right.
I mean, I was expecting to maybe stand up and get something out of the overhead for her.
That's amazing.
But she just handed me the kid, and I'm just like, oh, okay.
She's no, you hold the kid. I'll get my bag. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's catch up with Calvin Watkins. Talk some Cowboys football next right here on the Fan.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey. the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's talk some Cowboys football with Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a TD Tuesday. Myself, Eric Chiafalo. We got Brian Broaddus, and of course we got Lucius Alexander, and we got you, the G-Bag Nationals. The Tolos hanging out with us. 877-881-1053. Calvin Watkins via the Diamond Factory Fan Hotline right now. Calvin, happy holidays. How are you?
I'm great. Happy holidays. What's going on?
Not much, my friend. Not much, dude. Just reminiscing, soaking in the glory of a Cowboy victory, looking ahead on a short week to a Titans game that might mean nothing to the Titans. And we'll get into that with you. But a discussion we had earlier here, what's more concerning to you heading into the playoffs right now, Calvin? The lack of pass rush defensively for the Cowboys or the rushing attack offensively off of their worst rushing performance of the season against Filthy?
I'm a little worried about the pass rush. And I understand what Mike McCarthy's saying. You know, it's more than getting sacks. But I believe they've got 6 quarterback hits the last 3 weeks. You know, and you got to knock the quarterback down. You got to get in his space. And, yeah, sacks are important. It gets teams off the field and on third down and put you in long down and distance situations. I get it. But sometimes you got to knock that guy down. Sometimes you got to get in his face. Sometimes you got to force him to throw a ball when he's not ready to throw the ball. So to me, it's the pass rush more than anything else.
Calvin, I was seeing quotes from the locker room, and it seems like that is Micah Parsons getting tired of our questions about the pass rush? Because he's asking you to like put on the number 11 and go out there and rush the passer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was laughing when he said it. Yeah, he's probably a little irritated by it. But you know what? Here's the problem. Last year, he was just this fantastic player. And he just came out like gangbusters. And the expectations on him is very high. The expectations might be too high, really. Because everyone falls down to earth at some point. And then you find out who they are. Trayvon Diggs is an example. He's a fantastic corner, but he's not going to get 11 and 12 interceptions every year. So Micah Parsons, we're looking at what he did last year, how he just came out of nowhere, just beat up everybody. And now he's getting beaten up. Like he's in the locker room, he's got his left hand all wrapped up. He's getting double teamed, he's getting held. And sometimes he just can't beat the other guy on opposite him because that's the business of the league. So yeah, he's a little tired of it, but it's hey man, this is the pros. This is the deal.
And Parsons had a bit of a hand issue today at practice.
Yeah, he's got his hand wrapped. He was limited in practice today. His hand was wrapped, and I said, "Did you get an X-ray or MRI?" He said no. He wouldn't say what the specific injury is, but it's enough where they limited him in practice, and he was in the locker room with his coat on, and his hand is wrapped. And there's a picture of him at the Mavericks game, and he's standing with Luka or somebody, and his hand is kind of wrapped. Not the whole hand, but it's like a little brown bandage of some sort. So, yeah, something's going on there.
Okay, and in regards to other injuries here, Pollard, Leighton Vander Esch, Sam Williams, what do we know on these guys?
Sammy Williams is good. He got his face scuffed up a little bit. I saw him today. He was smiling. You have those scabs on a cut where it looks as if he wiped the scabs off. So, so he's fine. Vander Esch won't play. You probably see him Washington if he's okay. Pollard worries me a little bit. He didn't practice today. They were giving Malik Davis a lot of run. So, but I think Pollard will play. And if they can get ahead of Tennessee in this game on Thursday night, I think they're going to sit Tony down and let Malik do some work.
Calvin, it seems like, I follow along with you and read your stuff and everything. Are you having the same issues with people fighting about this quarterback and, how he's playing, the interceptions? Where are you as far as with Dak? And are you able to live with the interceptions with what other things you're getting, or is this a problem that you're concerned about right now?
I've gone back and forth with the quarterback, but I will say to people who want him gone and whatever, I'll say, well, who do you want instead? you know, because Cooper Rush, as much as I like Cooper Rush, can't do what Dak can do. So I don't want to live with the interceptions, but he has more positive plays than negative plays. The interception, the pick six against Philly, I was like, oh my goodness. Well, I mean, it was a terrible throw. Yeah. But other than that, he was fantastic. The 3rd and 30 play to T.Y. Hilton's unbelievable. He's throwing on the run, connecting passes all over the field. He should have been sacked, and he's big enough where he can get out of the sack and throw a pass to Michael Gallup for a first down. So, and he's running the ball when he needs to. So he's been fantastic, to be honest with you. The interceptions do concern me, but not all interceptions are created equal. We're in Jacksonville. Noah Brown, you got to catch that ball. I'm sorry. You got to catch the football. You're a professional football player. Not every pass is going to hit you in the chest. That's just not how it works. Ball hits you in the hands. A great receiver once told me, you got to catch the ball. That's not on Dak. But some of the throws that he makes into coverage, the aggressive throws, maybe he could tone that down a little bit because the stakes are going to get higher next month. And if you throw an interception because you're trying to be aggressive and it costs you a game, there is no next week. You're going to be sitting at home.
Calvin, when this coach, and they've had back-to-back, double-digit win seasons, are you on the thought that he has to get a couple of playoff wins or a playoff win to keep his job?
I thought, like I said, they played Tampa.
I thought he's done a hell of a job, by the way.
I think so too.
And I've been more critical of him than any other coach. I mean, me and Jason Garrett didn't get along either, but I feel like this guy's done a really, really good job. And I wonder if that's the kind of the things that's been put to rest there about the way they played, or do they have to win playoff games now?
Yeah, you do. Look, if they get knocked off in the first round by Tampa Bay, we need to have a sit down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you beat Tampa Bay and then you go to Philly and they blow you out, we need to have a sit down. But if you go to Philly in the divisional round and get beat 28-27, 35-31, okay, come on back. Because here's the problem. You're going to lose Dan Quinn. It's inevitable now. There's too many. There's going to be some good jobs available for Dan Quinn. You're going to lose him and probably Joe Witt. So now, Mike McCarthy, you got to get your defense together. I think you'll keep Kellen Moore, but you might lose Nessmeyer because you might get a job somewhere. You never know how this thing goes. So how you replace these people will also tell Jerry Jones, okay, I can believe in you for a fourth year. But like I said, he gets knocked out quick by Tampa in the first round. I don't know. I don't know if I want to bring him back. I don't know if you can bring him back. If you get blown out in Philly in the second round, I got to pray about it. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
So it's a tough situation that he's in, and then the roster's going to change again because Dalton Schultz you might not bring him back. You're going to have to franchise tag Pollard. You got to do something with Zeke's contract. You got to make a decision about Tyron Smith. You need another corner. I like DeRon Bland, but you got to draft another corner because the other kid you drafted in the second round, it appears he can't even play. He got no defensive snaps last week. So, and then Vanderich, what do you do with him? What do you do with Anthony Barr? So your roster is going to turn over again, and you might need a new defensive coordinator. So a lot's going to happen in this offseason, probably more so this upcoming offseason than last offseason. So, and maybe you want to keep that head coach there for stability just because of the turnover you're going to have on your coaching staff and in your personnel.
Calvin Watkins with us here in the G-Bag Nation talking Cowboys. I saw a great tweet from you yesterday in regards to T.Y. Hilton and how he was staying in shape during his time off. Can you share this story with us?
Yes, Mr. Hilton said that he was staying in shape having his dad, who's 61 years old, used to play wide receiver in college. His dad was throwing passes to him, and then T.Y. also had his high school quarterback. So not a high school quarterback, but the quarterback that played high school ball with him, throw passes to him. They went to the Colts facility outside of Indianapolis, and they went to the indoor facility, and they were running routes. throwing the ball around. And I said, you don't like a judge machine? He goes, no. Judge machine does me no good. I like to run routes. I like to run. I like to move. I like to catch the ball at different angles. That helps me get going. And I like to simulate practices. So, like, I'll simulate a 12-play drive on offense. I'll stand off to the side for 4 or 5 minutes because the defense is on the field. Then I'll get back on the field and do it again. So it was a pretty interesting way of staying in shape, you know, because he's got 3 boys, so he wanted to see his kids play football in Indy. And then once their youth football season ended, then he said, okay, I'm ready to go back to work.
Wow, I love it. What a fantastic story. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Are you expecting more of a role expansion here for T.Y. Hilton moving forward?
Yeah, I am. I was surprised he didn't play in Jacksonville, to be honest with you. But I think so. They really like him. And here's the difference between him and James Washington. James Washington has not made an impact at all since he's been here. T.Y. Hilton shows up off the street, 3rd and 30. He makes an incredible catch. Then he draws a PI on Darius Slay. I mean, instant impact. It reminds me when they traded for Amari Cooper. He made an immediate impact on the team, and that's what you need. So, yeah, I think his role will expand further. CeeDee Lamb was talking today about how, Hilton is a mentor to these guys because he understands the game. He played 10 years, and, he played with Andrew Luck. I mean, he played with Reggie Wayne, so he understands how to run routes and, different defenses, the whole thing, and the players are eating that up. Because I remember when they were flirting with Odell Beckham, Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb each said, we can't wait to get Beckham in here so we could pick his brain about stuff. Well, you know what? You got the next best thing in T.Y. Hilton, and they're picking his brain. So I think this is a good thing, and I think his package will expand this week against Tennessee.
Calvin, you think that we need to give the front office a break now for moving on from Amari Cooper with what we've seen from CeeDee Lamb this year?
I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it.
You want both of them, right? You're because you're probably not happy with what you're seeing from Michael Gallup. Then,
other guys, right? Yeah. And some of it's not Gallup's fault. They got him running a lot of verticals, and I'm running 10 vertical routes a game. I'm not going to get it all the time. So, to me, and I'm like you, Brian. $20 million, $20 million, but there's a reason why you gave him $20 million because he's an elite talent.
Right.
You don't give away elite talent. You just don't. That's inexcusable. You don't give it away unless it's an off the field issue. So you gave it away, and now all season you've been waiting for James Washington, and you got 2 bad feet. You've been waiting on Michael Gallup, and he's just been okay. And now all you got is CeeDee Lamb, and then you're trying to get Beckham. He's got 1 leg. And now you go, let's get T.Y. Hilton. He's 33. So that tells me you messed up in the offseason by trading Amari Cooper. Because if you kept Amari Cooper, you're not even worried about the receiving group. Because you got CeeDee Lamb and you got Amari Cooper and you got other kids that are trying to make some plays for you.
Hey, has the most underrated annoyance covering this team this year been having to clarify constantly Tyler and Tyron?
That's a good question. I thought I would mess it up, but I've only messed it up one time. Maybe because I know Tyron Smith. I've been knowing him since he got drafted, so I can tell the difference. But no, that's not been the biggest thing for me. The biggest problem for me was Micah, because I'm not the greatest speller in the world. So sometimes I'll misspell Micah. I'll write Michael or Mike something or jack it all up. So for me, it's been trying to spell Micah Parsons on deadline. That's my biggest problem.
Hey, Calvin, while we got you real quick, the final thing I want to ask you here, do you have something against Jerry Jones? Because I know we were doing post game, and you were the only one asking questions of Mike McCarthy post game against the Texans. Do you have something against Jerry Jones? Because it seems everybody else was listening to Jerry Jones except you. You were in there asking Mike McCarthy questions.
No, what happens is we split it up sometimes. So sometimes I've been with Jerry.
Did you think you were the only guy that was going to have to ask questions? And then Mickey came and saved the day too, right?
Yeah, I was kind of shocked that I was the only one in there. And when you're the only one in there, there's a tremendous amount of pressure because now you got to think about everything that happened in the game, and you can't remember everything that happened in the game. So now you're trying to your brain is just trying to figure what happened in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Then you're trying to think about was there some game management thing I got to ask him about. Then you got to say is somebody hurt. Then you got to say, oh, what about this great play that T.Y. Hilton made or whoever? And so it's like your mind is just. I'm trying to be a beautiful mind in the press conference, and sometimes it doesn't work.
So you were nervous, right, that you were going to mess it up?
I'm not so much nervous. I'm just I'm not nervous about messing up. I'm just nervous that I can't get to everything.
Gotcha.
That's all. I'm just because you can't remember everything. We're supposed to be these super sports writers, remember everything.
Yeah.
Like people will ask me, so what do you think about Oklahoma's running back? I go, what Oklahoma running back? What do you mean you don't know about the Oklahoma running back? I said, I'm not watching college football on Saturdays. Crazy.
He said, I love DeMarco Murray. What are you talking about? Hey,
I love DeMarco Murray. He still got me blocked on Twitter, DeMarco Murray.
Oh, sure he does. You got everybody blocked.
What cigar we smoking tonight, Calvin?
I don't know if I can get out the house. I don't know. I got to see if I can get out the house and smoke a cigar. I don't know. Last night I had a Liga Provida last night, but I don't know what I'll smoke tonight if I can get out the house.
Sounds
My
delightful.
wife is not home right now. I got to tape a podcast, and I don't know. It's poker night at the cigar lounge where I go to, so and the smoke just hangs in the air. And I come home, my wife my wife throws me in the shower.
Oh, yeah.
I got problems. I got a lot of problems.
You got to wash the clothes twice. You got to shower 3-4 times. Brushing your teeth, you got to do it 5 or 6 times to get to get rid of the smell, huh?
Wash my hair 10 times, Like I washed some jeans, I took them out, and I smelled them. This doesn't smell right. So I showed them to my wife. She was sitting on the couch. She goes, "They're terrible. They stink." So I had to throw the jeans back in the wash the second time.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Cigar loving Calvin Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the time, Calvin. Have a good one.
You guys take care. Have a good holiday, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Same to you. All right. Here it is, the G-Bag Nation Tank Lawrence show coming up at 4:45 or so. The top 10 list at 10 with the Wooly Bully out today. I'll have it covered. Who had the worst year in 2022? That's next right here on The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
for over 20 years.
Time for the top 10 list at 420. Wooly Bully is not with us today. He's moving out of his parents' home, his childhood home. It's a bittersweet day. More bitter than anything, as he texted me just a few moments ago, quote, "This is a living nightmare. I don't know how you did it. Maybe my parents just have a lot of bleep. One of the movers went down sick because he got allergic to the cats." So it's been a disastrous day for the Walchucks. And here for the top 10 list, we have the most disastrous years for the year of 2022. Who had the worst year? We can do this in and out of the world of sports, by the way. So I'm kind of piecing this together. This comes courtesy of the New York Post, and they've got a list, and this is not sports related for them. So I'm trying to interweave some sports people who had really, really bad years for the year 2022. Any suggestions you might have, please send them in at 877-881-1053. And the Twolos as well.
Jimbo Fisher came to mind. As soon as you said bad sports years, I thought of Jimbo Fisher. Even though he beat my LSU Tigers,
yeah,
I immediately thought of Jimbo Fisher and being 2-6 in the Southeastern Conference, the Western Division.
After having the single greatest recruiting class, in the history of recruiting
and
classes.
being one of the highest paid coach. Well, he's winning on the payroll scene.
100% he is.
But you know,
his buyout's like $100 million or something stupid. 80,
it is crazy.
80 something million. So Jimbo's a great name right there. Jimbo is a great sports name for who had the most disastrous 2022 in and out of the world of sports. It comes courtesy.
How about a guy at Denver, the coach at Denver?
Oh, Hackett. Wow, bro. Hackett deserves to be on there. Now, again, these coaches, they're only taking so much of an L because they're still getting paid out in its entirety.
No, they're getting paid.
So still going to cash out in a big way. But Hackett, I do believe, deserves to be on that list. And honestly, his cohort at quarterback, Russell Wilson, certainly needs to be on this list as well. So I'm going to go ahead and pencil him in for sure. But yes, in and out of the world of sports, who had the most disastrous 2022? Friendly reminder that this Friday we will be celebrating TCU and broadcasting from Rally House. Come pick up your TCU and other DFW sports gear this Friday. G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7 in Fort Worth at the Hewlin location, Rally House. We cannot wait to see you, party with you, celebrate TCU, and all the amazing DFW sports gear you can get your hands on.
I get LSU gear at Rally House too.
Oh, heck
They got all the gear.
All the gear.
They got all the gear.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah. And then obviously once you're in one of your local ones, like here in the DFW, you get a lot more DFW stuff, but you can get LSU
you
and
get
all sorts of different things.
Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, Arkansas.
Tons of good
North
stuff.
Texas, seen it all.
Yeah, seen it all. All right, 877-881-1053. Who had the worst year? We have, and I hadn't even considered this one. Brittany Griner's getting texted in quite a bit. Hello. Yeah, that deserves to be most certainly on the list here. Brady is getting mentioned, and he was a sports guy that I just kind of jotted down as having kind of a tough year. He comes back, he loses the family, and then doesn't look like he's going to do much in the way of competing for a Super Bowl this year either. So he may still end up getting the last laugh because it is Brady, and who knows what can happen, or he'll just not retire, go to another team and do some winning.
Or get another girlfriend.
And that video of Antonio Brown and your old lady hugging.
Oh, yeah.
It's viral. Like,
That's
I see it every other day on the gram.
Yeah. Yeah,
boy, she was holding on to Antonio Brown real tough. Like, man, I'm so happy for you.
She was.
And it wasn't like I'm happy you're getting out of my house type of thing. It was like, I'm happy for you.
Right. I'm really, really happy for you.
Really happy.
You want to go back by the pool and hang out in the pool?
Yeah.
Tell me about your dreams and hopes and aspirations again like you did that one night.
Yeah. Act like we're in Dubai.
Antonio Brown's being texted in here.
He had an awful year.
Definitely had a bad year.
You can't tell him, though. He's still he thinks he's up still.
Yeah. He had what did he text in? Parody. Okay, we're gonna
my parody.
It's my parody. We're gonna pivot here. Okay, we're gonna bookmark this because this list is going nowhere until we complete it in its entirety. But I believe right now we need to go into the Star in Frisco and welcome in DeMarcus Lawrence for today's Tank Lawrence show. So hopefully here in just a moment, Tank will be joining us, and then we'll have a little Tank party for a few moments, and then we'll get back to the list. It is the G-Bag Nation on a TD Tuesday. Tank Lawrence and company off of a Christmas Eve victory over the Eagles. And here we go. We get word from Lucius in the Pimp Cup. Tank, do you copy?
What up, fellas? How we doing?
What's going on, man? We're doing great here. We're doing great. Joining us on a Tuesday. Does that mean today is like on a short week? This is like your Thursday ritual, but it's on a Tuesday?
Yeah, it's like my Thursday and Friday. Get to put it all in one day. So, just get the work done.
Absolutely. How is the body feeling right now? How does a Thursday short week game feel to you at this moment?
Me personally,
Yeah.
my body is actually feeling pretty good. So ain't got nothing to complain about. Came out of last Saturday game with a couple of nicks and bangs, but overall, like, feeling pretty good.
Hey, Tank, congratulations on the great victory against the Eagles. That thing wasn't easy, man. I mean, we were sweating it out with you guys on that final drive. Can you kind of talk about going through something like that? And is it one of those things where you just don't say anything to your teammates? Does everybody kind of know, or are you guys kind of talking to each other like, man, we have got to shut this thing down now? How do you handle that as that is going on, that drive's going on?
I mean, just love to be in, those adversity type of situations.
Sure.
And especially during the regular season, I feel like it's a great opportunity for our team to grow, but also, put an emphasis on things that we need to get better on. So, we had a couple of games, that went down to the wire a couple of weeks ago, and, things was different. The score was 40-34, to the other team. So, for us to come back out last week and make those type of adjustments for us to win the game, it was pretty special to me.
Hey, Tank, people are, and I know in the media, everybody's making a big deal about, the Cowboys pass rush, non-existent. I watched the All-22. I don't know how you get home when you guys are running a twist stunt and the ball's already gone. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell folks on the radio every day. They're like, oh, no, Brian, you're just being a homer. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you, they run stunts up front, and they as soon as they get into the twist, ball's out. You can't rushing the passer that way. Teams have kind of figured out they're not going to let you guys sick that rush on them, are they?
Right. Yeah, and that's how you explain to people is you see the first half of the season, the rush was at a premium.
Sure.
And now we're getting closer to the postseason. More teams are starting to run the ball, so I feel like our run defense should be at a premium right now. And I mean, we got the guys in the room to rush the passer at any time, but we still need, time to get there.
Yeah.
Did it feel like how did they play differently against you guys, they being the Eagles, compared to that first matchup without having Hurts? How did that change things for their offense?
I mean, I think, mostly they still ran their offensive package. I think it changed morally of, the design quarterback runs and the swap zones and things like that. But other than that, I feel like, it's pretty the same.
They talk about the Eagles with having the best offensive line in the league. As somebody who sees it firsthand, does that feel like a fair statement to you?
Really don't know. To be honest, I put that behind me, on Sunday. It's just morally focused on Tennessee right now. Most likely we'll see the Eagles down the line somewhere, but just taking it one game at a time. I mean, Tennessee got a pretty, good offensive line too. So, you just got to, put more emphasis on worrying about Tennessee this week and, worry about the Eagles when we see them again.
This will be your first time playing in Tennessee as a Cowboy?
Yeah, actually it is. I missed 2014. So, being able to go out there, this year, special, I think is one or two other stadiums that I haven't, played in yet. So, just trying to catch all 32.
Yeah. Well, what are the other ones? Do you know them off the top?
Well, I missed San Diego. Yeah. The new Raiders.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's about, Buffalo.
Buffalo. Okay. Yeah.
You didn't miss anything that Buffalo, Tank. We were there for that. That was in DallasCowboys.com. That was the plane. We flew through like a tornado to get back home. Had to land in Houston. It was not a good trip.
Oh, not a good time.
It was just not a good trip at all.
Oh yeah.
But okay, Tank. Let me ask you this though. Tennessee's in a situation now where their game against you doesn't mean anything for them as far as the playoffs or getting into the playoffs, and so they maybe might treat it like a preseason game. Is that a lot different in preparing for a team that, like, with the Eagles, they're trying to win the game, and Tennessee might not be because they might be looking at the Jacksonville game. Is it different personnel that you have to worry about? I mean, because, Derrick Henry might play, might not play, or do you just prep it like, hey, he's going to play, Brian, don't worry about it, and go about your business that way?
Yeah, I think we don't leave anything to chance. We prepare the same way each and every week. Make sure we're preparing for all their best players, but also, their type of play. I mean, I don't feel like, when the players leave, the scheme change. Right. And, they're going to still have the same scheme, same formations, run things the same way, whether, those players in or out. So, just putting more respect on, worrying about the scheme and, the type of formations and stuff they like to run.
Tank, this probably doesn't matter to y'all, but it does to the fans. It's kind of a strange thing. They always ask me what color jerseys you're wearing, but you guys are going with the Color Rush all white and the all white helmet. Okay. Can you give us a little thought about what you think about when you have to wear your alternate uniforms? Is that something when you walk into the locker room, you look at me like, okay, I can roll with this look today?
Oh, most definitely. The Color Rush jersey's fire, man. So, just put more on you that you want to go out there and make plays and be seen in those jerseys. I mean, you don't get to wear the Color Rush all the time. So, I feel like it's special moments when you get to wear them and, get to take them home and, post them up and say, I got 2 sacks this day in this jersey,
There you go.
I like that. Does Tank Lawrence have a kind of a man cave that's got great moments and items, jerseys, photos, and things like that from the career?
I ain't create my actual man cave yet, but I got a man cave where I got just my transition from JUCO, Boise State, and then to the Cowboys. So yeah, I got a couple of pictures to remind me for sure.
I love it. A lot of the Tolos are texting in right now, curious of what's the mindset going in to a game where you're going to play a running back that might be just as big as you and Derrick Henry.
Hey, no matter how big they are, they must fall.
Yeah.
Have you played Henry before? I guess with this.
Oh yeah,
you have.
Yeah, I played him here. What it was, 2017, 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it stand out to you, like when you think about tough players to bring down throughout your career? Would he be at the top of that list?
Yes, but it really comes down to the type of player you are and your tackling and, how you, go about things. I mean, you go up high, most likely you're going to catch a stiff arm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, just putting respect on it and just understanding how to, go about it.
You brushing up on some country music before you head to Nashville?
Nah. I ain't going to be there that long.
What's on the Tank Lawrence game day playlist? I don't know if we've asked you this yet.
I mean, it varies, man. Some days I can be on gospel. Some days, I can be on NBA YoungBoy. So it really just depends, man. It's like night and day.
Are you one of those guys that takes suggestions? Do people like, hey, you need to listen to this? Are you going to go listen to it, or you just kind of give them, like you say, give them the stiff arm of the Heisman? Like, no, man, I ain't listening to that.
Nah, I show a little love. I catch the first minute. If it ain't rocking for me, then it got to go.
Okay, so we've had a stat of the day all year measuring Russell Wilson's touchdown passes with the amount of bathrooms he has in his Denver mansion. He's got 12 bathrooms, by the way. What's the perfect amount of bathrooms in a man's house?
Wow,
it's a brain buster, I know.
12 though.
Yeah, he's got 12. Yeah.
12.
I mean, I know there's certain parts of that house that he don't even walk to, but I think 6 for sure. 6 is a good number.
6 is the sweet spot there. You got to have one that's kind of off in a way that allows you to distance yourself. If you got company coming over and things are happening that you don't want to be having, you got to go to the far bathroom, right, to make sure that it's not hitting anybody there. That's a heady play. But what about the urinal? Would you ever do a urinal in your bathroom so where you don't even have to worry about the toilet, you just go in urinal style?
Yeah. I think that's very necessary, especially for men. We
for
hear
sure.
a lot of complaining
doubt.
about
Exactly.
little pee on the floor and stuff. We ain't got time for that.
That splashback is problematic, no question. Wait, so is that Tank Lawrence right now confirming he has a urinal in his house somewhere?
No, soon to be though.
Soon to be. Okay, along with the man cave. Tank, we love you. We appreciate it, man. Good luck on Thursday.
All right, appreciate it, fellas.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Tank Lawrence here on a Tuesday, usually on a Thursday during the football season. Feeling good after a victory. Looking forward to going to Nashville for the first time in his career. Very exciting. Okay, let's jump back into our list and more sports things next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order a vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because of number 1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
All right, so we're doing the top 10 list at 420, Wooly Bully style. Then we had the Tank Lawrence show pop in here. Shout out to DeMarcus Lawrence, taking his time out of his Tuesday to join us instead of his usual Thursday duties with us.
And shout out to Joe Trahan, who over there, the PR department, always helps us with Tank. He's always kind of texting me, so he always appreciates the flexibility that you and Lucius, everybody has over here to get Tank on.
Oh, for sure.
So thanks to Joe as well.
Yeah, Joe's a beast. No question about that. 877-881-1053. Who or what had the worst year for 2022? In and out of sports. Could be individuals. It could be entities. I do have the list of the people who had the worst year for 2022. We got some really good suggestions that came in. We are going to be broadcasting from Rally House in Fort Worth. So we'll be celebrating TCU. We'll be broadcasting there 2 to 7. The Hewlin location, Fort Worth. So we'll see you there on Friday, 2 to 7. G-Bag Nation Rally House Party, celebrating TCU and all of our DFW sports people. So come get some gear. Come hang out with us. We'd love to see you. Okay, so some good texts coming in. Russell Wilson, certainly terrible year. Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's a good one, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people, including myself, thought, hey, Matt Ryan to the Colts. They got a nice little roster there. Could he do a little something? The answer was God, no. What he could do is add to his resume for worst losses in NFL history from a comeback standpoint. He had the Super Bowl, and then a few weeks ago, he had the Vikings up 33-0. And then, of course, he went home with the L. So that's crazy. How about Zach Wilson? That's a good one coming in. I mean, people are alleging him to be the single worst draft pick in New York sports history, let alone just the Jets. Zach Wilson's been a disaster. Carson Wentz had a terrible year, for sure. You already mentioned Jimbo Fisher. He's been texted in quite a bit. So there's a handful.
Dan Snyder.
Whoa, Lucius, 100%,
that was a good one.
That's
bro.
a good one.
In fact, there's an update on that. I believe there's legends of Washington football past are suing him right now. So he's in the midst. The Hogs are suing him.
The old
for
offensive line group?
Yeah, you have Riggins is involved here.
Yeah.
Joe Jacoby, Mark May.
Okay, yeah, they're all
Fred Dean,
all
Doc Walker.
Doc Walker was a tight end on that team.
So you have the O-Line Entertainment LLC formed by members of the original Hogs versus Dan Snyder of the Commanders.
Are they suing because their name and likeness was used on T-shirts and stuff?
I think that's what it is. I think that's exactly what it is.
They were not paid for the actual trademarking of their the name the Hogs?
Yeah.
Many sides.
The Hogs are suing the Commanders over trademark issues, yes, regarding their nickname. For anyone not familiar with the Hogs, they were the group of players that formed the O-line for the franchise late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't know if this is a legit case or not, but there's just one of a million examples why Dan Snyder is one, a bleep hole, but two, having a tough year.
I would say old boy from Phoenix, but didn't he get a couple of billion?
Yeah, he cashed out in a big way.
Yeah, how is it really bad? I got caught being messy and racist, and y'all gonna give me a few billion, I'm out the game.
Yeah, I'll take my $4 billion and head on home.
Yeah, it's like we
you
can't
chase me out of town for $4 billion.
Yeah, we're as Coach O would say, "Where's the door?"
Yeah,
Which store you want to go out of?
I will physically run out of town for that. Get me out of here.
So the New York Post list goes a little bit like this. It starts with Adam Levine of Maroon 5. Whoa. He had himself a tough year.
Yeah, for being super corny.
Super corny.
His pickup lines were awful.
Yeah, he's married. He's got at least one kid, but it came out, and TikTok is ousting everybody, kind of. You have these TikTok investigators that are unveiling, they're doing their own SVU episodes, and they're just finding the receipts. And boom, and it's just screenshot after screenshot of married Adam Levine, lead man for Maroon 5, going into DMs and hollering at girls.
Didn't he tell one girl he was going to name his kid after you?
I think so.
My God,
yes, he did.
How pathetic is that? And his wife didn't leave him. She was like, "Hey, well,
That's right. That's right.
Man.
Hey, man, he said he was sorry.
That check comes in every Tuesday.
And he meant it.
He meant that apology.
Yeah.
Yep. So they've just come to new terms of the agreement, I imagine.
Yeah.
Shia LaBeouf is on their list. He was accused of some sorts of battery and assault and emotional distress, and it's kind of withered away his comeback a little bit.
That's my guy.
Yeah, even Stevens was my
He
stuff.
was originally like in trouble for ripping off a movie, a screenplay, or something like that, and passing it off as his own, right?
Ooh,
then he
really?
got caught, and so he had to write an apology about it. He ripped the apology off of somebody else.
Wow,
that's my dude.
I admire the consistency there.
Yeah, and he dresses like a contractor, and he has real paint on his boots.
Yeah,
he's a millionaire.
That's incredible.
What are you doing, dog?
Hey, I will say, Peanut Butter Falcon, if you haven't seen that movie, it's Shia LaBeouf, 2019. 90 minutes of worth your time.
Let's go.
Shia LaBeouf, the Peanut Butter Falcon. Let's go. And then, of course, even Stevens.
Snowman and the Falcons.
Holes.
Good book.
Not familiar with that one. I'll check it, though.
No, you won't.
No, I won't.
You're
James
such a
Corden. Hey, you know your teammates.
Yeah.
James Corden had a nice little terrible year in regards to just
Nice little terrible year.
The Q rating, the PR, not good for James Corden. He was ousted as a perpetual bleep hole, particularly when it comes to restaurants and complaining about everything under the sun.
Does he steal jokes too?
Oh yeah, and he got
who called him out for stealing jokes?
I see the guy's face and I can't remember his name. That hurts. That hurts.
I don't know, but the owner of that restaurant says that James was the worst customer I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was deemed.
That's a whole lot to be.
Ricky Gervais is the guy he stole.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You played that, I believe, Lucius.
I probably did.
Ellen DeGeneres taking an L. Found herself on the wrong side of toxic workplace, yada, yada, yada. She had a tough year. Guy named Ezra Miller. He's an actor. He's a young Justice League, perks of being a wallflower kind of guy, but he's gone through some serious crisis this year. So he's on the list. Joe Rogan is on the list.
Joe Rogan, bro.
Let's see, what did Joe Rogan do?
What,
he's always saying some wild stuff.
There's always something going on.
But he's doing football numbers. Like 34 million people are listening to that damn thing.
Right, so I'm having trouble putting him on this
Not
list.
gonna stop him. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It's hard to say he had a bad year, but that Black Adam situation, where he's like not Black Adam anymore.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, DC's not involving him in whatever next
And they did
incarnation.
Superman dirty too.
Superman, yeah, that's right. That's right. Bad year for all those characters. Ticketmaster, thanks to the Taylor Swift nightmare, Ticketmaster's taking a huge L. Kanye West, I believe, to be the biggest L of the year. Terrible year. We all know those reasons. And then
I could say anti-Semitic things and they won't fire me.
Watch me.
What?
Bank account went down real quick. And not to mention the Pete Davidson stuff. I mean, just on the other side of that, you have all of Kanye West doing it to himself, and then you have Pete Davidson and what he did to him and his ex-wife. That's
hysterical quotes coming out from
very
Kanye
difficult.
About Pete Davidson.
Dude.
Size. It's amazing.
Yeah. Size is
his size is
in
Kanye was going through it, bro.
He was. Like that part I did feel bad for him for.
Pete Davidson always looks like he's having a good time at these basketball games. He's sitting courtside.
Because he's sitting next to a dime of the
that's
night.
what I'm saying. Like, if you're busting on me about that, go ahead.
No.
Fine, call about it, you know.
He's busted on you too? Seems like he's on everybody.
Pete Davidson?
Yeah.
Or Kanye?
Yeah, it was like he just woke up out of the back of a car somewhere. I'm here, man.
I'm here, bro.
Yeah, bro.
What do you need? I got you. Boom.
You got the tickets?
And then Will Smith. Bad year. Bad year. Q rating. I've never seen a Q rating plummet like that. Unanimously beloved Will Smith. And then he slaps Chris Rock, and it was a slap heard around the world. Changed everything for him. And there it is. Your disaster years for 2022. The Wooly Bully list at 440 this
Alex
time.
Jones.
Alex Jones, thank you.
Yeah.
Alex Jones.
He's going to be broadcasting for the rest of his life to pay that off.
Yeah, and he won't even put a dent in it.
Yep.
He owes like billions or something, which is deserved, I would imagine. All right, let's power into the 5 o'clock hour with some Cowboys inside the numbers, including just how improbable that third down conversion really was. That's next.
The Cowboys to Marcus. The Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go inside the numbers Cowboys style as we barrel into hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Welcome in on a TD Tuesday. Great to have you. Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, myself, Eric Chiafalo. We have Gavin Dawson on vacation back next week. The Wooly Bully is moving out of his childhood home, moving out of parents' house, and it's a bittersweet day for him, and we look forward to his return tomorrow here in the safe space. 877-881-1053. We'll hit you with the Expressway, 35 minutes uninterrupted content starting at 5:20, featuring Bobby Belt and LA Live with Lucius Alexander. But my goodness, what a victory it was for the Cowboys on Christmas Eve as we do one final bow on the Christmas Eve victory over the Eagles. And we've already looked ahead to the Titans a little bit. We had DeMarcus Lawrence on, chatting it up with him at about 4:30 if you want to hit the Odyssey Rewind. And then Krusty Corner 240 gave us a good look at the Titans here. And the Titans might not really be playing for much on Thursday night, which could be hugely beneficial to the Cowboys. We'll get some injury reports and other things like that from Bobby Belt coming up at 5:30. But looking at some of the numbers that have come out of this game here, and one of them is the Cowboys once again, since the return of Dak Prescott in Week 7, leading the league in points offensively. The NFL average is 21.2 points per game. Dallas is scoring nearly 2 full touchdowns more than the average team and 4 more points than any other team. The Eagles are second at just under 31 points per game. So what the Cowboys are doing offensively right now is pretty dang impressive, especially when you consider the fact that they were sacked 6 times versus the Eagles. They still score 40 points.
Yeah.
And some of those are on Dak a little bit. And that Eagles pass rush is really the best in the sport right now.
Yeah, your right tackle was a little rusty there.
Mm-hmm.
Tyron Smith was a little rusty. Your left guard wasn't really great in the game. You had some struggles across the board. You know what's amazing about all the points they're scoring? Remember last year they were really good in point differentials and things like that? And how many turnovers did they have that resulted in touchdowns? I mean, like pick sixes.
Oh, the defense scored a lot of those points.
Scoops and scores and all those things like that, and that really hasn't happened this year. It's been more about the offense actually generating points.
Correct.
That way. And you look at Brett Maher, I think I saw a thing today, he's leading the NFL in scoring, 129 points.
Yeah, he's been money.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of positive things out of this offense, the way it's been able to function, running the football, the balance, 50-50 balance. I mean that, hey, when they need to run the ball, they find ways to do it, or they need to find a way to, third downs, they've been really, really good.
Oh, geez.
So,
yes.
yeah, I mean, those are the kinds of things when you start to talk about why you're so efficient in offense and, why you're leading the league in points, it's because you're able to kind of keep drives going and finish drives.
Yeah, I mean, and we're about to look at it here, but the third downs and the red zone have been dominant for the Cowboys offense, and that has helped them in a big way because you do have games like on Saturday where, hey, Prescott got sacked quite a bit of times. They continue to turn the ball over. The league average is 11.3 in terms of turnovers for the season. Dallas has 13 giveaways, and that's since Week 7, the return of Dak. Teams are, on average have turned the ball over since Week 7 about 11 times total, and the Cowboys have 13 giveaways during that time. And you mentioned being able to run the ball, certainly better than last year, but it hasn't been holy smokes dominant. You can just lean on your rushing attack at all times, and they're coming off their worst rushing performance of the season, which is why we were wondering, hey, what do we need more, this pass rush to get going right now or this rushing attack offensively? But man, the fact that they're able to score that many points is pretty unbelievable. And then part of the reason why you mentioned the third downs, and shout out to Jory Epstein, who tweeted out earlier, since the return of Dak Prescott in Week 7, Cowboys are posting a league best 56% success rate on third down. And they did it again. 53% of their third downs were converted versus the Eagles on Saturday, and that was a game where they were consistently in second and third and long. because they couldn't run the football, even though they continued to try and run the ball on early downs. They found no success doing it, but the passing game bailed them out. So the offense right now, though it has its flaws, it's overcome some things like being sacked on, a fair amount of occasions, particularly on Saturday, and at times not being able to run the ball. But they're finding ways to score a bunch of points, converting third downs, scoring in the red zone. Very, very impressive. And then when you look into this game, you have CeeDee Lamb, second career game with 10 or more receptions, 100 or more receiving yards, and 2 or more receiving touchdowns. That is tied with Amari Cooper for the most in Cowboys history. And CeeDee Lamb has more such games than the rest of the 88 club combined already. Dez, Playmaker, Drew Pearson. You already have CeeDee Lamb surpassing them. Yeah, and you could throw in Antonio Bryant there. I imagine it would still suffice as a stat that works. Okay. And coming into the game, CeeDee Lamb, Next Gen Stats told us that CeeDee Lamb led the sport in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns when put in motion.
See this? Okay, now here we go. That's the kicker right there for me, is when he is stationary. How do you find ways to run routes with him when he's stationary? Because coverage is going to be different on him. When he is moving, he is dictating that, hey, you cannot cover me certain ways. It's hard to bracket guys, when you're in a situation. It's easy when you're standing there and you're in that stance, you're waiting for the ball to snap, and they say, okay, we're going to buzz the linebacker, or we're going to drop the safety down, or we're going to, those things are easy to do. But you put him in motion, it's hard to double him when he's in motion.
Correct.
That's something that Kellen Moore, this is going to be the trick going forward for Kellen Moore and this offensive staff, that teams are going to say, okay, when he's stationary, we can play him this way. When he's on the move, we have to play him this way. So Kellen Moore and these guys have got to keep him moving around the formation and then allowing him that free access where he can get more one-on-ones.
Yeah, 100%. It's worked out hugely in their favor because you get to see kind of what the defense is. How does the defense react as soon as he goes in motion? Are they kind of give themselves away a little bit? Are they playing man? Are they playing zone? And then, as you said, it just gives him more of a free release off the line of scrimmage, and it's paid dividends for the Cowboys. And those are the small nuances that you want to see from Kellen Moore and that you see from a lot of these other Jedi Master kind of play designers and play callers throughout the league. It's creating advantages for your best players to get the ball in their hands. I think it was the Texans game where you kind of didn't see much of it from Lamb. And it was like, okay, let's get back to that. And they certainly have, and kudos to them for doing it. But yeah, CeeDee Lamb has been on a tear. He's been crushing, and it's been amazing. And then the play of the game, of course. And the details of this and the improbabilities of it are special, but it's Dak to T.Y. Hilton.
Snap back on 3rd and forever. Prescott steps up and heaves it. Hilton down the left sideline. Oh, my gosh, he caught it at the 23-yard line. Holy cow. T.Y. Hilton. Wow.
Oh, my gosh is right. That was absolutely insane. And it was the first reception for T.Y. Hilton, who made an impact in this game on that play. He got a PI called on him. What a welcome sight it was to see T.Y. Hilton. But next-gen stats, T.Y. Hilton, first reception as a Cowboy, 49-yard gain. The pass traveled 62.1 yards in the air, which is the longest completion of Dak's career. And the completion probability of this play was 22.5%. It was pretty dang special, and watching it was something. And then going into the numbers on it and seeing just how improbable it was just fantastic.
Yeah, that's the Cowboys were in, and we talked about this on Monday yesterday with Krusty's Corner and the breakdown of it. That the Cowboys at the play, in that particular play, CeeDee Lamb wasn't on the field. They put Turpin on the field and they put Hilton on the field. And so their intent was to try and go get this thing, believe it or not. Usually you get the check down Charlie, throw the ball 7 yards, and then you punt.
Right.
Kind of a thing. But their intent was like, listen, let's see if we can somehow make this work. And by the personnel that they put on the field, that was their intent. They got great protection, really nice block by Zeke to kind of free things up, give Dak the opportunity to load it up and let it go. When you watch Darius Slay play, it's like he was drifting, thinking, okay, I'm going to have help behind me. And Josiah Scott, who was in the slot next to him, was running and trying to help, but he turned the wrong way. Like he initially turned, he was good, and then he went bad because you had Turpin running up the middle of the field. So now his eyes are over there, and he's like, oh my gosh, the ball's going back to the outside. So give Turpin some credit for getting vertical and making Josiah Scott's eyes look that direction towards him so he couldn't help to get over and make the play over the top.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. There was a lot of crazy plays in that game. A lot of heroes for the Cowboys in that game. But
I still, man, that play, but I talk about Biotish ripping that ball. I mean, that right there.
That was the game.
That very well could have been. I mean, all of a sudden you give them the ball at midfield, and now things are starting to go south for you.
Right.
But man, he was going to come away out of that pile with that ball.
Okay, so looking at the last 3 decades, the success rate on attempts of 3rd and 30 or more.
2%.
Yeah.
There's more likely
8 for 374. There's been 374 occasions where a team has been in 3rd and 30, and 8 of those 374 times they've converted.
Yeah, that you're hoping for a PI, defensive holding,
right?
Some crazy penalty that the Cowboys would get.
One of those illegal contacts for 5 yards,
exactly.
But an automatic first.
Yeah, you get an automatic first. It's a ball that's thrown 30 yards, and it's a legal contact for for 5. The Cowboys get those penalties quite a bit. It's like when they get a stop on 3rd down, and what's the first thing you're doing? You're looking at the field for is there a flag? Is there a flag? Is flag? Like hands to the face.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. But no, I mean they
did this one clean, man. They did it the hard way.
They did it the hard way. But I'll say this though too. There's a greater chance of throwing an interception in that than completing that ball. So
I believe that.
It's crazy what you overcame to get that first down.
Very, very special play. Dak was special really all throughout this game, minus that interception early on, which was a true disaster. Don't get me wrong.
He had that ball when he does that. He does his jump man when he's going to his left. He kind of spread and does the jump man throw.
Yeah,
that thing. You look at his arm angle. That thing was going straight down into. There was no. When you're just flipping a ball, your arm angle is a little bit higher, a little bit over the top of your head. That thing had a trajectory of just straight down. Like that thing wasn't.
It's a shame because Schultz was open.
But he was open. I'll tell you, it was a hell of a play by Sweat.
That dude,
he extended,
monster.
But that ball was thrown down at where he gave him the chance to extend.
Yeah, equally terrible play for Dak as it was an incredible play by Josh Sweat.
Yeah,
but outside of that, Dak was unbelievable. One of those plays, the 12-yard touchdown pass to Gallup. Yeah. Are you kidding me? And I love this next gen stats.
By the way, I think he was throwing the ball to. I think he was throwing the ball to Parsons. Excuse me, not to Pollard. And
behind him?
Behind him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you why, because if you look at the way the ball was thrown, it was a little high.
Right. Yeah, Gallup had to go up.
I think he was throwing that ball to Pollard in the back corner. And if that ball gets through, that thing's going to get intercepted. James Bradbury's going to intercept that one in the corner of the end zone.
Thank God for Michael Gallup.
Yeah.
He definitely made good on the Jacksonville touchdown drop and the Sun drop that they decided to throw. Which
we had
sense.
We had Michael Gelkin on yesterday, and from the Dallas Morning News, and Gelkin went up and talked to Gallup and asked him. He goes, "Could you see the ball?" He goes, "No,
of course not.
I couldn't see the
you
ball."
You and I have walked across that field after a post-game show at 6 p.m. and you can see the light, and you look back and you're going, if somebody threw me a football right now, there's no way I could catch it because I wouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah.
That was insane. It was asinine. Jerry talking about it with Sean and Bobby this morning where he just said, hey, I got a lot of coaches that I pay to avoid things like that. It's like, okay, let's just avoid it and put some curtains up. That was maddening. But the speed of the throw from Dak to Gallup on the 12-yard touchdown pass broke 15 miles per hour. I would love, my brother mentioned this while we're watching games this weekend. It would be nice, wouldn't it be cool if after every throw, like a pitcher, you could see the miles per hour? It would be kind of cool in an NFL game to just see what's the MPH on these throws being thrown at all times, because there's some of them that are like, ooh, like on a rope. Aaron Rodgers, I think it was the Packers and Dolphins game on Sunday, and Rodgers made a throw, and I was like, man, what's the MPH on that? The target separation was half a yard. The completion probability was 25%. Of course, they come up big with the big time touchdown there. And then just overall, Dak Prescott Next Gen Stats earned a season high 91 Next Gen Stat passing score, completing all 24 of his passes against zone coverage for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. He became the only player to earn a perfect 99 Next Gen Stat passing score versus zone in a game since 2018. So Dak really was, after that interception.
Is that good?
That's actually great, Broadus. That's one step above. It's great. And the fact that the game starts with him and the disaster interception, and then he overcomes that in a way that has him having maybe the best game of his career. Kudos to you, Dak, in your mental toughness. Okay, 877-881-1053, the G-Bag Nation on a TD Tuesday. Let's hit the expressway. 35 minutes uninterrupted content. We got some NFL questions for you, then Bobby Belt, then LA Live, all next right here on The Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went.